Chapter 1. Competing with a beggar for food. In the kingdom of Qian, in the city of Salt, Song Wen, ecstatic, clutched two coarse buns he had salvaged from a refused bucket. The rough grains were distinctly visible in the buns, but fortunately, the bucket contained little liquid, leaving the buns relatively clean and unmarred by excessive filth. He brushed away two wilted vegetable leaves clinging to the buns, entirely disregarding the foul stench wafting from the refused bucket beside him. With great eagerness, he shoved the bun into his mouth. The cold, coarse texture of the bun, devoid of any liquid accompaniment, rendered swallowing an arduous task. Nevertheless, Song Wen paid little heed, managing to consume one bun in a few hurried bites. As the dry morsel lodged in his throat, he nearly choked, but after a struggle, he finally swallowed it down. Though it alleviated his ravenous hunger slightly, it still left him feeling far from satiated. It had been 2 days since he had traversed into this world, and this meal marked his first sustenance. Once he regained his composure, he noticed a 10-year-old beggar boy standing before him, gazing longingly at the remaining bun in Song Wen's hand, his eyes filled with desperation and hope. Song Wen glanced at the frail boy, then at the bun in his grasp. After a brief moment of hesitation, he brought the bun closer to his mouth, harboring no intentions of sharing it with the beggar. In this ancient-like world he found himself in, the skills and knowledge he had acquired in modern society proved utterly futile. Survival had become a formidable challenge, leaving no room for compassion towards a stranger. Just as the bun was about to reach his lips, the beggar boy's expression suddenly shifted to one of fierce determination. In an instant, the boy lunged forward, leaping 2 feet into the air, reaching for the bun with both hands. Simultaneously, he opened his grimy mouth, revealing his yellowed teeth, and bit down on Song Wen's forearm. Initially startled by the boy's sudden aggression, Song Wen's shock quickly morphed into fury. He had once enjoyed a decent life in modern society, not a wealthy man, but never wanting for food. Now, inexplicably thrust into this hostile realm, devoid of any means to sustain himself, he found it infuriating that even a mere beggar dared to confront him. With anger surging within him, Song Wen's demeanor darkened. "Get lost!" he shouted, swinging his arm in an attempt to strike the boy. Despite his youthful appearance, Song Wen's body had transformed to that of a 14 or 15-year-old, appearing less imposing than he truly was. Yet compared to the undernourished beggar, he was undeniably stronger. His forearm collided with the boy's face, causing a spray of blood from the boy's nose. However, Song Wen underestimated the boy's tenacity. Rather than being knocked back, the beggar clung to Song Wen's arm and sank his teeth into it. Throughout this ordeal, the boy's fierce expression remained unchanged, his gaze fixated on the bun. Feeling a surge of pain, Song Wen's expression grew even more menacing. "You little wretch, how dare you bite me? They'll make you pay for this." He lifted his knee and, channeling all his strength, drove it into the boy's chest. The force of the blow sent the beggar sprawling backward, his body crashing onto the filthy ground several feet away. Enraged, Song Wen had no intention of letting the boy off easily. He approached and delivered 2 swift kicks to the boy's chest, propelling him further away and causing blood to spill from the boy's mouth, a clear sign of internal injury. Only then did he relent. As Song Wen turned to leave, he was taken aback to find the boy glaring at him with a look of venomous hatred. A chill ran down his spine, and a sense of foreboding crept into his mind. In this unfamiliar land, where he lacked strength or connections, it would be prudent to avoid inciting any enmity, even from the most destitute of beggars. Who knew what sinister forces might protect this child? Their eyes locked for a prolonged moment. A thought flickered in Song Wen's mind. They stood in a narrow, dim alley, devoid of witnesses. He contemplated the ease with which he could eradicate the boy without anyone noticing. After all, the death of a beggar would hardly raise an eyebrow in this lawless realm of Salt City, where countless commoners met untimely ends, ignored by the authorities. Out of the corner of his eye, Song Wen noticed a smooth, sturdy pebble, roughly the size of a bowl, nestled in the alley's corner. It appeared far more durable than the boy's head. The torment of the past 2 days surged within him, igniting a tempest of resentment that clouded his judgment, shattering the ethical constraints ingrained in him from 30 years of modern life. His expression twisted into something feral. Having witnessed enough brutality in recent days, the dormant demon within him awoke. In a world rife with cruelty, why should he adhere to the moral codes of his former life? As he turned toward the pebble, he noticed the beggar's eyes widening in fear. Suddenly, 2 servants from affluent families appeared at the alley's entrance, carrying a refused bucket. The arrival of outsiders jolted Song Wen back to reality, forcing him to conceal the darker impulses that had momentarily possessed him. Disappointment mingled with a sense of relief washed over him. Shaking his head, He exited the alley. As he stepped onto the street, he was met with a throng of people rushing towards the square, their voices clamoring. Hurry, the Heavenly Fiend Gang is recruiting. If you're late, you might miss your chance. The name of the Heavenly Fiend Gang had been an ever-present echo in Song Wen's ears over the past 2 days. In Salt City, it was an undeniably powerful faction, rivaling even the local authorities in certain aspects. However, their reputation was tarnished by a history of nefarious deeds. Following the crowd, Song Wen made his way towards the commotion, hopeful that this opportunity might offer a means to earn a living and escape the humiliation of scavenging from refuse. With determination, he navigated through the throng until he spotted a notice plastered on a nearby wall. The text resembled traditional Chinese characters, which he had never formally studied, yet he could grasp the general meaning. The notice announced that the Heavenly Fiend Gang was seeking children aged 7 to 12 to learn martial arts, promising that these children would become the backbone of the gang. It further stated that families of selected children would receive generous rewards and that the children could look forward to a bright future. Disappointment washed over him. The Heavenly Fiend Gang sought new recruits, not mere laborers. Moreover, they only accepted children within a specific age range, leaving him ineligible given his current form. As he pushed through the crowd, intent on leaving, a sudden shout rang out above the din. Hey, you there? Wait a moment. Initially, Song Wen thought the voice was not directed at him and continued to press forward. Hey, I'm talking to you. If you don't stop, do you think my words carry no weight in Salt City? The voice behind him grew more irate. Cautiously, Song Wen turned to see a man with a distinctive mustache, exuding an aura of delinquency, glaring at him with malevolent intent. Behind the man stood 2 burly figures, all adorned in the garb of the Heavenly Scourge Gang. Instantly, Song Wen furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind as he pondered how he might have offended this dogmaster. Once an unremarkable salesman from the Blue Star, Song Wen's years in sales had not bestowed upon him wealth or fortune, but they had imparted the invaluable skill of adapting his words to fit the audience whether speaking to men or spirits. He possessed the art of discerning the right approach for each individual. A sycophantic smile spread across his face as he bowed slightly and hurriedly approached the dogmaster. With an ingratiating tone, he said, "Esteemed dogmaster, you have summoned me. What is your command?" Though internally discontent with his own demeanor, Song Wen recognized that in this lawless world, survival often necessitated a posture of humility and subservience. To offend a local tyrant upon arrival was the folly of either a bold dragon crossing the river or a fool hastening toward his own demise. Chapter 2. The lackey Go Hang felt a deep satisfaction with Song Wen's humble demeanor. The anger that had previously marred his face dissipated, and after appraising Song Wen from head to toe, he inquired, "Can you read?" He had observed clearly as Song Wen squeezed through the crowd, studied the notice intently, and then turned away in disappointment. At that moment, no one had explained the content of the notice, yet it was apparent from Song Wen's reactions that he was literate. Taken aback by the question, Song Wen had not anticipated that this matter would draw attention. A myriad of thoughts raced through his mind as he weighed the pros and cons, deliberating on how to respond. Ultimately, after much contemplation, he resolved to answer truthfully. This Go Yi was astute, and it would be unwise to mislead him. Having made his decision, Song Wen bent even lower, his ingratiating smile deepening. Replying to Go Yi, "I attended a private school for a few years in my youth and learned to recognize some characters," he stated, his face betraying no tremor, spinning the lie with ease, undetectable to any outsider. Go Hang nodded, evidently pleased with both Song Wen's attitude and response. His gaze bore a hint of admiration as he regarded Song Wen. In the past, the scholars he had encountered often harbored an air of superiority, refusing his offers even when they could scarcely afford a meal. After all, he was merely a low-ranking leader in the Tiansha gang. Today, however, he had finally come across a perceptive scholar who treated him with such respect, especially in a public setting, greatly satisfying Go Hang's vanity. "How old are you?" he queried. 16, Song Wen replied, deliberately inflating his age slightly to avoid appearing insignificant. "What is your name?" Song Wen. Go Hang nodded, continuing with his questions. "How do you make a living?" "I write letters for others, earning a meager income to get by," Song Wen fabricated further. Go Hang then inquired about Song Wen's family circumstances. Song Wen portrayed himself as a fallen gentleman, orphaned and alone. "Join me in the Tiansha gang. With my recommendation, you will smoothly gain entry and receive a monthly stipend of 1 or 2 taels of silver." It must be said that in the context of the poorly educated Qian kingdom, the treatment of literate individuals was comparatively favorable. Given the current prices in Qian, 1 or 2 taels of silver would suffice for a family sustenance for a month. Song Wen's face displayed a hint of hesitation, instinctively resisting the sudden kindness of a stranger. Go Hang, however, was no benevolent figure. Could it truly be as he claimed? What? Do you look down on my Tiansha gang? Go Hang's displeasure resonated. Song Wen feigned a smile, hastily clarifying. Go Yi, you misunderstand. I'm merely a simpleton, lacking in knowledge, and fear I might waste your time. I'm not afraid. Why should you be? Go Hang retorted, a note of threat in his tone. Feeling the weight of his words, Song Wen quickly adopted a grateful expression, replying, Thank you for your guidance, Go Yi. I will certainly follow your lead and be willing to face any hardships for you. His eyes brimmed with fervent gratitude, akin to a child encountering long-lost parents. The admiration in his gaze made Go Hang feel buoyant. It had been a long time since he had experienced such reverence. Go Hang reached into his subordinate's pocket and produced half a flatbread. You look quite pale. It seems you haven't eaten well in a while. Here, take this leftover from my breakfast. Thank you for your generosity, Go Yi. Song Wen accepted the flatbread, devouring it ravenously. He did so not only because he was genuinely hungry, but also to continue appeasing Go Hang's vanity. As he consumed the bread, he silently calculated the situation. It appeared that the life of a Tiansha gang member was not as glamorous as he had imagined. Otherwise, Go Hang would not have been reluctant to part with a leftover piece of flatbread. However, upon reflection, if what Go Hang said was true, joining the Tiansha gang might not be a bad deal after all. The Tiansha gang was the largest underworld force in Yinqing, and as a scholar, it was unlikely he would be forced into violent acts, thus ensuring his safety while also addressing his dire need for sustenance. In light of his current predicament, this seemed the best option available. All this he owed to the man before him, this Go Yi. Though he appeared somewhat dim-witted, he had indeed provided a solution to Song Wen's immediate survival concerns. Go Hang had come to the street to post and announce the Tiansha gang's recruitment of children. He had proclaimed the contents of the notice, of course, without being able to read it himself, as someone had informed him beforehand. Afterward, he led Song Wen away. Navigating through the tight security of Tiansha gang's members, they soon arrived at the gang's headquarters. The premises were vast, and under Go Hang's guidance, they twisted and turned until they reached a row of buildings. Upon entering one of the rooms, Go Hang respectfully addressed an elder, Elder Yin. I have found a newcomer, a literate scholar. Elder Yin, over 50 years of age, was a venerable figure in these tumultuous times, having lived a long life. With his cloudy eyes, he scrutinized Song Wen before tossing him a small booklet. Read the contents aloud, he commanded imperiously. Receiving the booklet, Song Wen realized this was a test. This is akin to a job interview in ancient times, he mused internally. He opened the booklet and began to read aloud. The heavens and the earth, profound and yellow. The universe vast and chaotic. The sun and moon wax and wane. The stars align and disperse. Cold comes and heat goes. Autumn harvests and winter stores enough. That will suffice. Elder Yin interrupted after Song Wen had read 100 characters or so. He turned to Go Hang, saying, You are fortunate. Elder Jean is currently recruiting a new batch of literate young men, and this lad fits the bill perfectly. Go Hang rubbed his hands together, his demeanor somewhat awkward as he chuckled. Elder Yin, I've heard that Elder Jean offers rewards for recruiting scholars. What do you think? Elder Yin laughed. Your information is quite astute. I had thought you were merely lucky to stumble upon this. It seems you came prepared. Go to the treasury and collect 10 taels as a reward. Thank you, Elder Yin. Go Hang bowed deeply, his face beaming with forced smiles. Meanwhile, Song Wen stood by, utterly perplexed. What was this? Why was recruiting a scholar accompanied by a reward of 10 taels? In Yinqing, 10 taels could purchase 2 charming young maidens. An ominous feeling welled within him. It seemed he was being sold. Previously, he had felt some pride, believing he had outsmarted Go Hang, only to realize the fool was himself. Watching Go Hang exit, the last remnants of hope faded as Song Wen called out, Go Yi, you said you would treat me well. Go Hang cast a disdainful glance back at Song Wen, his eyes filled with indifference and mockery. Without a word, he turned and left, vanishing from sight. Who are you to think you deserve better? Going to Elder Jean is a privilege that many yearn for. Do not be ungrateful. Elder Yin's cold voice echoed behind Song Wen. Bring this lad to Elder Jean. 2 burly men entered from outside, each wielding a 3-foot-long steel blade. With a metallic clang, one of the swords was drawn, its glinting blade radiating a chilling aura that stung Song Wen's eyes. Kid, I advise you to behave. Do not act recklessly, one of the men warned in a frosty tone. Filled with rage and resentment, Song Wen dismissed Elder Yan's notion of a privilege. He could not fathom why such an esteemed opportunity would be offered through deceit and coercion. Yet, faced with the intimidating steel blade, He had no choice but to accept the harsh reality. The weak must submit to the whims of the strong. As he followed the two men, his fists clenched tightly. A burning resolve ignited within him. Chapter 3. The Celestial Destiny. After a quarter of an hour's walk, the trio finally arrived at a secluded corner of the Celestial Fiend Gang. Nestled against the mountains, there lay an isolated courtyard, surrounded by over 100 guards wielding steel blades and crossbows. These sentinels, with their cold expressions and towering figures, exuded an oppressive air. Upon entering the courtyard, rows of guest rooms came into view, with a two-story independent building situated at the foot of the mountain behind them. The surroundings of this building had been cultivated into a series of irregular plots of land, where various unknown herbs were grown. A burly man pointed towards the guest rooms, commanding in tone, "Choose any unoccupied room to reside in. Meals will be delivered 3 times daily. You are forbidden from leaving your room until summit." With that, the man cast a cold glance at Song Wen, as if urging him to select a room swiftly. Song Wen casually chose an empty room and stepped inside. The room contained a set of tables and chairs, a bed adorned with bedding, and a teapot resting on the table. Aside from these, there was nothing else within. After surveying the room, Song Wen turned around and shut the door. As he did so, he seized the opportunity to observe the scene outside. The two burly men had already departed the courtyard, and with heavy guards stationed outside, they seemed unconcerned about any potential rebellion from Song Wen. Once the door was closed, a fierce and furious expression overtook Song Wen's face. He had been suppressing his anger all this while. The Celestial Fiend Gang's tyranny and his own powerlessness filled him with a sense of frustration and hatred. In that moment, Song Wen's heart brimmed with a yearning for strength. Just yesterday, while begging outside a tea house, he overheard patrons discussing the existence of martial artists capable of leaping eaves and scaling walls in this world. He now desperately wished to be a formidable hero, capable of wreaking havoc upon the entire Celestial Fiend Gang. Confined within the room, Song Wen was held for 7 days. During the initial 2 days, his heart simmered with resentment towards the Celestial Fiend Gang's brutality and arrogance. The sensation of being utterly powerless, akin to a fish at the mercy of a butcher's knife, was truly dreadful. Fortunately, meals were delivered punctually, and the food was decent, comprising both vegetables and meat. As the days passed, Song Wen's thoughts gradually calmed. By the last 2 days, he had come to understand that being confined and prohibited from venturing out was likely a deliberate tactic by the Celestial Fiend Gang, aimed at extinguishing any rebellious sentiments within them and forcing them to recognize their reality. On the 8th day, Song Wen finally heard a loud shout from outside the door. "Everyone, immediately exit your rooms. Those who delay will face severe punishment." Following this, the sound of doors opening echoed around him. Song Wen also opened his door and stepped outside. He was greeted by the sight of approximately 100 young individuals, mostly teenagers, scattered throughout the courtyard. A dozen armed members of the Celestial Fiend Gang stood at a distance. These youths clustered in small groups, evidently coerced into this predicament, murmuring their discontent in hushed tones. Among them was a rotund boy clad in lavish attire, who stood out like a sore thumb among the predominantly impoverished and slender youths. This chubby boy bellowed furiously, "How dare you Celestial Fiend Gang kidnap me? My father, Zhang is the magistrate of Qingyuan County. You ought to return me at once." His loud protest drew the attention of all present, including Song Wen. Qingyuan County was a subordinate county of Yinqing, merely 100 miles away. In the kingdom of Qian, the authority of a county magistrate was still considerable. Song Wen was curious about how the Celestial Fiend Gang would handle this chubby boy, whether he was merely a foolish scion of a landlord, oblivious to reality, or if the gang had made a grave mistake in underestimating him. Though the guards exhibited a flicker of hesitation upon hearing the boy's claims, they remained unmoved, clearly having heard such boasts before. However, the prospect of dealing with the chubby boy seemed somewhat tricky for them. Just then, a figure emerged from behind the guards. The newcomer, a lean man in his 40s with a distinctive mustache, regarded the shouting boy with palpable annoyance. Raising his right hand, he held a yellow talisman between his fingers and uttered a sharp command, "Go." The talisman suddenly ignited into ashes, conjuring a fireball the size of a human head, which materialized out of thin air. The fireball radiated an intense heat, warping the surrounding space. It hurtled forth with a deafening roar, reaching the chubby boy in the blink of an eye. The boy, eyes wide with fear, had just contemplated fleeing when the fireball struck him squarely in the chest. His plump body was immediately sent soaring as if struck by an immense force. Amidst the boy's anguished screams, the searing flames swiftly enveloped him. Before his body could even hit the ground, he had transformed into a burning figure, emitting a crackling sound as his fat ignited. And the foul stench of burning flesh soon filled the air. In mere moments, the once living boy was reduced to a pile of ashes, not a bone left behind. Everyone was struck dumb by the sudden turn of events. The young onlookers gazed in horror at the fiery remains of the chubby boy, their faces pale and silent. Song Wen, having lived 2 lives, was equally astounded. He was both shocked by the celestial fiend gang's audacity in openly executing the son of a county magistrate, showing blatant disregard for the court of the kingdom of Qian and the assembled youths, and terrified by the mysterious man's capabilities. The summoning of a fireball using a mere talisman seemed more akin to the powers of a legendary immortal than a martial artist. Could it be that this world was one of immortal cultivation? While Song Wen wrestled with these thoughts, a young man dressed simply, with a few patches on his clothing, suddenly knelt before the figure, eyes filled with both terror and yearning, exclaiming, "He is an immortal." His cry instantly awakened the others, prompting more and more youths to kneel in reverence before the mustachioed man. The extraordinary and ruthless display of power had swiftly extinguished any rebellious thoughts among the majority of the youth. Following suit, Song Wen knelt as well, his heart surging with tumultuous emotions. This was true power, far superior to the lofty ideals of wandering heroes. One day, he too would possess such strength. Having suffered unjust treatment for days, a determined glint shone in Song Wen's eyes. This immortal's power could surely elevate him to become a formidable force in this world, freeing him from being manipulated and bullied. The spectacle not only captivated the kneeling youths, but also struck fear into the hearts of the celestial fiend gang guards, who revealed their own trepidation. Seeing this, the mustachioed man smiled with satisfaction. His display of power had achieved the intended effect. He surveyed the assembled youths, his gaze condescending, emanating an air of superiority and control. "I am a cultivator of the celestial path, known as the Supreme Yin Master, adhering to the orthodox teachings of Taoism. Fear not. I have summoned you here to bestow upon you a grand opportunity, a chance for immortality and the pursuit of everlasting life. In the coming month, I shall personally impart to you the celestial arts of the longevity technique. Anyone who can successfully draw qi into their body within this month shall become my direct disciple. I hope you will cherish this celestial destiny. Those who can draw qi into their bodies, even if they cannot seek eternal life, will gain immense strength and find wealth and honor within reach." As the words of the enigmatic figure, Jean, resonated, an immediate and fervent response surged among the young audience. All eyes were fervently fixed upon Jean, their gazes imbued with anticipation and longing. Song Wen felt a similar excitement. He had not anticipated that acquiring celestial fortune would be so straightforward. However, a note of caution flickered in his mind. Jean's mastery over human emotions was undoubtedly formidable. First, he had used a thunderous display to intimidate the crowd, and then he dangled the promise of celestial fortune to win their hearts. This was a classic tactic of offering a reward after administering a blow, ensuring that the young cultivators would exert themselves wholeheartedly in practicing the Chongqing Gong. Yet, Song Wen sensed that the situation was not as uncomplicated as Jean portrayed. Who would bestow celestial fortune upon others without ulterior motives? Jean must have a hidden agenda. This fortune surely would not be easily obtained. Chapter 4. Perceiving the spiritual energy of the universe in a meditative posture, tranquility enveloped him, allowing a natural calm to descend. With lips gently meeting, he regulated his breath, grounding his hands firmly, and gazed steadily ahead, focusing his spirit until it reached the celestial core. Jean commenced the explanation of the first layer of the Chongqing Gong cultivation method. This initial stage primarily elucidated how to sense the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth and draw it into the body. Jean taught with utmost diligence, almost delivering a meticulous line-by-line interpretation, interspersed with his personal insights and experiences. The young aspirants listened intently, convinced that this was their opportunity to leap over the dragon gate and determined to seize it firmly. All of them were literate, belonging to the enlightened minority of the Qian kingdom, and under Jean's guidance, they comprehended the essence of the technique. Some, brimming with impatience, had already seated themselves cross-legged, hearts directed skyward, eyes shut tight, listening to Jean while attempting to sense the spiritual energy of the universe. Song Wen, however, refrained from rushing into the practice, choosing instead to absorb Jean's teachings. He understood the wisdom in sharpening one's axe before cutting wood. Moreover, he was certain that perceiving the spiritual energy and drawing it into the body would be a time-consuming endeavor, not something to be achieved in haste. Soon, 2 hours of the morning slipped by. Jean stood and proclaimed, "Today's discussion on the technique concludes here. You must diligently memorize and comprehend what you have learned. I anticipate that some of you will soon perceive the spiritual energy of the universe and successfully draw it into your bodies. For the next month, I shall devote 1 hour each day to instructing you in this technique. During this month, you are forbidden from leaving this residence, but you may move freely within it. Meals will be provided for you, and all you need to do is to practice the Chongqing Gong diligently and not disappoint my expectations." With that, Jean departed from the quarters. At that moment, the guards of the Heavenly Kill Gang approached, distributing a booklet to each person, detailing the first layer of the Chongqing Gong cultivation technique. The apprentices were left wanting for more. Some hurried back to their rooms to eagerly begin their practice, while others congregated in small groups to discuss their understanding of the technique. Song Wen, however, did not join the discussions or the practice. He felt that Jean's attentiveness was overly solicitous. There is often a hidden agenda behind excessive kindness. He sensed that beneath it all lay an undisclosed secret, and Jean must have ulterior motives. After Jean's departure, the guards also exited the residence, allowing Song Wen the opportunity to survey the estate. The expansive grounds were built against the mountains, with his quarters occupying only a small portion. Behind the guest quarters lay a vast open space, dotted with scattered vegetation and ponds. Further back, at the foot of the mountain, stood a 2-story building, which Song Wen surmised was Jean's residence. As Jean had headed there just moments ago, surrounding the small building were plots of land abundant with herbs. After spending a quarter of an hour familiarizing himself with the layout of the estate, he returned to his room. Upon entering, he found lunch already laid out on the table, 3 steamed buns and a plate of stir-fried vegetables with a modest amount of meat. In the Qian kingdom, this meal was considered quite lavish. Ordinary families could hardly afford to serve steamed buns or meat at every meal. The better the treatment, the more unease grew within Song Wen, who felt a looming conspiracy enfolding him and the other young aspirants. After lunch, he took out the booklet. The content of the first layer of Chongqing Gong was brief, consisting of just over 100 words. Yet, the material was exceedingly obscure, without Jean's elucidation. Song Wen believed it would take him a considerable amount of time to grasp its meaning on his own. After nearly half an hour, he managed to commit the intricate and convoluted words to memory. He then assumed a cross-legged position, directing his heart and mind skyward, silently reciting the technique while attempting to perceive the spiritual energy of the universe. Time flew by as he practiced, and before he knew it, 2 or 3 hours had passed without him sensing the presence of spiritual energy. Could it be that I lack the aptitude for cultivation? Or perhaps my innate talent is exceptionally poor? After an afternoon of fruitless practice, self-doubt began to creep into Song Wen's mind. Jean had mentioned that not everyone possessed the innate capacity for cultivation. Those endowed with such gifts were exceedingly rare, and even among the gifted, talents varied greatly. It seemed that Jean's understanding of cultivation aptitude was rather limited. He had only alluded to it vaguely without delving deeper. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Song Wen opened his door. Noticing that evening had arrived, the sunset cast a golden hue across the sky, creating a breathtaking spectacle. However, ensnared in his predicament, Song Wen had no desire to admire the evening glow. Stepping outside, he found many young aspirants gathered in the courtyard, discussing their progress in cultivation. Curiosity led him to listen in, and as he wandered about, he discovered that not a single one among the 100 or so had sensed the spiritual energy of the universe. Instantly, his anxious heart felt a measure of relief. It appeared that cultivating celestial fortune was indeed no simple task. After dinner, Song Wen resumed his practice, continuing until the early hours of the morning. Yet he went to bed frustrated by his lack of progress. The next morning, Jean appeared punctually outside the guest quarters. Did anyone manage to sense the spiritual energy yesterday? After a moment's pause, and seeing that none of the young aspirants responded, Jean's disappointment was evident as he resumed his tedious explanations of the Chongqing Gong essentials. Time swiftly passed to the 3rd day of cultivation. That evening, while practicing the Chongqing Gong, Song Wen finally perceived the presence of spiritual energy. Countless sparkling lights floated around his body, shimmering erratically. Previously weary from the late hour, Song Wen was suddenly invigorated, filled with exhilaration. He had accomplished the first step of cultivation, signifying that he possessed the potential for cultivation and the chance to become an enviable immortal. Matured by this realization, Song Wen quickly calmed his racing thoughts. He continued his practice of the Chongqing Gong, hoping to seize the momentum and successfully draw the energy into his body. However, Regardless of his efforts, the floating lights remained beyond his control, refusing to enter his being. After a quarter of an hour of fruitless attempts, he suddenly came to a realization. No, I cannot hastily draw the energy into my body, at least not first. Until I understand Jin's true intentions for imparting this celestial technique, I must not reveal my potential for cultivation. The next day, at dawn, Song Wen and the other young aspirants gathered outside the guest quarters. Jin inquired expectantly, "Did anyone successfully sense the spiritual energy yesterday?" Chapter 5. Drawing energy into the body. After a brief moment, Jin, visibly disappointed, withdrew his gaze. 3 days had passed, yet not a single individual had succeeded in sensing the spiritual energy. Observing that no one was responding, Song Wen refrained from disclosing his own experience. It seemed his aptitude for cultivation was indeed commendable, at least superior to that of the 100 or so individuals present. That night, Song Wen successfully drew the first wisp of spiritual energy into his body. He sensed the radiant energy in the air flowing into his body, and in an instant, a gentle warmth appeared within his meridians, circulating according to the principles of the longevity technique. Song Wen's eyes sparkled with excitement, poised to continue his efforts when an unsettling thought crossed his mind. What if the formidable Yin could perceive the cultivation levels of others? If he were to discover that I have successfully drawn in Qi while I feign ignorance, it could be detrimental to my interests. With this in mind, Song Wen abruptly ceased his practice. As soon as he stopped, the previously directed spiritual energy that had been converging upon him lost its focus and began to drift chaotically in the air once more. The thread of spiritual energy that had just entered his body, having not yet been refined, had not truly transformed into Song Wen's own spiritual power. After losing the guidance of the longevity technique, it gradually dissipated into the atmosphere. That was close. It seems I must suspend my training for the next few days and merely put on a show in front of outsiders. Resolute, Song Wen turned in for the night. 4 days swiftly passed, marking the 7th day of his cultivation. On that morning, as Song Wen stepped outside, he overheard a lively discussion. A dark-skinned, lean yet sturdy man, somewhat awkward in demeanor, was surrounded by a group of envious youths. "Ernyo, have you really drawn in Qi? Brother Ernyo, please guide us. Share your experience on drawing in Qi." A flush crept across Ernyo's face, the first time he felt the warmth of admiration, filling him with pride, yet leaving him somewhat at a loss. Blushing, he was momentarily unsure of how to respond. "What are you all doing?" A harsh, commanding voice abruptly interrupted the chatter. The formidable Yin strode into the courtyard, his expression reflecting anger. "In the early morning, unable to focus on your cultivation. Why are you making such a racket?" At the sound of Yin's reprimand, the crowd fell silent, heads bowed in fear. Since Ernyo stood at the center, Yin's gaze naturally fell upon him. Ernyo felt a tremor of anxiety as the intensity of Yin's gaze weighed heavily upon him. Reminiscent of being hunted by wolves and tigers back in his hometown, he dared not move, softly explaining, "Respected master, I successfully drew in Qi last night, so—" "What? You've already drawn in Qi?" The fury on Yin's face instantly transformed into delight. He stepped forward, grasping Ernyo's wrist, and after a moment of careful examination, he praised, "Ernyo, you have done remarkably well. From today, you shall be my personal disciple. After today's lesson, you will move into my little abode, where I will personally guide you." Feeling the weight of Yin's attention, Ernyo's heart swelled with excitement. Envisioning a bright future, his speech becoming somewhat disjointed. "Thank you, Master Yin. Why still call me Master? You must now address me as your revered teacher." Yin replied warmly. After encouraging Ernyo for a moment, he turned to the others. "You too must strive hard. As long as you successfully draw in Qi, you can also become my disciple, Ernyo's junior brother. Now, Ernyo, come sit beside me, and we shall commence today's lecture." Listening to Yin's extensive explanation of the techniques, Song Wen's mind was preoccupied with the events that had just unfolded. First, from Yin's ecstatic reaction upon learning of Ernyo's success, it was clear that he had no knowledge of who among them possessed the aptitude for cultivation. His gathering of over 100 young people to impart teachings resembled a desperate casting of a wide net. Second, it appeared that Yin could not discern the cultivation levels of others from a distance. Physical contact was necessary. Third, Yin's announcement of Ernyo as his senior disciple suggested that this was not Yin's first time recruiting disciples. Had none of the previous candidates succeeded in drawing in Qi? If some had, where were they now? And what of those who failed to cultivate? Until these questions were resolved, Song Wen felt an incessant unease, as if a sword hung above him, threatening his very existence. However, With the certainty that Ian could not detect his cultivation from afar, he felt emboldened to practice diligently. 20 days passed in the blink of an eye, and another young man named Zhang Cheng successfully drew in Qi. This thrilled Ian, as having two among so many with the potential for cultivation was a stroke of remarkable fortune, far exceeding his expectations. During this period, Song Wen had been quietly honing his skills. The warm flow within him had grown significantly, and as his cultivation progressed, his physical strength and mental acuity were greatly enhanced. While he could not test his physical prowess directly, he felt a marked increase in vitality, as if his mind had become sharper. He had also been observing Ernyo's transformation, which was evident to anyone. Ernyo, with his straightforward nature, had no inclination to conceal his progress and often showcased his strength. Just yesterday, Song Wen witnessed Ernyo lift a heavy stone weighing 100 pounds with one hand, drawing cheers and admiration from the onlookers. Song Wen assessed that his own strength must surpass Ernyo's, meaning he could certainly lift more than 100 pounds. Simultaneously, his earlier concerns about Ian harboring ill intentions toward those with cultivation potential had not materialized. One evening, after finishing dinner, Song Wen took his usual walk along the courtyard wall. This had become a daily ritual, and outsiders had grown accustomed to his solitary nature, hardly paying him any heed. Yet, he was not merely strolling. He was meticulously examining the layout of the courtyard, preparing for any potential escape in the future. The courtyard walls were a daunting 10 feet high, making climbing over them impractical, especially with guards stationed both inside and outside. The likelihood of escaping unnoticed was slim. After nearly a month of observation, Song Wen had not come away empty-handed. He discovered a dog hole about 100 feet from the guest rooms, large enough for a person to crawl through. Surrounded by low shrubs and tall weeds, the hole was well concealed. It would have been easy to overlook had he not scrutinized the area for days. However, guards were stationed nearby, and even if he escaped through the hole, he would still be within the territory of the Tiansha gang, necessitating the right moment for a successful getaway. Chapter 6. Becoming a disciple in the open space outside the guest quarters, dozens of young people crowded around Zhang Cheng and Ernyo, incessantly questioning them about the secrets of drawing in Qi. With only 3 days left until the month-long deadline, their impatience was palpable. They were desperate to seize the opportunity to ascend as cultivators. Although Ernyo and Zhang Cheng were generous in sharing their experiences, it seemed they could not provide the help these youths sought. Watching the animated discussion near the guest quarters, 2 guards stationed by the wall exchanged derisive glances. "What fools!" Oblivious to their imminent doom, one guard sneered. "Ah, they are merely pitiful, young and naive, still unacquainted with the treachery of the world. There is no such thing as a free lunch." Their voices were low, but Song Wen, hiding behind a large tree, heard them clearly. The tree concealed him from their view, and they remained unaware of his presence. A chill ran down Song Wen's spine. Their conversation suggested that regardless of their success in drawing in Qi, these young people were ultimately destined for a grim fate. Initially, he had feared that Ian might have ulterior motives for those with cultivation potential, but it now seemed that even those without such gifts were not safe from his malevolence. Upon reflection, it was a logical conclusion. These young individuals have all practiced the technique of longevity, though they may not have succeeded. However, they possess knowledge of the method and key cultivation points. If these young people were to be released, it would inevitably lead to the leakage of the longevity technique. At that point, it is likely that someone among them would successfully cultivate their energy and become an immortal practitioner. The shadowy figure of Jean would naturally be averse to such a scenario, as it would unwittingly introduce competitors. The emergence of numerous immortal practitioners near Yinqing could pose a significant threat to Jean and the Tiansha gang's status and power in the region. Sing incautiously concealed himself behind a tree and listened for a while longer. After failing to glean any additional information, he quietly retreated without disturbing the 2 guards who were still engaged in idle chatter. Upon returning to his room, Sing realized he had to make a decision. He would seek out Jean the next day to reveal that he had successfully cultivated his energy. The following day, at the hour of Chun, Sing stood outside the courtyard with a group of young people, awaiting the arrival of Jean. Uncharacteristically, Jean arrived half an hour late, accompanied by Ernyo and Zhang Cheng. Ernyo appeared somewhat peculiar today. His steps were unsteady, and he seemed lethargic, his skin appearing somewhat loose, as if he had aged 30 years overnight. The once vibrant youth now bore the demeanor of a middle-aged man, and his face exhibited an unusual flush, akin to a convalescent who had overindulged in restorative tonics, unable to absorb the excess. What could have caused this sudden change? Had he encountered a setback in his training, resulting in a depletion of his vital energy? Sing Wen found himself perplexed by the situation, but resolved to adhere to his predetermined strategy and inform Jean of his successful energy cultivation. With only 3 days remaining in the month-long period, failure to cultivate his energy could spell dire consequences. From the current circumstances, it seemed that those who had successfully cultivated their energy did not appear to be in immediate danger. Sing Wen boldly approached Jean, bowing respectfully. Master Jean, I successfully cultivated my energy last night. Jean's eyes gleamed with intensity as he grasped Sing Wen's wrist. Instantly, Sing Wen felt a surge of warmth coursing through his wrist and into his body. This warmth was akin to the spiritual energy he had refined within himself, but was significantly more potent. An uneasy feeling washed over him. After secretly cultivating for over 20 days, his spiritual energy was undoubtedly stronger than that of a novice. He worried that Jean might perceive the discrepancy and question him about his concealment. Fortunately, Jean did not delve deeply into the strength of Sing Wen's internal energy, merely sensing its presence before withdrawing his hand. Sing Wen had just begun to cultivate his energy, and his internal force was still feeble. Jean was concerned that the overwhelming energy he infused could overpower Sing Wen's delicate state, resulting in irreparable harm. Jean's face displayed a look of admiration. You are quite remarkable. What is your name? Sing Wen. From this day forth, you are my third disciple. Come, sit beside your senior brothers. Thank you, master. Sing Wen took his seat next to Zhang Cheng. Both Zhang Cheng and Niu cast friendly glances in his direction. Both hailed from humble beginnings and were still youthful, their minds untainted by the malevolent influences of society, displaying genuine kindness toward their new junior brother. Half an hour later, Jean concluded his brief lecture for the day. As the month drew to a close, Jean's explanations had become increasingly cursory. Today, he spoke for half an hour solely due to Sing Wen's successful energy cultivation. In previous days, he had only granted about 15 minutes to the remaining disciples, having gradually lost hope in their potential. Sing Wen, come with me, Jean commanded, turning towards a small building at the foot of the mountain. Sing Wen, along with Zhang Cheng and Niu, hurried to follow, attracting envious gazes from the other young practitioners. Senior brother, I hope you will look after me in the future, Sing Wen whispered as he trailed behind Jean. Upon reaching the small building, Jean instructed Sing Wen, you will occupy the vacant room on the first floor. Devote yourself to your cultivation, and should you have any queries, do not hesitate to seek my guidance. Niu, accompany me to the second floor. The first floor was designated for the disciples, while the second floor served as Jean's cultivation space, where disciples were forbidden to enter without permission. Yes, master. The 3 disciples bowed in response. Niu ascended to the second floor with Jean. Junior brother, I will show you to your room, Zhang Cheng offered. Thank you, senior brother. The first floor housed only 3 rooms, and after Niu and Zhang Cheng claimed 2, only 1 room remained near the staircase. Once inside, Sing Wen was beset with numerous questions, particularly regarding Jean's temperament and daily habits. To survive and eventually escape, he needed to understand Jean as thoroughly as possible. However, now was not the opportune moment for inquiries. The wooden structure of the small building had poor sound insulation, and even a slight elevation in voice could alert Jean upstairs. Furthermore, given that Jean was a practitioner, his senses were far sharper than those of ordinary individuals. Directly probing Zhang Cheng would likely raise suspicions. Should Zhang Cheng report back, Sing Wen's efforts would be in vain. To ascertain information about Jean, he would need to adopt a more subtle approach. Given Niu's taciturn nature and the length of time he had spent with Jean, along with his unusual condition today, it became evident that Niu presented the best opportunity for inquiry. Chapter 7. Blood Chi Pill. While questions about Jean were off limits, Sing Wen could still inquire about the surrounding environment of the small building. Senior brother, what is cultivated in the fields outside? Those are spiritual herbs planted by master. It is said that proper utilization can enhance our cultivation. I noticed a cave at the foot of the mountain, which had a stone door in front of it. That cave is no ordinary cave. It is Master's alchemical chamber. Zhang Cheng explained to Sing Wen, adding a cautionary note. The fields and cave, including the second floor, are strictly off limits to us. Do not venture there without Master's permission. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. To maintain a respectable image and portray himself as an honest individual, Sing Wen refrained from asking further questions. After bidding farewell to Zhang Cheng amicably, he dedicated himself to cultivation. Life within the small building felt isolated from the world. Jean required no assistance from Song and the other two disciples. And time passed swiftly. Before long, 3 days had elapsed, marking the end of the month-long period. On that morning, Song awoke, preparing to head to the courtyard for his daily lessons. However, his senior brother Ernyo informed him, "Third junior brother, Master has instructed me to tell you and second junior brother that you need not attend early lessons in the courtyard from today onward." Upon hearing this, Song squinted, gazing distantly at the courtyard area, which was eerily empty of the usual crowd. Ernyo noticed Song's reaction and offered an explanation. "Master has dismissed them. They lack the affinity for immortality and cannot complete their energy cultivation. Remaining here has become meaningless." A chill crept into Song's heart, a cold sensation coursing through him, causing him to shudder involuntarily. These young individuals were likely not merely dismissed, but rather obliterated, vanishing forever from this world. Song forced a smile. "Thank you for informing me, senior brother. Otherwise, I might have made a futile trip." Although he masked his feelings well, the thought of over 100 teenagers perishing in such a manner made him feel nauseous and terrified. He could no longer endure staying in the small building. He yearned to distance himself from Jean and seek a moment of inner peace. "The morning air is pleasant. I think I will take a walk in the courtyard. I will accompany you. I have been cultivating for several days and find it rather monotonous." Ernyo remarked that he had spent most of his time on the second floor lately, unaware of what he and Jean were engaged in. Song Wen nodded, and the two of them walked towards the center of the courtyard. As they strolled, Song Wen inquired about Ernyo's family background. Without suspicion, Ernyo soon divulged his entire family situation. Born in a remote village, he was the eldest of 5 siblings, making a family of 7 that relied on 2 acres of barren land and hunting for sustenance, leading a life of extreme poverty. As the eldest son, he began accompanying his father on hunting trips and farm work at the tender age of 8. Due to the family's impoverished circumstances, he had no opportunity to learn to read, but the village's private tutor, moved by their plight, allowed Ernyo to audit classes for free, granting him the chance to acquire literacy. Once they had distanced themselves sufficiently from the small building, Song Wen shifted the topic and inquired about cultivation. "Senior brother, you have been cultivating the longest. Your cultivation level must be the highest among us 3. How is your progress now?" Ernyo hesitated momentarily, but eventually replied, "I'm already in the late stage of the first level of Qi training." Song Wen was taken aback, staring at Ernyo in disbelief. He was certain that his own talent surpassed Ernyo's, and yet he was still far from reaching the mid-stage of the first level, while Ernyo had already attained the late stage, which seemed utterly implausible. "How did you progress so quickly?" Ernyo's expression turned somewhat troubled. After a furtive glance around, he whispered, "My master forbids me from disclosing this, but he concocted a pill called Blood Qi pill that dramatically enhances one's cultivation after consumption. I took just one, and it propelled me directly from the early stage to the late stage of the first level." "Blood Qi pill?" Song Wen murmured under his breath, instantly recalling Ernyo's unusual condition from 3 days prior. He quietly asked, "Are there any side effects after taking the Blood Qi pill?" "The depletion is severe. On the day I took it, I felt as if I had aged decades in an instant," Ernyo replied candidly. After a brief pause, he continued, "However, my master has provided me with ample restorative herbs in the past few days, and I now feel that my body has fully recovered. Indeed, my master's methods are remarkable, allowing us to rapidly elevate our cultivation." He mentioned that if I reach the second level of Qi training, I will be appointed as the Hall Master of the Heavenly Evil Gang, and I will receive hundreds of taels of silver each month, which would greatly improve my family's living conditions. As Ernyo spoke, his face radiated respect for Ji-in and hope for the future. However, a chill crept into Song Wen's heart as he scrutinized Ernyo. Externally, there was no trace of the illness from 3 days ago. Yet Song Wen, lacking medical knowledge to discern any internal abnormalities, felt a growing wariness towards Ji-in. If the Blood Qi pill bore no other side effects, why would Ji-in offer it to others for free instead of using it himself? A sudden realization struck Song Wen. He understood Ji-in's elaborate scheme to recruit disciples. Ji-in was likely using them as test subjects for the pills. Those previous disciples had probably perished from excessive testing or had been eliminated by Ji-in once they lost their value. This elucidated Ji-in's incessant recruitment of disciples and explained the mysterious disappearances of his former apprentices, as well as the dread the Heavenly Evil Gang's members felt towards Ji-in's recruiting practices. A sense of impending crisis welled up within Song Wen. For Ernyo had commenced testing the pills 20 days after successfully channeling Qi into his body. Time was not on Song Wen's side. He could only hope that Aaron Nyo and Zhang Cheng could hold out a little longer to afford him a chance to escape. Upon returning to the small building, Song Wen resolved that he could no longer afford to wait. He must take the initiative. He needed to ascertain Ji Yin's daily routines to prepare for his escape. After observing for 3 days, it was evident that Ji Yin spent most of his time on the second floor, yet the specifics of his activities remained unclear. Whether he needed to sleep, and when he did so, was still a mystery. Standing at the base of the stairs leading to the second floor, Song Wen steadied his mind and ascended. "Master, are you inside? I have some questions regarding my cultivation that I wish to consult with you," he called out, simultaneously surveying his surroundings from the elevated vantage point. The small building was constructed against a mountain, with a sheer cliff rising several zhang to the west. Devoid of any vegetation and nearly impossible to climb. Above the cliff stood a towering mountain, thickly forested but steep and treacherous. The other 3 sides were enclosed by walls manned by guards, and even if one managed to breach the walls, it would still be within the territory of the Heavenly Evil Gang, where numerous members traversed, making escape through any of those routes exceedingly difficult. The only viable avenue for escape lay in scaling the mountain and fleeing the Heavenly Evil Gang. Suddenly, Ji Yin's low voice interrupted Song Wen's observations. "Come in." Upon pushing the door open, Song Wen found Ji Yin seated cross-legged on a mat, perusing a book. Not daring to let his gaze wander, Song Wen approached Ji Yin directly, bowed and greeted, "Disciple pays respects to master." Ji Yin nodded, "Yes, take a seat." Once Song Wen settled into a cross-legged position, Ji Yin continued, "What questions do you have regarding cultivation? Feel free to ask directly." "Master, I have recently noticed a slowdown in my cultivation progress and wish to inquire if you have any solutions. What seems to be the issue during your practice? When the spiritual energy enters my meridians and reaches my dantian, only a small portion is successfully refined, while the majority fails to remain." This concern was not a mere fabrication on Song Wen's part. It was a genuine experience he had encountered during his cultivation. Instead of providing a direct answer, Ji Yin posed a counter-question. "What is your understanding of entering the Niwen and descending to the chi cavity?" After a quarter of an hour of explanation from Ji Yin, Song Wen finally grasped the errors in his cultivation approach. Just as he was about to take his leave, his gaze fell upon the book in Ji Yin's hands. Sitting opposite Ji Yin, he was able to glimpse the title, A Detailed Guide to Low-Level Spiritual Herb Cultivation. The book appeared somewhat worn and incomplete, with only a few dozen pages of content. Noticing Song Wen's interest, Ji Yin remarked, "What, are you intrigued by this book?" Song Wen felt a wave of anxiety. He feared Ji Yin might discern his intentions. However, Ji Yin remained oblivious to such thoughts, casually stating, "If you wish to see it, I shall let you have a look." As he spoke, Ji Yin handed the book over. Upon receiving it, Song Wen's eyes fell upon the introduction and cultivation points of a spiritual herb called chickshueting, accompanied by illustrations. Chickshueting is a vine that thrives in warmth and sunlight, is drought-resistant, and despises water and cold. After a moment, Ji Yin asked, "What are your thoughts on cultivating chickshueting?" Having previously worked in a traditional Chinese medicine company, Song Wen possessed a certain degree of knowledge regarding herb cultivation. Drawing from his past experiences, he replied, "I believe chickshueting should be planted in a sunlit area, away from water sources, with soil that is loose and preferably sandy to facilitate drainage after rainfall. In our region, Yinqing winter is quite cold, so we need to provide insulation during the winter." Song Wen endeavored to present a compelling answer, thinking that if he demonstrated some special value, Ji Yin might refrain from sending him to test the pills. After listening to Song Wen's response, Ji Yin's eyes sparkled with approval as he nodded slightly. "I did not expect your cultivation aptitude to be lacking, yet you display some talent in the realm of spiritual herb cultivation." Ji Yin mused internally, having been stuck at the 3rd level of Qi training for several years without a breakthrough. The first 3 levels of Qi training are considered the initial stage, where practitioners are not significantly different from ordinary people, while the 4th level marks the transition into the intermediate stage of Qi training, where the separation between the mundane and the extraordinary gradually becomes evident. Ji Yin possessed 2 spells that required him to reach the intermediate stage of Qi training to practice. Moreover, of utmost significance, according to the insights gleaned from the depths of darkness, the spiritual energy cultivated through the longevity technique, while imbued with noble righteousness, lacks any attribute enhancements and is not adept in combat. Nevertheless, numerous practitioners, particularly those of inferior aptitude and wandering cultivators, have taken to this technique. This is partly due to its widespread dissemination and the ease with which one can acquire the method, and partly because of its alluring promise of longevity. It is said that a certain wandering cultivator, who mastered the longevity technique to the 9th level of Qi refinement, lived to the remarkable age of 180. It is well known that the lifespan of an ordinary person barely reaches a century, and during the qi refinement stage, a cultivator's physical body has yet to transcend the limits of mortality, with an average life expectancy rarely exceeding 120 years. Thus, the longevity achieved by this individual, extending life by a third, is merely a decade shy of the 240 to 250 years typical of those in the foundation establishment stage. This fact has inevitably drawn many cultivators who feel hopeless about reaching the foundation establishment stage to pursue this technique fervently. According to historical accounts, the first 3 levels of the longevity technique do not confer longevity benefits. It is only from the 4th level onward that such effects begin to manifest. This has made the practitioner, Jin, even more eager to break through the bottleneck of early qi refinement, as he believes that upon reaching the 4th level, he could potentially ascend to the 6th level within his lifetime, thereby allowing him to aspire to the later stages of qi refinement. The blood qi pill is a concoction designed to unleash the latent potential within an individual, assisting practitioners in overcoming their limitations. And it is a common breakthrough elixir among those of lesser aptitude during the qi refinement phase. After 2 years of arduous experimentation, Jin has finally managed to formulate the blood qi pill, albeit with trepidation regarding its consumption. Initially, he was merely a novice apothecary, but during a foray into the mountains for medicinal herbs, he stumbled upon the cave of a deceased wandering cultivator, where he discovered various legacies, including techniques, basic talisman crafting, the formula for the blood qi pill, and the cultivation of spiritual herbs, inadvertently embarking on his cultivation journey. Throughout his cultivation career, he encountered no other practitioners, relying solely on his own explorations. The blood qi pill he produced bore little resemblance to the description in the formula, and Jin, cautious by nature, refrained from consuming it. Thus, he devised a plan to find someone to test the pill. As he anticipated, after a year of trials, he had inadvertently caused the deaths of 7 disciples, all of whom suffered severe depletion of their vital energy, leading to various organs aging prematurely and ultimately resulting in their demise within a matter of days. Through continual refinement, Ernyo became the first to consume the blood qi pill without succumbing, igniting a flicker of hope in Jin. Previously, Jin had single-handedly managed the cultivation of spiritual herbs and the crafting of elixirs, resulting in an overwhelming workload. Observing Song Wen's recent performance, he contemplated training him specifically for the cultivation of spiritual herbs. With Ernyo's success, Jin felt that the successful formulation of the blood qi pill was within reach. And at this critical juncture, he did not wish to expend excessive energy on herb cultivation. Chapter 9. A Chance for Escape After a Brief Contemplation. Jin retrieved a small booklet from his robe and tossed it to Song Wen. This is a compilation of my insights on spiritual herb cultivation. Take it and study it carefully. From today onward, you shall be responsible for the eastern plot of spiritual field. If you manage it well, in half a month, the entire field will be entrusted to your care, and I shall reward you handsomely. The western field is planted with red arrow and yen flower, supplementary herbs for the blood qi pill, which can be found deep in the mountains of Yanqing, thus not considered rare. Jin felt assured handing it over to Song Wen. As for the promised rewards, Jin regarded them merely as a ruse. In his eyes, allowing Song Wen to live an additional 2 years was already a monumental favor. Thank you, Master. I shall do my utmost to cultivate them and live up to your expectations, Song Wen replied respectfully as he accepted the booklet. Exiting the 2nd floor with the 2 books, he was unsure whether this task was a boon or a bane. Let me focus on cultivating the spiritual herbs. Perhaps this will delay my need to test the pills, he mused inwardly. Upon returning to his quarters, Song Wen first perused the cultivation experiences recorded by Jin. Jin had cultivated a total of 8 spiritual herbs, all necessary for the blood qi pill. He then consulted the detailed guide to low-level spiritual herb cultivation, matching the 8 herbs with their respective methods, quietly pondering the cultivation techniques. With a foundational understanding now in place, Song Wen proceeded to the eastern herb field. This plot was modest in size, roughly half an acre. Jin had tended it well, with neatly arranged rows and sparse plantings of 30 red arrows and 30 yen flowers each. As Song Wen meticulously examined the spiritual herbs, he also pulled a few weeds. He cataloged each herb, recording their growth status and watering conditions in detail. After 10 days of diligent observation, Jin entrusted the entire herb field to Song Wen's stewardship, while he himself retreated into seclusion once again, determined to refine the blood qi pill anew. After repeatedly instructing Song Wen to care for the red blood vine, Jin entered his alchemical cave and sealed the stone door. The red blood vine was the primary ingredient for the blood chi pill and the most challenging spiritual herb to procure. Initially, he had enlisted the aid of the heavenly evil gang, scouring the vast expanse of the Qian kingdom before finally locating a 50-year-old red blood vine. Each time he concocted elixirs, he dared only to take a few branches, fearing it would hinder the herb's growth. From Ernyo, Song Wen learned that Ji-in would require over 10 days for each alchemical retreat, stirring a sense of excitement within him as he felt an opportunity for escape was drawing near. Discreetly, Song Wen entered a small wooden shed within the herb field, where tools for herb cultivation were stored. He rummaged through the shed, seeking any tools that might assist in his escape, but aside from the usual farming implements, he found nothing of use. However, he did uncover a 20-centimeter-long dagger. Sheathed in leather, the dagger emerged a deep black, its blade glinting with a chilling sharpness that was utterly captivating. What a fine blade, Song Wen thought to himself, gripping the hilt and striking it against a piece of wood, which promptly split under the force. His eyes sparkled with excitement. This dagger was undoubtedly a superb weapon for self-defense. Sliding the dagger into its sheath, he tucked it into his boot. After searching the shed once more and finding nothing else, Song Wen shouldered a hoe and exited. As he toiled in the herb field, his gaze frequently darted between the alchemical cave and the western cliff. The cliff, at its lowest point, stood 5 zhang tall, with its highest reaching over 10 zhang, entirely barren of trees or weeds, yet thick with damp moss. However, the abundance of moss made climbing significantly more difficult. Song Wen contemplated using tools to ascend, but he found no ropes within the courtyard, and crafting a ladder from wood would likely attract the attention of guards and Ernyo. Should I seek collaboration with Ernyo and Zhangqing? Yet I cannot ascertain their true intentions. Given their reverence for Ji-in, it would be exceedingly challenging to persuade them, and I may inadvertently expose myself. After enduring the lengthy wait for Ji-yin's retreat, a fleeting opportunity for escape had presented itself, yet he found himself hindered by the terrain, causing impatience to well up within him. His grip on the hoe faltered, nearly severing a spiritual herb instead of uprooting a weed. Realizing his impulsiveness, Song Wen understood that achieving great things necessitated ample patience. After calming his thoughts, he diligently resumed his work in the herb field. That night, Song Wen tossed and turned in bed, unable to find rest. Rising quietly, he crept outside. The moon hung bright amidst a scattering of stars, and the world was silent. His gaze fixated on the cliff as he pondered. He had not anticipated that this 5 zhang high precipice would become an impassable barrier to his escape. In a daze, he thought he perceived flickering lights atop the mountain. Are there people up there? He wondered, peering closer, and indeed, a cluster of firelight occasionally flickered into view at the summit. Could it be that members of the heavenly evil gang are stationed there? Song Wen seemed to have stumbled upon a piece of information that was decidedly unfavorable to him. Upon reflection, it was reasonable to assume that the heavenly kill gang had stationed guards atop the mountain. The gang had fortified their territory with formidable defenses, even constructing a rudimentary wall on the periphery, heavily guarded. There was no conceivable reason for them to neglect any precautions regarding this mountain. Furthermore, establishing sentries on the summit would facilitate surveillance over the entire Salt City, providing timely warning should a large army attempt to besiege the heavenly kill gang, thus ensuring a potential escape route for them. With these thoughts in mind, Song Wen decisively abandoned his plan to flee from the back mountain. With his current strength only slightly superior to that of an average person, it was undoubtedly improbable for him to navigate through the well-trained members of the Heavenly Kill Gang without being detected, especially considering the presence of formidable martial artists among them. Feeling somewhat despondent, Song Wen returned to his chamber, abandoning any thoughts of sleep and instead commencing his training. Only by amassing sufficient strength could he hope to escape from the clutches of the Heavenly Kill Gang. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. Through relentless dedication to his practice day and night, Song Wen had quietly advanced to the mid-stage of the first layer of qi cultivation. One day, while laboring in the herb field, he was suddenly taken aback as the stone door of the alchemical cave swung open, and the overly ambitious Ji-in emerged with an air of satisfaction. Song Wen's expression shifted, a wave of unease washing over him. It appeared that a new round of drug testing was about to commence, though he was left wondering who the subjects of this trial would be, and whether he would be summoned to partake. Chapter 10. Death. Upon exiting his retreat, Ji-in first inspected the spiritual field, expressing satisfaction with the growth of the spiritual herbs, commending the work done, and encouraging Song Wen to continue his efforts. After this display of feigned motivation, he departed the spiritual field, his mind now preoccupied with more pressing matters. This time, his alchemical endeavor had been remarkably successful, yielding 2 pills from a single batch, a groundbreaking achievement indicating a significant enhancement in his alchemical skills. Consequently, he was filled with confidence regarding the blood chi pills he had concocted, convinced that he had truly created authentic blood chi pills this time. Enyu, Zhangqing, join me on the 2nd floor. I have prepared something special for you, Ji-in called out loudly, not waiting for a response before ascending the stairs. Zhang Cheng was the first to open the door, eagerly making his way upstairs. Having endured Ji Yin's seclusion for so long, he anticipated that his master intended to bestow upon him a pill to elevate his strength. Ji Yin had previously promised that upon reaching the 2nd layer of qi cultivation, he would grant Zhang Cheng a vacation to visit his family. The thought of being able to walk among others as a core member of the Heavenly Kill Gang while receiving a handsome monthly stipend filled him with excitement. When he finally appeared before his parents, relatives, and neighbors, he would truly be returning in triumph, bringing honor to his family. With such thoughts invigorating him, Zhang Qing quickened his pace towards the 2nd floor. Aaron Yo, moving more cautiously, hesitated momentarily after opening the door. The memories of his last experience with the pill loomed large in his mind. Although he had gained substantial power from it, he had narrowly escaped with his life. Had it not been for Ji Yin's generous supply of restorative medicine, he doubted he would have survived 3 days. The prospect of having to consume the blood chi pill again so soon filled him with dread. Despite his awareness of the pill's side effects, the honest Aaron Yo did not overthink it. He had never considered that his revered master, whom he regarded as a second father, would endanger his life. Ultimately, Aaron Yo mustered the courage to ascend the stairs. Here, these are the pills I have refined for you. Consuming them will greatly enhance your cultivation. You shall take the pills in my chamber and immediately begin to refine their energy. I will stand by to protect you, Ji Yin instructed. Thank you, master, Zhang Cheng replied, brimming with enthusiasm and gratitude. He swiftly swallowed the pill. After a moment's hesitation, Aaron Yo, lacking the resolve to question Ji Yin, followed suit and consumed his pill as well. Shortly thereafter, vapor began to rise from above the heads of the two, and expressions of agony surfaced on their faces. Endure. Continue to refine your energy. Interrupting now would nullify your efforts, preventing any enhancement and possibly leading to a regression in your cultivation, Ji Yin admonished sharply. Hearing this, the two gritted their teeth and persevered. Their body temperatures surged, their skin reddening as if they were being boiled like river shrimp. Observing their reactions, Ji Yin felt a pang of unease. Suddenly, Aaron Yo let out a blood-curdling scream before collapsing backward, his body convulsing. As if triggered by a chain reaction, Zhang Cheng followed suit, falling unconscious. What has happened? Ji Yin's face twisted with panic and disbelief. He could sense the chaotic energy within the two, along with the rapid depletion of their blood essence. While their cultivation had indeed seen a significant boost, it came at the cost of an alarming rate of blood essence consumption, even more so than with previous pills. Though Aaron Yo and Zhang Cheng lay unconscious, the blood chi pills continued to exert their effects. Their vitality drained at a swift pace, transforming into spiritual energy. However, as they were not circulating their energy, this spiritual energy became uncontrollable, beginning to dissipate into the surroundings, gradually increasing the concentration of spiritual energy within the room. As their essence continued to diminish, their physical states visibly deteriorated. Their skin grew loose, wrinkles spreading across their bodies, and Aaron Yo, the second test subject, developed age spots. Their breaths weakened, and it became apparent that their time was running short. Ji Yin's expression darkened. He had failed once more, this time resulting in the loss of 2 subjects. In hindsight, he should have only tested 1 person. Regret flickered within him. Moments later, Ji Yin composed himself, his gaze hardening. It seemed he would have to resort to using that outsider for the next test. Initially, he had hoped to spare him for a while longer, but fate had other plans. Selecting new test subjects needed to be prioritized. If he encountered another shortage like the last, it would pose a significant problem. Ji Yin opened the door and stepped outside, not glancing back at the two who were still weakly struggling on the floor. Meanwhile, Song Wen, who had been observing from the 2nd floor, locked eyes with Ji Yin as he emerged. An instinctual fear gripped him, akin to being preyed upon by a beast, as if he were about to be consumed. Could it be that the two had perished during the trial, and now Ji Yin's attention had shifted to him? With trepidation swirling within him, Song Wen maintained a facade of calm, turning his focus back to his labor in the herb field. Throughout the day, he remained vigilant, hoping to witness Aaron Yo and Zhang Cheng emerge from the 2nd floor alive. However, after a prolonged wait, the 2nd floor remained eerily silent. It was not until the evening that 2 members of the Heavenly Kill Gang ascended the stairs, each carrying a large burlap sack as they exited the courtyard. Song Wen's heart sank as he realized that Aaron Yo and Zhang Cheng had likely met their demise. He was probably next in line to be tested. That night, he found himself unable to sleep once more, the count of sleepless nights now lost to him. The following day, Ji-in sought out Song Wen, informing him that he would once again enter seclusion and instructed him to tend to the herb field. After respectfully seeing Ji-in off, Song Wen felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. He understood that the 10 days of Ji-yin's alchemical retreat represented his last opportunity for escape. He could no longer afford to remain passive, resolute in his determination to attempt an escape from the back mountain that very night. Song Wen's focus on tending to the herb field waned. He scoured the tool shed for a hatchet and selected 4 small trees positioned away from the walls. His plan was to fell these trees after dark, binding them together to create a makeshift ladder for scaling the cliff. Since he was alone in the courtyard and the guards were stationed outside, he believed that as long as he remained cautious while chopping wood, he would not draw their attention. Moreover, he has now attained the initial stage of mid-level strength, with significant enhancements in both power and agility. There still remains a considerable chance of escape. Chapter 11. Testing the medicine. Just as Song Wen felt everything was in place, awaiting the complete darkness of night. 4 members of the Tian Sha gang entered the courtyard and took residence in the small building, 2 of whom stationed themselves directly outside his door. This sudden turn left Song Wen utterly dumbfounded. Had Ji-in sensed his intent to flee? It seemed impossible. He had been so adept at concealing his intentions that he should not have been exposed. With the chance of escape extinguished, Song Wen paced anxiously within the confines of his room, plagued by restlessness and unease. No matter how he pondered, he could not fathom how Ji-in had discovered his intentions. In truth, Ji-in had not detected Song Wen's desire to escape. It was merely his cautious nature that led him to worry that Song Wen, left alone, might venture to the 2nd floor and seize his secrets and techniques, inadvertently thwarting Song Wen's escape plan. The following days were spent in anxiety for Song Wen. Whenever he contemplated taking a desperate gamble, risking discovery by the guards as he attempted to scale the cliff, the formidable figures of the 4 guards and their steel blades jolted him back to reality. He noticed that the once quiet guest quarters had become lively again, with young individuals being ushered into the rooms, subsequently detained as they awaited Ji-yin's emergence to impart cultivation techniques. 10 days later, Ji-in finally emerged from seclusion, radiating confidence in the pills he had concocted. Song Wen, accompany your master to the 2nd floor, he commanded. Upon seeing Ji-in appear before him, Song Wen's expression soured. He was at a loss as to how to resist. It felt as if, since his encounter with Go Hang, he had become a piece of meat on the chopping block, devoid of any capability to fight back. After a moment of hesitation, Song Wen followed Ji-in upstairs. Consume this pill, and it will greatly enhance your cultivation. Once you break through to the 2nd level, you will join the core members of the Tian Sha gang and enjoy unrestricted access. Ji-in tempted, seducing him with the prospect of power. At this juncture, the situation had escalated to a threat against Song Wen's very life, and his fade crumbled. He glared at Ji-in with a heart full of animosity, yearning to strike him squarely in the face. Yet he knew he was no match for Ji-in. If he provoked him, he might meet the same fate as the chubby boy from before, receiving a yellow talisman from Ji-in, ultimately reduced to ashes like those of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Weakness is the original sin. At that moment, Song Wen comprehended this statement with stark clarity. A cold smirk crept across Ji-yin's face. I did not expect there to be a clever one among my disciples. It appears you have unraveled the truth. However, I advise you not to resist. Obediently consume the pill, and as long as you survive, I shall indeed grant you freedom. With a clatter, a small token, the size of an infant's palm, was tossed to the ground. This is my token. With it, you may enter and exit any place within the Tian Sha gang freely. Song Wen glanced at the token on the ground and then at the pill in Ji-yin's hand. After much contemplation, he accepted the pill and picked up the token. He hoped that his master would keep his word. Lacking strength, he had no choice but to gamble on fortune. When Aaron Yo had tested the medicine for the first time, he had not perished. Do not worry, I am a man of my word. You have seen that new disciples have arrived. As long as you survive this trial, I shall no longer need to seek you out in the future. You simply need to take good care of the medicinal fields, Ji-in assured. Yet, the thought of being summoned for another trial in the future troubled Song Wen. If he could survive this immediate crisis, he must find a way to escape. Song Wen settled into a cross-legged position, tilting his head back to swallow the pill while simultaneously channeling his energy to absorb the pill's potency. As the pill entered his abdomen, it transformed into waves of heat, causing Song Wen's body temperature to rise sharply. The warmth coursed through his meridians, flowing throughout his entire being. Simultaneously, he felt his vitality rapidly depleting, his complexion paling to a ghostly hue. While cultivating, Song Wen distinctly sensed the heat within his meridians being refined by the eternal life technique, ultimately converging in his dantian, augmenting his spiritual power. However, the extensive loss of vitality left him feeling weak, as if ravaged by numerous women. He felt that even sitting cross-legged on the ground was a struggle, a compelling urge to lie down and rest tugging at him. He could not afford to lie down. If he ceased his cultivation, the medicinal energy would not be refined and would swiftly consume his life force, leading to a quicker demise. Ji Yin's voice echoed in his ears, and with no alternative, Song Wen had no choice but to trust Ji Yin's words. After all, Ji Yin did not wish for him to fail. Gritting his teeth, Song Wen persevered. Just when he sensed that his vitality was nearly depleted and he could no longer hold on, an inexplicable surge of mysterious energy emerged within him, appearing suddenly and without warning. It was as if, under immense physical strain, a unique aspect of his being had been activated. At that moment, Song Wen was entirely focused, harnessing this newfound power to swiftly refine the medicinal potency. Ji Yin, observing Song Wen's reaction to the medicine, wore a look of astonishment. Despite the severe depletion of Song Wen's vitality, he had shown no signs of physical deterioration, and now he was on the verge of completely refining the medicinal energy. From the current situation, it appeared Song Wen would certainly survive. Ji Yin's eyes sparkled with excitement. He felt that success was within reach. Half an hour later, Song Wen concluded his meditation, having fully refined the medicinal energy. Exhausted, he opened his eyes to find Ji Yin extending a hand, holding another black pill. Before Song Wen could respond, Ji Yin had already placed the pill into his mouth. You need not worry excessively. This pill is the 7-day heartbreak pill of the Tiansha gang. As long as you take an antidote every 7 days, this pill will have no adverse effects on you. Under Ji Yin's explanation, Song Wen, in a state of extreme weakness, was powerless to resist, and the pill was consumed. The die was cast, and resistance was futile. Song Wen had no choice but to accept the bitter reality of swallowing poison and being under Ji Yin's control. Half an hour later, having regained some strength, Song Wen rose to his feet, leaning against the wall as he descended to the first floor and returned to his room. Throughout the ordeal, he realized his body had been utterly depleted. Merely walking required all his strength, his legs trembling uncontrollably, reminiscent of someone pampered by numerous wealthy women. Once settled on the bed, Song Wen began to reflect on the mysterious energy that had unexpectedly manifested at a critical moment. Had it not been for this enigmatic force, he believed he would likely have met the same fate as Ernyo and Zhang Cheng. Now, as he attentively searched his entire being, he could find no trace of the mysterious energy, as if it had been entirely consumed. Chapter 12. Bewitching Hearts. In the following 2 days, Song Wen noticed a substantial improvement in his meals. Ginseng, Cotinopsis, astragalus, and other precious herbs graced each meal, accompanied by various nourishing soups and medicines. By the following morning, Song Wen's body had largely recovered, though he still felt a slight weakness in his lower back. It seemed that youth often leads one to squander vitality heedlessly. At merely a decade of life, he had yet to experience the embrace of passion and was already feeling depleted. Such a pity. Feeling dejected, Song Wen rose early that day. He planned to venture outside. Ji Yin had granted him a token, and he intended to make use of it. Having been confined within the courtyard for 2 months, it was high time he explored the world beyond. As he stepped out of his room, he noticed that the guest quarters were once again filled with dozens of young men and women. Alas, how had he found himself in such a world devoid of basic rights? As Song Wen traversed the guest quarters towards the main gate of the courtyard, a voice suddenly called out to him from behind. Song Wen, where are you going? It was Ji Yin's voice. He was preparing to instruct the newcomers on how to cultivate the eternal life technique. Song Wen found himself at a loss for words, encountering Ji Yin early in the morning. However, with his life in the hands of the other, he had no choice but to comply. Walking respectfully to Ji Yin's side and saying, Master, I wish to take a stroll outside. Ji Yin nodded with a benevolent expression and replied, a walk would be beneficial. He then turned to address the group of young people, proclaiming loudly, This is Song Wen, my eldest disciple, who has been training under my guidance for 2 months. If you all diligently cultivate, you too can become my direct disciples like Song Wen. In time, with your mastery of celestial arts, you shall rise above the ordinary and enjoy wealth and prestige. Jin's impassioned speech stirred the young crowd, filling them with fervor. Meanwhile, Song Wen felt somewhat bemused, realizing he had become a mere tool for Ji Yin's persuasion. Come now, say a few words to your future junior brothers and sisters. Ji Yin instructed Song Wen. Despite his reluctance, for the sake of his own life, Song Wen dared not openly defy Ji Yin. He managed to put on a warm smile and address the assembly. Dear junior brothers and sisters, I hope you will earnestly follow our master in your cultivation. Once you successfully draw energy into your bodies, you will transform like carp leaping over the dragon gate, becoming dragons in times of challenge. To train alongside our master is a blessing earned through countless lifetimes, your best opportunity to alter your fate. I urge you to cherish this moment and not let it slip away. Meanwhile, Song Wen silently thought, forgive me, dear friends, but I hope you draw energy into your bodies swiftly, as it would lessen my chances of being sent to test the poison. Very well. Ji Yin nodded in satisfaction. Well said. Here, take this token. You may withdraw 500 taels of silver each month from the treasury. Song Wen bowed and replied, thank you, master. I shall take my leave. With that, he made his way to the courtyard gate. Armed with Ji Yin's token, Song Wen encountered no obstacles and was met with profound respect from most individuals he passed. After asking for directions multiple times, he arrived at the Tiansha gang's treasury with ease. He had no intention of being frugal. He withdrew the maximum amount of silver available. 400 tael notes, 9 10-tael notes, and an additional 10 taels in small coins were handed to him. 500 taels of silver was undeniably a substantial sum in the current Qian kingdom, sufficient for a typical family of 3 to live for a month. With this fortune in hand, Song Wen stepped out of the Tiansha gang feeling buoyant. The streets of Yinqing were bustling with activity, the lively crowd adding to the vibrant atmosphere. As he strolled, he indulged in various street delicacies, finding his appetite notably increased since beginning his cultivation. Along the way, he encountered numerous street performers, unfamiliar to him as a traveler from another time, and he paused to watch their acts, occasionally tossing them some coins, which encouraged the performers to give their all. Throughout the morning, Song Wen meandered through Yinqing, nearly traversing half the city. After casually dining at a street stall, he entered a medical hall. Though it seemed he was merely wandering, he was secretly noting the locations of several prominent medical establishments, intending to inquire about the 7-day heartbreak pill. Concerned about being followed by Ji Yin's subordinates, he hesitated to enter any medical hall recklessly. After a morning of observation, he was confident there were no tales before he finally stepped inside a medical hall named Xinglin Hall. He approached an elderly man with graying hair and inquired, esteemed doctor, I have been poisoned. Might you assist me in finding an antidote? The elder nodded, instructing, extend your left hand. I shall take your pulse. Song Wen complied without hesitation. After a moment of examination, the elder frowned and said, now, let me see your right hand. After assessing the pulse in both hands, as well as examining Song Wen's tongue and the whites of his eyes, he concluded, from what I observe, you appear to have recently suffered significant blood loss, leading to a severe deficiency in vitality, but I see no signs of poisoning. Disappointed, Song Wen insisted, esteemed doctor, I implore you to examine me again. I'm certain I have been poisoned. The elder replied, in my decades of practice, I have treated countless poisoned individuals, yet I see no signs of such affliction in you. If you truly are poisoned, perhaps only a renowned physician can aid you. Song Wen, upon hearing this, thought to himself that indeed the antidote for the 7-day heartbreak pill would not be easily found. He subsequently visited 5 more medical halls, all of which echoed the same conclusion. No signs of poisoning were found. This left him feeling disheartened. It seemed that to find an antidote, he would have to delve into the inner workings of the Tiansha gang. He recalled Ji Yin mentioning, almost inadvertently, that the poison originated from the Tiansha gang when he had been forced to take the 7-day heartbreak powder. As the sun began to set, casting a crimson glow across the sky, Song Wen walked the streets with a heavy heart. Suddenly, 2 elegantly dressed women, their attire revealing much, blocked his path. Come play with us, dear sir, they cooed, intertwining their arms with his, their alluring forms brushing against him. Song Wen felt a surge of temptation, but soon realized the precariousness of his condition. Even if he entered such an establishment, he would be utterly powerless to partake in any revelry. With a sudden burst of resolve, he broke free from their grasp, hastily explaining, perhaps another time. Observing his retreating figure, one of the women scoffed, humph, looks good but is useless. So young yet so weak, what a waste of a handsome facade. Leaving the establishment, Song Wen noted the setting sun and realized it was time to return. Since the medical halls in the city could not provide an antidote, he would have to return to the Tiansha gang, where perhaps a glimmer of hope remained. He feared that after dark, the nefarious elements of Yinqing would emerge, and wandering the streets could lead to danger. Currently situated in the northern part of the city, with the Tian Sha gang located in the south, he knew he needed to traverse the entirety of Yinqing to return. Since successfully drawing energy into his body, his cognitive abilities had significantly improved. He mentally mapped out the layout of Yinqing and the route he had taken that day, quickly identifying the shortest way back. During the day, he had stuck to the main roads, but now, to expedite his return, he would have to navigate some narrow alleys. As twilight descended and visibility diminished, Song Wen approached the Tian Sha gang's quarters, needing only to cross a narrow alleyway before entering the main road ahead, which would lead him swiftly to his destination. The alley before him was deserted, and a foul-smelling ditch lined one side. Halfway through, he suddenly spotted two figures ahead, one tall and one short. Perhaps a father and son, he thought. The light was too dim to discern their features, and without further thought, he continued on his way. After consuming the blood chi pill, he had ascended to the late stage of the first layer. Although he had never practiced any techniques or spells and could not unleash his true potential, his innate spiritual energy rendered him a formidable opponent against ordinary individuals. As the distance between them narrowed to approximately 10 paces, Song Wen gradually discerned the general appearances of the two figures, a robust man accompanied by a child of about 10 years old. The man's muscles were exceedingly developed, straining against his robe. Could he be one of those martial artists rumored to practice external martial arts? Having spent over 2 months in this world, Song Wen had begun to grasp its martial dynamics. He had previously witnessed the external practitioners of the Tian Sha gang effortlessly lift massive stones and shatter them with a single blow. The diminutive child, however, instilled a sense of vigilance within Song Wen. This child was unmistakably the same little beggar who had once vied with him for a bun and had been injured by Song Wen's kick. At that moment, the child recognized Song Wen as well and, filled with hatred, tugged at the robust man's arm, exclaiming, "Brother Biao, this is the brat who hurt me last time, leaving me bedridden for over a month." Brother Biao's fury ignited instantly. He commanded a total of 12 small beggars, relying on their pitiful earnings for his daily sustenance. This particular boy was his most adept beggar and also assisted him in managing the others. To evoke pity and garner more coins, Brother Biao had intentionally maimed the other children, ensuring they were less able to fend for themselves. During the boy's recuperation, Brother Biao's income had drastically declined, leaving him unable to purchase the 6-flavor Romania pills he desperately needed. His own wife had begun to suspect he was consorting with another woman and had grown indifferent to him. Recently, Brother Biao had even noticed his wife exchanging flirtatious glances with the old Wang next door. The thought that both he and his brother might suffer the repercussions of his infidelity gnawed at him. After all, it was only natural for him to care for his brother's wife, given that his brother was often away. Even if his wife were to bear his child, it would still be of his blood. But if she were to become entangled with the old Wang, it would feel as if his own cabbage had been devoured by someone else's pig. The source of all his grievances lay before him, this very boy. Brother Biao's anger boiled over as he glared menacingly at Song Wen, growling, "You dare to lay a hand on my people? You must be tired of living." Before he could finish his sentence, Brother Biao clenched his enormous fist and brought it crashing down. Initially startled by Brother Biao's ferocious assault, Song Wen quickly regained his composure. Despite the man's intimidating presence, he exuded no real threat, attacking with sheer brute force rather than any discernible technique. However, the man's strength was formidable, and should that punch land, Song Wen would surely face severe injury. He crouched low, skillfully evading Brother Biao's blow. Simultaneously, he reached into his boot, retrieving the dagger he had acquired from the tool shed in the medicinal garden. With a swift push-off, he lunged forward, crashing into Brother Biao's embrace. The dagger found its mark, plunging directly into Brother Biao's chest. The execution of this lethal maneuver was fluid, devoid of hesitation. By the time the dagger pierced Brother Biao's heart, he had yet to comprehend what had transpired. Hot blood streamed from the wound, draining him of strength and resolve. Brother Biao's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a mixture of shock and horror. The darkness of the evening obscured his understanding of Song Wen's swift action. "You!" he attempted to utter, but found himself rendered mute. In stark contrast to Brother Biao's impending demise, Song Wen's eyes sparkled with a manic intensity reminiscent of a psychopath in the throes of murder, his inner turmoil momentarily satiated. Of course, Song Wen was not a psychopath. The instant the dagger embedded itself in Brother Biao's body, he felt a surge of warmth coursing through him, replenishing the vitality he had sacrificed to the blood chi pill. His waning energy was instantly revitalized, rejuvenating his body. Every cell in his being rejoiced, and even his spirit soared with exhilaration. This sensation was exquisite, transcendent, and intoxicating, rendering him utterly enraptured. Meanwhile, Brother Biao's once mighty physique shrank and withered, as the water content that constituted a significant portion of his body evaporated within mere breaths. In an instant, he was reduced to a desiccated husk. His robe hung loosely upon his cadaver, ill-fitting and slack. "Brother Biao, you must teach this boy a lesson. Kill him," the little beggar cried from behind Brother Biao, oblivious to the unfolding horror. Upon witnessing Brother Biao's ghastly state, he finally grasped the gravity of the situation. His once vibrant form was now shriveled and yellowed, resembling a corpse long untouched by decay. "Ah, a ghost! A blood-sucking demon!" The child, paralyzed with fear, collapsed to the ground, scrambling backward in terror. His shrieks jolted Song Wen from his stupor, and he too was momentarily taken aback by Brother Biao's fate. After a brief lapse in concentration, he coldly regarded the fleeing child. He could not allow this boy to escape. The secret of his ability to kill and absorb blood must remain concealed. Recalling the peculiar energy that had surged within him during his consumption of the blood chi pill, Song Wen was convinced that he harbored a significant and terrifying secret that must never be exposed. With a powerful leap, he seized the child by the nape of his neck. "No, please spare me," the child pleaded desperately. Yet, Song Wen remained unmoved, his heart as cold as stone, devoid of compassion for the boy's youth. This little beggar exhibited none of the innocence typical of children. Instead, he radiated malice and ferocity. Allowing the child to escape would undoubtedly create a perilous liability for him. Without mercy, the dagger plunged into the child's heart, extinguishing his brief existence. Once again, Song Wen absorbed the essence of life, transforming the child into yet another lifeless body. With the recent consumption of both a robust adult and a spirited child, Song Wen felt overwhelmed by the influx of vitality. It was akin to a famished individual overindulging, leaving him feeling uncomfortably full. His muscles quivered uncontrollably, and his mind felt hazy, akin to the sensation of inebriation, as if he were treading upon clouds, an experience that felt surreal. Even the scant spiritual energy within him bubbled and roiled, as if he had taken a stimulant. After considerable effort, he managed to regain a semblance of composure as he gazed down at the two lifeless forms, contemplating how to dispose of them, leaving them would likely incite panic among the townsfolk and attract the attention of the authorities. If someone were to trace the events back to him, he could find himself branded as a malevolent spirit and face the dire consequence of being publicly executed. He had to obliterate the evidence. Gritting his teeth against the discomfort in both body and mind, Song Wen scanned his surroundings, relieved to find no signs of life. For now, he remained undetected. He attempted to channel his spiritual energy, delivering a powerful punch onto the small beggar's lifeless body. After losing its vital blood, the corpse had become exceedingly brittle, and with one strike, Song Wen shattered the beggar's head. The fragmented skull turned into a heap of grayish-white flesh, devoid of any trace of blood. A glimmer of realization sparked in Song Wen's eyes. The obliterated head was now scarcely recognizable as human. Grasping the two dry corpses, he approached the stinking ditch at the alley's edge, raining down punches upon the remains. Soon, both corpses were reduced to mere fragments, which Song Wen unceremoniously discarded into the foul waters. He then collected the beggar's shattered cranium and scattered the pieces into the ditch as well. Having completed this grim task, he hastily exited the alley. As he stepped onto the main road, he realized that the exhilaration coursing through his body and the ethereal sensation in his mind had intensified. The earlier tension while dealing with the corpses had masked his discomfort, but now it surged forth in an overwhelming wave. Song Wen felt as though he could hardly control his body. Even walking in a straight line had become a challenge. Gritting his teeth, he staggered back to the Tiansha gang. After a laborious return to his room, he immediately sought to cultivate and alleviate the unease within him. However, he discovered that the tumultuous energy within him and his disoriented mental state rendered him incapable of achieving tranquility for meditation. With no other recourse, he lay down on his bed, waiting for his body to recover naturally. To his surprise, he soon drifted into a deep slumber, awakening only the following morning. On the morning of the next day, the discomfort in both body and mind had noticeably diminished. Nevertheless, he still felt an abundance of energy surging within him, as if it were eager to escape. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed at his door. "Young Master Song, breakfast is ready," came the voice of Aunt Shun, the servant. It seemed that during the previous night, as his body absorbed and digested the vital energy, it had simultaneously depleted a considerable amount of energy, leaving Song Wen feeling insatiably hungry, as if he could devour an entire cow. He promptly rose from his bed and opened the door, only to find a middle-aged woman holding a food box, waiting outside. Her gaze, lowered, inadvertently fell upon Song Wen's waist, and for a moment, she appeared somewhat dazed. Accepting the food box, Song Wen expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Aunt Chun. I am rather hungry today. Could you please bring me 2 more portions?" "No. Make that 5 servings of breakfast." Aunt Chun was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond until he closed the door. A faint blush crept across her cheeks as she murmured, "Not too young, yet quite well endowed, and a hearty appetite. Indeed, youth is a blessing." Since he had begun channeling energy into his body, Song Wen's senses had sharpened considerably, and he overheard Aunt Chen's whispered musings with perfect clarity. Casting a glance downward, he realized that indeed, he was quite well endowed. After finishing the 6 servings of breakfast Aunt Chun had brought him, he finally felt a sense of fullness. He opened the door and stepped outside, entering the medicinal garden to tend to the herbs, also serving as a means to digest his meal. Simultaneously, he contemplated the process of absorbing the vital blood of the 2 individuals from the previous night. Upon introspection, he discovered that his previously severely depleted energy had been completely replenished. As for the excess energy from last night, its whereabouts remained a mystery, as he could no longer sense it. He also noticed a slight enhancement in his physical form, though the improvement was minor and not immediately apparent. Yet he could distinctly feel it. Furthermore, his mental clarity seemed to have improved, granting him a clearer understanding of his cultivation techniques. Could it be that he had absorbed not only their vital blood, but something else as well? What was the origin of his body's devouring ability? Was this the long-awaited boon of a traveler, the coveted golden finger? With his keen intellect, Song Wen swiftly recognized that this devouring ability might assist him in overcoming his current predicament. If harnessed correctly, he stood a significant chance of outsmarting Ji-yin. As this thought crossed his mind, his spirits lifted. What he had failed to notice all along was that he felt no discomfort from taking lives. Rather, he harbored a subtle anticipation for the prospect of killing again to absorb blood. Chapter 15. Encounter with the dog master on the 2nd floor of the small building. Ji-yin stepped out of his room, prepared to give the young man in the guest room a morning lesson. He happened to catch sight of Song Wen busily tending to the medicinal fields. Observing Song Wen's robust energy state, Ji-yin's spirits soared. Clearly, the last batch of pills had been a resounding success. This young man had recovered remarkably quickly. I must promptly commence the preparation of a new batch of pills. He mused to himself, feeling elated. Unable to contain his joy, he called out, "Song Wen, it seems your recovery is quite impressive. This brings me great comfort. Make sure to take some time to walk outside. It will significantly benefit your health." Without waiting for a response, Ji-yin departed with a light-hearted step. Watching Ji-yin retreat, Song Wen felt a twinge of curiosity. What had caused the old man to be so exuberant today? After finishing his chores in the medicinal fields, as the sun reached its zenith, Song Wen felt a renewed pang of hunger. After freshening up, he left the Tian Sha gang. Seeing a glimmer of hope, he was in good spirits and decided to treat himself. The Tian Sha gang wielded immense power in Yen City, with countless aspects of daily life intertwined with its influence. Particularly, the shops near Tian Sha gang were largely under its control. Preferring to avoid dining within the gang's territory, he made his way directly to a small roadside stall. The stall was quite modest, merely a makeshift structure with 3 tables set out on the street. It offered a selection of boiled meats that appeared quite appetizing. Business was slow at the stall, with all 3 tables vacant. Song Wen casually chose a seat and sat down. The stall was operated by a young couple. The husband was busy preparing ingredients while the wife was cleaning the tables. Upon noticing a customer, the young woman hastened her movements and asked, "What would you like to eat?" "More meat, 2 stir-fried dishes, and a large bowl of noodles," Song Wen replied. "Certainly. Please wait a moment," said the young woman, her face lighting up at his order. With 5 family members to support, including her parents and a 3-year-old child, they relied solely on the meager income from this stall. Business was poor, and they lived a frugal life. From Song Wen's attire, it was evident that he was not lacking in wealth. Moreover, judging by the way he ordered, he seemed quite generous, likely to bring in a decent profit. The couple busied themselves. The young woman sliced the marinated meat while her husband stoked the fire to prepare the stir-fry. Before long, the young woman returned with 2 plates of marinated meat. "Here you go, sir. Please enjoy while I finish the rest." The marinated meat was delectable, and Song Wen quickly polished off the 2 plates. Just then, the young woman returned with a tray, bearing noodles and stir-fried dishes. "Another 2 plates of marinated meat," he requested. "Of course, sir," she replied, placing the noodles and stir-fried dishes down with a smile. before stepping away. As Song Wen savored his meal, 3 men arrived at the stall and occupied the vacant table beside him. Since Song Wen sat with his back to them, he did not see their faces and paid them little mind, assuming they were just ordinary passersby. The trio ordered some marinated meat and other dishes, and soon the young woman served them. They ate voraciously, swiftly clearing their table. "Burp! Let's go," one of them exclaimed, standing up. The other 2 followed suit and began to leave. Noticing that the men were finished and preparing to depart, the young woman wiped her hands on her apron and stepped forward with a smile. "Excuse me, gentlemen, your total comes to 142 copper coins." The leading man exhibited no intention of spending money, his gaze filled with ill intent as he scrutinized the young woman, particularly her ample bosom, before finally resting on her delicate features. "Ah, this young lady possesses quite an appealing appearance," he remarked, eliciting light-hearted laughter from his 2 companions. "Dog Master has a discerning eye. Indeed, she has a certain charm. Young lady, why not accompany our Dog Master? We guarantee you a life of luxury, free from the harsh elements and the indignities of such a lowly existence." Originally engrossed in his meal, Song Wen turned upon hearing the term Dog Master, and upon recognizing the trio as Go Hang and his 2 subordinates, a surge of anger welled within him. Had it not been for Dog Master's deceit, he would never have joined the Tiansha gang, nor fallen into the clutches of the extreme Yin, nor succumbed to the poison of the 7-day heartbreak powder. Go Hang noticed Song Wen's gaze and turned to him, failing to immediately recognize him, though he felt a vague sense of familiarity. Song Wen, having significantly improved his appearance since becoming the personal disciple of the extreme Yin, no longer resembled his former disheveled self. Meanwhile, the young woman, panic-stricken by the lewd remarks, hurriedly retreated behind her husband, who shielded her with a forced smile. The vendor, attempting to appease the trio, remarked that his wife was not worthy of their attention as she was rather unattractive. Go Hang, now focused on the vendor's words, ceased his interest in Song Wen. With a menacing expression, he declared, "Understand this. I am a member of the Tiansha gang. It is already a favor to you that I grace your roadside stall with my presence, and you dare to demand money from me?" The vendor's face fell. 142 copper coins was a considerable sum for his impoverished family, enough to sustain them for several days. Yet, the situation compelled him to bow his head. "I wouldn't dare. Please take your time." Go Hang, with a dismissive glance, acknowledged the vendor's submission. As Go Hang and his companions prepared to leave, Song Wen's icy stare remained fixed upon them. Apart from the extreme Yin, Go Hang was the person he despised most. Now that he had the backing of the extreme Yin, though merely for the purpose of testing drugs, he felt secure. The extreme Yin would not allow anything untoward to happen to him. He could exploit this protection to undertake audacious actions. Even if he were to kill Go Hang and his men in broad daylight, the Tiansha gang would not dare retaliate against him. With this thought, malice surged within him as his right hand reached for the dagger concealed in his boot. In the next moment, however, Song Wen released the dagger. He abruptly realized that he could not kill Go Hang and his companions, at least not in plain sight. His body had a tendency to consume the blood of others, and he was uncertain whether he could control that process. Should he slay Go Hang and his men in public, only to have his body uncontrollably absorb them into corpses? He would be left defenseless, branded as a demon, and likely burned alive to appease the public's outrage. Standing up, he called out, "Dog Master, wait a moment." Go Hang turned, fixing his gaze on Song Wen. "Who are you?" The more he looked, the more familiar Song Wen appeared, yet he could not place him. Song Wen smiled. "Dog Master, you truly have a forgetful memory. It was thanks to your recommendation that I joined the Tiansha gang and became the personal disciple of the extreme Yin. I must express my gratitude for your support." A flicker of recognition crossed Go Hang's eyes. "You are that scholar." Song Wen. "Indeed, Dog Master has a good memory," Song Wen replied. A hint of wariness crept into Go Hang's expression. Previously, young men sent to the extreme Yin rarely returned alive. Song Wen was the first to escape the confines of the extreme Yin's domain. Go Hang had once betrayed Song Wen, selling him for 10 taels of silver, which had surely earned him Song Wen's enmity. Yet, instead of hatred, he saw gratitude on Song Wen's face. "Guhan cultivation inquit? What brings you to call upon me, young Master Song?" With an air of nonchalance, Song Wen stated, "Naturally, I must thank you for your recommendation, Dog Master. You are indeed my benefactor." Producing a silver ingot, he tossed it onto the wooden table. "This is our meal's cost, Dog Master. As a distinguished member of the Tiansha gang, you would not be lacking for such trifling coins. You merely forgot to bring money today." Go Hang's eyes glinted at the sight of the silver ingot, which was worth 2 taels, enough for a couple of days of indulgence. He scrutinized Song Wen, unable to detect any insincerity. Rather, Song Wen appeared to be doing his utmost to uphold his own reputation. Go Hang pondered, could it be that Song Wen is truly so dim-witted as to not realize I sold him out? Just then, the vendor hesitated, glancing at the silver ingot. Sir, I cannot provide change. Song Wen replied, no need for change. Consider the remainder as a tip. The vendor hesitated, apprehensive of trouble due to Go Hang's earlier demeanor, yet reluctant to let go of the silver. As he wavered, Song Wen insisted, I said to keep it. Turning back to Go Hang, he inquired, Dog Master, where is your residence? I intend to pay you a visit when time allows. 25 Tongluo Lane. Go Hang blurted out, immediately regretting his openness. A sense of unease crept over him. Something about Song Wen's behavior felt off. Young Master Song, I have business to attend to today, so I must take my leave. I shall treat you to meat and wine another day. Very well, Dog Master. Attend to your affairs. Song Wen replied as Go Hang and his two subordinates departed. With a cold smile, Song Wen watched their retreating figures, his eyes filled with malice. 25 Tongluo Lane. Just wait. I shall come to find you soon. After walking a considerable distance, Go Hang suddenly turned to look back at the stall, only to find Song Wen had vanished. An unsettling feeling grew within him. The more he thought about it, the more he sensed something was amiss. How could there be such a foolish individual who failed to recognize that he had sold him out? Now that Song Wen was a disciple of the extreme mean, Go Hang felt utterly powerless should he wish to harm him. At that moment, a procession appeared down the street. A dozen elite members of the Tiansha gang surrounded a bullock cart, slowly making their way forward. A robust blue bull pulled a cart without a canopy, atop which lay the corpse of a magnificent white tiger. The tiger's powerful form, sharp claws, and fearsome fangs testified to its former ferocity, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. The members of the Tiansha gang extolled the accomplishments of a youth in his 20s, showering him with praise. Young master, you are truly remarkable, able to single-handedly hunt such a fierce beast at such a young age. Look at those fangs, they must be 4 inches long, and those sharp claws and sturdy tail. It's incredible that the young master could take it down. Under the young master's leadership, our Tiansha gang will undoubtedly grow even stronger. As Tang Liang listened to the flattery and the awe of the crowd, he felt a swell of pride. Even the pain from a chunk of flesh torn from his calf by the tiger seemed to fade. His eyes suddenly caught sight of Go Hang ahead, and he called out, Go Hang, come over and see how I, the young master, have slain this white tiger. Go Hang, hearing Tang Liang's summons, was taken aback. Tang Liang, the son of the gang leader, was appointed as the deputy leader of the heavenly evil gang by his father, Tang Yinian. Typically, Tang Liang held a disdainful view of the lower-ranking members and regarded them with contempt. However, today, he unexpectedly initiated a conversation with one of them. Go Hang, seizing a sudden inspiration, realized that while he could not deal with Song Wen, Tang Liang certainly could. He hurriedly approached Tang Liang, bowing slightly. Deputy leader, did you call for me? Tang Liang pointed at the fierce-looking white tiger. What do you think of this beast? Go Hang's eyes widened in awe. Deputy leader, how imposing you are. Only a hero like you could confront such a formidable creature and triumph over it. Tang Liang nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, Go Hang shifted the conversation. Unfortunately what? Tang Liang's expression darkened, irritation evident in his voice. Unfortunately, we martial artists, no matter how skilled, remain mere mortals. Our strength is ultimately limited, unlike Elder Jiyin, who can wield powerful spells with a mere gesture. The pride on Tang Liang's face began to fade, replaced by resentment. He had sought Elder Jiyin's guidance multiple times, even asking his father to intervene, but was met with cold rejection. You two lack the fate of immortals, was the dismissive response he received. How could Elder Jiyin know that they had no such destiny without even trying? Chapter 17. Consuming the antidote. The relationship between Jiyin and the heavenly evil gang was quite intricate. On one hand, both parties were cautious of each other, wary of underlying schemes. On the other hand, they required each other's strength. Jiyin sought the gang's assistance in procuring rare herbs and capturing literate young individuals. The heavenly evil gang, in turn, leveraged Jiyin's status as an immortal to deter powerful warriors and the imperial court from attacking them. In his quest for immortality, Tang Liang had once eavesdropped on Jiyin's early morning lessons, but only gleaned fragmented knowledge without any practical application. The young individuals who failed to cultivate under Jiyin's watch were executed, dashing Tang Liang's hopes of learning from them. His expression darkened, filled with frustration. What mortal does not yearn to become an immortal? Yet such fate is not easily attained. Yihang Saihid, even a hero like you, deputy leader, cannot grasp such fate. How could a lowly one like me have any hope? Yet he mused, if even a street urchin could attain such destiny, why not the deputy leader? Tang Liang furrowed his brow. What street urchin? Ge Hang replied, Deputy leader? Are you unaware? Elder Ji'in has taken on a personal disciple who was once a little beggar. Tang Liang scoffed. I thought that beggar was fortunate to stumble upon some immortal technique. Elder Ji'in has more than one disciple. The outcome? Ha! Ge Hang insisted. This time is different. Elder Ji'in seems to genuinely have accepted a disciple who can freely enter and exit the heavenly evil gang. Previous disciples could barely leave Ji Yin's courtyard. Tang Liang raised an eyebrow. Is that true? Ge Hang assured him, I would not deceive the deputy leader. His name is Song Wen, and I brought him into the heavenly evil gang myself. You can easily verify this. I just encountered him. Let us go. Take me to him. Tang Liang was intrigued. He dared not confront Ji Yin, but surely he could handle a mere teenager. Ge Hang stiffened, quickly grabbing Tang Liang, who had already taken a few steps. Deputy leader, what are you planning to do? To find him and demand the method for cultivation. Tang Liang replied matter-of-factly. Ge Hang cautioned, Deputy leader, this matter cannot be approached recklessly. What if Song Wen refuses to comply? Ge Hang's true intention was not to facilitate Tang Liang's quest for immortality, but rather to eliminate the threat that Song Wen posed. If Song Wen were to reveal the cultivation method to Tang Liang, all of Ge Hang's efforts would be in vain. Tang Liang's eyes narrowed. He wouldn't dare refuse. Ge Hang countered, even if he does provide the method, he could report this to Elder Ji Yin afterward. How would you handle that? Tang Liang pondered for a moment. You make a valid point. I had not previously recognized your intelligence, Ge Hang. So, what should we do? In a hushed tone, Ge Hang suggested, we must act discreetly. Capturing Song Wen directly. After extracting the cultivation method, we can eliminate him. This way, no one will be the wiser. After a brief pause, Tang Liang nodded. If this succeeds, you may remain by my side in the future. Your mind is quite useful. Thank you for your recognition, Deputy Leader. Ge Hang beamed with excitement. This was a dual victory, resolving the threat posed by Song Wen while also gaining the Deputy Leader's favor. Unbeknownst to Song Wen, who had just left a nearby stall, he returned to Elder Ji Yin's small courtyard. Once home, he began meditating to enhance his cultivation. Now that he had a strategy against Ji Yin, he was determined to accelerate his training. The stronger he became, the better equipped he would be to face potential dangers. 4 days swiftly passed. During this time, aside from daily practice and tending to the herbs, Song Wen did not venture outside. Keeping track of time, he knew that today was the day for consuming the antidote. Early in the morning, he ascended to the second floor and lightly knocked on the door. Before he could speak, Elder Ji Yin's voice called out, wait outside. Upon hearing this, Song Wen patiently awaited at the door. 15 minutes later, Elder Ji Yin opened the door, glancing at Song Wen as if aware of his purpose. He handed over a porcelain vial. This is the antidote for this time. With that, Elder Ji Yin descended the stairs. Thank you for the gift, Master. Song Wen said respectfully, watching Ji Yin's retreating figure. He sensed that Elder Ji Yin seemed to be in a foul mood, as if he had encountered some misfortune. What Song Wen did not know was that, as of today, none of the new disciples had successfully harnessed their energy. Returning to his room with the vial, Song Wen uncorked it to reveal a dark red pill. After a brief moment of contemplation, he swallowed the pill. Initially, he had considered delaying the intake to test whether his internal energy and the mysterious force could counteract the poison. However, after careful consideration, he decided against it. There was no need to risk his life for an experiment. Should the poison react violently, it could cost him his life, and that would be too late for regrets. Once the antidote was ingested, he felt no different, as if he had taken an ordinary pill. Nonetheless, Song Wen felt a sense of relief. At least for the next 7 days, he would not have to worry about the 7-day heartbreak pill poison. As evening approached, after several days of intensive training, Song Wen decided to take a stroll and perhaps enjoy a meal outside. Just as he stepped out of his room, he heard Elder Ji Yin's voice from the second floor. Where are you going, Song Wen? Looking up, Song Wen saw Elder Ji Yin standing in the corridor. Reporting to Master, I'm going for a walk. Elder Yin nodded. Return early. The nights in Yinxing can be perilous. You have only just begun your cultivation. Your internal power is weak, and you know no spells. Even against moderately strong warriors, you would be at a disadvantage. Thank you for your concern, Master. With that, Song Wen stepped outside. He understood that Elder Ji Yin's sudden concern was merely due to the potential loss of a valuable disciple, not genuine worry for his life. However, he also recognized that Elder Ji Yin's warning held merit. The dangers of Yinxing at night were indeed magnified. Not far from the heavenly evil gang, Song Wen found a seemingly decent restaurant. Shortly after sitting down, the waiter brought out a splendid meal. After eating his fill, as he exited the restaurant, he encountered Ge Hang approaching. "Young Master Song, what a pleasant surprise to meet you again today." Seeing Ge Hang coming towards him, Song Wen felt a pang of confusion. The last time they met, Ge Hang had clearly been avoiding him. Why the sudden warmth today? Moreover, the arrival of Ge Hang seemed rather too fortuitous. Song Wen maintained a calm demeanor and smiled, saying, "Master Ge, it is indeed a coincidence. Have you dined yet? Gu Hang Viplit? How could I let young Master Song bear the expense? Come, allow me the honor of treating you to some music at the brothel." Song Wen, intent on finding a secluded spot to eliminate Ge Hang, began to harbor doubts as Ge Hang unexpectedly offered his presence. During their initial encounter, Song Wen had been outmaneuvered, and he dared not underestimate the seemingly insignificant Ge Hang. He sensed the difference in Ge Hang today. Upon reflection, it dawned on him that Ge Hang had come alone, whereas he typically accompanied two imposing henchmen. "Where are your two subordinates?" he inquired. A flicker of panic crossed Ge Hang's face as he stammered, They had matters to attend to today and did not accompany me." He had come to ensnare Song Wen, and it was prudent to minimize the number of those privy to his intentions. Sensing the unease etched on Ge Hang's countenance, Song Wen resolved, "I appreciate your invitation, Master Ge, but my mentor has instructed me to return before nightfall. I must decline your generous offer." With a bow, he exited the restaurant, heading towards the Tiansha gang. As Ge Hang watched Song Wen's retreating figure, his expression shifted from disappointment to malice. Although the sun had not yet fully set, twilight had descended, and the streets were sparsely populated. Taking action was not out of the question. He raised his hand, making a gesture across his throat. Song Wen continued along the main road for several dozen paces and noticed a dim alleyway branching off to his right. Unbeknownst to him, he pressed on. Upon reaching the fork, three figures clad in black suddenly emerged from the shadows. The nearest of the three, concealed beneath a dark hood, lunged towards Song Wen. Realizing the imminent threat, Song Wen instinctively retreated a half-step, narrowly evading the grasp of the assailant. With their cover blown, the three black-clad figures abandoned stealth, swiftly surrounding him, one blocking his path ahead, another behind, while the closest charged directly at him. Lacking combat experience, Song Wen channeled his energy and struck out with a punch. The assailant, dismissing Song Wen's attack, had previously gathered intelligence on him and believed that subduing someone who had only recently begun his training would be a trivial task. He did not flinch, continuing his advance. Thud! Song Wen's fist connected solidly with the chest of the black-clad attacker. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed as the man was sent sprawling over a distance, crashing heavily to the ground and coughing up blood, which soaked through his mask. "Young Master!" exclaimed the other two black-clad figures in alarm. "Capture him! Don't let him escape." The man felled by Song Wen was none other than Tang Liang, the young master of the Tiansha gang. Struggling to rise, he found himself unable to move, as Song Wen's blow had shattered several ribs, puncturing a lung. Prior to this encounter, he had thoroughly investigated Song Wen, believing that with two equally skilled accomplices, capturing someone who had barely trained for 10 days would be a simple task. In the martial world, a second-tier warrior carries a certain reputation. Little did he anticipate that he would be bested so easily. While he had considered enlisting the help of a first-tier expert from his gang, the few available were not closely allied with him, posing a risk of betrayal. The remaining two black-clad figures, witnessing the dire situation, drew glistening short swords from their waists and advanced towards Song Wen. Recognizing his disadvantage, Song Wen executed a roll on the ground, positioning himself beside Tang Liang, and swiftly drew a dagger from his boot, pressing it against Tang Liang's throat. "Step back, or I will kill him," he commanded fiercely. The two figures froze, uncertain of how to proceed. "Young Master Song, please, we only seek the method of cultivation. We do not wish to be your enemies," one of them implored softly. The commotion had drawn the attention of passers-by, who, accustomed to self-preservation in turbulent times, kept their distance. The black-clad figures openly stated their intentions, unafraid of eavesdroppers. Song Wen scoffed, "If you seek the technique, go find Ji-in. Why resort to kidnapping me? Unable to confront Ji-in, you target me, the easy prey." On the ground, Tang Liang finally regained his breath and shouted, "I am the young master of the Tiansha gang. Dare to lay a hand on me, and you will not escape unscathed. Surrender the cultivation method, and we shall ensure your safety." Having already revealed his identity, Tang Liang no longer sought to conceal it. Song Wen, however, remained skeptical of his words. If Tang Liang, as the young master, could not procure the cultivation technique, it was evident that Ji-in regarded it as a treasure, unwilling to share it freely. Should Song Wen divulge the method, Ji-in would surely eliminate him to prevent any leaks. I would rather perish than betray you. Feel free to test my resolve, declared Song Wen, his expression fierce, as he tore away Tang Liang's mask to memorize his features before delivering a resounding slap across his face. Let him go, Song Wen shouted. The two black-clad figures exchanged glances and gradually retreated. Continue to withdraw swiftly. Retreat to a distance of 50 paces, Song Wen commanded. As they withdrew to a distance of over 40 paces, Song Wen unexpectedly bolted, racing towards the Tiansha gang. He had no intention of killing Tang Liang, fearing that such an act might incite the gang leader's wrath, putting Ji Yin's protection at risk. The two black-clad figures, witnessing Song Wen's sudden flight, considered pursuit but found the distance too great to bridge. Instead, they hurried to assist Tang Liang and fled. Song Wen ran until he reached the confines of Ji Yin's courtyard, finally pausing to catch his breath as he approached the small building. Tiyon Iswagong, Tong Liang, you shall pay for this. He seethed inwardly. He resolved not to venture out of the courtyard lightly again. At least within those walls, he would be relatively safe. As he reached the foot of the small building, Ji Yin's figure appeared on the second-floor corridor. Song Wen, what has transpired? You seem out of breath. Master, I am well. I'm merely engaged in some exercise. Song Wen hesitated before ultimately choosing not to reveal the truth. Tang Liang had sought the cultivation method, and while informing Ji Yin could prompt vigilance towards Tang Liang, it also risked the young master's life. Ji Yin had his reasons for needing the Tiansha gang intact. Though Tang Liang might not meet his end, Ji Yin would undoubtedly suspect Song Wen of leaking information. At that point, not only would he lose the freedom to leave the courtyard, but he might also face severe interrogation from Ji Yin. Unperturbed, Ji Yin turned and re-entered his quarters. Time passed swiftly, and before long, Song Wen had consumed 4 detoxification pills. This indicated that a new batch of young recruits had arrived for nearly a month. During this period, Song Wen noted that Ji Yin's temper had grown increasingly volatile, as none among the newcomers had succeeded in channeling their energy, frustrating Ji Yin, who had invested immense effort into their training. Song Wen, here is a detoxification pill. I shall now enter a period of seclusion, and you must take good care of the herb garden. Ji Yin had initially intended to spare Song Wen's life, refraining from using him for testing medicines any further. Song Wen managed the herb garden quite well, saving Ji Yin a considerable amount of time. However, with this batch of students failing to draw energy, Ji Yin's patience began to wane. He prepared to refine pills once more, leaving Song Wen's fate to the hands of fate. If Song Wen were to perish while testing the medicine, it would merely be a reflection of his own misfortune. As Song Wen gazed at Ji Yin's figure, gradually obscured by the stone door of the alchemy chamber, he mused to himself that it seemed necessary to eliminate a few individuals and absorb some vitality. A surge of excitement coursed through him. This would be the ideal opportunity to break free from Ji Yin's control. The essence he had acquired from slaying the little beggar and Biao Ge had already begun to be absorbed by his body. As for where this essence had gone, he was uncertain, but he was certain his physical form had been enhanced to some degree. The following day, after being ambushed by Tang Liang, Song Wen had not set foot outside his small courtyard since. He finally stepped out of the Tiansha gang's gates once more. After half an hour of wandering through the bustling streets and finding no one tailing him, he made his way towards number 25 Tongluo Lane. Clearly a neighborhood for the common folk, the houses appeared quite old and lowly. Upon entering the alley, Song Wen noticed the absence of house numbers. He could only stop a passing ant and inquire for directions. "Excuse me, could you tell me how to get to number 25 Tongluo Lane?" The ant cast a disdainful glance at Song Wen. "I don't know." Her expression made it evident that she was aware of the location and who resided there, but harbored resentment towards Go Hang and, consequently, towards anyone inquiring about him. "I'm not a bad person. I just have some matters to discuss with Go Hang," Song Wen insisted. The ant's expression was one of disgust. "Look at you, so fair and delicate. You don't seem like a good person at all. What decent man's son looks like you?" Song Wen's lips twitched. He did not consider himself particularly fair. The ant, having lived at the bottom of society, was accustomed to the sun-baked, rain-soaked, impoverished folk, hence perceived him as delicate, mistaking him for someone involved in dubious activities. As she remained obstinate, Song Wen had no choice but to resort to a little trick. He reached into his pocket and produced a silver coin, presenting it to the ant. "Tell me where number 25 is, and this silver is yours." The ant, quick to seize the coin, inspected it closely. Once assured of its authenticity, a warm smile spread across her face. "Young man, you have such fine features. You must be a kind-hearted person." She pointed to a house not far away. "That is number 25. Then, Lowering her voice, she added, "That rascal has already moved away." Song Wen frowned slightly. "Rascal? Are you referring to Go Hang? When did he move?" Upon mentioning Go Hang, the ant's face contorted with disdain. "Who else could it be? That good-for-nothing. He moved away over 20 days ago. Do you know where he went?" The ant shook her head. "I have no idea." She hurriedly tucked the silver into her pocket, as if afraid Song Wen would demand it back. After bidding farewell to the ant, Song Wen stood outside the dilapidated house at number 25. It appeared quite run down, indicating that no one had lived there for some time. He turned away from Tongluo Lane. The ant's claim that Go Hang had moved over 20 days ago suggested that it coincided with the time of his ambush by Tang Liang. This indicated that Go Hang was an exceedingly cautious individual, having anticipated Song Wen might come seeking trouble and moved away preemptively. Returning to the main road, he passed by a clothing store where a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to enter. Moments later, he emerged clad in a fitted outfit, donning a wide-brimmed hat with a sheer veil obscuring his face, exuding the aura of a chivalrous wanderer. He proceeded to a restaurant near the entrance of Tiansha Gang, settling into a window seat on the second floor. This spot provided an excellent vantage point, perfectly positioned to observe the gang's entrance. He waited there for nearly half a day until, in the afternoon, he finally spotted Go Hang exiting Tiansha Gang, accompanied by two henchmen. Song Wen did not disturb the trio, but trailed them from a distance. He followed them until dusk, witnessing what true ruffians were capable of, extorting small vendors, dining and dashing, harassing passerby women, and oppressing beggars. Had he not witnessed it himself, he would scarcely believe that anyone could commit so many vile acts in a single afternoon. Eventually, the trio entered a low-end brothel. Just as Song Wen anticipated a lengthy wait outside, they emerged within a mere quarter of an hour. "What, did they turn into tigers?" Song Wen couldn't help but exclaim. Then, veiled by the night, he followed them to a humble dwelling. The residence was low and comprised 3 rooms, with only the central room featuring a large door for entry. The other 2 side rooms had no external doors, only windows. Go Hang and his 2 henchmen, all solitary individuals, had taken up residence in this house during this time. Song Wen glanced at the sky. It was well past midnight, the perfect hour for misdeeds. Adjusting his sleeves, he concealed a pouch of powder he held and stepped forward, knocking firmly on the door. "Who is it? Who's knocking at this late hour?" A burly man grumbled as he opened the door. "Song." The man gasped in surprise upon seeing Song Wen, unable to comprehend why he would appear at their doorstep at such an hour. Before he could utter another word, Song Wen kicked him inside, sending him crashing onto the table. The noise quickly attracted the attention of the 2 individuals in the side room. Go Hang and another burly man rushed out. Upon seeing Song Wen, Go Hang's face fell in shock. "Song Wen, how did you find this place?" Song Wen raised his left hand, scattering the powder into the air, which enveloped the entire central room in a cloud of white. This powder, a mixture of lime and caustic soda, caught the trio off guard. "Ah, my eyes!" They all cried out in pain, covering their eyes, one of the men even bleeding from his eyes. "You despicable scoundrel! What do you intend to do?" Gu Hang shouted, retreating in alarm. Despite his panic, Go Hang still clung to a sliver of hope. He had never directly clashed with Song Wen, hoping to evade the consequences. "What do I intend to do? I am here to repay the debt of gratitude to Dog Yi and to settle the score for your collusion with Tang Liang and the attack on me." Song Wen's voice was icy. "Tang Liang attacked you. Go seek him out? What has that to do with me? Rest assured, he will soon be meeting you in hell." "Song Wen, you a cultivator, resorting to such lowly tactics with lime? Do you not feel any shame?" As he spoke, Go Hang had managed to reach the side room, where both windows provided a means of escape. "Enough talk. You have already made your choice. Now go to hell." Song Wen refrained from attacking immediately. He was cautious of the powder still settling, not wanting to be blinded like the others. The powder had mostly settled now, and armed with a dagger, Song Wen leaped forward like an eagle taking flight, targeting the nearest man. With a swift thrust, the sharp dagger pierced the man's skull. With a twist, Song Wen did not linger to check if the man was alive or dead. He withdrew the dagger, advanced 2 steps, and plunged it into the second man's chest. Then, dagger in hand, he charged towards the last remaining Go Hang, who, believing himself secure, suddenly raised his right hand. Through his sleeve, Song Wen caught sight of a hidden crossbow. Panic surged through him as he quickly ducked. With a swift whoosh, the hidden dart grazed Song Wen's scalp before shooting past. Just narrowly evading the dart, Song Wen plunged a dagger into Go Hang's chest. As he watched Go Hang's breath gradually fade, a wave of dread washed over Song Wen. Fortunately, he had previously incapacitated the 3 men with poison. Otherwise, he might have fallen victim to the hidden dart in Go Hang's hand. Go Hang was indeed a person of remarkable composure, revealing the hidden dart only at the very last moment. Subsequently, Song Wen began to absorb the essence of life from the three men. During this process, he deliberately experimented and discovered that he needed to make contact with the wound to swiftly devour the life essence. Once he withdrew his hand, the absorption rate significantly diminished. When his hand was completely removed from the corpse, he found he could still absorb, albeit at an excruciatingly slow pace, akin to drawing in the blood energy that lingered in the air. Moreover, he realized that the process of absorption was under his control. With a mere thought, he could either halt or commence the process. Moments later, the three men lay transformed into desiccated corpses. After consuming the essence of the three robust men, Song Wen felt a surge of vitality coursing through his body, every cell trembling with energy. His mental state transitioned from the exhilaration of the first absorption to a dizzying overabundance of vitality. Perhaps due to the experience of his initial consumption, his body and spirit began to adapt to this sudden influx, preventing any loss of control, though he felt an uncomfortable fullness. This act of murder had been premeditated, and Song Wen was well prepared for the aftermath. He discarded the three corpses onto the bed before piling flammable materials such as clothing and bedding on top. From his pocket, he produced a water pouch filled with a volatile substance resembling gasoline, renowned for its extreme combustibility. Pouring the liquid over the corpses and tossing in a fire starter, he left without a backward glance. Instantly, a fierce blaze erupted within the room, and due to the wooden structure, the entire dwelling was soon engulfed in flames. Nearby residents were quickly roused by the inferno, but as they gazed upon the roaring fire, none ventured forth to extinguish it, oblivious to the extent of Go Hang's misdeeds that had drawn such ire. The nearest dwelling stood a good distance away, and the neighbors seemed unperturbed by the threat of the flames encroaching upon their own homes. Chapter 20. The return of the extreme. In the following day at the Tiansha gang's main hall, Wang Yi, the head of the law enforcement division, reported to the gang leader, Tang Enian. Leader, last night, a fire consumed the homes of 3 of our subordinates, leaving them all reduced to ashes. Tang Enian, a formidable figure with a broad back and a long scar etched across his face, appeared both intimidating and fierce. So there are still those who dare to provoke the Tiansha gang in Yen City, he mused, seated in his commanding position with an expression of interest rather than anger. Having recently broken through to the innate master realm, his previously formidable martial arts now placed him among the elite in the martial world, capable of asserting dominance within Yen City. With this newfound power, he felt an insatiable hunger for greater conquest, believing himself capable of establishing a sect and commanding respect throughout the martial realm. Additionally, the presence of the enigmatic figure known as Extreme Een within the gang only fueled Tang Enian's ambitions. Yet, Extreme Een remained indifferent to worldly power, dedicating himself solely to his cultivation, leaving Tang Enian uncertain of his true intentions. The relationship between Extreme Een, the Tiansha gang, and Tang Enian was inherently delicate, devoid of any genuine camaraderie, merely a symbiotic existence based on mutual benefit. Have we identified the culprits? Tang Enian inquit, Wang Yi replied, according to our investigation. This incident is intricately linked to the disciple of Elder Extreme Een. Tang Enian's heart raced at the revelation. So it was the disciple of Extreme Een behind this. This matter must be handled with caution. You may leave. I will oversee this personally. Once Wang Yi departed, Tang Enian murmured to himself. It has been a long time since I last saw Elder Extreme Een. Perhaps it is time to find an opportune moment to pay him a visit. In the days that followed, Song Wen remained sequestered within his courtyard, diligently refining the energy within his body. He calculated that Extreme Een would soon emerge from seclusion, and he could not afford to reveal any anomalies in his energy, lest his efforts be rendered futile. For days later, with a bright demeanor, Extreme Een exited the alchemy chamber. Feeling a surge in his alchemical skills, he decided to increase the quantity of materials used in his latest concoction. As anticipated, he successfully produced 4 pills of commendable quality, exuding a delicate fragrance. Song Wen, come to the 2nd floor immediately, commanded Extreme Een, eager for Song Wen to test the newly concocted pills. Apprehensive, Song Wen knelt before Extreme Een, pleading, Master, could you possibly spare me from testing the pills this time? Considering my diligent care of the herb fields? Extreme Een remained unfazed, his expression calm as he replied, Rest assured, this batch of pills was exceptionally successful, and the side effects should be minimal. In fact, you may even experience a breakthrough to the 2nd layer of qi cultivation. He added, My own cultivation is at the pinnacle of the third layer. Song Wen's pupils contracted. He had received a crucial piece of information. Extreme Yin was only at the third layer of Qi cultivation, though it was still significantly higher than his own. Kneeling, he inched closer to Extreme Yin, grasping the elder's robe with both hands. Continuing his entreaty, "Master, we could recruit a new batch of disciples. And once one of them successfully channels energy into their body, they can be used for testing the pills." Extreme Yin snorted dismissively and waved his hand, sending Song Wen stumbling back. Recruiting new disciples for testing would take at least a month. I have no time to wait. You will consume this pill, whether you like it or not. If you refuse, I will end your life right here. Master, Song Wen lifted his head, his gaze beseeching as he looked up at Extreme Yin, as if hoping for mercy. Extreme Yin's expression darkened as he produced a porcelain vial. Pouring a blood energy pill into his palm, he stepped forward commanding, "Consume it." Under the overwhelming aura radiating from Extreme Yin, Song Wen trembled as he accepted the pill. However, he hesitated, his eyes filled with fear as he regarded the pill, caught in a dilemma between consumption and refusal. Drawing from past experiences, Extreme Yin understood that to ascertain the efficacy of the pill, Song Wen must willingly cooperate. If Song Wen were to succumb to despair and swallow the pill without cultivating the energy, he would inevitably be consumed by the pill's energy, leading to his demise. Only if Song Wen possessed the will to survive and actively cultivated the energy could he hope to discern whether the pill truly held the potential for breakthrough. Thus, Extreme Yin softened his tone. "Fear not. I assure you, this is the last time you will be subjected to testing. Regardless of the outcome, I will no longer require you for such purposes, and I shall provide you with a genuine antidote for the 7-day heartbreak pill. At that time, you will attain true freedom, and the choice to remain with the Tiansha gang will rest solely in your hands." Song Wen's expression wavered, momentarily swayed by Extreme Yin's words, and he looked up, replying, "Very well, I hope you will keep your promise." However, deep within, Song Wen harbored not an ounce of faith in Extreme Yin's assurances. How could he possibly allow himself to leave? Had he not witnessed the fate of those young aspirants who failed to channel energy, all ordered to be executed by Extreme Yin to prevent the dissemination of his techniques? All of Song Wen's actions were merely a ruse. A fade to placate Extreme Yin, as he feared that a hasty agreement to test the pills might raise suspicions. Chapter 21. The consumption of the blood energy, pill seated cross-legged. Song Wen adjusted his breathing, and after a brief moment, he finally consumed the pill. As the elixir entered his abdomen, it transformed into torrents of warmth, coursing through his entire being, much like the previous occasion. The spiritual energy within his meridians began to surge rapidly, swiftly permeating his limbs and bones, ultimately converging in his dantian. Simultaneously, the essence and blood within his body began to deplete abruptly, as if the function of this elixir was to transmute his internal essence and blood into spiritual energy. The enigmatic energy that had manifested earlier re-emerged, quickly replenishing his consumed essence and blood. Song Wen had long sought to unravel the mysteries of his corporeal form. Thus, he immediately directed a portion of his focus to observe the changes within his body. This time, he finally discerned the origin of this mysterious force. Astonishingly, it emanated from the depths of his bones, released from the vital blood concealed within them. Could it be that the essence I consumed from those I killed has been assimilated and transformed into my own vital blood, now hidden within my body? Vital blood is the quintessence of life, directly influencing one's health and longevity. I wonder if this vital blood has the power to extend my lifespan. Perhaps due to Song Wen's prior consumption of the blood of 5 individuals, the vital energy, surging forth this time, was significantly more potent than before. This kept his internal essence and blood in a state of equilibrium, without any evident signs of weakness. This thrilled Ji Yin, who had been striving for years, finally witnessing a glimmer of success. However, as Song Wen refined the elixir's potency, he did not share Ji Yin's optimism. What on earth is happening? Why is the potency of this elixir more than double that of the last? What kind of unstable concoction has Ji Yin created? Thankfully, I had consumed the blood of Guohang and his companions. Otherwise, I might not have withstood this. As Song Wen silently refined the elixir's energy, he inwardly cursed. The stronger the elixir's potency, the more essence and blood it consumed, which meant a greater transformation into spiritual energy for him. Unbeknownst to him, his cultivation level suddenly surged, breaking through to the second layer of Qi refinement. Success! Ji Yin was overwhelmed with excitement, his eyes wide, murmuring to himself in disbelief. His hands trembled with exhilaration. He yearned to immediately consume an elixir to break through the cultivation bottleneck that had hindered him for years. Nonetheless, Ji-in ultimately suppressed this impulse, deciding it prudent to wait until Song Wen fully refined the elixir's energy before making any decisions. Half an hour later, Song Wen completely refined the elixir's potency, stabilizing his cultivation at the second layer of qi refinement. His eyes sparkled with excitement, a blend of relief from surviving a perilous ordeal and joy from his newfound strength. Master, the elixir is flawless, and I have successfully advanced in my cultivation, he proclaimed. Ji-in nodded, grasping Song Wen's wrist to probe his body with spiritual energy. In his perception, Song Wen's body exhibited no issues, and his cultivation had indeed ascended to the second layer of qi refinement. All of this confirmed that he had successfully concocted the blood qi pill, capable of aiding others in breaking through their cultivation bottlenecks. Excellent, Yin exclaimed. This is truly wonderful. Song Wen, you may rest now. I shall enter seclusion to break through. You are responsible for everything in the courtyard and must protect me from any intrusions to the second floor. Song Wen hesitated for a moment, his voice tinged with anticipation. Master, could you grant me the antidote for the 7 days heartbreak pill first? A flicker of malice flashed in Ji Yin's eyes, but was quickly concealed. Once I emerge from seclusion, I will provide you with the true antidote for the 7 days heartbreak pill. Song Wen, elated, clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Master. I will safeguard you and ensure no one disturbs your breakthrough. With that, he descended to the first floor, standing motionless outside the wooden structure. Ji-in cast a glance at Song Wen below, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. Once I break through to the mid-stage of qi refinement, you will be of no use to me. Ji-in closed the door and began to meditate. He did not rush to consume the elixir. Instead, he aimed to regulate his vital energy to its optimal state before proceeding, thereby enhancing his chances of success. It took several hours for him to achieve this ideal state, and by then, it was already deep into the night. In his perception, Song Wen remained dutifully stationed below, never straying from his post. During this time, Aunt Chin had come twice to deliver meals, but Song Wen had turned her away each time. Such a foolishly devoted individual. I almost feel guilty for planning to eliminate you, Ji-in mused, dismissing any further thoughts. He opened his mouth and swallowed a blood qi pill. The ferocious potency ignited within his abdomen, transforming into scorching currents that rapidly surged into his meridians. Concurrently, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy materialized within him. Ji-in hastily activated his cultivation technique, endeavoring to refine this energy completely to aid his breakthrough. What is happening? Suddenly, he sensed something was amiss. The potency was rapidly depleting his essence and blood. How is this possible? Song Wen consumed the elixir without any loss of essence. Ji-in was perplexed. Yet with the arrow already knocked, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue refining the elixir, hoping to exhaust its potency before his essence ran dry. At this point, he had given up hope of breaking through to the fourth layer of qi refinement. Survival was all he desired. As the elixir's potency dissipated, his essence and blood dwindled increasingly, leaving him weak and feeble. In that moment, he felt the pain and terror of those he had once subjected to his experiments. Chapter 22. The Death of Ji-in. Ji-in could no longer endure, releasing a piercing wail before collapsing to the ground in convulsions. His essence and blood were critically depleted, and his skin began to sag and age. Meanwhile, Song Wen appeared to be vigilantly guarding the small building, ostensibly protecting Ji-in, but in reality, all his focus was on the situation upstairs. In a mix of anticipation and trepidation, Song Wen finally arrived at an exhilarating moment. As the sound of Ji-in collapsing echoed from above, joy erupted on Song Wen's face. At last, that day had come. He ascended to the second floor slowly, listening intently outside the door, his keen senses allowing him to discern Ji-yin's heavy breaths and anguished groans. Master, what is wrong? He inquired with urgency and concern. Inside the room, besides Jin's low groans of agony, there was no other sound. Song Wen gripped a dagger in his hand, concealing it with his sleeve. Before gently pushing the door open, he beheld Ji-in hunched over on the ground, convulsing and emitting indistinct moans of distress. Cautiously, Song Wen approached Ji-in step by step, asking, Master, are you all right? In his immense suffering, Ji-in finally noticed Song Wen's approach. His gaze filled with desperate hope, he gasped, help me. Even at this moment, Ji-in could not comprehend why Song Wen had suffered no ill effects from the elixir and had instead advanced to the second layer of qi refinement, while he himself was in excruciating pain from severe depletion of essence and blood. Now, Song Wen was his only lifeline. Ji Yin's gaze fell upon a wooden box on the nearby table. Ginseng. Bring it to me. This was a century-old ginseng he had previously collected. An excellent tonic for replenishing essence and blood. However, given his current frail state, it was uncertain whether he could withstand the ginseng's potency. Yet at this moment, Ji Yin lacked the luxury of concern. He felt that if he did not quickly replenish his essence, he would soon perish from its depletion. Song Wen glanced at the box containing the ginseng and said, "Master, please wait. I will fetch it immediately." He walked slowly toward the table, all the while keeping his gaze fixed on Ji Yin. He needed to ascertain whether Ji Yin had completely lost the ability to act. The scene of Ji Yin using yellow talismans to kill remained vivid in his mind. When dealing with such cunning individuals, one could never be too cautious. Should Ji Yin still possess the ability to use the talismans, Song Wen could find himself facing death. Hurry, hurry. Seeing Song Wen dawdling, Ji Yin could no longer contain his impatience. "I'm coming, master." Song Wen retrieved the ginseng from the wooden box and turned to Ji Yin. He crouched down, intending to hand the ginseng to Ji Yin, only to realize that Ji Yin was genuinely unable to move. Consequently, he directly forced the ginseng into Ji Yin's mouth. However, Ji Yin was incapable of even crushing the ginseng to swallow it. Just as he was about to remind Song Wen to tear the ginseng into pieces for him, a sudden, sharp pain struck his head. A dagger had been completely plunged into his skull. In an instant, Song Wen's figure vanished before his eyes. Ji Yin's eyes were filled with disbelief. He never anticipated that Song Wen would deliver a fatal blow at that moment. His attention had been solely focused on the ginseng at the edge of his mouth, leaving him unaware of how the dagger had penetrated his head. Why? A myriad of emotions swirled in Ji Yin's eyes: resentment, regret, frustration, and above all, confusion. He felt unsatisfied for never breaking through to the mid-stage of qi refinement. Humiliated to perish at the hands of Song Wen, a mere drug servant, incredulous that Song Wen dared to strike at him, and regretting not having killed Song Wen sooner. As a dignified immortal, he had looked down upon countless mortals, viewing them as mere ants. With many ambitions still unfulfilled, he found himself dying silently in this humble attic. His relentless, tireless cultivation had been aimed at breaking through to the mid-stage of qi refinement, truly distinguishing himself from mortals, but all had turned to naught. Even in death, he could not fathom why. In the morning, Song Wen had consumed a pill without consequence while he had exhausted his own essence after taking one. Song Wen lingered behind Ji Yin for a good quarter of an hour, only approaching him after confirming that Ji Yin had long since breathed his last. "Why?" he exclaimed. "Go ask Ernyo and Zhang Chengwei." Song Wen inserted his hand into the wound on Ji Yin's head and began to absorb his essence blood. Most of Ji Yin's vitality had been consumed by the pill, yet as a third-layer qi refinement practitioner, the residual essence in him remained significantly stronger than that of an ordinary adult. As Song Wen absorbed Ji Yin's essence blood, he noticed something peculiar. From Ji Yin, he was only drawing essence blood, yet the euphoric sensation in his spirit was not as intense. Could it be that, as I surmised, I am absorbing not only their essence blood, but also their souls? Previously, I had absorbed the essence immediately after killing those others. Yet with Ji Yin, I began the absorption a quarter of an hour post-mortem. Had a portion of his soul's power already dissipated? Song Wen did not dwell on his musings for long. After draining Ji Yin to the point of desiccation, he began to search the corpse. However, despite scouring Ji Yin's entire room and nearly stripping him of his clothing, he found nothing of value. It was inconceivable. Where had Ji Yin hidden his techniques, pills, and talismans? He had always carried them on his person. Was it possible he possessed some legendary item capable of storing treasures? Song Wen searched through Ji Yin's fingers and wrists, but found nothing. I refused to believe this. After rummaging through Ji Yin's clothing, he finally discovered a palm-sized cloth bag within the sleeve. He tentatively probed with his still feeble spiritual energy. As expected, this bag was indeed a storage pouch. It had a volume of about a cubic foot, containing everything he sought. Inside were several books, a few small porcelain vials, yellow talismans, and a small furnace, among other items. Song Wen did not rush to enumerate the contents of the storage pouch. Instead, he removed the bedding from the bed, wrapped Ji Yin's mummified body within it, and then tossed it into the storage pouch. He took a towel and wiped up the blood splattered on the floor, discarding the towel into the pouch as well. After surveying the room to ensure nothing was overlooked, he descended the stairs and returned to his own room. At that moment, a surge of exhilaration erupted within Song Wen. With Ji Yin's demise, the greatest threat looming over him had been lifted. Now, the only peril to his life lay in the 7-day heartbreaking pill. He wondered if Jean possessed the true antidote for the 7-day heartbreaking pill. Quickly, Song Wen unpacked the contents of Ji Yin's storage pouch, examining each item meticulously. Eager to counteract the poison, he first scrutinized the small porcelain vials. There were 3 vials in total, each labeled. One bore the inscription Blood Qi pill, containing 2 capsules. Another was marked 7-day heartbreaking pill, which held a single pill. Upon inspection, it was indeed the very poison that had afflicted him. Filled with anticipation, Song Wen opened the final vial, which read antidote for 7-day heartbreaking pill. Inside were 3 capsules. 2 were the dark red pills he had previously ingested, serving as a temporary antidote taken every 7 days, while the third was a deep red pill. After studying the deep red pill for a considerable time, Song Wen swallowed it whole. Following his breakthrough to the second layer of qi refinement, his senses had greatly expanded, allowing him to introspect within his own body. He perceived a chilling energy residing in his intestines, threatening to erupt at any moment. After ingesting the antidote, this cold energy gradually receded until it vanished entirely. Song Wen rejoiced. The toxicity of the 7-day heartbreaking pill had finally been eradicated. Chapter 23. The Immortal Realm. Song Wen picked up the stack of yellow talismans. Examining them with curiosity, he discovered that only 12 were inscribed, while the rest were blank sheets. The inscribed talismans were not all identical. Through his assessment, he determined there were 4 distinct types. Song Wen also noticed that the talisman paper was not ordinary Xian paper, but rather crafted from some animal hide, exceptionally supple. The ink used was also not ordinary. It was specially formulated, and he could see faint crimson hues on the paper. With a focused mind, he grasped a brush, clearly intended for crafting talismans. He then took a small ink box, finding the ink inside to be a thick crimson substance, perfect for talisman drawing. Intrigued by the yellow talismans, he devoted considerable time to studying them, vividly recalling the terrifying potency with which Ji Yin had summoned fireballs using them. Now these talismans were his, yet he still did not comprehend how to utilize them. Turning his attention to the nearby books, he believed he could find the answers he sought within their pages. The first book was a technique titled Longevity Technique, containing the comprehensive method from the 1st to the 9th layer of qi refinement. The second and third books were those he had previously perused, Detailed Guide to Low-Level Spiritual Herb Cultivation and Ji Yin's Notes on Spiritual Herb Cultivation. Neither of these 3 books piqued Song Wen's interest at that moment, and after a brief glance, he set them aside. Complete Guide to Basic Talisman Drawing. Upon picking up a new book, Song Wen felt a jolt of excitement. This was precisely what he had been yearning to find. After reading the book, he learned that these yellow talismans were known as talismans, all classified as first-tier talismans. He also discovered their activation method was simple. One merely needed to infuse spiritual energy to trigger them. Among the 12 talismans in his possession, 6 were fireball talismans, 3 were wind talismans, 2 were shield talismans, and 1 was a flying talisman. The first 3 were all low-tier first-tier talismans, while the flying talisman was a mid-tier first-tier talisman. This flying talisman appeared distinctly older than the others. It allowed one to ride the wind, but could only soar 30 zhang into the air, sustaining flight for merely a quarter of an hour, which did not equate to true aerial travel. Nevertheless, this prospect thrilled Song Wen immensely. To fly was a dream cherished by all humanity. Who has not fantasized about soaring like a bird through the skies, unencumbered and free? The Complete Guide to Basic Rune Drawing meticulously documents the techniques for crafting 24 types of first-tier runes, alongside the intricate processes involved in producing rune paper and ink. The creation of rune paper and ink is exceedingly complex. Take, for instance, the inferior-grade rune paper utilized by Song Wen. It is crafted from animal hides, undergoing a series of laborious procedures including soaking, degreasing, tanning, dyeing, and drying. The medium-grade rune paper, however, cannot be fashioned from ordinary animal hides. It necessitates the use of materials from mythical beasts, as conventional hides lack the capacity to contain the potent spiritual energy inherent within. The 2 remaining tomes, devoid of titles, reveal themselves to be the cultivation journals of Ji Yin and an individual named Huang Chong. After perusing these texts, Song Wen gained a fundamental understanding of the cultivation and immortal realms. For instance, the hierarchy of cultivators is categorized as qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, and nascent soul, with the qi refinement stage comprising 9 levels. The initial 3 represent the early stage, the middle 3 denote the mid-stage, and the final 3 signify the late stage. Huang Chong, originally a wandering cultivator at the lower echelons of the immortal world, reached the 6th level of qi refinement at his peak. However, as he aged and perceived the futility of establishing a foundation, He grew weary of the treacherous and perilous life within the cultivation community and ultimately chose to return to the mundane world, where he enjoyed a period of carefree opulence. In the end, childless and without heirs, he passed away in a mountain cave. Subsequently, the fortuitous Jiyin ventured into the mountains to gather herbs and inadvertently stumbled upon Huangchang's cave, thus embarking on his own cultivation journey. Perhaps influenced by the contents of Huangchang's journal, Jiyin, upon achieving success in his cultivation, did not immediately seek the world of cultivators, but opted instead to live among mortals. Cultivation requires one to possess spiritual roots. Yet Huangchang did not leave behind any methods or spells to test for such roots, rendering Jiyin unable to discern the aptitude of others. He could only identify potential spiritual apprentices through repeated attempts at cultivation. The flying rune is an heirloom of Huangchang, which Jiyin, still in the early stages of qi refinement, is unable to replicate. The remaining runes and rune paper were crafted by Jiyin himself based on Huangchang's journal, demonstrating his considerable talent for cultivation. Furthermore, within Huangchang's journal, Song Wen discovered several medicinal formulas and methods for cultivating various spells. Among these formulas is the blood qi pill, which Jiyin has been diligently attempting to refine. At last, he understood the issues plaguing Jiyin's attempts to create the blood qi pill. The formula recorded in Huangchang's journal is incomplete, lacking precise measurements for two auxiliary herbs, compelling Jiyin to determine their quantities through trial and error. Initially, Jiyin even experienced explosive failures during his attempts, narrowly escaping disaster. Nevertheless, Jiyin proved to be remarkably resilient, eventually arriving at an approximate dosage. The spells documented in Huangchang's journal are all accessible for cultivation, and Jiyin successfully learned both the shielding technique and the fireball technique, the only two spells feasible for practice at the early qi refinement stage. What captivated Song Wen most were the flight technique and the wind blade technique. Mastering these spells would enable him to soar through the skies and wield lethal power unseen, granting him an almost invincible position among mortals, free from the constraints of combat. However, both spells require reaching the fourth level of qi refinement for cultivation, which is why Jiyin was so eager to break through. Setting the books aside, Song Wen then produced a 1-foot-tall alchemical furnace and a 2-foot-long jade box. The jade box, crafted from exquisite sheep fat jade acquired at great expense, is intended to store spiritual herbs, effectively preventing any loss of their medicinal properties. The alchemical furnace, one of Huangchang's legacies, is used for pill refinement. Upon inspecting all items, dawn broke softly, with nothing left to hinder him within the Tiansha gang. Song Wen contemplated whether to remain in the mundane world, living a leisurely life like Huangchang and Jiyin, or to venture to the Tianqing market in search of fortune and the elusive opportunity for immortality. The Tianqing market, as noted in Huangchang's journal, is the nearest realm of cultivators, yet it lies 1,000 miles away from the Qian kingdom. It is a place rich in spiritual energy, abundant in rare herbs, and home to profound cultivation techniques and potent elixirs, drawing countless cultivators to its embrace. A journey to the Tianqing market would undoubtedly yield greater opportunities. However, as Huangchang's writings caution, it is also fraught with peril, where one could easily fall victim to treachery and lose their life to others seeking fortune. Nonetheless, Song Wen recognized that he could not depart from the Tiansha gang just yet. He must first deal with Tang Liang, the one who attacked him, before he could leave. Chapter 24. Spell Cultivation. Song Wen retrieved the cultivation methods for the fireball technique and the shielding technique, intending to practice these first to significantly enhance his combat and survival abilities. He began with the fireball technique, which possesses immense power and a strong deterrent effect for mortals. Following the energy circulation pathways outlined in the spell, he attempted to condense a fireball using his internal spiritual energy, but he failed repeatedly. Just as he prepared for another attempt, he heard a commotion outside. Straining his ears, he discerned that it was Aunt Chun bringing breakfast. He hurriedly halted his practice and intercepted her. Aunt Chun, the master, is in seclusion and must not be disturbed. Please hand me the meal boxes. Aunt Chun glanced upstairs, seeing no signs of life, and nodded, handing over 2 food containers while muttering, "Immortals are truly remarkable. They can go a whole day and night without feeling hungry." After dismissing Aunt Chun, Song Wen chose not to return to his room. He quickly finished his breakfast and began practicing the fireball technique right there, dedicating the entire day to his training. Whether due to his exceptional talent for spells or the relative simplicity of the fireball and shielding techniques, he managed to master both within a single day. Nevertheless, the fireballs he conjured were only the size of a fist. a stark contrast to the head-sized projectiles described in the texts. However, he remained patient, knowing that with continued practice, he could gradually enhance the potency of his fireballs. Within a 7-jong radius, Song Wen could accurately direct his fireballs with remarkable speed, but beyond that distance, his aim diminished considerably, making it easier for opponents to evade. The shielding technique envelopes the user in a transparent protective barrier invisible to the naked eye, reminiscent of the protective arts depicted in films from his past life. Song Wen tested it with a dagger, striking with full force, yet the barrier held firm against his assault. The shielding technique is a sustained spell that can persist as long as one possesses ample spiritual energy, and it is not forcibly breached. Having successfully cultivated both spells, Song Wen finally felt a semblance of security. He now possessed some skills to confront the dangers that may arise at any moment. After once more turning away Aunt Shun, he returned to his room for a nap, waking only around noon. Upon stepping outside the courtyard, he addressed the captain of the guards stationed at the gate. "My master has concluded his seclusion, and during this time, he has made significant progress in his cultivation. He is currently stabilizing his newfound power. Ensure that no one enters, so as not to disturb his tranquility." With that, Song Wen made to leave. The captain called after him, "Young Master Song, where are you headed?" "By the master's orders. I am to procure some superior herbs," Song Wen replied without looking back. After taking a few steps, he seemed to recall something and paused to turn back. "The master has requested that Tang Liang, the young gang leader, come to the small building tonight at the hour of the dog. He intends to impart genuine cultivation techniques to him. Please relay this message to him." "It shall be done," the captain responded respectfully. After exiting the Tiansha gang, Song Wen strolled leisurely through the streets, his keen senses alerting him to the presence of someone following him. He feigned interest in a large pharmacy, purchasing precious herbs such as ginseng and deer antler. Then he slipped into a restaurant and exited through the back door, successfully evading his pursuer. In the main hall of the Tiansha gang, a subordinate was reporting to Tang Yinian. "Gang leader, Elder Ji-in has emerged from seclusion, but entry for outsiders remains prohibited." The elder of Extreme Yin mentioned that the young master should visit before the hour of the dog to impart the secrets of cultivating immortality. Tang Yinian narrowed his eyes, glancing over at his son, Tang Liang, who sensed his father's gaze and, with a hint of confusion, inquired about the situation. Why was the elder of Extreme Yin, who had previously evaded requests for teaching, now proactively offering to share his knowledge? Tang Yinian nodded, acknowledging the peculiarity of the matter. He turned his attention to his subordinate and inquired, was this truly stated by the elder of Extreme Yin? The subordinate shook his head, explaining that it was actually conveyed by the elder's disciple, Song Wen. Ever since the elder emerged from the alchemy cave 2 days prior and entered the small building, none of their men had seen him again. Aunt Shun, who delivered meals, was blocked by Song Wen before she could reach the upper floors, and the guards around the courtyard had not witnessed the elder's departure. Tang Yinian furrowed his brow, remaining silent for a moment. Meanwhile, Tang Liang's eyes gleamed with a cold light. Ever since their failed attempt to ambush Song Wen, he had been anxiously anticipating retaliation from the elder of Extreme Yin. To his surprise, more than 20 days had passed without incident, which provided him a degree of relief. He had not dared to inform his father about the attack on Song Wen. If Tang Yinian were to discover that he had failed against the elder's disciple, he would undoubtedly be deeply disappointed, jeopardizing Tang Liang's position as the young master. Tang Yinian, after a moment of contemplation, mused, "What is the elder of Extreme Yin scheming? What has his disciple been up to lately?" The subordinate continued. After the elder emerged, he summoned Song Wen to the second floor for over an hour. Since then, Song Wen has remained downstairs to guard the elder. However, starting from yesterday, he suddenly began practicing spells, and guards reported seeing him conjure fireballs the size of fists. Tang Yinyan's eyes widened in astonishment. Song Wen had learned spells so quickly, far exceeding their expectations. The spells wielded by cultivators could be quite formidable, often surpassing the offensive capabilities of innate martial artists, and they were capable of long-range attacks. For an exceptionally gifted martial artist to reach the innate realm, they would require at least 30 years of relentless training, alongside considerable financial investment in rare materials. In contrast, a cultivator could achieve heights within just 2 or 3 months that many martial artists would not attain in their lifetimes, evoking envy and admiration. Of course, it was not to say that a novice cultivator like Song Wen could completely overpower innate martial artists. His weaknesses were apparent, his techniques were limited, and he lacked practical combat experience. Innate martial artists, on the other hand, had survived countless life and death battles, gaining breakthroughs at the brink of mortality. The outcome of a confrontation would depend on various factors such as the battle location, timing, and psychological state. The subordinate continued, "At noon today, Song Wendy left the Heavenly Kill gang alone. It seems he was aware of our surveillance and managed to shake us off. We have now lost track of him." Tang Enian, filled with anger, scoffed, "A bunch of useless fools, unable to handle a mere novice." The subordinate, now terrified, knelt before him, begging for punishment due to their failure. Tang Enian shot them a glare, retorting, "What good will punishing you do? Hurry and send more people to search. I wish to see what this master-disciple duo is truly up to." The subordinate, having received the command, rushed off to assemble a search party. Once they had departed, Tang Liang inquired, "Father, should I still visit the Elder of Extreme tonight?" Tang Enian nodded affirmatively, stating, "We must pay our respects to the Elder. To be cautious, I shall accompany you this evening. However, we need to prepare beforehand." Chapter 25. Fierce battle. As the hour of the dog approached, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows over the land. Tang Enian and his son arrived punctually at the courtyard. As they neared the small building, they discerned Song Wendy emerging from the medicinal fields. A smile crept onto Tang Enian's face. Having only heard of the elder's remarkable pupil, he was now witnessing the young man's impressive demeanor, a true dragon among men. Song Wendy, unfamiliar with Tang Enian, expressed his confusion. "Who are you?" In stark contrast to his father's cordiality, Tang Liang's expression was cold. He harbored resentment towards Song Wendy, and the latter's newfound mastery of the fireball technique only deepened Tang Liang's jealousy. How could this country bumpkin, seemingly emerging from nowhere, achieve in less than 3 months what Tang Liang had longed for? With a hint of derision, Tang Liang remarked, "As a disciple of the Heavenly Kill gang, you do not recognize the young master?" Startled by Tang Enian's unexpected presence, Song Wendy's heart raced. The rumor spoke of Tang Enian as a rare master in the martial world. Would today's scheme unfold without a hitch? Yet, reassured by his own preparations, Song Wendy maintained an impassive facade, even donning a surprised smile as he clasped his hands in greeting. "I am Song Wendy, honored to meet the young master. Your praise is too much. I am unworthy of it. My master awaits you both inside. Please come in." Tang Enian nodded, expressing, "Whenever you have the opportunity. Dear nephew Song, do visit my residence." After finishing his words, he led Tang Liang towards the small building. Once they had distanced themselves, Tang Enian quietly asked his son, "Do you have past grievances with him?" Tang Liang replied, "There was a minor, unpleasant incident." Tang Enian advised, "It would be best to resolve this. In my opinion, this young man is quite astute, and with his newfound skills, he will not be an ordinary individual in the future." Unbeknownst to Tang Enian, the two harbored a deadly enmity. As Song Wendy observed their retreating figures, a sinister smile crept onto his lips. He had meticulously prepared for the imminent elimination of Tang Liang. His earlier presence in the medicinal fields was to uproot the blood-red vines, carefully storing them in a jade box within his storage bag. All preparations were complete. It was merely time to draw them into his trap. Upon witnessing the two ascend to the second floor, Song Wendy began to silently channel his spiritual energy, readying himself to unleash the fireball technique. Upon reaching the second floor, Tang Enian cleared his throat and announced, "Elder of Extreme Yin, this young master and his son have come to visit. Please open the door for a discussion." He awaited the elder's response with great anticipation. However, there was silence from within the room. "What is going on?" Tang Enian murmured, casting a puzzled glance at Tang Liang, who was equally bewildered. Noticing that the door was not fully closed but slightly ajar, Tang Enian gently pushed it open, producing a creaking sound as it swung wide. In the dim light, he spotted a figure seated cross-legged in the center of the room, but it was devoid of any signs of breath. Tang Enian gasped in surprise, exclaiming, "Elder of Extreme Yin, what has happened to you?" Without hesitation, he stepped inside, followed closely by Tang Liang. Seeing this unfold, Song Wendy's eyes ignited with fierce determination. Now was the perfect moment to strike. He raised his hand, unleashing a fireball the size of a fist, hurtling towards the ground floor. The fireball shattered the door upon impact, landing squarely on a large vat filled with a 10-pound capacity. Boom! The vat exploded, sending a torrent of thick black liquid splattering everywhere. It was incendiary oil. Upon contact with fire, the oil ignited instantly. Nearby, 10 identical vats, now splattered with oil, also erupted into flames. The air filled with a cacophony of explosions, shaking the ground beneath, drawing the attention of thousands of Heavenly Kill gang members, who looked on in horror, who dared to wreak havoc within their ranks. The shockwave from the explosions obliterated the entire small building in an instant. In the midst of the explosion, countless steel needles scattered in all directions, resembling a multitude of haphazardly fired bullets. Song Wen gazed upon this scene with great satisfaction. The flammable oil was procured by him from outside, and he had deliberately infused the earthenware jar with numerous steel needles. He could not help but marvel at the methods employed by the cultivators, as he had stealthily brought in over 100 pounds of flammable oil using a storage bag. Subsequently, he placed an extremely lean corpse within the room to attract the attention of Tang Yinian and his son. Song Wen's plan was meticulously executed, yet he still underestimated the formidable prowess of Tang Yinian as an innate martial artist. An innate martial artist could project true energy, forming a protective shield around the body, rendering the raging flames and the piercing steel needles utterly ineffective against him. However, Tang Liang was not so fortunate. His body was charred black, and several steel needles had pierced his abdomen. With one hand carrying his son, Tang Yinian channeled his true energy and surged forth like a great rock breaking free. As Song Wen observed Tang Yinian suddenly bursting forth from the sea of flames, he activated the talisman he had prepared, unleashing a fireball the size of a human head, hurtling towards Tang Yinian with fierce momentum. Tang Yinian's expression turned to one of horror. The power and searing heat of the fireball filled him with dread, and he knew that even a glancing touch could spell his demise. In a panic, he had no choice but to hurl Tang Liang towards the fireball. No! Tang Liang cried out in despair, colliding directly with the lightning-fast fireball. Bang! Tang Liang's body was instantly obliterated, scattering his remains across the sky. Tang Yinian's eyes widened with fury, fixating on Song Wen, radiating an intense hatred as if he wished to rend Song Wen into 1,000 pieces. "You shall pay for this, Song Wen," he vowed, propelling himself with an extraordinary speed, skillfully navigating through the inferno. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to Song Wen. "You brat, prepare to meet your end." Tang Yinian, a master of horizontal training techniques, channeled his martial prowess into his fists. His fist, imbued with the force to shatter stone, struck towards Song Wen's chest. Thud! His fist halted just a foot away from Song Wen's chest, unable to penetrate further. That was the protective shield Song Wen had cast. The impact sent Song Wen flying backward as if struck by a speeding vehicle. He was taken aback. Indeed, Tang Yinian, as an innate martial artist, possessed terrifying strength. Fortunately, it was not enough to breach his protective shield. Seizing the opportunity while being propelled backward, Song Wen activated another fireball talisman. At close range, the fireball appeared suddenly, its speed so formidable that Tang Yinian found no avenue for evasion. The fireball charged straight into Tang Yinian's chest. His proud horizontal training technique was instantly shattered. His body was flung backwards several yards, blood gushing forth from his ravaged chest. His flesh torn and ribs shattered beyond count. Though Tang Yinian fell, he was not yet dead. He struggled desperately to rise. As he soared through the air, he had clearly seen that Song Wen, struck by his powerful punch, was relatively unharmed, leaving him vulnerable to a potential follow-up attack from Song Wen. Chapter 26. The importance of air supremacy. Just as Song Wen prepared to cast the fireball technique once more to eliminate Tang Yinian completely, he suddenly heard a cacophony of piercing sounds behind him. Turning around, he was astonished to see countless arrows shooting towards him. Earlier that afternoon, Tang Yinian and his son had sensed something amiss regarding the extreme Yin's words and had summoned hundreds of elite warriors, all clad in iron armor and wielding spears and bows, lying in ambush just outside the courtyard. Upon witnessing the sudden explosion of the small building, these hundreds of elite warriors rushed into the courtyard, launching an assault on Song Wen. At that moment, Tang Yinian also noticed the barrage of arrows raining down. He erupted into maniacal laughter. "You little thief, I care not how you killed the extreme Yin. That is irrelevant to me. But you have killed my son, and I will ensure that you pay for his death." With his frenzied laughter, he envisioned Song Wen being buried beneath the deluge of arrows. These hundreds of elites were all martial artists who had cultivated their inner strength, utilizing iron bows with tremendous power, each arrow capable of rending flesh. The spells cast by Song Wen were evidently single-target attacks, and he could not hope to escape unscathed amidst the onslaught of hundreds of elite warriors. Yet, Song Wen remained unfazed as he beheld the arrows raining down. Suddenly, a wind talisman appeared in his hand. Upon activation, a tempest erupted, sending whirlwinds spiraling into the air. The howling winds blew fiercely, tossing sand and debris, causing the arrows to veer off course, losing their aim in mere moments. Only a few arrows struck Song Wen, but their power was greatly diminished, posing no threat to him, who had cast the shield spell. Simultaneously, the raging flames were whipped by the wind, causing the fire to surge. The trees within the courtyard ignited, and even the medicinal fields were not spared. Most of the spiritual herbs painstakingly gathered by the extreme Een were destroyed, with the dense forest on the rear mountain of the small building also set ablaze. The entire courtyard was now engulfed in flames. While the arrows did not pose a threat to Song Wen, they provided Tang Enian with an opportunity to escape. Seizing this moment, he distanced himself from Song Wen, desperately making his way towards his elite followers. Once he reached their ranks, he felt a sense of safety and a renewed thirst for vengeance surged within him. Song Wen, you shall not escape today. I will slay the immortal, he declared. Bring forth the 8-ox crossbow. 10 massive crossbows were summoned, each equipped with 10 pure steel spears, each as thick as a man's arm and a yard long, their points glimmering ominously. Some burly men strained to draw the bowstrings, raising the spearheads, ready to unleash their deadly payload, the 8-ox crossbow emitting a chilling, ear-piercing sound. Fire! With a resounding hum, the 10 crossbows released their volleys simultaneously, the steel spears slicing through the air with a terrifying shriek. These spears possessed power far beyond that of the previous arrows. The 8-ox crossbows were siege weapons of the Qian Kingdom's army. Each one held the capability to conquer fortifications. It was uncertain where Tang Enian had acquired such a multitude of them. Where do you think you can flee, Song Wen? Faced with the 100-yard-long, pure steel spears. Song Wen dared not underestimate them. He could not ascertain whether the wind talisman could disperse the spears, nor did he wish to absorb such a terrifying force with his shield spell. Activating a flight talisman, he felt an exhilarating lightness and soared upward, quickly ascending to 30 yards high, thus evading the range of the spears. The flight talisman was Song Wen's greatest trump card, the very reason he dared to act against Tang Liang. With the flight talisman, he could disengage from combat at will. Had he not possessed the flight talisman, he would never have chosen to assassinate Tang Liang within the Tiansha gang, but would have opted for a more prudent approach, waiting for an opportunity outside the gang's confines. It would be rude to not reciprocate, he thought, releasing 2 fireball talismans and a wind talisman. Activating the talismans was swifter than casting spells himself. He could fly. Below, Tang Enian and the members of the Tiansha gang were filled with astonishment. Song Wen's ability to soar high into the sky exceeded their expectations, placing him in an almost invulnerable position. Quickly, redirect the 8-ox crossbows. Shoot him down. Danzinian Saute. Yet, before they could adjust their aim, 2 fireballs descended from the sky. Boom! Boom! The fireballs struck 2 of the 8-ox crossbows, shattering them into pieces. The flames erupting violently and scattering everywhere. Nearby, a dozen gang members were caught in the conflagration, their bodies engulfed in flames. Before the Tiansha gang could catch their breath, the howling winds arrived, making it nearly impossible for them to steady their crossbows and aim at the airborne Song Wen. You despicable coward, Tang Enian bellowed, as a dignified immortal. Do you not dare to face me head-on? Do you only know how to hide behind your talismans? I shall see how many talismans you possess, and once they are spent, I will turn you into a pulp. Frustrated by the lack of progress against Song Wen despite overwhelming numbers, Tang Enian's voice rose in desperation. In the sky, Song Wen merely smiled faintly, confident in the flight talisman's duration of a quarter hour, knowing he had ample time to toy with his adversaries. Facing the enemy head-on? Do you take me for a fool? Here, receive a fiery barrage. The number of talismans is limited, yet within Song Wen's storage, there remains a considerable supply of incendiary oil, all contained in 1-pound ceramic jars. Numbering in the hundreds, suspended in the high heavens, Song Wen possessed absolute aerial supremacy. The jars of incendiary oil descended like cannonballs, targeting the densely populated areas and the remaining 8 bull crossbows. The ground, already ablaze, became an inferno as the incendiary jars fell, bolstered by the residual force of the wind talisman. The flames in the courtyard intensified to an almost unbearable degree, leaving no safe haven. Countless subordinates writhed in agony, their cries and wails echoing incessantly. Aside from a few who managed to escape from the periphery, the vast majority of those who entered the courtyard were engulfed in the sea of flames. Tang Enian, severely injured, had not managed to flee in time. However, he was surrounded by loyal subordinates. More than 10 of them shielded him from the splattering flames, temporarily preserving his life. As time passed, his defenders gradually succumbed to the fiery onslaught, dwindling in number. In midair, Song Wen closely monitored Tang Enian, seizing the opportunity to channel his magical power and unleash a fireball spell. As the fist-sized fireball approached Tang Enian, he inexplicably produced a steel spear nearly a yard long. With a deft thrust, the spear struck the fireball directly. Boom! The fireball erupted, scattering a multitude of sparks. The spear was also caught in the explosion. Its tip shattered into countless fragments. At that moment, a ceramic jar collided with the broken spear tip. Boom! The incendiary oil burst forth, flames leaping skyward. The splattering oil landed upon Tang Yinian, and the flames swiftly enveloped him. Tang Yinian transformed into a human torch, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. As Song Wen silently calculated the passage of time, he realized that the duration of the flying talisman had nearly elapsed. It was time to depart. Steering his trajectory, he headed toward the rear mountain. Once he leaped over the peak before him, he would escape the territory of the Heavenly Fiend gang. Before leaving, he did not forget to hurl all the incendiary jars from his storage bag, particularly targeting Tang Yinian. Chapter 27. The corpse demon sect in the heights of the Heavenly Fiend gang's domain. Under the pitch-black night sky, a vessel several feet long hovered silently in the air. A gaunt figure emanated a faint aura of death energy. He glanced at the raging flames below and then at Song Wen, who was fleeing in the low sky, an amused expression flickering in his eyes. This young man is impressive. As a cultivator, he ruthlessly slaughters mortals without hesitation, reminiscent of the character of my demonic sect. Let us observe how capable you truly are. The man gestured with his fingers, and a beam of white light descended upon Song Wen. With roots in all 5 elements and possessing a 6th-grade medium spiritual root, this is indeed an unexpected discovery. The man spoke with bright eyes. Spiritual roots are classified according to the 5 elemental attributes: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Some possess a singular root, while others have all 5. However, the number of roots does not determine one's aptitude for cultivation. Rather, it is the quality of the roots themselves that dictates one's potential. Spiritual roots are graded from 1 to 9, with 1 being the lowest and 9 the highest. Roots graded 1 to 3 are considered inferior, with exceedingly poor potential, making it nearly impossible to achieve foundational establishment. A person with a grade 1 root may struggle even to reach the mid-stage of chi refinement. Grades 4 to 6 represent medium roots, with most disciples from various sects falling into this category. Some fortunate ones with good temperament may successfully establish their foundations and become pillars of the cultivation world. Song Wen's 6th grade root even hinted at the possibility of forming a golden core. Grades 7 to 9 are exceedingly rare. A 7th grade root, though just a level above the 6th, represents a world of difference. A 7th grade root can easily become a direct disciple in any sect, nurtured as a future pillar of the organization. Unless one falls midway, those with 7th grade roots are almost guaranteed to become golden core powerhouses. 8th grade roots are scarcely seen in the current cultivation world, allowing their possessors to cultivate to the nascent soul stage with little obstruction, becoming revered ancestors. 9th grade roots belong to the realm of legend, a type so rare that they are encountered once in a millennium. While flying, Song Wen suddenly felt an irresistible, overwhelming force descend upon him, as if a primordial beast from antiquity had fixed its gaze upon him, rendering him immobile, frozen in place, awaiting the judgment of fate. Suddenly, he saw a figure materialize before him, standing upon a sword. Cold sweat poured down Song Wen's back. From Huang Shang's journal, he had learned that the arrival possessed at least foundational cultivation. Only those above the foundational stage could traverse the skies on a sword, far surpassing his flight technique relying on wind. I pay my respects to the senior, Song Wen stammered, his voice trembling. Internally, he cursed his luck, realizing how abysmal it was to encounter a foundational cultivator in the mundane world, an occurrence rarer than winning the lottery in his previous life. The visitor spoke calmly, observing, "You are quite a ruthless young one, displaying a hint of the demonic sex essence. Would you care to join my corpse demon sect and become one of its disciples?" Though the tone was amicable, Song Wen was not naive enough to believe it was a genuine inquiry into his preference. The demonic path is one that emphasizes freedom and desire. If one's desires are not fulfilled, the consequences could be fatal. Song Wen immediately feigned surprise, as if being accepted into the corpse demon sect were a monumental honor bestowed upon his ancestors. "I am willing, thank you, senior," he replied. In truth, he yearned to kneel and pay homage, yet his position in midair rendered him powerless. As for dignity and pride, the notion that a man's knees are made of gold was far from his thoughts. Those who recognize the shifting tides are the true wise. In his past life, when he first entered the workforce and was coerced by a wealthy woman to drink a bottle of liquor while collecting debts, he understood that only those with power and authority could speak of dignity. Weakness is a sin, and the weak are unworthy of dignity. Furthermore, the corpse demon sect, as its name suggests, is not a benevolent sect, but rather a ruthless, demonic organization. Song Wen understood a low-level loose cultivator, barely at the second level of chi refinement, had no standing to negotiate human rights with a foundational cultivator from the demonic path. The visitor was clearly pleased with Song Wen's response. I am Shi Shou of the Corpse Demon Sect. You may call me Elder Shi. And what name do you go by, young one? Reporting to Elder Shi, I go by the name of Extremine. Extremine, though your abilities are lacking, your title is quite audacious, fitting the style of my Corpse Demon Sect. You are destined to be a disciple of our demonic path. Elder Shi laughed heartily. Afterward, he turned and ascended into the sky. Song Wen felt an invisible force enveloping him, pulling him upward. Within moments, he found himself aboard the flying vessel at an altitude of 1,000 feet. Elder Shi placed Song Wen on the deck, instructing him, find a place to stay put and do not wander about. If you happen to fall, this elder will not stop the vessel to rescue you. Disciple obeys. Song Wen replied. After the initial terror subsided, he quickly regained his composure. Having arrived, he resolved to accept the situation, assuming the role of a disciple. Looking around the deck, he noticed 6 other youths. Among them were 3 boys and 1 girl, huddled in a corner of the deck, visibly terrified. They emitted no fluctuations of spiritual energy, indicating they were likely untrained mortals. The other 2 youths regarded Song Wen with a hint of superiority, seemingly looking down on him and the other 4 newcomers. The last individual stood beside the superior man, expressionless and motionless, resembling a wooden statue, devoid of any emotion. Akin to a guardian watching over him. Song Wen detected a putrid odor emanating from this figure, and there was no hint of breath, making him seem like a lifeless corpse. Seeking solitude, Song Wen settled into a quiet corner on the deck, closing his eyes to rest. At the bow of the ship, Shi Shou suddenly made several hand gestures. The vessel surged forward, accelerating like an arrow released from a bow, swiftly slicing through the night sky. The passengers on the deck, however, felt no gusts of wind. A protective shield enveloped the ship, keeping the fierce winds at bay, creating a surreal experience. Song Wen felt as if he were flying, reminiscent of his past life. Yet the view was significantly improved. Curiously, he gazed downwards. Due to the limited visibility of the night, he could discern only the flickering lights of Salt City and the raging flames of the Heavenly Slaughter Gang, while everything else remained indistinct and vague. Chapter 28. Outer Sect disciples. After several days of travel, having traversed countless miles, the ship gradually slowed. Song Wen had prudently stored provisions in his storage bag, thus avoiding hunger. In stark contrast, the 4 mortals suffered greatly, as Shi Shou did not provide them with any sustenance, leaving them on the brink of starvation. The superior man had consumed merely a single pill throughout the journey and appeared vibrant and unaffected. Could it be a fasting elixir? Song Wen speculated, choosing not to share his food with the 4 youths. Shi Shou had neither offered them food nor commanded Song Wen to do so. He would not take the initiative to play the benefactor without understanding the identities of the 4 and Shi Shou's stance. Song Wen shifted his gaze to the towering mountains below. Amongst them, one mountain stood out, soaring into the clouds, its summit obscured. It was vast, stretching endlessly. Palaces and pavilions dotted its slopes, marking the main peak of the Corpse Demon Sect, Corpse Demon Mountain. Most disciples of the sect practiced their cultivation there, and figures could be seen leaping between the peaks, some even soaring on swords or riding celestial beasts. If not for the skull decorations adorning the buildings and the pervasive aura of death, it might have resembled a celestial realm. At last they had arrived. Shi Shou turned to Song Wen, stating, Extremely distribute some of the food and water from your storage bag to them. Song Wen silently retrieved his rations and water, handing them to the 4 youths. As he watched them devour the food ravenously, Shi Shou continued, From this day forth, the 6 of you shall be disciples of the Corpse Demon Sect. Our sect is renowned in the demonic path. I expect you to adhere to the sect's rules and diligently cultivate, lest you squander this rare opportunity and tarnish our reputation. Song Wen narrowed his eyes. 6? Was there not a total of 7 individuals on this deck, including Shi Shou? Could it be that the zombie-like man was indeed not alive, but a corpse? Shi Shou lowered the bow of the ship, guiding it to land on a plaza at the mountain's foot. As they disembarked, a man approached them. Elder Shi Shou, you have returned with new disciples. Was the journey smooth? He inquired. Relatively smooth. I have recruited 6 disciples with mid-grade spiritual roots, replied Shi Shou, pointing to the superior man. This young man is named Wu Sheng, possessing a cultivation level of the 3rd layer of chi refinement, practicing the sect's outer sect technique. Cultivation technique. He is a descendant of a previous disciple of our sect. Despite his ancestors' low cultivation, he has served the sect valiantly. Duki, ensure you look after him, so that those righteous cultivators do not slander us as heartless and ungrateful. Du Qiu thought to himself. You must have received quite a benefit from him. Our sect prioritizes profit, and there is little camaraderie among us disciples. Do we really need the righteous cultivators to slander us? He respectfully replied, Elder Shishou, rest assured, I will take good care of junior brother Wu Sheng. Shishou then gestured toward Song Wen, his lips moving silently, though no words emerged. Du Qiu glanced curiously at Song Wen, but quickly concealed his intrigue. These new disciples are entrusted to you. I take my leave. With that, Shishou soared into the sky. Du Qiu surveyed the 6 individuals before him and proclaimed, all of you possess considerable talent, each with mid-grade spiritual roots. From today, you shall be recognized as outer sect disciples of the corpse demon sect. If you can reach the later stage of Qi refinement within 6 years, you may join me as inner sect disciples. As for becoming direct disciples, that depends on your individual fortunes. As he spoke, Du Qiu waved his hand, and 6 storage bags appeared before the new disciples. Inside the bags were cultivation techniques, attire, spiritual stones, elixirs, and sect regulations. I hope you will read the sect regulations carefully. Do not transgress unknowingly, he advised. Follow me. I will guide you to the quarters for outer sect disciples. Under Du Qiu's guidance, they soon arrived at a row of caves at the mountain's base. Your storage bags contain tokens for your caves. Use your tokens to enter your respective quarters. I am your senior brother Du Qiu, responsible for your entry-level training for the next month. I reside in the 36th cave, halfway up the mountain. Feel free to seek me if you have any questions regarding your cultivation. Du Qiu pointed towards a nearby row of wooden houses. That is where the miscellaneous disciples reside. There is a dining hall where you can resolve your meal issues. Our corpse demon sect does not support idlers. After 1 month, you will be assigned to various halls. I hope you make good use of this month. The techniques provided must be mastered, or you will be turned into living corpses to be controlled by others. After saying this, Du Qiu performed a flying technique and ascended towards the mountainside. After flying several dozen feet, he suddenly descended again, addressing the 4 newcomers. I almost forgot that you 4 have not practiced yet and cannot open your storage bags. He cast spells 4 times, and beams of white light fell upon the storage bags of the 4 newcomers. With a clatter, the unrefined storage bags opened, spilling their contents. Among the items were jade bottles containing elixirs, 5 transparent spiritual stones, and 2 books. Observant as ever, Song Wen noticed that the cultivation techniques received by the 4 were all corpse demon techniques, identical to what Wu Sheng practiced. Completing this task, Du Qiu once again activated his flying technique and drifted upwards, gracefully, much like Song Wen when using a flying talisman, though far less swift and agile compared to Shishou's method. The 4 newcomers frantically gathered their scattered cultivation materials, as their lives depended on them. Should they fail to master the basics within a month, they would become living corpses. Song Wen watched Du Qiu's vanishing figure, unable to suppress his thoughts. The distance from the inner sect's cave to the mountain's base was several thousand feet vertically. For someone like him, who had never practiced flying techniques, the only way to ascend would be to traverse the winding mountain paths, which would likely take half a day or more. For the 4 newcomers, the ascent would be even more perilous, as a moment's inattention could lead to a fatal fall. Du Qiu clearly did not wish for the 6 to disturb him. He intended for them to cultivate independently. Song Wen probed into his storage bag, producing a palm-sized token. Being 12, he noted the number inscribed on the token and began searching for his cave among the rows. He soon located his dwelling, which was well-positioned at the center of the caves, with a rich concentration of spiritual energy, one of the more favorable locations for outer sect disciples. As Song Wen was about to enter his cave, he was suddenly called from behind. Hey, Yin, let's swap caves. Chapter 29. Ingenious seizure. Wu Sheng gazed at Song Wen with an air of superiority, a faint smirk of disdain gracing his features, as if he had already secured his victory over Song Wen. Now at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, he possessed a family lineage that granted him an edge in techniques and abilities far surpassing those of a loose cultivator like Song Wen. Yet, this was not his greatest source of confidence. His greatest reliance lay in the iron corpse behind him. This iron corpse was a relic of his father, possessing the combat prowess of a mid-stage Qi practitioner. Its flesh was as hard as iron and emanated a potent, toxic aura of death, making it a formidable opponent that ordinary mid-stage Qi practitioners could not contend with. Upon hearing this, Song Wen was overwhelmed with a sense of discontent. He had not anticipated that upon entering the corpse demon sect, he would encounter such bullying among his peers. Were those in the cultivation world truly so thoughtless? They readily made enemies for themselves. However, upon further reflection, it was reasonable. Wu Sheng was merely 16 or 17, a time of youthful arrogance, and he was the strongest among the six, which justified his reckless demeanor. Feeling the iron corpse's unrestrained aura of death, Song Wen shuddered. He realized that he was in no position to contend with such a being. He promptly made a decision. Holding the token in his hands, he bowed and spoke. "Senior Brother Wu, it is an honor that you desire my cave dwelling. If you wish to reside there, please take it." Wu Sheng nodded with pride, snatching the token from Song Wen's hands and handing him the token for his own cave dwelling in return. "Junior Brother Jian, you are quite astute. A person of foresight. Follow me, and I shall provide some connections within the corpse demon sect. Thank you for your guidance, Senior Brother." Wu Sheng replied nonchalantly and turned to stride toward Cave 12, his manner exuding authority. Watching him depart, Song Wen silently noted this individual in his little book. A gentleman's vengeance is never late. With sufficient strength, the humiliation of today would one day be avenged. Should his strength prove inadequate, well, fellow disciples ought to support one another. Glancing at the token in hand, Cave 97, Song Wen lifted his gaze and soon located the cave dwelling at the edge of the outer disciple area. At that moment, he suddenly understood Wu Sheng's motive for seizing the cave. This dwelling was situated at the periphery, where the spiritual energy was significantly thinner than in Cave 12, naturally leading to a slower cultivation speed. Song Wen's resentment toward Wu Sheng intensified. Holding the token, he easily entered the cave. The cave was spacious, covering several dozen square meters, furnished with various daily necessities. In the very center stood a bottomless shaft, from which a pervasive aura of death emanated, causing discomfort. This was a formation set by the ancestors of the corpse demon sect, known as the Great Formation of Corpse Refinement, designed to aid disciples in their cultivation. Utilizing the corpses of countless mortals, practitioners, and spirit beasts to condense the aura of death. This aura was transmitted through the shaft into the disciples' dwellings. Song Wen began to examine the items in his storage bag. Outer disciple robes, 5 low-grade spirit stones, and 2 vials of pills. One vial contained 3 pills of sustenance, capable of sustaining a person without food for 10 days. The other vial contained 3 blood corpse pills, which assisted practitioners in condensing and refining the aura of death. Song Wen noticed an anomaly. While others possessed tomes of the technique known as the corpse refinement technique, his storage bag held no such manuals, but instead contained a jade slip. No longer a novice in cultivation, Song Wen recognized that this jade slip was a transmission slip, a more advanced recording medium than books. By pressing it to his forehead, he could access its contents with his spiritual energy. Why was my technique different from the others? Unease crept into Song Wen's heart as he recalled the secretive exchange between Shishou and Du Qiu before their departure. The issue must have arisen then. This jade slip was given to him by Shishou. Why had he specifically bestowed this technique upon him? Was it due to some unique quality in his aptitude that warranted such special treatment? Placing the jade slip against his forehead, he began to comprehend the technique's content. The name of the technique was the blood refinement technique of the Corpse King. This was a rare body refining technique within the cultivation world, detailing all stages from the 1st to the 9th level of Qi practice. According to the information flooding his mind, Song Wen learned that the cultivation of the blood refinement technique of the Corpse King required one to possess an all-encompassing spiritual root, capable of cultivating it. Could this be the reason Shishou imparted this technique to me? The overview indicated that the blood refinement technique of the Corpse King was an invaluable body refining method. In mastering, it could enable one to become the ancestor of zombies, transcending the 5 elements and existing beyond the 3 realms. It promised immortality, invulnerability, and an indestructible existence. However, this was merely the technique's self-description. Without further information on the Qi practice stage, Song Wen could not ascertain its veracity. Though uncertain of Shishou's ulterior motives, he had no choice but to practice this technique. His original technique, the longevity technique, was certainly no longer feasible, at least not for the time being. Now, within the corpse demon sect, suffused with a dense aura of death, it would be akin to courting death to stubbornly pursue the righteous longevity technique. Cultivators of the demonic path reveled in using the souls of righteous practitioners to forge magical artifacts, employing their corporeal forms to create corpse puppets, and even utilizing their blood to cultivate secret techniques. In the eyes of demonic practitioners, everything possessed by righteous cultivators could serve as materials for enhancing their strength. For the moment, Song Wen's low cultivation level was a blessing. However, should he ascend in strength, parading his righteous aura amidst a throng of demonic practitioners would be no different than a monk wandering among demons. After gaining a basic understanding of the blood refinement technique of the Corpse King, Song Wen set it aside, recognizing that cultivation was not an urgent matter. He retrieved the sect's regulations, for to survive well within the Corpse Demon sect, familiarity with these rules was indispensable. After half an hour, he closed the book on the sect's regulations. This tome not only elucidated the rules of the Corpse Demon sect, but also provided an overview of its structure, granting Song Wen a general understanding of the sect. Somewhat reassured, he noted that although the Corpse Demon sect was a demonic faction, it still prohibited disciples from engaging in private battles. With this regulation in place, there was at least a degree of safety within the sect. However, why was it only a degree of safety? Because the sect did not entirely forbid such conflicts. Those who harmed fellow disciples face fines: 200 low-grade spirit stones for injuring a miscellaneous disciple, 500 for killing one, 3,000 for an outer disciple, 10,000 for an inner disciple, and 100,000 for a personal disciple. Killing a Foundation establishment elder would incur a fine of 1 million low-grade spirit stones. As long as one could pay the fines, violations of the sect's regulations would not result in punishment. In fact, excessive killings might even earn rewards for contributing to the sect's coffers. Conversely, if one could not afford the fines, they would face gruesome punishments, being drained of their blood, their souls extracted and transformed into vengeful spirits, sealed back into their original corpses, and condemned to exist as living corpses, eternally enslaved, without hope of reincarnation. It must be said, the regulations of the Corpse Demon sect were indeed characteristic of a demonic faction. Chapter 30. Blood Refinement Technique of the Corpse King from the sect's regulations. Song Wen also learned of the treatment and responsibilities of disciples within the Corpse Demon sect. As an outer disciple, he was entitled to receive 5 low-grade spirit stones each month. However, generally speaking, this meager resource was insufficient to meet the needs of a chi practitioner, even for those at the initial stage. To acquire additional resources to bolster his cultivation progress, one must contribute to the sect in exchange. In other words, as Duchio had mentioned, the Corpse Demon sect did not support idlers. New outer disciples like Song Wen had a month to focus on cultivation, after which they were expected to undertake sect tasks. However, novices in cultivation would not be assigned perilous tasks, mostly involving logistical work. After reviewing the sect's regulations, Song Wen began to practice the blood refinement technique of the Corpse King. Cultivation, whether in the righteous or demonic path, involved drawing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into oneself, gradually enhancing and strengthening one's body, ultimately breaking through the limits of human potential. The righteous path absorbs the pure essence of heaven and earth, emphasizing a gradual and natural progression. In contrast, the demonic path is far more extreme. Practitioners, in their quest for power, do not hesitate to draw in the impure energies of the world. This makes it deceptively easy for demon cultivators to begin their journey, allowing for rapid advancement in the early stages. However, as they progress, the path becomes increasingly arduous, often leading to madness and a loss of sanity. These demon cultivators may become twisted, frenzied, and brutally violent, losing control over their own actions. The energy of the Corpse Demon sect, known as the Corpse Fiend Chi, is one such form of these impure energies. Absorbing this chi not only accelerates early cultivation, but also allows cultivators to gradually condense it around their bodies, greatly enhancing their combat abilities and defenses. Song Wen's cultivation of the blood refining technique of the Corpse King similarly requires the assistance of Corpse Fiend Chi. This technique consists of 3 layers, each corresponding to different stages of chi refinement. After thoroughly studying the first layer, Song Wen commenced his practice. The first layer is relatively simple and does not require rare materials. It merely necessitates the introduction of Corpse Fiend Chi into the body for refinement, enabling the practitioner to maintain a living vitality while acquiring certain zombie-like traits. Indeed, the blood refining technique of the Corpse King lives up to its demonic nature, allowing for swift progress. With the aid of a chi well in the cave, Song Wen successfully refined his first strand of heavenly essence in just 3 hours, a stark contrast to the days spent on the longevity technique. While cultivating, Song Wen suddenly felt a wave of hunger. Although Duchio had mentioned a dining hall not far from the foot of the mountain, Song Wen had no intention of going. The sect had provided newcomers with 3 pills to suppress hunger, enough for a month, so they would not waste their time on mundane matters. He took one pill and swallowed it, instantly replacing his hunger with satiety. yet feeling no increase in his qi. This was akin to a compressed biscuit in the world of cultivation, filling yet devoid of nutrition, allowing one to go 10 days without hunger. With a spirit stone in his left hand and a corpse blood pill in his right, Song Wen was generous in his use of both, understanding that only by rapidly enhancing his strength could he survive in this perilous world. Hoarding spirit stones and pills would not only slow his progress, but could also attract unwanted attention. Thus, Song Wen dedicated an entire month to cultivation, successfully advancing the blood refining technique of the Corpse King to the later stage of the first layer, having consumed all 5 low-grade spirit stones and 3 corpse blood pills. He realized the immense value of the blood qi pills, which, although they consumed a great deal of his essence blood, could indeed unleash his latent potential and rapidly boost his magical prowess. Had he not consumed 2 blood qi pills, it would have taken him at least 1 to 2 years of arduous training to break through to the second layer of the longevity technique. It is worth noting that the density of spiritual energy in the corpse demon sect is several times greater than that of the mundane Tian Sha gang, and the rapid advancement of demonic techniques, coupled with the assistance of the qi well, allowed Song Wen to progress to the latter stage of the first layer within a month. On the 7th day, a warning from the array outside the cave indicated that someone was seeking him. The visitor was Zhang Xiaofan, a member of the same cohort, who came from a humble background and displayed a mature mindset, taking the lead among the 4. All 4 were novice cultivators, struggling to comprehend the corpse fiend technique provided by the sect. After days of independent study and mutual discussion, they had made no headway and had not achieved any breakthroughs. Zhang Xiaofan intended to enlist Song Wen's help in approaching Du Qiu for clarification. However, recalling Du Qiu's prior demeanor, which suggested a desire for solitude, Song Wen resolutely declined Zhang Xiaofan's request. Throughout the month of cultivation, Song Wen had observed that the blood refining technique of the Corpse King drained his essence blood. The corpse blood pills not only supplied him with corpse qi, but also replenished his essence blood. 3 pills in a month were simply insufficient for his needs, somewhat hindering his progress. As the month drew to a close, the depletion of his essence blood, combined with the effects of the corpse fiend qi, had left Song Wen's body a sickly shade of blue, his once robust flesh now somewhat withered, reminiscent of a demonic practitioner. He gazed at his own body with disdain, uncertain if he could ever restore it, finding it difficult to accept his ghastly appearance as a newcomer to the demonic path. Fortunately, he no longer needed to worry. Having practiced the longevity technique, he retained a lingering aura of righteousness, which drew attention within the corpse demon sect. Promptly, he ceased the operation of the blood refining technique of the Corpse King, allowing essence blood to surge forth from his bones, as if previously suppressed by the technique. Once he halted its operation, his essence blood naturally emerged to compensate for his severe depletion. Gradually, his flesh regained its fullness. The pallid hue of his skin returned to its natural color, and the faint trace of corpse qi vanished, as though he had never practiced the technique at all. Only the noble aura of the longevity technique emanated from him. With surprise illuminating his features, Song Wen pondered the implications of this newfound ability. Could he conceal his cultivation level at will? He decided to test whether he could selectively release only a portion of his aura. As he controlled the operation of the blood refining technique of the Corpse King, a faint trace of corpse qi began to radiate from him, his skin taking on a grayish pallor, ultimately stabilizing his aura at the mid-stage of the first layer. Success! This newfound skill would allow him to present only a fraction of his cultivation to the world, preserving a hidden advantage that might one day save his life. At that moment, the warning array outside the cave flared to life, accompanied by a voice from without. "Jean, the month is past. Come out at once." It was Du Qiu's voice. Chapter 31. The novice task. As Song Wen stepped out of the cave, he found Du Qiu waiting at the entrance, visibly impatient. With 5 other newcomers behind him, Wu Sheng, accompanied by his iron corpse, wore a smug expression, his gaze provocatively fixed on Song Wen. A month prior, he had taken advantage of Song Wen's unfamiliarity with the sect's rules to seize his cave. In that short span, he had utilized the rich spiritual and corpse fiend energies within to elevate his corpse fiend technique from the mid-stage of the third layer to the latter stage, leaving him quite satisfied with himself. He was eager to witness Song Wen's reaction, now that he had learned of the sect's prohibition against private duels, expecting frustration and anger. To his dismay, Song Wen merely glanced at him, offering no further attention, as if the cave incident had never occurred. Zhang Xiaofan and the other 3 had also managed to initiate their corpse fiend technique, though they were still at the initial stage, their corpse qi barely perceptible. After a brief appraisal of Song Wen's successful cultivation of the blood refining technique of the Corpse King, Du Qiu lost interest. as his task would be deemed complete as long as these 6 had successfully initiated their practices within the month. Du Qiu announced the month has ended. You must go to the Outer Affairs Hall to receive your sect tasks. With that, my task of instructing the newcomers is complete. Follow me. With that, he led the way along the rugged mountain path toward the mid-slope, and the 6 quickly followed. Along the way, Wu Sheng continued to cast taunting glances at Song Wen, who, seemingly oblivious, ignored him entirely, leaving Wu Sheng's provocations unfulfilled. This guy must be a fool, he thought. What audacity to act so confidently in an unfamiliar place, oblivious to the possibility of being struck from behind. Conversely, Zhang Xiaofan, who had exchanged brief words with Song Wen, cast him a friendly look. Song Wen returned a warm smile, recognizing the importance of interpersonal relationships even within the confines of the demonic sect, especially among peers who entered the sect at the same time, fostering an innate sense of camaraderie. Having amicable fellow disciples is always advantageous, even if merely superficial friendships. After traversing for a short while, the group arrived at the Outer Affairs Hall, situated halfway up the western side of the mountain. Du qui remarqued? This is the Outer Affairs Hall. Before we part ways, I must remind you to exercise caution when selecting your new tasks, as this will directly impact your future 5 years and may significantly influence your entire cultivation journey. With that, he bid them farewell and departed gracefully. Once Du Qiu had walked away, Wu Sheng surveyed the 5 individuals, a sense of inexplicable superiority gleaming in his eyes. Having already chosen his sect task before joining, he felt vastly more capable than these 5 novices who knew little. He confidently stepped into the Outer Affairs Hall and addressed an elder inside. Greetings, elder. I am Wu Sheng, a new disciple who joined in January, here to receive my new task. The elder lifted his murky eyes, devoid of emotion, glancing at Wu Sheng before turning to the 5 behind him. You 5 youngsters should hurry up. I have no intention of wasting time explaining the new tasks to you all twice. The 5 hastened their pace. Once they were close, the elder continued. The positions available for newcomers are as follows. The Spirit Plant Hall requires 6 Spirit Planters. The Blood Refining Hall needs 2 Corpse Handlers. The Soul Refining Hall seeks 3 Soul Collectors, and the Corpse Pit needs 2 Corpse Bearers. He systematically introduced the various halls in need of fresh recruits. These are the places requiring personnel. You may choose any one of them. Once a choice is made, it cannot be altered for 5 years. Wu Sheng, who had already devised a plan, spoke first. Elder, I wish to serve as a corpse handler in the Yinsha Hall. In the Corpse Demon Sect, the demonic practitioners require significant amounts of righteous cultivators and commoners' blood and corpses for their cultivation. Thus, the role of a corpse handler involves capturing and slaughtering righteous practitioners and commoners. Naturally, the corpses and blood sought by the Corpse Demon Sect are not from ordinary people, but rather from those with specific criteria, such as individuals born during the Yin year, month, and hour, or corpses buried in the corpse nurturing grounds for 100 years without decay. The elder's expression darkened, and he chastised you, a mere newcomer, have no right to aspire to be a corpse handler in the Yinsha Hall. His anger stemmed from the fact that becoming a corpse handler was not mentioned as an option during his introduction. At the very least, one needed to be at the mid-stage of chi refinement to qualify, and even that was the minimum requirement, given the inherent dangers of the role. Most elite corpse handlers are at the late stage of chi refinement. Undeterred by the elder's reprimand, Wu Sheng respectfully clasped his hands and bowed. Please, elder, do not be angry. My late father was once a corpse handler and taught me the corpse fiend technique from a young age. I have now reached the pinnacle of the 3rd layer of chi refinement, just a step away from the mid-stage. Additionally, I possess a corpse comparable to a 6th-layer chi refinement. Might you consider my father's contributions to the sect and make an exception? As he spoke, Wu Sheng produced a cloth bag containing 50 spirit stones, prepared by his father before his passing. He placed the bag directly into the elder's hands. The elder examined the bag, a smile spreading across his face, clearly pleased despite the modest sum. Nodding, he said, in light of your father's contributions, I shall allow you to join the Yinsha Hall as a corpse handler. The elder retrieved a triangular black token from his waist pouch. Inscribed with the words corpse handler, he tossed the token to Wu Sheng, who caught it with evident delight and bowed respectfully, expressing his gratitude. Wu Sheng's desire to become a corpse handler was primarily driven by his status as a 4th-grade spiritual root. Although he possessed a mid-grade spiritual root and had the potential to establish a foundation, he required abundant resources for his cultivation, far beyond what his late father, with his 8th-layer chi refinement, could provide. He was determined not to face the same fate as his father, who left the sect without establishing a foundation, leaving the hope of longevity to his descendants. As a rule, Cultivators begin to decline after the age of 60, and establishing a foundation necessitates elevating one's essence, energy, and spirit to the peak of human potential, breaking through physical limits to undergo a transformation, thereby achieving a more powerful existence and extended lifespan. This means that the likelihood of establishing a foundation diminishes significantly after 60, decreasing further with age. Although Wu Sheng was only 16, he understood the urgency of striving for foundation establishment to secure a longer life, compelling him to accumulate more cultivation resources at this young age. Despite his arrogance, he possessed a clear goal and plan for his cultivation, largely imparted by his deceased father's teachings, which constituted one of his greatest legacies. After receiving the corpse handler token, Wu Sheng respectfully stepped aside. This scene left a profound impression on the five behind him, particularly on Song Wen, who had been granted a second chance at life. It became evident that the world of cultivation was not merely about conflict and violence. It was filled with human emotions and connections, much like the mundane world, even within a sect notorious for its brutality. Next, the remaining four newcomers selected their tasks. Perhaps having conferred beforehand, they unanimously opted for positions as spirit planners in the spirit medicine hall. Practitioners of the corpse demon sect require vast quantities of medicinal pills, which necessitate various spiritual herbs and toxic plants. These herbs are primarily cultivated within the sect's spirit medicine hall, as it is impractical to acquire them solely from the wild. The role of a spirit planner entails nurturing these plants, which is one of the least dangerous jobs within the sect, with minimal risks apart from the occasional venomous creature. Understandably, the remuneration for spirit planners is relatively modest. However, for the four novices who were still immature in their understanding of cultivation and the demonic path, becoming spirit planners was undoubtedly a wise choice. Finally, it was Song Wen's turn to choose. I will select the position of a corpse handler in the blood refining hall. The practitioners of the corpse demon sect require substantial amounts of human blood to concoct various medicinal pills and magical artifacts, with the blood refining hall being the primary supplier. Blood is extracted from various parts of the human body, and to maximize the yield, the sect employs corpse handlers, akin to butchers in the mundane world. Their task involves the separation of bones, flesh, and internal organs for the blood refining hall's use. The elder regarded Song Wen with a peculiar expression, a hint of incredulity in his gaze. Are you certain you wish to become a corpse handler? The position offers high rewards, primarily due to the corpse dissection cave's location deep within the mountains. Due to the constant dissection, the cave is saturated with a potent blood aura, mingled with traces of corpse energy and resentment. This amalgamation of chaotic energies renders the cave inhospitable for long-term human habitation, even for practitioners of the corpse demon sect, who risk contamination of their magical essence and potential descent into madness if they linger too long. The decomposition cave is typically a place of exile for disciples of the corpse demon sect who have erred, or for late-stage Shi practitioners with little hope of foundation establishment, who seek extreme environments to stimulate their growth. It has been many years since a new disciple voluntarily requested to enter the decomposition cave. This very fact surprised the elder. Wu Sheng and the new quartet looked at Song Wen with astonishment. They had gleaned enough from the sect's regulations to understand the horrors associated with the decomposition cave. However, Song Wen responded with an air of calmness, stating, "Yes, I intend to go to the decomposition cave to become a decomposer." Upon hearing that the decomposition cave was in need of personnel, he immediately chose this place. The role of a decomposer requires one to dismantle numerous corpses, which conveniently allows him to absorb their essence, as the cave, which undoubtedly has a plethora of bodies, would likely not draw attention to the missing blood. Having witnessed the formidable strength of late-stage Qi practitioners, Song Wen harbored a fervent desire for power. In this cannibalistic world, only through immense strength could one truly govern their destiny. After receiving Song Wen's resolute answer, the elder chose not to elaborate further. If someone wished to seek death in the decomposition cave, he would not dissuade them. Perhaps the elixirs consumed next month would contain the blood essence contributed by this youth. The corpse demon sect relentlessly sought the blood and corpses of practitioners, leaving no room to overlook the remains of their fallen comrades. The elder tossed a token inscribed with the words decomposition to Song Wen. The six of them took the token and exited the outer hall. Zhang Xiaofan opened his mouth to speak to Song Wen, but ultimately said nothing, letting out a deep sigh. In his eyes, Song Wen, a rogue cultivator, was no different from them, ordinary mortals forcibly brought into the corpse demon sect. He had initially intended to persuade Song Wen to choose a safer path, to survive within the sect, hoping to find an opportunity to escape and regain freedom one day. Yet, Song Wen opted for the perilous role of a decomposer. which Zhang Xiaofan found incomprehensible. Wu Sheng, who had mocked Song Wen multiple times, now regarded him with newfound respect. Unexpectedly, you too are a fierce individual, daring to join the decomposition cave. I hope you can emerge alive from it in 5 years. The risks of the decomposition cave are immense. Yet the role of a corpse catcher that Wu Sheng chose is no less fraught with danger. Song Wen's decision evoked a sense of empathy within Wu Sheng, as they both pursued the elusive chance for longevity. After parting ways, Song Wen, holding the decomposition token, made his way down to the foot of the mountain. The entrance to the decomposition cave lay there, at the foot of Corpse Demon Peak. A massive 10-meter-high opening appeared before Song Wen's eyes. The interior was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light, resembling a ferocious beast lying in wait, ready to devour everything nearby. Occasional gusts of chilling wind emanated from within, sending shivers down one's spine. Above the entrance, 3 large characters read Decomposition Cave. Stealing his nerves, Song Wen grasped the token and stepped into the cave. As he crossed the threshold, he distinctly sensed the activation of an array. This was the cave's protective formation. Without the decomposition token, intruders would not only be barred entry, but also attacked by the array and attract the attention of the sex practitioners. The path within sloped downward, revealing that the cave was not as utterly dark as it appeared from outside. Faint glimmers of light dotted the walls, reminiscent of ghostly flames emerging from a graveyard at night. The deeper he ventured, the clearer his surroundings became until he found himself in a vast underground cavern. 1 kilometer in diameter, assaulted by a nauseating stench. Surrounding the cavern were pale flames flickering, enhancing the already eerie and sinister atmosphere thick with malevolence and the scent of decay. Chapter 33. Decomposition. Who are you? How did you enter the decomposition cave? As Song Wen surveyed the cavern, a voice suddenly interrupted his observations. A middle-aged man, emanating a foul stench of blood, appeared before him, his gaze tinged with wariness. However, upon noticing Song Wen's meager cultivation, he refrained from any aggressive actions. Song Wen clasped his hands and replied, "Respected senior, I am a newly initiated outer disciple, here to serve as a decomposer." As he spoke, he presented the decomposition token in his hand. The middle-aged man scrutinized the token closely before confirming its authenticity, though a hint of suspicion lingered in his expression. With such a lowly cultivation, why would you be sent to the decomposition cave? Have you perhaps caught the eye of a Foundation establishment elder's partner? Song Wen's face twisted into a bitter smile. "Senior, please do not jest. I'm merely—" Just as he began to explain, he was interrupted by the middle-aged man. "Enough. Those who arrive at the decomposition cave are often in dire straits. There is no need to elaborate. You needn't call me senior. I am merely an outer disciple in the late stage of Qi training. You may call me Yuan Cheng. I am Jiyin. Pleased to meet you, Brother Yuan." Yuan Cheng nodded in acknowledgement. "Follow me." Under Yuan Cheng's guidance, Song Wen reached a small cave on the left side of the entrance to the underground cavern. Yuan Cheng entered the cave, rummaged through a stone table, and retrieved a bone knife, tossing it to Song Wen. This is the dedicated tool provided to decomposers by the sect. It is a low-grade magical artifact. The corpses to be dismantled today have already been allocated, so you need not decompose any bodies. Instead, take this time to familiarize yourself with the techniques of corpse disassembly. Come to me tomorrow between the hours of Chun and see to collect your assigned corpses and commence your official duties. In an instant, Song Wen understood. Although Yuan Cheng had not explicitly stated it, his words revealed that he managed the operations of the entire decomposition cave. Yuan Cheng would henceforth be his direct superior for the next 5 years. Thank you, Brother Yuan, for your guidance. I shall diligently heed your teachings and hope for your continued support. Yuan Cheng waved his hand, signaling that Song Wen could leave. After bowing once more, Song Wen turned to depart, examining the magical bone knife in his grasp. He had not anticipated that the sect would provide magical artifacts to decomposers. Although it was merely a low-grade artifact, it was perfectly suited to his current cultivation level. One must not assume that obtaining a magical artifact was a simple feat. They were indeed rare and precious. Jiyin, who had once been a rogue practitioner, possessed only a single low-grade alchemical furnace as a magical artifact, showcasing the rarity of such items. Of course, the alchemical furnace was far more valuable than Song Wen's bone knife. Initially, Song Wen had expected the primary dangers within the decomposition cave to stem from the overwhelming blood essence and a modicum of resentful corpse energy. His physical body could absorb blood essence, and his cultivation technique could refine the corpse's malevolence, granting him a formidable immunity to the chaotic, corrupt energies within the cave. As he had surmised, upon stepping into the decomposition cave, he felt his body gradually absorbing the blood essence within, replenishing the vitality he had depleted over the past month while practicing the Corpse King blood refining technique. This revelation invigorated Song Wen. From the current circumstances, choosing to become a decomposer was indeed the right decision. As he pondered these thoughts, he found himself near another decomposer who was deftly wielding a bone knife, disassembling the corpse of an adult woman with remarkable speed. Under the decomposer's skillful control, the woman's body was reduced to fragments within mere minutes, akin to a master butcher. The entire process was seamless, without a hint of hesitation, as if he had dismembered countless bodies and possessed an intimate understanding of human anatomy. The body was completely separated from its flesh, with hardly any remnants of blood adhering to the bones, which were meticulously cleaned. The blood from the corpse flowed through a channel on the disassembly platform into a vast blood pool nearby. The dissection expert meticulously placed the flesh, bones, and internal organs of the female corpse into storage bags. Observing the expert's fluid movements, Song Wen felt a wave of nausea wash over him. The shock of dismembering a body was overwhelming. Despite having mentally prepared himself, witnessing such a scene firsthand was unbearable. Nevertheless, he forced himself to suppress his discomfort, resolutely fixing his gaze upon the process. He could not afford to exhibit any sign of weakness. Having joined the corpse demon sect and delved into the path of necromancy, he had entered the dissection cave, where he had to cultivate a heart of stone to survive, for weakness invites oppression. After the expert finished with the female corpse, he retrieved a male corpse, ready to commence another round of dissection. With a bone-cutting knife, he deftly sliced from the neck down to the ankles of the male corpse, effortlessly tearing the clothing apart without inflicting any harm upon the skin beneath. This display left Song Wen in awe, as the expert's skill was nothing short of remarkable. Once the clothing was removed, the expert began the dissection from the head. After a while, he had completed the dissection of all the bodies for the day and tidied up the dissection table before heading towards Yuan Cheng's cave. As the expert approached, Song Wen hurriedly greeted him with respect, saying, "Greetings, senior brother. I am a newly admitted disciple, and I hope to receive your guidance in the future." Song Wen intended to familiarize himself for future inquiries during dissections, but the expert coldly replied, "Step aside." The icy tone jolted Song Wen back to reality. He was in the renowned dissection cave of the Corpse Demon sect, where not every dissection expert was as approachable as Yuan Cheng. Promptly, he stepped aside, watching as the expert passed him and proceeded to Yuan Cheng's cave, where he presented 3 storage bags containing flesh, bones, and internal organs. The dissection cave housed over 100 dissection tables. Yet when Song Wen entered, only 43 experts were dissecting corpses, with the rest remaining vacant. During his observation of the previous expert, others gradually completed their dissections and departed the cave. At that moment, only about 20 dissection experts remained. Chapter 34. The first dissection Song Wen chose to observe another dissection expert, staying until the last one left before exiting the cave himself. From his observations, he noted that each expert dissected approximately 100 to 150 corpses, taking about 2 to 3 hours for the task. After leaving the dissection cave, he returned to his cave, numbered 97. Wu Sheng, Zhang Xiaofan, and others had relocated to better accommodations within the Yinsha Hall and the Spirit Plant Hall after receiving their assignments, leaving behind the outer disciple quarters at the foot of the mountain. The dissection cave, being unsuitable for habitation, did not provide new quarters for the dissection experts, so Song Wen had to remain in his original abode. Upon returning to his cave, Song Wen promptly retrieved the bone-cutting knife and began the process of refining it. Although the knife was merely a low-grade magical artifact, Song Wen's spiritual power was exceedingly weak, and it took him several hours to achieve initial refinement. He wished to test the knife's power, but the refinement had exhausted all his spiritual energy, leaving him unable to summon even a trace of it, forcing him to abandon the attempt. After patting his empty stomach, he stood up and headed towards the servant disciples' dining hall. Having consumed all the provided fasting pills upon entering the sect, he found himself reliant on the servant disciples' meals until the monthly salary from the dissection cave was disbursed at the end of the month. The servant disciples were numerous, and there were thousands present in the dining hall at the same time as Song Wen. Most servant disciples possessed inferior spiritual roots, with limited resources and shallow cultivation methods, often only managing to reach the initial to mid stages of qi refinement throughout their lives, with few breaking into the late stages. Once a servant disciple reached the late stage of qi refinement, they automatically became an outer disciple of the Corpse Demon sect, which was a common aspiration among them. Upon seeing Song Wen, dressed in the green robes of an outer disciple, Many servant disciples cast envious glances his way. The corpse demon sect was indeed a realm of cultivation. Although servant disciples were not prioritized, the meals provided were still satisfactory. After consuming 3 large bowls of rice and a generous serving of meat, Song Wen left the dining hall, feeling content. Previously, with the fasting pills, he had not noticed the change, but now he realized that since practicing the Corpse King blood refining technique, his appetite had significantly increased, nearly equivalent to that of several adult men. Having satisfied his hunger, Song Wen returned to his cave to meditate and restore his spiritual energy. The next day at the dissection cave, having practiced all night, Song Wen arrived early. When he got there, only one dissection expert was present, and Yuan Cheng was distributing corpses to him. Upon noticing Song Wen, Yuan Cheng said, "Today marks your first day of dissection. I will allocate 50 corpses for you to practice. Tomorrow, it will be 100, and thereafter, you will follow the same routine as the other experts. Do you have any objections?" Song Wen clasped his fists in gratitude, replying, "Thank you, senior brother Yuan, for your consideration. I have no objections." Yuan Cheng nodded and handed him 4 storage bags. With the knowledge gained from his previous observations, Song Wen understood that one of the bags contained corpses while the other 3 were designated for the separated bones, flesh, and internal organs. You may use dissection table 73. As it is currently unoccupied, Yuan Cheng instructed. Once again expressing his thanks, Song Wen proceeded to the designated table. He placed the 4 storage bags upon the dissection table and extracted the first corpse, a male body, less than 20 years old, likely that of a solitary cultivator. Staring at the body, Song Wen silently apologized. "I'm sorry. If you must blame someone, let it be this cannibalistic cultivation world that denies you peace even in death. May you be reborn in a world devoid of cultivators." However, he could not be certain of any future life, as it was highly probable that his soul had been taken by the demon cultivator who had slain him. Steeling his resolve, Song Wen cast aside his compassion and pity, repeatedly reminding himself that to survive, he must cultivate an unyielding heart. Following the procedures he had observed the previous day, he began to remove the clothing from the corpse. Yet he overestimated his control over the bone-cutting knife. Though he had refined it, enhancing his handling skills, his proficiency was nowhere near that of the seasoned expert. Each slice was either too heavy or too light. Some areas punctured the skin, while others left the fabric intact. After much effort, he finally managed to remove the clothing, and he commenced the peeling of the flesh from the head. His clumsy handling took up a full quarter of an hour, and he barely managed to complete the dissection. However, the state of the dismembered corpse fell short of the standards set by other experts. With blood and flesh still clinging to the bones and significant damage inflicted upon the internal organs. In his momentary lapses of focus, he even broke several bones. Despite the numerous inadequacies in his dissection process, he persevered to the end. There were several instances when he nearly succumbed to his reluctance, feeling the urge to vomit. Yet he forcefully suppressed these reactions. Even when his body began to instinctively consume the corpse's essence, he managed to halt the process. He was aware that he could control the consumption of others' essence, having previously experimented with it on the corpses of his enemies. Otherwise, he would not have dared to apply for the position of a dissection expert. If the corpses he handled were reduced to desiccated remains devoid of essence, it would surely draw the attention of the higher-ups in the corpse demon sect, likely leading to his dissection for research purposes. Without taking a moment's rest, he promptly retrieved the second corpse, which was that of an adult female. Disrobing, skinning, and butchering, having gained experience from his first corpse, Song Wen found the dissection of this body to be considerably expedited. In just over a moment, he had completed the dissection. It took him over 6 hours to fully dissect all 50 bodies. By the time he finished, his inner spiritual energy had been entirely depleted. Relying solely on his physical strength to complete the task, his limbs ached profoundly, but his greatest exhaustion was not physical. It stemmed from mental fatigue. The process of dissection demanded immense concentration, and he was forced to suppress the discomfort roiling within him, which rapidly drained his mental reserves. At that moment, Song Wen felt his thoughts grow sluggish. He collected the 4 storage bags containing the dismembered remains and slowly made his way to the cave entrance. "Senior brother Yuan, I am here to submit today's corpses," he said wearily. Yuan Cheng accepted the bags, probing with his spiritual sense to inspect their contents before remarking, "Extreme, well done. You are naturally suited for the path of demonic cultivation. Go back and rest well. Tomorrow, the amount of dissection will need to double." By this time, all the other dissectors had already departed, and Song Wen opted not to linger, giving a slight bow before taking his leave. Chapter 35, Blood Sacrifice Technique and Blood Escape Technique. Upon returning to his cave, Song Wen could no longer contain himself. After a day without food, his stomach churned violently, and he was soon retching uncontrollably for a quarter of an hour, nearly expelling his bile before the nausea subsided slightly. Exhausted, he longed to collapse into slumber, but the pervasive stench of blood and decay made him feel queasy. He had no choice but to fetch 2 buckets of clean water from outside, wash himself, and clean the remnants of his vomiting from the cave before finally collapsing into bed. The following day, Song Wen rose early. After having breakfast at the servant disciples' dining hall, he hurried to the dissection cave before the 3rd hour of the day. If he did not arrive early enough to dissect 100 bodies, he feared he would not have time to return for rest and would have to commence the next day's dissection directly. Fortunately, the dissection cave was located at the foot of the mountain, not far from his dwelling. He was the first to arrive at the dissection cave. After receiving his share of corpses from Yuan Sheng, Song Wen eagerly commenced the dissection. At this point, his time required for each dissection had decreased to approximately half a quarter of an hour. By the time he completed 100 dissections, over 6 hours had passed. He remained the last to leave the dissection cave. When he stepped out, darkness had already descended, just as it had the previous day. After returning to his cave and performing a brief cleansing, he made his way to the dining hall. Inside, only a few scattered servant disciples were eating. He forced himself to suppress his nausea and compelled himself to consume a substantial amount of food. He understood that under such pressure, if his body could not replenish sufficient energy, both his spirit and physique could falter, leading to collapse. However, as a cultivator practicing demonic arts, his physical strength and endurance were far beyond that of ordinary individuals, and he did not experience any physical issues. After dinner, upon returning to his cave, Song Wen performed an internal examination of his body. He discovered that although he had not absorbed the essence blood from the corpses over the past 2 days, the rich aura of blood and the occasional inadvertent consumption of essence blood in the dissection cave had completely replenished his previously depleted vitality. He had once again transformed into a vigorous youth. That night, Song Wen chose not to cultivate. Instead, he opted for rest. Sleep would alleviate his mental fatigue and discomfort to the greatest extent. Although the work of dissection was unsettling, the absence of conflict and complex interpersonal relations caused time to pass swiftly, and a month flew by in the blink of an eye. Song Wen gradually acclimated to the art of dissection, becoming a competent dissection expert. He now only needed to spend 4 hours in the dissection cave each day, which meant he consistently left as the last dissection worker. Having fully resumed his daily cultivation, and with the vitality he had appropriated from the dissection cave, his Corpse King blood refinement technique progressed rapidly, allowing him to silently elevate his cultivation to the 2nd layer of qi refinement. However, just as he concluded his meditative practice, Song Wen discovered an awkward predicament. Due to his remarkably swift cultivation pace, he realized that the corpse well within his cave could no longer provide the necessary corpse energy for his training. While he could siphon sufficient essence blood during dissection to support his practice, the energy from the corpse well was finite and could not be endlessly drawn upon. Indeed, the issue of insufficient corpse energy was unique to Song Wen. It was inconceivable for other disciples in the early stages of qi refinement to face such a problem. What should he do? Where could he procure enough corpse energy? Abruptly ending his meditation, he noticed that dawn was breaking outside, marking yet another sleepless night of cultivation. Today was the day for monthly stipends, and Song Wen planned to take his earnings to the nearby marketplace at the foot of the mountain to see if he could purchase some corpse energy. After completing his dissection tasks for the day, he received his stipend for the month, a total of 20 low-grade spirit stones and 10 blood essence pills. While the fasting pills were no longer distributed, with the sun still low in the sky, he had time to explore. However, Song Wen hurried back to his cave, as the strong smell of blood emanating from him would attract unwanted attention in the marketplace, contrary to his cautious and discreet nature. After freshening up, he did not head straight to the marketplace, but instead went to the sex transmission hall. Having reached the 2nd layer of qi refinement with his Corpse King blood refinement technique, it was time to find ways to enhance his combat abilities. After a vigorous trek, he arrived at the transmission hall on the mountainside after nearly half an hour. Upon presenting his disciple token, he was granted entry, but was informed that as a disciple in the early stages of qi refinement, he could only access the 1st floor of the hall. The transmission hall housed a wealth of books, encompassing a vast array of subjects, meticulously categorized, including cultivation techniques, combat spells, corpse puppet crafting, spirit herb cultivation, and material appraisal. Naturally, the 1st floor contained only rudimentary techniques and low-level spirit herb and material texts. Song Wen made his way directly to the spell section. There were not many spells suitable for early-stage Qi refinement disciples. In total, there were just over 30. After a cursory glance, he found that the regular spells, such as fireball and shield techniques, did not hold much allure for him, as he had already practiced them. However, some spells exclusive to the demonic sect caught his attention. One such spell was called Blood Sacrifice Technique. Once cast, it could significantly enhance a cultivator's magical power for a brief period, but at the cost of consuming the cultivator's essence blood. For others, using this spell could lead to severe depletion of vitality or even death on the spot, typically reserved as a last-ditch effort in desperate situations. Yet, Song Wen harbored no such concerns. Over the past month, through repeated consumption of others' essence blood, he had gradually uncovered some secrets related to his body's ability to assimilate it. Perhaps it was due to the strengthening of his physique, which had increased his capacity to contain essence blood, or maybe his body had simply adapted to the process. Now, when he absorbed essence blood, he no longer experienced the uncomfortable surges of energy that had plagued him before. Regardless of how much essence blood he consumed, his body could swiftly absorb and digest it. Of course, it was also possible that during the past month he had exercised restraint, and the amount of essence blood he had absorbed had not yet reached the limit of his physical capacity. In any case, Song Wen now stored over 10 times the essence blood of an average person, making the use of the blood sacrifice technique effortless, without any concerns about depleting his essence blood reserves. Even if he did experience a shortfall, he could quickly replenish it by consuming more. Just as he was becoming increasingly excited by the prospect, he noticed the price of the blood sacrifice technique, which ultimately forced him to set it aside. It was priced at 100 low-grade spirit stones, far beyond his current means. Given his present income, it would take him 5 months of saving without spending a single spirit stone to afford it. Next, Song Wen spotted another technique titled Blood Escape Technique, a method that involved burning one's essence blood to enhance speed, priced at 80 spirit stones, which similarly lay outside his purchasing power. After putting down the Blood Escape Technique, he moved on to the section for corpse puppet crafting techniques. The Corpse Demon Sect, renowned for its mastery in the creation of corpse puppets, boasts a plethora of techniques suitable for practitioners at the early stage of Qi refinement, numbering over a dozen. Perhaps in an effort to popularize the art of corpse puppetry, or possibly due to the prevalence of elementary techniques in the vicinity of the sect, the crafting spells for these puppets are generally quite affordable, ranging from a few low-grade spirit stones to over 20. There exists a wide variety of corpse puppets, from advanced techniques that fuse both soul and body to simpler methods that involve only the physical form. Corpses infused with souls are referred to as living corpses, exhibiting greater agility and strength, and can be further enhanced with appropriate attribute materials. In contrast, soulless puppets, known as walking corpses, are cumbersome to control and lack any potential for growth, typically utilized as disposable cannon fodder due to their low production cost. Chapter 36. The market with his finances running low, Song Wen ultimately refrained from purchasing any spells at the transmission hall. After much deliberation, he had set his sights on a particular technique for crafting corpse puppets, but it demanded 25 spirit stones. Exiting the hall, he made his way to the market at the foot of the mountain. This market, established by the Corpse Demon Sect, hosts not only its own shops but also those of external forces, alongside stalls run by disciples of the sect and rogue cultivators. Goods sold by the sect shops tend to be pricier, yet guaranteed in quality. In contrast, items at stalls are generally cheaper but often of inferior quality, with issues such as subpar medicinal pills or incomplete techniques rendering them unusable. Upon arriving at the market, the sun had begun to set, yet it was bustling with activity. This was the peak time for the market, as many disciples of the Corpse Demon Sect, having toiled throughout the day, seized the opportunity to browse and shop. Song Wen's objectives were twofold: to procure auxiliary materials for his cultivation in the form of corpse energy and to broaden his horizons. As he meandered through the market, he eventually stumbled upon the coveted corpse energy after a brief period. At one stall, 3 black jade bottles were displayed, intricately inscribed with complex formations designed to prevent the escape of the precious corpse energy within. "Esteemed brother, how much for the corpse energy?" Song Wen inquired. The stall owner, also clad in the garb of an outer disciple of the Corpse Demon Sect, gazed at him with an indifferent expression and replied, 80 low-grade spirit stones. "How exorbitant!" Song Wen exclaimed, taken aback by the price. This corpse energy was painstakingly extracted from the depths of the 10,000 Corpses Valley over several days, refined to ensure its purity, and could sustain a disciple at the early stage of Qi refinement for 3 months. Naturally, it is not inexpensive. The 10,000 Corpses Valley, a perilous locale near the Corpse Demon Sect, is perpetually shrouded in corpse energy and frequented by nearby demonic cultivators seeking to harvest it. As for the stall owner's claim of venturing deep into the valley, it was merely boastful rhetoric to enhance the allure of his wares. Even with only 2 months of experience in the sect, Song Wen understood that no practitioner at the Qi refinement stage could dare to enter the heart of the 10,000 Corpses Valley. Could you lower it a bit? 20 spirit stones, Song Wen attempted to negotiate. The stall owner, visibly irked, retorted, "Out of here. If you don't want to buy, don't come to cause trouble. You think you can obtain a bottle of pure corpse energy for 20 spirit stones? You must be dreaming. Just the jade bottle alone is worth a dozen low-grade spirit stones." Dejected, Song Wen vacated the stall and continued his search, spotting several other vendors selling corpse energy. Based on his observations, the typical price for a bottle of pure corpse energy hovered around 60 spirit stones. If a buyer could provide an empty jade bottle, the price would drop by 10 spirit stones, implying that the specialized bottles themselves were valued at around 10 spirit stones. Despite his insufficient funds, Song Wen refused to surrender. He possessed items he could sell. From the extreme mean, he had acquired an alchemical furnace. Though merely a low-grade magical artifact, it was relatively rare and thus held considerable value. Song Wen ventured into a shop specializing in magical artifacts. A young attendant, likely at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, approached him promptly. "Esteemed guest, how may I assist you today? I am not here to buy. Do you purchase magical artifacts?" Song Wen replied. "Certainly," the attendant responded, maintaining a warm demeanor despite the nature of Song Wen's visit. "What artifact are you looking to sell?" With a flourish of his hand, Song Wen produced the alchemical furnace. "This is the one." After inspecting the furnace closely, the attendant remarked, "Esteemed guest, this is a low-grade alchemical furnace, showing signs of long-term use. The array on its upper part has begun to wear, and we can offer you 50 spirit stones for it." Song Wen was momentarily taken aback by the low offer. He knew that low-grade attacking magical artifacts typically sold for a minimum of 100 spirit stones in the market, while defensive artifacts often fetch slightly more, rarely exceeding 200. The price of an alchemical furnace, a specialized type of artifact, was in a different league altogether, generally around 500 spirit stones. It was no wonder the cultivation community regarded training an alchemist as a resource-intensive endeavor. Even secondhand, he had estimated the furnace's worth to be between 200 and 300 spirit stones. Although shops aimed to profit from the difference between buying low and selling high, the offered price of 50 spirit stones was far below his expectations. "Your offer is too low. Can you increase it?" Song Wen pressed. The attendant smiled. "You may not be aware, but our shop does not inquire about the origins of the items we purchase. Regardless of how you acquired this artifact, once it enters our shop, we can handle any complications that may arise, hence the lower price." Song Wen was rendered speechless, realizing the attendant had mistaken him for someone trying to settle a debt. This was somewhat understandable, as Song Wen's cultivation level appeared to be that of a mere early-stage Qi refinement practitioner, clearly a novice. The profession of alchemist is notoriously resource-intensive, far beyond the reach of someone like Song Wen, who had just recently joined the outer sect. "You must have misjudged. This alchemical furnace has no questionable origins and certainly entails no complications," Song Wen asserted, reclaiming the furnace and making his way toward the shop's exit. If the shop would not suffice, there were others. Seeing Song Wen's swift departure, the attendant grew anxious and called after him, 80 spirit stones?" As Song Wen neared the door, showing no signs of turning back, the attendant's heart raced with uncertainty. Had he misjudged the situation? Was there truly no issue with the furnace's origins? 120 spirit stones. Still, Song Wen did not look back, stepping outside into the street, scanning for suitable shops to sell his item. 180 spirit stones. The attendant hurried after him, exclaiming, "This is my best offer. Even if the furnace's origins are clean, you won't find a higher price elsewhere." Song Wen turned slightly, a smile gracing his features as he approached the attendant. "All right, it's a deal." He handed the furnace over, knowing that while he could have possibly fetched a better price by selling it in the market himself, doing so would incur a daily fee of 5 spirit stones, and such artifacts were only sought after by those aspiring to become alchemists. If he were to set up a stall, it might take an indeterminate amount of time to sell it. The attendant's offer of 180 spirit stones exceeded his expectations. Chapter 37. The Forbidden Techniques with 180 spirit stones in hand. Song Wen exited the shop and returned to the stall where he had previously inquired about the corpse energy. Before he could utter a word, the stall owner recognized him and scowled. "What do you want now? Here to cause more trouble?" Song Wen chuckled. "Brother, do not be angry. I have genuinely come to purchase the corpse fiend Qi. How about 60 spirit stones for a vial?" The stall owner replied. As long as you can produce the spirit stones, I will certainly sell. He had 3 vials of corpse fiend chi for sale, and up until now, none had been sold. The price offered by Song Wen was reasonable, so the stall owner had no reason to refuse. After counting out 60 spirit stones and handing them to the stall owner, Song Wen stored a vial of corpse fiend chi in his storage pouch. As he turned to leave, he suddenly noticed a book of techniques in a corner of the stall, titled Divine Forbidden Technique. Curious, Song Wen inquired about the price of the technique. Having completed a transaction, the stall owner's demeanor had improved considerably, his expression now more enthusiastic. 1,000 spirit stones. He quoted a price exorbitant in nature. However, Song Wen was not deterred by this figure. He had wandered through the market long enough to discern that for rare and obscure items, vendors often inflated their prices, and the actual transaction price was frequently much lower than the initial quote. May I handle it? Song Wen asked. Of course, the stall owner replied. As he picked up Divine Forbidden Technique and began to peruse it, disappointment washed over him upon opening the cover. The technique contained only a single page of content, and this page was made of a different material than the cover. The technique was inscribed on an ancient beast hide, while the cover appeared to have been added later. Moreover, much of the content was obscured by paper, leaving Song Wen only able to glimpse the initial 100 words. This indicated that the entire technique comprised merely 300 or 400 words. After skimming the first 100 words, Song Wen deduced that this was an exceedingly rare soul-refining technique that involved devouring fragments of other souls to forcibly enhance one's own spiritual strength. This piqued his interest significantly, but he could tell that the technique before him was incomplete. It lacked both the introductory principles and subsequent sections, suggesting that the page he held was merely the first layer of content. What is the price for this technique? Song Wen inquired. The stall owner, having noted Song Wen's interest, was not overly concerned. He assumed Song Wen would follow the pattern of previous customers, initially attracted by the name of Divine Forbidden Technique, only to leave disappointed upon discovering the limited content. Having had this renowned technique for over a decade and failing to cultivate with it due to its severe deficiencies, the stall owner had since resorted to selling it. Several disciples of the Corpse Fiend sect had purchased it at high prices, yet none succeeded in their attempts at cultivation. Those disciples returned the technique, denouncing it as a fraud, which shattered the stall owner's hopes of profiting from Divine Forbidden Technique. For the past 2 years, the technique remained at his stall, largely ignored, and had it not been for Song Wen's interest today, he might have forgotten he even possessed it. Seeing that Song Wen was a newcomer with limited strength, the stall owner seized the opportunity. Junior brother, you truly have an eye for quality. This Divine Forbidden Technique is a secret art of the 10,000 Soul sect, undoubtedly a premier method for cultivating the soul. It is destiny that has brought this technique to you. For only 1,000 spirit stones, it can be yours. The 10,000 Soul sect was a powerful, ghostly sect that dominated the region for nearly 10,000 years, but was eradicated by several major righteous sects centuries ago, leading to the extinction of its teachings. Song Wen, however, was not swayed by the stall owner's flattery into believing he was a prodigy destined to uncover extraordinary techniques. Shaking his head, he retorted, "The technique is far too incomplete. It lacks both the introduction and the subsequent sections. It is nearly certain that it cannot be cultivated and is not worth 1,000 spirit stones." As he spoke, Song Wen placed Divine Forbidden Technique back on the stall. Junior brother, please do not rush to leave. In trade, it is customary to negotiate. One calls out a price, and the other counters. Surely you can make an offer? Song Wen glanced at the stall owner and replied leisurely, "I fear that if I make an offer, you might strike me." "How could that be? I would never harm my own junior brother in the market. Feel free to make an offer." "Really?" After receiving the stall owner's affirmative nod, Song Wen extended his palm, stating 5 spirit stones. The stall owner, seeing Song Wen haggling, immediately responded with a look of desperation. "Deal." Song Wen was somewhat incredulous and hesitated. "I mean 5 low-grade spirit stones?" "Of course, low-grade spirit stones," the stall owner assured, shoving Divine Forbidden Technique into Song Wen's hands while extending his other hand for payment. Stunned, Song Wen realized he may have overvalued his offer. This Divine Forbidden Technique was likely too flawed to be of any use, worth not even 5 spirit stones, let alone 1. Noticing Song Wen's hesitation, the stall owner's expression shifted from delight to unease. "What? Are you reconsidering?" Feeling the stall owner's growing intensity, Song Wen chuckled awkwardly. "Of course not." He retrieved 5 spirit stones and handed them over. Upon receiving the stones, the stall owner's demeanor brightened once more, his expression shifting as rapidly as the face of a Sichuan opera performer. "Junior brother, do have a look around. Is there anything else you require?" Song Wen quickly shook his head. No, I've gathered everything I need. Farewell. He was wary of lingering any longer, fearing that the stall owner might exploit him further. Take care, junior brother. You are always welcome to visit my stall again. The stall owner called after him. Hearing the voice behind him, Song Wen quickened his pace. Rather than returning directly to his dwelling, Song Wen seized the opportunity to revisit the transmission hall before it closed, where he purchased blood escape technique and a method called ghost corpse technique for crafting corpse puppets. The price of ghost corpse technique was 25 spirit stones and was a widely practiced method within the corpse fiend sect. Song Wen chose ghost corpse technique primarily because it encompassed the crafting methods for both walking corpses and living corpses. Chapter 38. The theft of essence blood. Having returned with a bountiful haul, Song Wen was in high spirits. Yet, before he could tally his gains from the evening, he found his pouch once again scant, with fewer than 30 spirit stones remaining. On his way back, he spent 2 spirit stones on blank talisman paper for crafting low-grade talismans. Song Wen's talent for drawing talismans was evidently inferior to his magical prowess. He had exhausted all the talisman paper he procured from the extreme Een without managing to successfully draw even a single fireball talisman. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to give up. If he could master talisman making, not only would it enhance his combat capabilities, but he could also sell the talismans for a handsome profit. He had learned from the market that even low-grade talismans like the fireball talisman had a solid market, with 2 selling for 1 spirit stone. Yet, having spent 2 spirit stones, he had purchased 50 sheets of blank talisman paper. The spirit stones earned from selling the furnace had barely warmed his pouch before they were spent. With only 10 corpse blood pills in hand, and given his current cultivation pace, they would suffice for merely 10 days. To expedite his advancement, he needed to continue acquiring corpse blood pills or other auxiliary cultivation elixirs. Alas, he needed to devise a plan to procure more spirit stones, Song Wen thought to himself, while taking out today's acquisitions. The first item he presented was the uncertain divine forbidden technique. At that moment, he perused the introductory section of the first level of the technique and felt that it might aid him in refining the souls he had consumed. Throughout his journey, Song Wen had only been able to slowly digest the souls he devoured. Since the incident with the young beggar, he had noticed a slight enhancement in his mental capacity, which now surpassed that of others at the same level. However, this improvement was marginal, as he had failed to fully assimilate most of the souls he had consumed, allowing the majority to dissipate and be wasted. Moreover, within the corpse dissection chamber, countless residual soul fragments lingered. After absorbing a significant number of these fragments, their inability to be timely refined kept his consciousness in a state of saturation, greatly hindering his capacity to absorb more soul fragments. If this technique could resolve such issues, it would undeniably enhance the strength of Song Wen's soul and maximize the potential of his unique abilities. Upon unveiling the paper concealing the technique, he found, as he suspected, that the first level of divine forbidden art contained merely over 300 characters. The parchment documenting the technique was ancient and substantial, lending credibility to its authenticity. Unlike something concocted arbitrarily by an individual, it was likely a remnant from the fallen 10,000 Souls sect. Having swiftly absorbed the contents of the 300 characters, Song Wen commenced his practice, utilizing divine forbidden art to refine the soul fragments he had devoured within his consciousness. To his delight, he found the practice of divine forbidden art remarkably effortless, akin to the simplicity of drinking water or eating. The soul fragments that filled his consciousness were consumed rapidly, leading to a swift enhancement of his soul strength and mental capacity. Song Wen speculated that the missing portions of divine forbidden art likely detailed how to consume other souls and convert them into fragments for storage within his consciousness. While his conjecture held some validity, it fell far short of the true essence of divine forbidden art. He had significantly underestimated the efficacy of his body in devouring other souls. According to the authentic records of divine forbidden art, to decompose and consume another soul required substantial resources, the construction of formations, and a gradual, painstaking absorption of the resulting soul fragments into one's consciousness, which was a slow process. After all, the consciousness is the most enigmatic aspect of the human body. Even within the realm of cultivation, no one could fully fathom the mysteries of the soul and consciousness. The human consciousness is both powerful and fragile. A moment's negligence could lead to incomplete souls, or even the complete scattering of one's essence. Therefore, when dealing with techniques like divine forbidden art that directly pertain to the consciousness, utmost caution is warranted. Within the original 10,000 Souls sect, only a few individuals with inherently stable consciousness and formidable souls could hope to succeed in practicing it. Each year, Numerous self-proclaimed geniuses within the sect would suffer from damaged consciousness and incomplete souls due to their reckless attempts to practice divine, forbidden art, resulting in a fate of mental incapacity. After an entire night of practicing divine, forbidden art, Song Wen had consumed a significant portion of the soul fragments stored in his consciousness, leading to considerable progress in his mental capacity. Even after an entire night of cultivation without sleep, he felt invigorated, devoid of any fatigue. After enjoying breakfast in the cafeteria, he promptly returned to the corpse dissection chamber. During the dissection, he consciously absorbed the residual soul fragments from the corpses and intensified his consumption of their vital blood. Throughout the day, Song Wen remained on edge, fearing that others might discover his illicit consumption of the blood. Fortunately, upon completing the dissection, he only needed to submit the flesh, bones, and organs, as the blood flowed directly from the dissection table into the large blood pool within the chamber. His discreet consumption of some blood went unnoticed. As Song Wen concluded his day's work and prepared to present the severed body parts to Yuan Cheng, he suddenly realized that he had consumed an excessive amount of blood. His body surged with vitality, and he struggled to control the overwhelming energy within him. To avoid arousing Yuan Cheng's suspicion, he had to exert all his effort in operating the Corpse King blood refining technique to calm the tumultuous energy. After a quarter of an hour, his internal energy stabilized, and, as usual, he was the last to approach the cave where Yuan Cheng resided. Yuan Cheng, upon receiving the 4 storage bags from Song Wen, instinctively inquired, "What happened just now? I noticed you standing by the dissection table for quite a while." Song Wen was taken aback that Yuan Cheng had noticed his attempt to stabilize his energy. Though he felt a twinge of anxiety within, his face betrayed none of it. Instead, he adopted a somewhat dejected expression and replied, "I am unsure of the cause, but I felt a surge of energy within me, and my spiritual force went out of control. It took great effort to restore it." The symptoms he described were common among those who had been tainted by the foul air in the corpse dissection chamber, signaling their proximity to losing control over their essence. Yuan Cheng regarded him with a sympathetic glance, but chose not to elaborate, gesturing for Song Wen to take his leave. As Song Wen carefully controlled the surging energy within him, he made his way back to his cave. Once inside, he promptly sat cross-legged and reversed the flow of energy to expel the excess vitality. Gradually, a crimson mist enveloped him, filling the cave with a dense atmosphere of blood energy. A droplet of deep red essence began to coalesce at his brow before cascading into a pre-prepared jade vial. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. Countless pure droplets fell into the vial, and after over 100 drops had accumulated, he ceased his expulsion. If an outsider were to witness this scene, they would be astounded beyond belief. For the essence he expelled was nearly equivalent to the entire blood supply of a late-stage Qi refinement practitioner. Given Song Wen's cultivation at only the 2nd layer of Qi refinement, it would be impossible for him to produce such a volume of essence even with 10 lives. Yet, despite expelling over 100 droplets, Song Wen still felt vibrant, with no signs of weakness from excessive energy depletion. Chapter 39. The enigmatic female corpse, holding the jade vial and sensing the purity of the essence within, Song Wen felt immense satisfaction. This was the only method he could conceive of for rapidly acquiring spirit stones. The previous day, he had noticed that refined blood essence commanded a high price at the market. The essence he had produced was devoid of impurities and possessed a singular quality. Anyone examining it would assume it to be the result of completely refining the blood of a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator. Song Wen estimated that if he were to sell this half-filled vial at the market, it could fetch between 80 to 100 spirit stones. After securing the jade vial, he retrieved the corpse aura he had purchased the previous day and consumed a blood essence pill, commencing his practice of the Corpse King blood refining technique. As for divine forbidden art, he planned to wait until the soul fragments in his consciousness were close to saturation before undertaking its cultivation. In the blink of an eye, over 10 days passed. With ample vitality, corpse aura, and the aid of the blood essence pill, Song Wen's cultivation progressed rapidly, reaching the mid-stage of the 2nd layer of Qi refinement. This remarkable pace of cultivation could be deemed extraordinary, even amongst the rapid advancements of the demonic path. Throughout these days, Song Wen had consistently pilfered blood from the corpse dissection chamber, though he no longer dared to consume it as recklessly as on the first day. Each day, he maintained his energy within a manageable threshold. Nonetheless, he had successfully condensed 3 full vials of blood essence. He intended to discreetly dispose of these 3 vials at the market after concluding today's dissection. By the 3rd watch of the day, Song Wen completed his dissection, carrying the results to Yuan Cheng's cave. After submitting the storage bags, he was about to depart, when Yuan Cheng called out to him. "Jean, wait a moment. Senior brother Yuan, what can I do for you?" Song Wen halted, donning a mask of respectful composure. "I have a corpse here that requires prompt handling. Junior Extreme Master, I kindly ask you to dismember this body first." As he spoke, Yuan Cheng handed over a storage bag. Although Song Wen was reluctant, he dared not show it. When one is under a roof, one must bow their head. He smiled and nodded, saying, "No problem, brother Yuan." Taking the storage bag, Song Wen turned towards the dismemberment platform. "Extreme Junior, be cautious and meticulous while dissecting this corpse," Yuan Cheng's voice echoed behind him. Suddenly, Song Wen felt he had agreed too hastily, as if he had overlooked something significant. If it were merely an ordinary corpse, Yuan Cheng would not have rushed him to dissect it today. It could have easily waited until tomorrow. The urgency implied that leaving the body until tomorrow might lead to unforeseen complications. But what kind of complications could a corpse present? Could it possibly resurrect? Even if it did, within the specialized corpse demon sect, a recently transformed corpse would hardly cause a stir. Unable to fathom the reasoning, Song Wen turned back, looking at Yuan Cheng with confusion. Yet, Yuan Cheng said no more, having closed his eyes in meditation within his own cave, seemingly indifferent to Song Wen's actions. Seeing his unwillingness to elaborate, Song Wen, feeling apprehensive, continued towards the dismemberment platform, now increasingly wary of the corpse. He also felt some regret. Had he not been the last to perform the dissection, he would not have been compelled by Yuan Cheng to handle this task. Song Wen did not immediately open the storage bag. Instead, he retrieved a pair of leather gloves and an apron from his own storage bag. This was knowledge he had gleaned from nearly 2 months of working in the dissection cave. Experienced dismembers often wore gloves and aprons as protection when dealing with specific corpses, with some even donning artifacts as gloves and protective gear. Artifact-grade gloves and gear were beyond Song Wen's means, so he had to settle for leather. Even if he sold the 3 vials of essence blood, allowing him to afford the lowest-grade artifact gloves and gear, he dared not make such a purchase, for it would surely attract unwanted attention. As a newcomer with no backing, having just entered the sect for less than 3 months, where would he find spirit stones to buy artifacts? Wealth must be concealed, and words must not betray one's intentions. This was the foremost principle of survival that Song Wen had established in this perilous world. Upon reaching the dissection platform, Song Wen did not immediately commence the dissection. Instead, he observed the corpse closely. The deceased appeared to be an elderly woman, her age evident in her stooped posture and the deep wrinkles on her skin, resembling the remains of a typical old woman who had passed away peacefully. The body was covered in considerable moisture, which had resulted from melted ice crystals, with some remnants of ice still clinging to her form. The fatal wound was a gaping hole at the back of her head, as if someone had crushed her skull with a claw. Within that cavity lay a significant amount of ice crystals that had yet to completely melt. It was clear she had been frozen with ice magic after being killed. Why then would one expend mana to freeze a corpse after slaying it? This question arose in Song Wen's mind. Had the old woman been subjected to freezing magic while alive, the ice crystals would not have settled in the wound, but rather on the surface of her body. Taking out his bone knife, Song Wen carefully began to cut open the old woman's clothing. The seemingly thin layer of ice crystals proved exceptionally solid, presenting considerable resistance. After much effort locating a thawed area, he finally managed to sever the clothing and peel it away. Could these ice crystals have originated from a Foundation establishment cultivator? Song Wen thought in astonishment. Before him lay a skeletal, colorless body, resembling that of an elderly person suffering from severe malnutrition. However, Song Wen would not presume that someone killed by a Foundation establishment master would be malnourished. The old woman's flesh seemed as though it had been drained of essence blood over a long period. Though the ice crystals on the body were not abundant and did not form a continuous layer, Song Wen was able to find gaps in the ice to proceed with the dissection. However, the body was rigid from the cold, and given the high cultivation level of the deceased, which Song Wen estimated to be at the Foundation establishment stage, the body's inherent strength further complicated the dissection process. Logically, this corpse should represent excellent material for crafting a corpse puppet. Yet, for reasons unknown, it had been sent to the dissection cave to be dismantled for its essence blood. This perplexed Song Wen. If only he could refine this corpse into a puppet. After acquiring the ghost corpse technique, he had yet to find a suitable body for crafting a corpse puppet. Now, to dismantle such a prime specimen left him feeling somewhat regretful. Nevertheless, as a mere chi refining stage cultivator, Song Wen was acutely aware of his limitations and understood that the decisions of the upper echelons of the corpse demon sect were beyond his comprehension. He merely needed to follow orders and dissect the body. Given the various anomalies associated with the corpse, Song Wen hesitated to consume any essence blood, proceeding cautiously with the dissection, hoping to avoid any unforeseen complications. As the bone knife sliced through the shriveled thigh, the sharp blade was abruptly halted by some obstruction. Initially, Song Wen assumed he had encountered solid ice again, but upon closer inspection, he discovered an unusual object within the wrinkled thigh. It was this object that had blocked the blade. Moreover, upon closer examination, he noticed a faint scar on the thigh, which he had overlooked due to the corpse's excessively wrinkled skin. Following the edge of the foreign object, he slowly sliced through the skin, revealing its form at last. The blood goo technique, a manual, roughly the size of 2 palms, crafted from beast hide, materialized before Song Wen's eyes. He gradually stretched his limbs and shifted his head, as if relaxing after an extended period of dissection. Seizing the opportunity, he glanced around, confirming that there was no one nearby. Yuan Cheng remained within his cave, unaware of his presence. This meant that no one knew of the existence of the blood goo technique. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Song Wen discreetly placed the blood goo technique into his storage bag. With the acquisition of the technique, he felt a surge of excitement. It likely belonged to the old woman. Moreover, he surmised that she was probably a Foundation establishment master, possessing a technique that required careful concealment, undoubtedly indicating its rarity and value. After calming his emotions, he resumed the dissection. Fortunately, the process unfolded without the abnormalities he had feared. The dismemberment proceeded smoothly, save for the remarkably low blood volume within the old woman's body, with no other anomalies or dangers presenting themselves until he opened her chest cavity. Before him lay the organs, riddled with holes as if devoured by countless tiny insects, and remnants of ice still clung to her body, signifying that her insides had been consumed while she was still alive. Song Wen could scarcely fathom the suffering the old woman had endured in life. Was it perhaps due to her practice of goo techniques? A chill coursed through him as he gazed at the small cavities in her organs, unsettling him to the core. After a brief pause to steady himself, he pressed on with the dissection. Upon removing the mangled heart, he was startled to find 3 grain-sized insect eggs tumbling from the heart's openings. The eggs were milky white, enveloped in a thin, transparent layer, and within each was a small, white worm. These must be the eggs of goo insects. After ensuring that no one was around once more, Song Wen, almost on instinct, produced a jade vial to contain the 3 eggs. Subsequently, he dissected the heart and discovered 5 identical insect eggs, which he carefully placed into a jade vial before tucking it into his garment. Within, Song Wen felt a profound horror at the gruesome state of the old woman's internal organs. Yet, an instinctive thought flickered in his mind. If he could cultivate these cursed insects, he would possess another means to combat adversaries, thereby enhancing his chances of survival in this perilous world. After nearly half an hour, Song Wen successfully disassembled the old woman's corpse. The entire process unfolded without incident, and no additional insect eggs were found. When Song Wen presented the storage bag, Yuan Cheng inquired, "Was the dissection smooth? Did any danger arise?" Song Wen understood that Yuan Cheng was likely aware of the old woman's identity as a goo master, but had refrained from warning him about the potential dangers posed by the insects that could be hidden within the body. It is well known that goo masters often conceal their insects throughout their bodies, and even after slaying a goo master, one must remain vigilant. Many unsuspecting cultivators, unaware of the perils associated with goo masters, have met their demise after carelessly inspecting the corpse, only to be harmed by the insects within. During the dissection, Song Wen had begun to piece together the anomalies present in the old woman's body. She appeared to be a foundational stage goo master who had been killed in battle. The one who killed her likely feared that her corpse harbored hidden insects and thus had encased her in ice magic. As time passed, the ice began to thaw. Concerned that the melting ice might revive the insects, Yuan Cheng instructed Song Wen to expedite the dissection process. At that moment, only Song Wen and Yuan Cheng remained in the dissection chamber. Should any unforeseen events occur, the insects would likely target Song Wen first. While Yuan Cheng had the protection of array formations in his cave, situated at a safe distance from the dissection table, affording him plenty of time to activate the formations. In other words, even if the insects were to awaken, they would pose a threat only to Song Wen, significantly reducing the risk to the dissection attendant. Though he felt indignant, Song Wen maintained an expression of confusion as he replied, "There was no danger at all. It was merely that the ice crystals on the corpse were rather solid, making dissection somewhat challenging and time-consuming." Yuan Cheng nodded, accepting the storage bag and casually handing Song Wen 5 spirit stones. He then explained to the puzzled Song Wen, "This female corpse is an extra, and these 5 spirit stones are a token of appreciation for your hard work." Upon hearing this, Song Wen acknowledged and accepted the spirit stones, aware that they represented a reward for his dangerous endeavors. While other dissecting attendants would be grateful for such an offering, Song Wen had no desire to profit from these additional spirit stones. Despite the absence of any mishaps during the dissection, which had even yielded a tome on the art of gu, he was reluctant to take such risks. He could stealthily extract the essence from the dissection chamber to earn spirit stones without endangering himself. Though reluctant, Song Wen was grateful that Yuan Cheng had not shortchanged him. "Thank you, senior brother Yuan Cheng," he expressed respectfully. "Go now, and remember, this matter need not be mentioned to others," Yuan Cheng replied. Upon returning to his cave, Song Wen immediately retrieved the blood goo technique. He needed to ascertain what type of goo insects were represented by the 8 eggs he had collected. It was imperative to discover the appropriate methods for nurturing and controlling them. Otherwise, allowing them to hatch and grow unchecked could lead to perilous repercussions. The blood goo technique documented numerous methods for nurturing and raising various goo insects, interspersed with annotations that likely reflected the old woman's insights from her own experiences in raising goo. From this, Song Wen also discerned the origin of the insect eggs. This particular goo, known as the beetle goo, was a relatively common insect. Although its combat prowess was modest and its temperament quite docile, it starkly contrasted with the sinister and ferocious images often associated with goo insects. Nevertheless, it had its merits. The beetle goo was diminutive in size, measuring only a few millimeters in length, and flew silently, making it exceedingly difficult to detect. It was often employed for reconnaissance and scouting purposes. The old woman had raised a multitude of beetle goo, numbering over 100. She maintained such a large quantity primarily because the beetle goo were weak and easily killed, rendering them consumables that necessitated a larger stock. Additionally, the old woman sought to induce the beetle goo to devour one another, thereby facilitating a mutation to evolve into the more formidable holy beetle goo. The holy beetle goo retained the stealthy qualities of the beetle goo while significantly enhancing its offensive capabilities and becoming more aggressive and ferocious, along with possessing the remarkable ability to shield its bearer with spiritual energy, making it a rare second-tier goo insect. Even foundational stage cultivators endowed with protective spiritual energy could find themselves in peril if they were careless and fell victim to its voracious appetite. However, the old woman had never succeeded in cultivating a holy beetle goo before her demise. Following the methodologies outlined in the blood goo technique, Song Wen conducted viability tests on the 8 insect eggs, discovering that, apart from 1 egg exhibiting low vitality, the other 7 displayed promising levels of activity, suggesting that successful hatching should pose no issue. From the blood goo technique, Song Wen learned that the nurturing of goo could generally be classified into 2 approaches. One involved raising the insects within a goo cauldron, feeding them various rare materials and one's own essence blood. The other method entailed using one's own body as the goo cauldron, with essence blood as the primary sustenance, supplemented by rare materials for refining the goo. The combat effectiveness of the insects raised by either method was roughly comparable. However, the former method bore the risk of rebellion and backlash should the raised insects surpass the goo master's strength significantly. In contrast, insects nurtured through the latter method were utterly loyal to their master and would not betray them. But should the essence blood and spiritual treasures provided by the master prove inadequate for the insect's growth and survival, there was a risk of the insects devouring their master as flesh. The old woman had relied on the latter method for nurturing her goo insects, yet the sheer number had led to a deficiency in essence blood, resulting in her insides being severely ravaged. Song Wen pondered for a considerable time, weighing his options for nurturing the goo, yet ultimately remained undecided. His physical form could rapidly convert the essence blood of others into his own. Logically, he should choose the method of nurturing goo through his body. However, having just dissected the old woman and witnessed the gruesome state of her insides, he felt a twinge of hesitation. Nevertheless, it was clear that he must nurture the goo. Setting down the jade vial containing the insect eggs, Song Wen exited the cave with 3 vials of essence blood in hand. He intended to follow his previous plan and visit the marketplace to exchange the essence blood for cultivation materials. Song Wen made his way directly to the shop where he had sold the alchemy furnace previously. During that transaction, the attendant had mentioned that their shop was willing to purchase anything of dubious origin, making it a suitable place to offload the essence blood. Upon entering the shop, the attendant immediately recognized Song Wen. "Customer, what can I assist you with today?" The attendant inquired. "I wish to sell some essence blood," Song Wen replied, producing a vial as he spoke. The attendant, smiling, accepted the jade vial, uncorked it, and after inspecting it with his spiritual sense, his expression shifted to one of surprise. "Customer, The purity of this essence blood is exceptionally high, as if refined from a single person, with no impurities whatsoever. Might it be from a peak chi refinement cultivator? Song Wen's demeanor remained cold as he responded flatly, "Friend, you're prying a bit too much. Will you buy it or not? If you intend to purchase, simply provide me with an offer." The attendant, slightly embarrassed, replied, "I apologize for my indiscretion." At that moment, he was convinced of his earlier suspicions regarding Song Wen. He must be a small-time player in some organization that dealt in stolen goods. Otherwise, given Song Wen's cultivation level, how could he possibly possess such a full vial of high-purity essence blood, even if he were provided with the corpse of a peak chi refinement cultivator? Song Wen lacked the strength to extract all of the blood essence from it. The attendant quickly recovered, stating, "I offer you 120 spirit stones for this vial of essence blood. Is that acceptable?" 120? Song Wen fell silent, contemplating. He had estimated the value of this vial to be around 200 spirit stones, but selling it himself would significantly increase the risk of exposure. The offer of 120 felt somewhat low to him. Seeing Song Wen hesitating, the attendant understood that the other party was dissatisfied with his offer, but he sensed they were close to a psychological price. The attendant proposed, "How about 130? Upon hearing this, Song Wen remained non-committal, instead taking out 2 additional vials of essence blood. "I have 2 more here. If your offer is suitable, I will sell them to you as well." The attendant's eyes lit up. 140. That is my final offer. Any higher? Before the attendant could finish, Song Wen interrupted deal. The attendant hurriedly accepted the essence blood from Song Wen and quickly counted out 420 spirit stones, seemingly anxious that Song Wen might change his mind. The purity of the essence blood Song Wen brought was exceptionally high, leading the attendant to believe it would sell easily. In this transaction, the shop would easily earn around 200 spirit stones, and the attendant would pocket a handsome commission. Watching Song Wen's departing figure, the attendant called out, "Please take your time, esteemed guest. If you have more high-quality essence blood, I will ensure you receive a generous price next time." Hearing the attendant's voice, Song Wen left without looking back, silently resolving that in the future, he must disguise himself when selling essence blood, as he could not afford to be easily recognized. This shop would no longer be a viable option for him. With the substantial spirit stones in hand, Song Wen walked directly into an alchemy shop. Rather than purchasing the corpse blood pills he had previously consumed, he opted for the chi-gathering pills, favored by righteous cultivators. These pills provided a substantial amount of spiritual energy, facilitating the growth of a cultivator's prowess, devoid of the blood energy and corpse aura essential to the corpse demon sect. Since Song Wen already possessed sufficient blood energy and had procured corpse aura, the chi-gathering pills were more suitable for his current needs. To avoid displaying his newfound wealth, he spent 50 spirit stones to purchase 20 chi-gathering pills, enough for approximately 10 days of intensive cultivation. Exiting the alchemy shop, Song Wen came across a roadside stall where he purchased a second-hand guding. This guding was of subpar quality, not even reaching the standard of a low-grade magical artifact, and being second-hand, it cost him only a handful of spirit stones. He intended to use this ding to hatch the beetle goo eggs. As for the specifics of raising the beetle goo afterward, he had yet to devise a plan. While strolling through the market, Song Wen suddenly spotted a familiar figure. "Oh, isn't that junior sister Chin?" Chapter 42. Purchasing spiritual herbs at the stall. A young woman with an attractive face and simple attire looked up, uncertainty etched on her features. "Are you Senior Brother Jean?" The young woman was Chin Yi, the only female among the 4 mortals who entered the sect alongside Song Wen. Initially, she chose to become a spirit planter, opting for a path with less risk. To Song Wen's surprise, within just over 2 months, Chin Yi was already selling at the market. It was known that setting up a stall in the market required a daily fee of 5 spirit stones, meaning one had to earn at least that much daily to avoid losses. Given that a spirit planter's monthly salary was merely 10 spirit stones, Chin Yi's decision to sell at the market certainly impressed Song Wen. Upon observing her stall, Song Wen noted that it was filled with various spiritual herbs. His knowledge of these herbs was limited, rendering him unable to recognize their names or uses. Yet he assumed their value was not particularly high, as they were openly displayed for sale. Despite their lack of prior interaction, a certain innate familiarity existed between him and Chin Yi due to their shared entry into the sect. While Song Wen initially came off as somewhat aloof, he was not as overbearing as Wu Sheng. A smile broke on Chin Yi's face. "It really is you, Senior Brother Jean. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. How have things been for you over at the corpse dissection cave?" After a brief exchange, both gained insight into each other's recent circumstances. Naturally, Song Wen would not divulge everything, Just as Chun Yi would not provide every detail. From Chun Yi, Song Wen learned that among their group, Zhang Xiaofan had quickly displayed exceptional talent in alchemy and was fortunate enough to be taken as a disciple by an elder in the Golden Core stage. Once an unremarkable individual, Zhang Xiaofan's status transformed dramatically as he became a direct disciple of an elder in the corpse demon sect, which greatly benefited the others who entered with him. Zhang Xiaofan, being kind-hearted, allocated 30% of the profits from the spirit field granted to him by his master to his 3 companions, including Chun Yi, as a reward for their efforts in managing the spirit field. The spiritual herbs Chun Yi was selling today were the first batch produced by that spirit field. These herbs were generally low-tier and commonly used by low-ranking disciples of the corpse demon sect for healing, alchemy, or the creation of corpse puppets. The profits from these herbs would also be divided among the 4 according to their agreed ratio. Junior Sister Chen, do you have Qingling grass? Qingling grass is a common auxiliary herb used in the production of low-tier pills and is also a key ingredient in the creation of corpse puppets. I do have some. In fact, I have 2 plants right here, which I will give to senior brother Jiyin. She picked up the 2 plants of spiritual grass and presented them to Song Wen. The quality of these 2 plants was exceptional, vibrant green, as if they could continue to thrive if planted anew. She assumed Song Wen needed the Qingling grass for crafting corpse puppets, which typically required only 1 or 2 plants, and since the grass was inexpensive, she intended to give it away. However, Song Wen declined Chun Yi's generosity. Firstly, 2 plants were insufficient. The beetle goo had a significant appetite, particularly during its growth phase, requiring a substantial amount of food to develop. Secondly, Song Wen preferred not to owe favors, especially for such low-cost items. Thank you for your kindness, Junior Sister Chen, but I require a larger quantity, so I will purchase them with spirit stones. Oh, how many Qingling grass do you wish to buy, senior brother Jiyin? Chun Yi asked, her interest piqued. She had a decent stock of Qingling grass, which was not particularly easy to sell. Let us start with 100 plants, replied Song Wen. According to the records in blood goo technique, a newly hatched beetle goo would consume approximately 1 plant of Qingling grass daily. If all the eggs he possessed successfully hatched, 100 plants would last only 10 days for a few beetle goo. Chun Yi's eyes brightened. Do you truly need that much, senior brother? Please wait a moment while I check how many I have. As she spoke, she delved into her storage bag. Soon, her expression turned slightly regretful. I'm sorry, senior brother Jiyin, but I only have 88 plants left. Will that suffice? 88? That's enough, Song Wen nodded. Chun Yi quickly retrieved a large jade box, placing all her Qingling grass inside. That will be 11 spirit stones. You can take them for just 10. Generally, the price for Qingling grass was 1 spirit stone for 8 plants, so Chun Yi's offer was quite favorable given the quality. Song Wen accepted the jade box and handed her 10 spirit stones. Senior brother Jiyin, what do you need so many Qingling grass for? Tang Yi it. Noticing Song Wen's puzzled gaze upon her, fearing that he might misunderstand her intentions, she quickly added, Senior brother Jiyin, please do not take it the wrong way. I'm not probing into your private matters. If you have a long-term need for Qingling grass, I can supply it to you. Song Wen replied, I am not entirely certain about that myself, but if I need it in the future, I will certainly prioritize you, Junior Sister Chen. Please give me a communication jade slip, he requested. Chun Yi smiled and agreed. Subsequently, the 2 exchanged communication jade slips. It was evident that Song Wen's request for Chun Yi's slip was not solely for the purpose of purchasing Qingling grass. As she often frequented the spirit herb garden, she had access to numerous spiritual herbs, and her connection to a personally instructed disciple from the Pill Hall provided an advantageous channel for sourcing rare herbs and elixirs in the future. After bidding farewell to Chun Yi, Song Wen returned directly to his cave dwelling. He retrieved the goo furnace, placing all 8 larvae within it, and then took out a spirit stone, crushing it to powder and adding it to the mixture. The slowly released spiritual energy from the spirit stone powder would enhance the concentration of spiritual energy within the goo furnace, aiding in the hatching of the larvae. He then took out the purchased gathering chi pill and began his cultivation. To his delight, he discovered that the combination of the gathering chi pill and the corpse evil chi, along with his inexhaustible blood essence, significantly accelerated his cultivation speed compared to using the corpse blood pill. However, the price of the gathering chi pill was quite high. Were it not for his ability to extract blood essence from the corpse cave in exchange for spirit stones, he could hardly afford it on his monthly stipend alone. 2 days later, the first larva successfully hatched. The larva of the beetle goo resembled tiny maggots, pale white, wriggling within the goo furnace. Song Wen tossed a stalk of Qingling grass into the furnace. Upon sensing the food, the larva crawled onto the leaf of the spiritual herb and began to nibble delicately. 3 days later, all 7 active larvae had hatched, with only one inactive larva remaining. Song Wen contemplated abandoning it, but upon observing its increasing vitality, he decided to wait a few more days. Each day, the larvae clung to the qingling grass, incessantly feeding as though they could never be satiated. Curiously, despite their relentless consumption, they showed no signs of growth, leaving Song Wen puzzled as to where the devoured qingling grass had vanished. As 2 more days passed, upon returning from the corpse cave, Song Wen discovered that the last larva had also hatched. This newly emerged larva was not entirely like the others. A small black that adorned its pale body, making it particularly conspicuous. What could be the reason for this anomaly? Was it a mutation? After observing for a while, he could not discern any significant differences in this larva. The blood goo technique had scant records regarding the larvae, and ultimately, he could not deduce its nature. Nevertheless, after prolonged observation, he noted that despite being newly hatched, this larva's feeding speed rivaled that of the others that had been born for several days. Each larva consumed 1 stalk of qingling grass daily, meaning the 8 larvae would collectively devour 8 stalks, equivalent to 1 spirit stone. Enough for Song Wen to procure 2. 5 gathering qi pills, sufficient for a day's cultivation. However, according to the blood goo technique, the larval stage of the beetle goo lasts only around 20 days. And once they mature, their food consumption diminishes. Song Wen began to doubt whether nurturing these relatively weak goo insects was worthwhile. Half a month later, the larvae began to spin silk and encase themselves in cocoons, indicating their transformation into adult beetles. Song Wen dripped blood essence onto each cocoon while simultaneously channeling the incantations recorded in the blood goo technique. As the incantations were infused, the originally pale cocoons gradually became streaked with dark patterns, lending them an air of mystery and a touch of the eerie. This was the optimal moment to refine the beetle goo. At the moment they emerged from their cocoons, they would be subject to Song Wen's control. Naturally, unlike the old woman who raised goo within her body, allowing them to grow from larvae to pupae to emergence entirely within her, he did not require these steps. Goo insects that hatched and matured inside a host would innately regard them as their mother and heed their commands. However, the larva with the black that showed no signs of cocooning. Its aura was already 10-fold stronger than the other goo insects, and its appetite was increasing, consuming nearly 3 stalks of qingling grass daily, prompting Song Wen to procure more of the herb. He held a particular expectation for this unique larva, wondering if perhaps he might cultivate the saint beetle goo that the old woman had never succeeded in raising. Another week passed. The cocoons began to crack open, and tiny gray beetles emerged, each no larger than half a grain of rice. The beetle goo took flight from the goo furnace, swirling around Song Wen's body. He could sense a feeling of goodwill and closeness emanating from them. Watching these fluttering beetles, Song Wen found it hard to believe that these diminutive creatures, easily overlooked, were indeed formidable goo insects. Each of these beetles possessed the strength of a first-layer qi practitioner, and according to the old woman's notes, some beetle goo could elevate to the 2nd layer of qi cultivation, with a rare few even reaching the 3rd layer. Song Wen pinched one of the beetles between his fingers and gradually applied pressure. To his astonishment, he found that his current physical strength was insufficient to crush the beetle goo. While its offensive capability was lacking, its defensive strength was commendable. Song Wen, possessing the strength of a 2nd-layer qi practitioner and practicing a demonic body refinement technique, sought to test the limits of the beetle goo. He activated the corpse king blood refinement technique, causing a thick aura of corpse energy to emanate from his body, his skin turning an ashen black. His flesh and skin gradually withered, resembling an incompletely dehydrated corpse. The tips of his fingers became resilient, glimmering with a ghostly cold light, exuding a chilling aura. Suddenly, the beetle goo began to struggle violently, attempting to gnaw at Song Wen's fingertip. This was a sign of a counterattack from the goo insect. As expected, nurturing the goo within the goo furnace did not guarantee complete refinement. The goo could retaliate against its master when faced with life-threatening danger. Song Wen had no choice but to release the precious goo he had painstakingly cultivated, for he could not afford to lose it so recklessly. As the immediate threat subsided, the beetle goo's hostility towards Song Wen gradually diminished. He estimated that the beetle goo could barely withstand the attacks of a 2nd-layer qi practitioner, considering that the average qi practitioner's offensive power would be weaker than that of a body-refining practitioner. The offensive strength of the beetle goo was on par with that of a 1st-layer qi practitioner. At this moment, Song Wen understood why it was said that the combat capability of the beetle goo was not formidable. Unless the number of beetle goo reached a critical mass, they were unlikely to pose any real threat. Their only chance of inflicting significant harm would be if they fortuitously entered an enemy's body through their mouth or nostrils. Practitioners from various sects, including rogue cultivators belonging to the lowest tier of existence, were typically cautious and lived in constant vigilance, rarely engaging in risky ventures. Given the limited combat power of the beetle goo, it was of little consequence. However, should their numbers swell into the hundreds or thousands, even late-stage Shi practitioners would be compelled to flee in terror. Subsequently, Song Wen tested the exploration capabilities of the beetle goo, which was its primary function, at least as per the old woman's insights. Following her teachings, he extended his spiritual energy onto the beetle goo, sending it flying into the distance. He discovered that with the aid of the beetle goo, he could effectively sense a distance of approximately 40 meters. Beyond this range, his spiritual energy would falter. Without the assistance of the beetle goo, his current spiritual strength allowed him to perceive only about 15 meters, a feat already enhanced by his training in the divine forbidden technique. Generally, early-stage Shi practitioners could only detect up to 10 meters. The beetle goo significantly extended Song Wen's sensory reach. As the beetle larvae took to the skies, they did so with an almost imperceptible motion, making them an excellent tool for reconnaissance and scouting. This led Song Wen to harbor greater expectations for the black-spotted larvae, wondering what delightful surprises they might bring. Chapter 44. The backlash of the goo insects. 10 days later, the black-spotted larvae finally began to spin their cocoons. Their growth period extended a full month, 10 days longer than that of other larvae, and their energy at the time of cocooning was exponentially greater, far surpassing that of their counterparts. Another half-month passed, and the larvae emerged from their cocoons, transforming into true beetle goo. However, contrary to Song Wen's hopes, this beetle goo did not evolve directly into the sacred beetle goo he anticipated. According to the records in the blood goo technique, the beetle goo is gray, while the sacred beetle goo is an inky black. This particular beetle goo only had a black abdomen, with its back and head still gray. What could this mean? Furrowing his brow, Song Wen realized that his insufficient experience in nurturing goo insects and lack of communication with fellow practitioners left him relying solely on the blood goo technique and the insights shared by an old woman for guidance. The peculiar state of the beetle goo left him uncertain about whether it was a positive or negative development. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. The once placid beetle goo resting in Song Wen's palms suddenly became agitated, emanating a powerful aura that indicated it had entered the mid-stage of Qi refinement. Approximately at the 4th level, far beyond what Song Wen, who was only at the late 2nd level, could withstand. His complexion turned pale as an ominous premonition welled up within him. Was the goo insect rebelling against its master? It dawned on Song Wen, who had been absorbed in nurturing the goo insects, that when a goo insect's strength surpasses that of its owner significantly, it may resist control, leading to a potential backlash against its master. A surge of excruciating pain assailed Song Wen's consciousness, akin to countless steel needles piercing his brain. Caught off guard, he involuntarily cried out, cradling his head in anguish. The speed of the backlash was overwhelming, leaving him little time to contemplate a response. Yet, in the face of peril, Song Wen managed to maintain his composure. According to the blood goo technique, he had two options. One was to forcibly sever his mental control over the goo insect, granting it freedom. The other was to use his physical body as a goo cauldron, refining the goo insect with ample blood essence to ensure its absolute obedience. Without hesitation, he opted for the latter. The first option was fraught with significant risks. A liberated goo insect would no longer be under Song Wen's control and could potentially turn against him, transforming from a backlash into an attack by a stranger. Conversely, choosing the second option, if successful, would endow Song Wen with formidable combat power, making him nearly unrivaled against early-stage Qi refinement practitioners. Having cultivated the divine forbidden technique, Song Wen possessed spiritual strength that surpassed that of most early-stage Qi refinement practitioners, comparable to that of those at the peak of the 3rd level. Drawing upon his formidable spiritual power, he suppressed the searing pain in his brain while opening his mouth to swallow the goo insect. Once ingested, the beetle goo did not remain docile. It burrowed into his internal organs. Fortunately, Song Wen's control over the goo insect persisted, allowing him to restrict its movements while commencing the refining process as per the blood goo technique. Under his command, a substantial amount of blood essence began to coalesce around the beetle goo, enveloping it. This essence, rich in human vitality, was precisely what the goo insect needed for growth, prompting the beetle goo to actively consume the essence. As the blood essence was devoured, Song Wen's speed in refining the beetle goo accelerated. After the beetle goo consumed approximately twice the amount of blood essence as Song Wen possessed, he finally completed the refining process. The beetle goo settled down within him, motionless. Having consumed such a large quantity of blood essence, the beetle goo needed time to digest this energy. Song Wen breathed a sigh of relief. The process of refining the beetle goo had been perilously close to disaster. A momentary lapse in focus could have led to complete loss of control over the beetle goo, resulting in his demise if it were to run rampant within him. It was clear that even in the pursuit of cultivation, one must exercise utmost caution. The path of immortality was fraught with peril, where the slightest misstep could lead to disaster. Gazing at the 7 ordinary beetle goo within the cauldron, Song Wen made a resolute decision to refine them all into his body. Simultaneously, a bold idea emerged in his mind. He wished to cultivate a significant number of black-bellied beetle goo. These insects would significantly enhance his combat capabilities for an extended period. Once the beetle goo reached maturity, they could begin mating. However, most goo masters would restrict the indiscriminate reproduction of their goo insects, as doing so required substantial energy from the insects themselves. If their energy was not replenished in time, they risked death or a drastic decline in strength. To ensure a timely replenishment of energy, a goo master would need ample blood essence and resources. Additionally, cultivating the next generation of goo insects also demanded significant quantities of blood essence and resources. These factors constrained a goo master's ability to increase their number of goo insects. Fortunately, Song Wen lacked for nothing in terms of blood essence. He could simply procure more from the corpse cave to feed his insects. As for the resources required for nurturing the goo insects, it posed a more considerable challenge. After selling blood essence previously, he was left with over 230 spirit stones after accounting for his daily cultivation expenses. Now, with 5 vials of blood essence ready for sale, he knew he must be cautious in selling them. If he were to attract unwanted attention or be recognized by familiar disciples of the corpse demon sect, he would face difficulty justifying the origins of the blood essence. Nevertheless, despite the risks, selling blood essence was the fastest route for him to acquire spirit stones and resources. The black-bellied beetle goo was a male insect, while 4 out of the remaining 7 insects were female. To ensure the next generation would be stronger, Song Wen restricted the mating rights of the 3 ordinary male insects, allowing the black-bellied beetle goo to claim all 4 females. In truth, even without Song Wen's intervention, the ordinary male beetle goo would likely have been unable to compete for mating rights due to the vast disparity in their strengths. A month later, all 4 female insects began to lay eggs, producing a total of 12 eggs, 3 from each female. Notably, with ample resources supporting him, Song Wen's cultivation progressed smoothly to the 3rd level of qi refinement. At this point, he had spent 6 months at the corpse demon sect, and to avoid raising suspicion, he concealed his cultivation aura to that of the 2nd level, consistent with the progress expected of someone with medium-grade spiritual roots. 7 days later, the eggs began to hatch within Song Wen's body. Perhaps due to using his physical form as a cauldron for nurturing the goo insects, the hatching process was rapid. Within a day, 9 of the 12 eggs hatched into ordinary larvae. However, the remaining 3 eggs remained dormant, causing Song Wen to feel a flicker of hope that these might develop in the direction he anticipated. Chapter 45. The black-bellied beetle goo. 2 days later, in Cave 97. 8 diminutive beetle goo fluttered about the cave, released by Song Wen for some fresh air. Within the cauldron, 9 creamy white larvae rested upon the leaves of the qingling grass, feeding. Although Song Wen had nurtured the goo insects within his body, it did not necessitate their constant presence there. Activities such as feeding could still be accomplished externally with the aid of the goo cauldron. Suddenly, Song Wen's mind stirred. He sensed that 2 of the remaining 3 eggs within him had begun to hatch. 2 larvae, adorned with black spots on their backs, broke free from their eggshells. Elated, Song Wen realized the experiment had succeeded. Nurturing larvae from the black-bellied beetle goo had indeed increased the likelihood of producing black-spotted larvae. To prevent a recurrence of backlash, Song Wen refined the goo insects while they were still eggs, employing the methods outlined in the blood goo technique. Unfortunately, the final egg failed to hatch and became a dead egg. Song Wen extracted the dead egg and the 2 black-spotted larvae from his body, casting them into the cauldron. The lifeless eggs have become sustenance for other larvae. Incidentally, he lethally disposed of 9 ordinary larvae, which were then offered as nourishment to the black-spotted larvae. Given the successful hatching of the black-spotted larvae, there was no longer a need to cultivate more ordinary goo worms. Observing the newly hatched black-spotted larvae within the goo cauldron, Song Wen realized it was time for him to procure some qingling grass once again. Before venturing out, Song Wen took measures to disguise himself. He concealed his aura to the first layer of Qi training and then activated the Corpse King blood refining technique, rendering his complexion a ghastly shade of ashen gray. Simulating a practitioner who had encountered difficulties, with uncontrolled corpse energy seeping from him. He then draped a black cloak over himself. At this moment, Song Wen appeared as a novice, oblivious to the dangers, who had recklessly absorbed an excess of corpse energy during practice, resulting in an overwhelming presence of corpse energy and a deficiency of vitality, looking as if he could expire at any moment. In essence, he seemed to be trapped in a desperate situation, poised to erupt in a frenzied retaliation against the world. Upon exiting, Song Wen made his way directly to the marketplace. He first visited 4 shops, selling off the 8 vials of essence blood he had accumulated, which garnered him 100 spirit stones. This substantial sum was undoubtedly a windfall for Song Wen, given his current level of cultivation. Next on his agenda was to acquire the spiritual herbs necessary for the goo beetle and resources for his own cultivation. He opted not to purchase the Qingling grass from Chunyi again, as buying in bulk from the same individual could arouse suspicion. Even if Chunyi harbored no ill intentions towards Song Wen, he could not afford to be careless. In this perilous world of cultivation, Song Wen only trusted himself. One must always be wary of others. He sought out a large spiritual herb shop, where he procured a batch of Qingling grass and purple moonflowers. The purple moonflower serves as sustenance for adult insects, and long-term consumption significantly enhances the strength of goo beetles. Different types of goo worms have varying dietary preferences. Some thrive on devouring various ores, while others consume human corpses, beast carcasses, or even thrive on foul energies. The goo beetle's preference for spiritual herbs is quite rare, standing in stark contrast to the revolting diets of other goo worms. The purple moonflower, being a mid-grade spiritual herb of the first tier, is relatively inexpensive, with 2 to 3 flowers costing around 1 spirit stone. After over a month of feeding the purple moonflowers, Song Wen observed a slight enhancement in the strength of the 7 ordinary goo beetles. However, the black-bellied goo beetle showed no signs of improvement. The ordinary goo beetles could subsist on 1 flower daily, making them exceptionally economical, while the black-bellied goo beetle required at least 4 flowers each day, consuming nearly 2 spirit stones daily. This expenditure on spirit stones had surpassed Song Wen's cultivation needs, yet the black-bellied goo beetle remained stagnant in its growth. This led Song Wen to suspect that the purple moonflower may not be the most suitable nourishment for the black-bellied goo beetle. According to the records of blood goo techniques, the purple moonflower is merely food for ordinary goo beetles, and there was no documentation regarding the optimal diet for the black-bellied goo beetle, which lies between the goo beetle and the holy goo beetle. The holy goo beetle's ideal sustenance is a mineral called silver bright stone, a second-tier ore. Song Wen learned that a piece the size of a thumb costs around 50 spirit stones, making it exceedingly precious. Given that the holy goo beetle is comparable to a foundational-level second-tier goo worm, it is reasonable for its dietary requirements to be quite high. Initially, Song Wen had hoped to economize by testing the effects of purple moon flowers on the black-bellied goo beetle, but it appeared he would have to procure silver bright stones instead. After acquiring the silver bright stones, corpse energy, as well as qi gathering and hunger-suppressing pills, Song Wen entered a gambling den for cultivators. To prevent cultivators from utilizing their formidable mental powers to cheat, the establishment was fortified with various formations to restrict mental energy and even the spiritual senses of foundational-level cultivators. Navigating through the main hall of the gambling den, Song Wen proceeded directly to the restroom in the back courtyard. It is not uncommon for practitioners in the Qi training stage, who do not continuously consume hunger-suppressing pills, to require sustenance, hence the existence of restrooms in the realm of cultivation. Once inside the restroom, Song Wen shed his disguise and, utilizing a simple facial alteration technique gleaned from a street vendor stall, transformed himself into a burly man with a beard before exiting the gambling den. In the realm of cultivation, identifying an individual relies not solely on appearance and physique, but also on the aura they exude. While one can modify their appearance through the manipulation of spiritual energy, altering one's aura is not feasible. The commonly practiced concealment technique can only adjust the strength of one's aura, but not its inherent qualities. This limitation has rendered facial alteration techniques less popular in the cultivation world. However, for Song Wen, changing his spiritual energy aura proved to be the simplest task. After wandering through the marketplace several times and confirming that he was not being followed, he returned to his cave abode. His inherent weakness, coupled with the substantial spirit stones he possessed, necessitated an abundance of caution on Song Wen's part. With the acquisition of silver bright stones, The growth of the black-bellied goo beetle progressed significantly. However, it became evident that the silver bright stones were slightly too advanced for the black-bellied goo beetle, posing some difficulty in digestion. The black-bellied goo beetle required 2/10 of a piece of silver bright stone for each feeding, necessitating 2 to 3 days for digestion before it could eat again, during which it would consume some purple moon flowers as supplementary nourishment. After more than 30 days, the supply of silver bright stones had diminished by more than half, and the black-bellied goo beetle's aura had noticeably strengthened. At this juncture, 2 black-spotted larvae successfully metamorphosed into adult beetles, both female, which greatly exhilarated Song Wen and initiated a new phase in his insect-rearing endeavor. He facilitated the mating of 3 black-bellied goo beetles to enhance the likelihood of birthing black-spotted larvae, potentially even stronger goo beetles or true holy goo beetles. Meanwhile, Song Wen continued diligently with his dissection and cultivation. Chapter 46. The direct disciple of the Yin Sha Hall. On this day, as usual, Song Wen arrived at the dissection cave. Just as he entered Yuan Cheng's cavern, Yuan Cheng preemptively spoke, "Extreme Yin, there is a batch of special corpses that requires your attention today. You will use the number 8 dissection platform to handle this batch." The dissection platforms for dissectors are typically fixed. For instance, Song Wen had always employed the number 73 platform. All dissection platforms are equipped with drainage channels that direct the blood from the corpses into a large blood pool situated in the cave center. However, the platforms numbered 1 to 9 are distinct, each possessing its own independent blood pool, where the blood from the corpses is collected separately. Upon hearing Yuan Cheng's words, Song Wen felt a jolt of surprise. Could it be another set of peculiar corpses like the old woman? Although the last dissection of the old woman's corpse had proceeded without incident. Upon reflection, Song Wen understood that the old woman had clearly been a formidable goo master, one who nurtured goo with her own body, which meant her corpse might conceal various eerie and powerful goo worms. Each recollection of that dissection filled Song Wen with trepidation and gratitude for his fortunate escape. Perhaps sensing Song Wen's hesitation, Yuan Cheng reassured him before he could speak, "Junior brother, do not worry. It is merely a batch of corpses belonging to ordinary children. However, this batch is somewhat special, so you must exercise utmost care and strive for perfection in your dissection." Song Wen cast a glance at Yuan Cheng. His lingering concerns alleviated significantly. He clasped his hands in respect and replied, "Understood, senior brother." Yuan Cheng then handed over 4 storage bags and a jade vial. One of the storage bags contained the corpses, while the other 3 were intended for the separated flesh, organs, and bones. The jade vial was designated for collecting the blood. Song Wen approached the number 8 dissection platform and positioned himself there, probing with his mental energy into the storage bag. As Yuan Cheng had indicated, the bag contained precisely 100 corpses of ordinary humans. What Yuan Cheng had not clarified was that all these corpses belonged to children under the age of 5, with several even being newborn infants. Gazing upon the lifeless bodies of these children, even Song Wen, who had grown accustomed to dissections, felt a wave of nausea wash over him. The cruelty of demonic cultivators truly exceeds the limits of ordinary imagination. Song Wen understood that the 100 corpses of children were likely those born under auspicious celestial alignments, endowing them with inherent mystical powers. Such bodies were often coveted by practitioners of the dark arts for the purposes of cultivation, corpse refining, or the creation of spectral entities. However, Song Wen recognized that none of this pertained to him. His sole duty was to dismember the corpses. Only through a heart devoid of compassion could one survive in the grim realm of the corpse demon sect in this merciless world of cultivation. Song Wen harbored no grand ambitions or lofty ideals. His only desire was to endure. He casually selected a corpse, placing it upon the dissection platform. This particular corpse was that of a girl, approximately 4 years of age. After steadying his thoughts, Song Wen's blade descended, initiating the dissection process. Given that all the corpses were of children, he worked swiftly, and with only 100 to dissect, he completed the task in just over 2 hours. Remarkably, this was the first time in half a year that he was not the last to finish upon entering the dissection chamber. With 4 storage bags and a jade vial in hand, he made his way to Yuan Cheng's cave. Before he could step inside, he noticed a young man clad in ornate garments, his countenance dark and brooding, seated in the only chair within the cave. This chair was originally meant for Yuan Cheng, who now stood dutifully beside the young man, resembling a loyal subordinate. Upon seeing Song Wen's entrance, Yuan Cheng promptly asked, "Jean, have you completed the dissection of all the corpses?" Though Song Wen was unaware of the young man's identity, he sensed that he was of considerable standing. He respectfully clasped his hands in a greeting before addressing Yuan Cheng. "Reporting to senior brother Yuan, the dissection is complete." As he spoke, he waved his hand, using his magical power to levitate the storage bags and jade vial towards Yuan Cheng. To his surprise, it was the young man who stepped forward to receive them instead. He examined the blood within the jade vial, then proceeded to inspect the storage bags, a fleeting look of satisfaction crossing his somber features. The young man nodded and remarked to Song Wen, "Given your limited cultivation, your efficiency in dissection is commendable." Uncertain of how to address him, Song Wen bowed again, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your kind praise, esteemed senior." At that moment, Yuan Cheng interjected to introduce Song Wen, saying, "Jean, this is senior brother Wu Sui, a direct disciple of the Yinsha Hall, whose master is Elder Wu Run, the hall's leader." A direct disciple of the Yinsha Hall. Wu Sui, the leader of the hall, is named Wu Ren. In his mind, Song Wen pondered the implications, his expression shifting to one of trepidation tinged with relief. As if meeting Wu Sui was an immense honor, he bowed even lower, his voice quivering with excitement. "Outer sect disciple Jean pays respects to senior brother Wu Sui." Pleased with Song Wen's reaction, Wu Sui nodded and said, "You possess a modicum of discernment. Should you achieve the late stage of qi refinement within 6 years of your initiation, you may seek me at the Yinsha Hall." With that, Wu Sui's figure dissolved into a series of afterimages, vanishing within the cave. As Wu Sui departed, Yuan Cheng cast a gaze of envy towards Song Wen. "Jean, I did not expect that merely meeting senior brother Wu Sui would earn you his recognition. Truly, you are fortunate." Feigning ignorance, Song Wen curiously inquired, "May I ask, senior brother Yuan, does senior brother Wu Sui possess any other mysterious identities aside from being a direct disciple?" In the cultivation world, while the status of a direct disciple was prestigious, within the realm of the dark arts, it carried a different connotation. Masters might sacrifice their disciples for power or utilize them for their own gain. The exploitation of disciples was not uncommon in such sections. Thus, being a direct disciple in the demonic path was not necessarily a blessing. Ultimately, in the realm of cultivation, prowess held paramount importance. No matter how esteemed a direct disciple might be, they were still merely qi refiners and could not be considered true experts. Typically, disciples of the corpse demon sect would ascend to elder status upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, whereas direct disciples were referred to as demonic sons or daughters. Yuan Cheng spoke with a hint of longing in his tone. Senior brother Wu Sui is the beloved grandson of Elder Wu Run, and he possesses remarkable talent, reportedly with a top-grade spiritual root of the 7th rank. At just 16 years of age, he has already attained the 7th level of qi refinement and is poised to reach foundation establishment in a few short years. Yuan Cheng's expression grew complex. Foundation establishment was his greatest aspiration. However, lacking the necessary connections, he had been stuck at the 9th level of qi refinement for years, just one step away from the pinnacle, forced to labor in the dissection chamber to earn contributions for the sect, hoping to one day acquire a precious foundation establishment pill. As he grew older, with only a few years remaining until he turned 60, a sense of urgency weighed heavily on his heart. In truth, there were rumors of foundation establishment pills circulating outside the major sects, surfacing in various markets every few years. However, these pills were exorbitantly priced, and with Yuan Cheng's mediocre aptitude, he found himself unable to afford one, despite his desperate desire to reach the pinnacle of qi refinement. Chapter 47. Qi refinement level 4. Song Wen emerged from the dissection chamber with an unperturbed demeanor. For him, the events that transpired within were merely another performance in the pursuit of survival. As for Wu Sui's words, suggesting that Song Wen consider the Yinsha Hall upon becoming an inner disciple, those thoughts had already slipped from his mind. Of course, should that day ever arrive, he would not object to joining the Yinsha Hall. To him, any place that allowed him to continue living was a good place. Moreover, he recalled that the person who had previously bullied him, Wu Sheng, was within the Yinsha Hall. If the opportunity arose, he would seek retribution. While dissection posed significant risks for others, with the constant threat of mental and magical contamination, for Song Wen, it was devoid of peril. The mottled blood and lingering souls within the dissection chamber became resources for his cultivation. Initially, the other dissection workers and Yuan Cheng believed that with Song Wen's early-stage cultivation, he would succumb to the miasma within a month or two, perhaps even months, ultimately falling into madness. To their astonishment, Song Wen not only survived but thrived, steadily advancing his cultivation to the 3rd level of qi refinement. Today marked the completion of 11 months since Song Wen joined the dissection chamber, coinciding with his 1-year anniversary in the corpse demon sect. After receiving his monthly stipend, he received a summons from the sect's external affairs hall. Newly initiated outer disciples were required to complete an external task each year. The notice stated that today was the final deadline. Song Wen must report to the External Affairs Hall to claim his task, or face severe repercussions from the sect. Hastily, Song Wen departed the dissection chamber and made his way to the External Affairs Hall. The hall was sparsely populated, with only a few outer disciples present to claim their tasks. Song Wen presented his disciple token to an elderly man, stating, "Disciple Jin pays respects to the steward. I have come to receive my annual external task." The elder, whose cultivation was modest around the 7th or 8th level of Qi refinement, held a significant position within the sect. Otherwise, the lucrative role of steward within the External Affairs Hall would not have been bestowed upon him. He glanced up, his expression cold, casting a dismissive look at Song Wen. To him, Song Wen was merely a nameless disciple with no connections or resources, utterly unworthy of his regard. Lacking influence and unable to yield any benefits, the elder saw no reason to entertain him. Yet, he deemed it suitable to assign the more perilous sect tasks to such individuals, ensuring that those with connections would not shy away from the most dangerous missions. The elder began to sift through the task records before him, searching for an assignment suitable for Song Wen, perceptive to the disdain and contempt in the elder's gaze. Song Wen realized he needed to take action. With a subtle gesture of his right hand, he discreetly placed 20 freshly acquired spirit stones, still warm from his recent stipend, into the elder's palm. The disciple, having recently embarked on his journey for a mere year, found himself lacking in strength. He humbly implored the steward to assist him in procuring a task of minimal risk. "Please, I beseech you," he whispered softly. The modest sum of 20 spirit stones he offered was not due to a reluctance to provide more. Rather, it stemmed from a consideration of his own meager monthly stipend, which made even that amount a challenge to part with. Should he offer an excessive sum, it might inadvertently lead to unnecessary complications. The elder, after a moment's contemplation, while stroking the bag containing the spirit stones, allowed a faint smile to grace his otherwise impassive features. The young disciple before him demonstrated a commendable level of maturity. "There is a task involving the inventory of spirit herbs in the alchemy room that would suit you well. The location is over 2,000 miles northwest of the sect, within the toxic swamp." With the elder's explanation, the disciple gleaned the essence of the task. The swamp, shrouded in a perpetual miasma, was fraught with potent toxins and served as a veritable wilderness, largely untouched by human presence. Yet, within its depths thrived a rare herb known as the rainbow grass. Although inherently toxic, this herb was a primary ingredient in the crafting of the vitality pill and an essential component for the foundation establishment pill. Thus its value was indeed significant. The toxic swamp fell under the jurisdiction of the corpse demon sect, which, for its own interests, had established spirit fields there, assigning the subordinate Yin family to oversee the area. To prevent the Yin family from monopolizing the rainbow grass, the corpse demon sect dispatched disciples every 3 years to ascertain the age and quantity of the herb. Typically, 2 disciples were assigned, often consisting of one at the late stage of Qi refinement accompanied by one at the early to mid-stage. The formidable power and ruthless methods of the corpse demon sect ensured that the Yin family never dared to encroach upon the sect's interests, rendering the herb inventory a mere formality. Indeed, this task could be classified as almost devoid of peril. On the 3rd day hence, at the hour of Chun, seek out Elder Shun in the alchemy room. He will provide you with the task details, and you will also meet your fellow disciple who will accompany you. Be punctual. Tardiness is not advisable, the elder concluded. The disciple clasped his hands in gratitude, responding, "Thank you, steward. I shall be there on time." With the task token in hand, he departed from the outer hall. With 3 days until the commencement of the task, he intended to utilize this interval to prepare some means of self-preservation. Though the task bore little danger, in the perilous realm of cultivation, absolute safety was a mere illusion. Half a month prior, he had surmounted a 2-month-long bottleneck, advancing to the 4th layer of Qi refinement. This was the first time he had experienced such a threshold in his cultivation journey. To achieve a breakthrough to the mid-stage of Qi refinement within just a year, he surmised several contributing factors: his 6th-grade spiritual root, abundant cultivation resources, the ease of entry and rapid advancement associated with demonic cultivation techniques, and his practice of the Corpse King blood refining technique, a body refinement method. Despite its demonic origins, body refinement techniques fundamentally revolve around absorbing and refining the essence of celestial materials, or the vital energy of beasts and humans, to enhance the practitioner's own vitality, ultimately leading to the evolution of the physical form. The ability to directly absorb another's vitality and consolidate his own blood essence significantly accelerated his cultivation process, sparing him from arduous toil. Were it not for this, he would not have easily breached the bottleneck to reach the mid-stage of qi refinement. In contrast, a peer named Ji-in had been trapped at the pinnacle of the third layer for several years without a breakthrough. Presently, Song Wen's displayed cultivation was at the third layer of qi refinement. His remarkable ability to conceal his aura remained a mystery, as thus far no one had discerned his hidden strength. However, he had primarily interacted with cultivators at the qi refinement stage, leaving him uncertain whether those of higher realms would be able to perceive his concealed power. Moreover, after numerous attempts, he had discovered that he could completely suppress his aura, revealing nothing. Yet, this required the complete abstention from using any spiritual power, lest even a hint of it might leak out. As he journeyed back to his cave dwelling, he contemplated his current offensive capabilities in areas that required fortification. Through diligent effort, he had successfully inscribed fireball and shield talismans. Given his ample resources, he had never sold these talismans, and now he possessed over 50 fireball talismans and more than 20 shield talismans. Although these talismans were merely of the low-grade first tier, a substantial quantity could yield a significant impact. Song Wen firmly believed that unleashing dozens of fireball talismans simultaneously would compel even a late-stage qi refinement cultivator to retreat. The number of black-bellied beetle puppets he had cultivated reached 21, with 5 of the early specimens nearing the 5th layer of qi refinement. Had he devoted all his resources to their cultivation, he could have raised even more, but the resource-intensive nature of these beetles necessitated a limit on their numbers. Presently, maintaining these 21 beetles consumed approximately 20 spirit stones daily, culminating in a staggering 600 stones each month, a burden that weighed heavily upon him. As for ordinary beetle puppets, they had lost their significance and were consequently disposed of. Additionally, Song Wen realized that controlling multiple beetle puppets simultaneously drained his mental energy. Thanks to his practice of the divine forbidden technique, his mental prowess now paralleled that of a 7th-layer qi refinement cultivator, enabling him to manage such a number of black-bellied beetle puppets. The benefits of enhanced mental strength extended beyond mere control. It also deepened his understanding of techniques, facilitating smoother cultivation. Without a mentor to guide him, he had relied solely on his own exploration to practice the corpse king blood refining technique. Previously, he had encountered numerous obstacles, often laboriously imitating without true comprehension. Now, with a more profound grasp of the techniques, his practice became significantly easier. The increase in mental acuity also greatly aided him in casting spells and inscribing talismans. While a typical 4th-layer qi refinement cultivator might require a full breath to execute the fireball technique, Song Wen only needed half that time. Similarly, the shield technique, which usually took 2 breaths, was performed by him in 1. As he pondered the areas needing enhancement, he recognized that while his close combat capabilities were commendable, bolstered by the corpse king blood refining technique that had forged a formidable physique, his lack of genuine combat experience rendered him vulnerable. In terms of ranged combat, he relied on talismans and black-bellied beetle puppets. For escape, he possessed the flight technique and blood escape technique, both of which could be cultivated in the early stages of qi refinement. He had mastered these techniques long ago. As for the flight technique, which was reserved for mid-stage cultivators, he had demonstrated exceptional talent, grasping its fundamentals in just 2 days. However, he still struggled to execute it fluidly and required additional practice, a potential liability in critical situations. Furthermore, he lacked protective artifacts. While the shield technique and shield talismans provided some defense, they felt inadequate in life-or-death struggles. Upon entering his cave dwelling, he was greeted by the sight of a large crimson coffin. Within lay an unfinished corpse puppet. 2 months prior, he had invested a considerable sum to acquire this complete body of a late-stage qi refinement cultivator. At the time of purchase, his own cultivation was only at the 3rd layer, insufficient for successfully refining the corpse puppet. Had he attempted it then, he would likely have ended up with a mere ordinary zombie devoid of combat prowess. It was only after breaking through to the 4th layer that he commenced the refinement process. The runes and talismans inscribed upon the corpse puppet had been completed. Now, all that remained was to nurture it with the required sinister and corpse energies. The Grand Crimson Coffin is no ordinary burial vessel. It is imbued with various materials of a spectral nature, intertwined with human blood, inscribed with runes for nurturing the deceased. Song Wen anticipates that in 2 or 3 days, the body within shall be successfully refined and break free from its confines. At that time, the corpse puppet will possess at least the strength of a 4th-layer qi refinement practitioner, and as it continues to assimilate items of a spectral quality, its power will further augment. During this mission for the sect, Song Wen intends to showcase the corpse puppet, for his display of mere 3rd-layer qi refinement prowess may render him underestimated. Having been at the corpse demon sect for a year, possessing a fourth-layer corpse puppet is quite justifiable. After all, who is devoid of some fortuitous encounters? After donning a simple disguise and altering his aura, Song Wen cloaked himself and exited his secluded abode. His dwelling, nestled in a remote location, seldom sees visitors, alleviating his concerns about encountering acquaintances. Upon reaching the market, he made his way directly to a grand establishment specializing in magical artifacts. As he stepped inside, he was greeted by a strikingly beautiful woman, tall and clad in revealing attire, who approached him with a charming smile. Though her cultivation was weak, merely at the threshold of chi refinement, she exuded an unusual allure. Her youthful visage was complemented by the seductive grace of a mature woman, creating an enticing juxtaposition that only enhanced her charm. Her scant garments revealed ample skin, and as she walked, the high slit of her skirt swayed in the breeze, intermittently exposing her long, fair legs, even the delicate fabric of her undergarments occasionally catching the light. Upon reaching within a meter of Song Wen, she bent slightly, causing her ample bosom to jiggle. Song Wen swiftly averted his gaze, astonished to discover that even in the realm of cultivation, the allure of feminine wiles persists. Yet he pondered, was it truly necessary to employ such charms for the mere purchase of a magical artifact? Steeling himself, he asked nonchalantly if she had any defensive artifacts. "Indeed, we do. Please follow me," she replied, her waist swaying enticingly as she led the way. Song Wen followed closely, a captivating fragrance wafting from her, intoxicating his senses and drawing him into a state of semi-trance. She guided him to a display case, gesturing towards it. "Please take a look, esteemed sir. This small shield is a premium artifact among inferior-grade ones. Despite its palm-sized form, it can transform into a full-size shield when infused with spiritual energy, capable of withstanding the attacks of a fourth-layer chi refinement practitioner. And this inferior-grade robe can automatically adapt to the wearer's physique, altering its size. Not to mention this inferior-grade ghost flag. Her voice, reminiscent of a seductive siren, made it difficult to resist her charm. However, thanks to his formidable mental fortitude, Song Wen remained unaffected, yet he discerned inconsistencies in her words. He had presented himself as a third-layer practitioner, while she was barely at the entry level of cultivation. How could she ascertain his true strength? It was peculiar that she would recommend inferior-grade artifacts without inquiry, especially when he had only expressed a desire for defensive items without specifying a grade. Clearly, she had discerned his level of cultivation, hence her recommendations. This woman was concealing her own strength. A sense of caution surged within Song Wen. He was certain he had never encountered this woman before, nor did he harbor any enemies in the cultivation world. Her hidden prowess likely had no connection to him. It was merely a chance encounter. Feeling somewhat reassured, he resolved to depart the shop swiftly. "Do you have any medium-grade defensive artifacts?" he inquired, his gaze fixed on the counter. Now, he was nearly convinced that her cultivation was at least in the later stages of chi refinement. Otherwise, his keen perception would have unveiled her true capabilities. He retracted his mental presence entirely, wishing to avoid drawing attention to his scrutiny. "Ah, you seek medium-grade artifacts?" The woman assessed him with a playful glint in her eyes, her curiosity piqued by a seemingly unremarkable disciple of the corpse demon sect who could withstand her allure. She gestured towards another display. "This section contains medium-grade artifacts. Allow me to introduce them to you." After a brief introduction, Song Wen pointed to a shield about an inch in size, asking, "How much for this shield?" The shield, entirely black, bore an intricately carved ghostly visage, its lifelike features suggesting a menacing specter poised to emerge and devour its prey. With a captivating smile, she replied, "Esteemed sir, you possess a discerning eye. This ghostly shield is crafted from Ean's spring stone and a blend of various treasures, rendering it nearly indestructible. Moreover, it is sealed with a fifth-layer ghostly entity, granting it the ability to counter spectral foes, a true embodiment of both offense and defense. It is priced at 200 spirit stones." Surprised by the reasonable price, Song Wen felt it was rather inexpensive. Typically, medium-grade artifacts range from 200 to 300 spirit stones, and defensive artifacts are generally on the higher end. Given that this small shield was imbued with a ghostly entity, it should have been priced higher. Despite his astonishment, he refrained from voicing his concerns. His priority was to complete the transaction swiftly and exit without alarming the enchanting woman. 150 spirit stones, he countered, aware that the price was low but still needing to negotiate. "Esteemed sir, our shop operates on slim margins and does not entertain haggling," she replied. 160 spirit stones. He persisted. After some back and forth, he eventually acquired the ghostly shield for 180 spirit stones. With the shield secured, he wasted no time exiting the shop, swiftly blending into the bustling crowd. "Shall he come here?" The woman's demeanor shifted abruptly, and she called sharply into the back of the shop. Moments later, a young girl of about 18 emerged. "Miss, did you call for me?" The woman coldly replied. "Did I not instruct you that while I am utilizing the shop's customers to practice my charms, you are not to disturb me? Why did you persist in sending me messages earlier?" Before he could explain, the woman continued. "Today has been most unfortunate. Who would have thought that a mere third-layer practitioner could resist my allure?" Her tone dripped with bitterness, as if Song Wen had wronged her. Understanding her temperament, He quickly chimed in. "That man is likely impotent or perhaps has a different inclination. Otherwise, how could he possibly withstand your charms?" The woman shot He a disdainful glance. "Do not speak so carelessly. That man, unless he possesses a rare artifact that counters mental attacks or has cultivated techniques to enhance his spirit or stabilize his consciousness, would not have resisted me." He's eyes lit up at this revelation. An artifact that counters mental attacks, or perhaps techniques for spirit cultivation? Both are exceedingly rare in the cultivation realm. She made a slicing motion across her throat, lowering her voice. "Miss, should we not consider, given Song Wen's displayed strength of merely a third-layer practitioner, eliminating him would be a trivial matter, igniting He's avarice?" The young lady shook her head and remarked, "It is prohibited to engage in conflict within the market, and the aura of death surrounding him indicates he is a disciple of the corpse demon sect. Once he leaves the market, he will likely return directly to his sect, leaving us no opportunity to act." After a brief silence, she seemed to recall something and addressed He. "By the way, you haven't clarified your earlier transmissions to me. Why did you repeatedly try to contact me?" Earlier, while Song Wen was in the shop, He had attempted to relay a message multiple times. But each time she began, the young lady abruptly cut her off. He replied, "Miss, I wanted to inform you that you sold the ghost head shield at too low a price. Its cost is 200 spirit stones, while it should be priced at 400. "Ah, why didn't you say so earlier?" The young lady rushed out of the shop, searching for Song Wen's presence. However, he had long since vanished without a trace. "It's over. This transaction has resulted in a loss," she murmured, filled with self-reproach. "Miss, why don't we practice our charm techniques in another location? At this rate, we will exhaust our resources." It turned out that the two were merely employees of the shop, tasked with selling magical artifacts. They had initially believed that with the young lady's charm, male cultivators would be enamored and willingly pay high prices for the artifacts, allowing them to practice their skills simultaneously. Unfortunately, the young lady seemed to have a poor memory, frequently mispricing the artifacts and selling them at a loss. In just 3 days, they had already incurred hundreds of spirit stones and losses. "Where else can I practice my charm techniques?" the young lady inquired. "At the brothel," she replied. The young lady furrowed her brow, seemingly contemplating. "The brothel? But I am not yet prepared." "Ah, miss, as women, it is inevitable that we will be suppressed by men. What difference does it make if one man oppresses us or a multitude?" Meanwhile, Song Wen entered a dining establishment for cultivators. In the back room, he shed his disguise and enjoyed a couple of cups of spirit wine. Once he confirmed that no one was following him, he exited the restaurant and began to wander among the various stalls. Although most items at the stalls were of inferior quality, he occasionally encountered some peculiar items. Since he was on a mission for his sect, it was prudent to gather a few more means of protection. After perusing the stalls, Song Wen realized he had overthought the situation. Rare items did appear occasionally, but the likelihood of encountering them was rather slim. "Brother Su, do you have anything of significant power?" Finding nothing to his liking at the stalls, he approached a familiar vendor. This Brother Su was an outer sect disciple at the late stage of Qi refinement, having mingled with rogue cultivators for years, thus possessing a wealth of experience far beyond what Song Wen, who had spent most of his life within the sect, could compare. Having purchased corpse aura from him several times, they had developed a nodding acquaintance. Brother Su glanced at Song Wen, a hint of a smile on his face. "Ah, it is the extreme junior brother. When you speak of power, to what degree do you refer? At least something threatening to late-stage Qi refinement or even peak Qi refinement cultivators," Song Wen replied. "I do have something that meets your requirements, but—" Brother Su's words trailed off, and after a moment of contemplation, he continued, "Perhaps you should see for yourself." Chapter 50. Toxic fire burns the heavens. Upon seeing the 2 yellow talismans Brother Su produced, Song Wen's heart involuntarily raced. The runes drawn on the talismans were unfamiliar to him, yet he could sense a formidable celestial power emanating from them, as if they could vanquish all evil under heaven. After witnessing these talismans, he felt the corpse aura circulating around him become somewhat sluggish, almost as if it wished to retreat. What kind of talismans are these? Song Wen asked, astonished. Brother Su displayed the talismans for but a moment before hastily retracting them into his storage bag, as if fearing their mere existence would be discovered in the territory of the corpse demon sect. Heavenly Thunder Talismans, a high-grade first tier. Song Wen immediately understood Brother Su's caution. The Heavenly Thunder embodies the majestic will of heaven and possesses immense destructive power against evil entities, particularly against demonic cultivators. Among righteous cultivators, only a select few can successfully cultivate thunder-based techniques, making them the most despised by demonic practitioners. Likewise, Thunder Talismans are particularly effective against them. Song Wen felt a surge of interest. With proper utilization, these high-grade first-tier talismans could indeed pose a significant threat to late-stage Qi refinement cultivators. Brother Su, perceiving Song Wen's interest, continued, "These talismans were obtained years ago when I eliminated a righteous cultivator. Although the Heavenly Thunder Talismans are extremely potent against demonic practitioners, they have one critical drawback." What drawback? They can only be activated with pure celestial energy. This means that demonic cultivators cannot use them, as our methods inherently infuse our spiritual energy with tainted celestial energy, preventing us from invoking the Heavenly Thunder Talismans. Brother Su sighed and elaborated. "This is why these talismans have remained in my possession for so long, unsold and unused." Since Song Wen was a frequent customer, Brother Su had no intention of deceiving him, knowing that Song Wen would quickly discover the talisman's limitations once he attempted to use them. The cultivation method longevity technique is a genuine Taoist practice, and does it not cultivate pure celestial energy? After joining the Corpse Demon sect and practicing the Corpse King blood refinement technique, for reasons unknown, Song Wen had not discontinued his practice of the longevity technique. Ordinarily, one could only cultivate one primary technique, unless they ascended to a significant higher realm. It was exceedingly rare for someone like Song Wen to practice both a demonic body refinement technique and a genuine Taoist Qi cultivation technique. He himself could not fully comprehend this anomaly, attributing it to his mysteriously exceptional physique. Although he had not actively practiced the longevity technique in the past year, the abundant spiritual energy within the Corpse Demon sect and his frequent use of spirit stones for cultivation had allowed its power to gradually increase. Now nearing the third layer of Qi refinement, which should suffice to activate the Heavenly Thunder Talismans. Brother Su, how much for these talismans? Song Wen inquired. Seeing that Song Wen intended to purchase seemingly useless Heavenly Thunder Talismans, Brother Su's expression brightened. How about 100 spirit stones for both talismans? Too expensive? Song Wen shook his head, considering their limited utility in the hands of demonic cultivators. What about 80 spirit stones? After all, they are high-grade first-tier talismans. Still too expensive. I can offer a maximum of 40 spirit stones. After all, if they remain with you, they are merely 2 pieces of scrap paper. You might as well sell them to me at a lower price to recoup some spirit stones. After some haggling, Song Wen purchased the 2 talismans for 50 spirit stones. Once the transaction was completed, Brother Su softly asked, "Are you preparing to undertake a sect mission?" Song Wen's gaze sharpened, his expression cool as he scrutinized Brother Su. He was puzzled as to how Brother Su knew he was about to embark on a mission. Perhaps sensing Song Wen's unease, Brother Su clarified, "There is no need to be alarmed. The sect mission is an annual obligation for all disciples. For someone like you, who prefers to remain within the sect, suddenly acquiring protective items can only mean you are preparing for an external mission." Song Wen's demeanor softened slightly, yet he remained unsure of Brother Su's intentions in mentioning the sect mission. Was Brother Su offering guidance regarding it? Brother Su waved his hand, saying, "That is not the case. Every disciple's mission is different, and I cannot provide insight into yours, as I am unaware of what it entails. However, I do have something of interest. I wonder if you would be intrigued." Brother Su had discerned that Song Wen was the type to cherish his life, one who would avoid external ventures whenever possible. Thus, he planned to seize the opportunity to sell something to Song Wen. What was it? Let's take a look. Venom. Fire burning heaven. Any practitioner in the mid-stage of Qi refinement would surely perish upon contact. For those in the 7th or 8th layers of Qi refinement, the pain would be unbearable and their strength significantly diminished. Even a practitioner in the 9th layer would feel as if they were being scorched in a raging inferno, finding it exceedingly difficult to expel the toxin for quite some time. Song Wen's interest was piqued. His senior brother possessed such a rare item. "Are you truly willing to sell it to me?" Su, the senior brother, replied that as long as the junior brother could afford the spirit stones, there was nothing he couldn't sell. Besides, he had just advanced to the 9th layer of Qi refinement, so the poison had little effect on him now. Song Wen congratulated his senior brother on his advancement, expressing hope for a solid foundation ahead. Su smiled appreciatively at Song Wen's flattery. Thank you for your kind words. Junior brother, do you want the fire-burning heaven? Naturally, I desire it, but I fear I may not be able to afford the spirit stones. I have a total of 10 drops of fire-burning heaven. If the junior brother cannot afford all, purchasing 1 or 2 drops is also acceptable. Su, how much do you intend to sell it for? 1 drop of fire-burning heaven costs 20 spirit stones. That is quite expensive, although the poison is potent. It must come into contact with a practitioner's skin to take effect. 20 spirit stones could easily buy a first-tier mid-grade talisman. Song Wen negotiated. After some back and forth, he ultimately spent 120 spirit stones to acquire all the fire-burning heaven. This made Su look at Song Wen with newfound respect. He had not expected this seemingly ordinary junior brother to possess some wealth. However, this junior brother certainly feared for his life, spending such a considerable amount for a poison of uncertain future use. It seemed that in the future, if there were any treasures for escape or ambush, he could market them to this junior brother, who would likely appreciate such items. After collecting the vial containing the fire-burning heaven, Song Wen bid farewell to Su and departed. He wandered through the market area again, but upon failing to find Chun-Yi, he purchased 5 flying talismans, 6 swift movement talismans, and 10 thunder bombs, which posed little threat to practitioners in the mid-stage of Qi refinement, before returning to his cave dwelling. The swift movement talisman was a first-tier mid-grade talisman commonly used by Qi refinement practitioners for escape, significantly enhancing their speed. After these purchases, Song Wen realized he had nearly exhausted the spirit stones he had saved in recent days. He was satisfied with his harvest from the market today, yet had one task still unfulfilled: finding Chun-Yi. His purpose in seeking Chun-Yi was to obtain information regarding the 7-colored grass. For this sect mission, aside from knowing that he was to inventory the quantity and growth status of the 7-colored grass, he was almost entirely uninformed. Given Chun-Yi's position in the spirit herb garden, acquiring information on the 7-colored grass should be quite manageable. Although he would likely receive some details from Elder Shun about the medicinal formula in 3 days, having extra preparation was always beneficial. Chapter 51. Information on the Yin family. Not having found Chun-Yi in the market, Song Wen was fortunate to still have her communication jade slip. He picked it up and sent a message. Song Wen, Chun Jr. sister, do you have detailed information on the 7-colored grass? After a moment of waiting with no response, he set the jade slip aside and busied himself with other matters, confident that Chun-Yi would reply once she read the message. The first thing he did was refine the ghost head shield. Sitting cross-legged, with his heart aligned to the heavens, he took out the ghost head shield and placed it before him. Then, reversing his blood flow, the abundant essence within him began to churn, and a drop of his vital blood forced itself out from his brow, landing directly on the shield. One drop after another of vital blood spread across the shield, dyeing its bizarre patterns a sinister crimson. Waves of blood light began to illuminate the shield, growing in intensity. Suddenly, a black mist erupted from the shield, transforming in midair into a towering ghost. The ghost, entirely black, bared its fangs and roared fiercely at Song Wen. However, Song Wen remained unfazed by this phenomenon, continuing to drip more of his vital blood onto the shield. After several dozen drops, the ghost seemed to grow satiated, gradually becoming docile and retracting back into the shield. Song Wen ceased adding blood and instead began to wash the ghost head shield again and again with his spiritual power. After approximately 2 hours, a smile broke onto his face. He had finally completely refined the ghost head shield. Only Song Wen would dare to expend such vital blood in refining a magical tool. Any other practitioner at the 4th layer of Qi refinement would likely take 10 days to half a month to achieve what he had done. Not all practitioners possess the extraordinary spiritual power and nearly inexhaustible vital blood that Song Wen did. At that moment, the jade slip responded. Chun-Yi, senior brother Jiyin, the 7-colored grass is a spirit herb unique to the poison marsh, and it is not cultivated in the sect's spirit herb garden. Therefore, I have not encountered the 7-colored grass and do not possess any information on it. Song Wen replied, Chun Jr. sister, do you have a way to obtain the information on the 7-colored grass? I can offer a certain amount of spirit stones as a reward. Perhaps motivated by the mention of compensation, Chun-Yi responded shortly after, asking why Song Wen suddenly took an interest in the 7-colored grass. If you truly wish for it, I can ask brother Zhang Xiaofan for help. Zhang Xiaofan is a direct disciple, and his master is a golden core expert in the alchemy department, making it much easier to inquire about the 7-colored grass. Song Wen said, If I could obtain information on the Yin family in the poison marsh, that would be even better. I can offer 30 spirit stones as a reward for that information. However, I need all the information within 3 days. After that, it will be of no use. If 3 days pass, Song Wen would leave the sect, and the communication jade slip has distance limitations. Beyond a certain distance, they would be unable to contact each other. As a spirit herb cultivator, Chen Yi only received 10 spirit stones per month, so 30 spirit stones was a substantial amount for her. She promptly replied, "Senior Brother Jiyin, I will contact Brother Zhang as soon as possible." On the evening 2 days later, upon returning to his cave dwelling, Song Wen opened the large red coffin. A corpse puppet, over 2 meters tall with fangs exceeding 2 inches and surrounded by a miasma of death, sprang forth from the coffin. Roar! As if celebrating its rebirth. The corpse puppet let out a loud roar immediately upon emerging from the coffin. Song Wen circled around the corpse puppet, observing its skin, which had a dark brown hue, and its shriveled muscles resembling the gnarled roots of an ancient tree, robust and powerful. It was indeed a commendable meat shield. Song Wen nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, he finally received a reply from Chen Yi. "Jean, senior brother, I am waiting for you at the miscellaneous disciples cafeteria." Song Wen's heart leapt with joy. He had not expected Chen Yi to actually procure the information on the 7-colored grass and the Yin family in the poison marsh. He instructed the corpse puppet to return to the coffin and wasted no time in leaving his dwelling. It was mealtime, and the cafeteria was bustling with miscellaneous disciples. To avoid drawing attention, Song Wen and Chen Yi each took a portion of food, finding a secluded table to eat and converse. The other miscellaneous disciples, noticing that both were dressed in outer sect disciple attire, tactfully kept their distance, not interrupting the two. Chen Yi handed Song Wen a jade slip, stating, "Jean, senior brother, the information you requested regarding the 7-colored grass and the Yin family is contained within." "Thank you, junior sister." Song Wen accepted the jade slip, simultaneously handing over a small cloth bag containing the previously agreed-upon 30 spirit stones. Chen Yi took the bag, briefly probing it with her spiritual power, and a smile broke across her face. She said, "Senior brother, have you received a mission to the Yin family?" Song Wen nodded affirmatively. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "Chen junior sister, may I inquire about the source of the information on the 7-colored grass and the Yin family?" Song Wen asked this question primarily to ascertain the accuracy of the information. If it was cobbled together by Chen Yi, its reliability would be significantly diminished. The information was procured from Brother Zhang Xiaofan, who obtained it from his master. Chen Yi evidently invested considerable effort to secure 30 spirit stones. Although she did not openly express her intentions, it was clear that asking Zhang Xiaofan to seek information from her master would not come without some cost. Otherwise, Zhang Xiaofan would likely be reluctant to comply. The specifics of what Chen Yi sacrificed for this information were beyond Song Wen's concern. Pleased with this response, Song Wen felt reassured that the information provided by a golden core expert would be reliable. Not wishing to dwell further on this matter, he shifted the conversation. "Junior sister Chen, has your sect completed its mission?" Chen Yi squinted her eyes, a smug smile gracing her face. "Not yet, but it will be accomplished soon. I must thank you, senior brother." "Oh, what brings about this gratitude?" "My task is to deliver 5 fire spirit grasses to the sect," Chen Yi replied. The fire spirit grass is a first-tier spirit herb with little value, yet it thrives in intensely hot environments. Given the dense corpse energy and within the corpse demon sect, cultivating such herbs is impossible. The nearest location where fire spirit grass grows is a live volcano named Changyan Mountain, which is several thousand miles away from the corpse demon sect. This journey is fraught with peril, as it is inhabited by formidable monsters and strange poisonous creatures, not to mention the lurking threat of rogue cultivators. For someone like Chen Yi, who has only attained the 2nd level of Qi training, the endeavor to retrieve fire spirit grass from Changyan Mountain could very well be a matter of life and death. Nonetheless, fire spirit grass is merely a first-tier herb, and while Chen Yi's strength is insufficient to harvest it herself, there are surely powerful cultivators who might bring back some when passing by. Indeed, she found a 9th-level Qi training cultivator who had 5 fire spirit grasses, albeit at a steep price. Despite her best efforts to gather enough spirit stones, she still fell short by more than 20. Just then, Song Wen happened upon her. Upon hearing Chen Yi's explanation, Song Wen could not help but feel a twinge of envy. He had initially thought his own task was secure, but compared to Chen Yi's assignment, which entailed merely spending some spirit stones, it seemed far more dangerous. "Then I extend my congratulations to you, junior sister Chen." The two exchanged idle chatter before parting ways. Chapter 52. Elder Shin's counsel in Song Wen's cave dwelling, seated cross-legged. He retrieved the jade slip provided by Chun Yi and examined its contents meticulously. The slip was divided into two sections. The first detailed the seven-colored grass, while the latter contained information about the Yin family. The seven-colored grass, when less than a decade old, resembles ordinary weeds, exhibiting a faint green hue with minimal spiritual energy. However, upon reaching 10 years of age, the leaves develop a ring of orange. Each subsequent decade, an additional color emerges, culminating in a full spectrum of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple by the 70th year. When the herb reaches 100 years, a distinctive black pattern forms along the leaf edges, serving as a crucial indicator of its age. The fully matured seven-colored grass can be used to concoct the Xuanqi pill, a nourishing elixir for late-stage qi practitioners. Akin to the gathering qi pill that Song Wen currently consumes, albeit with a far richer spiritual essence. The century-old seven-colored grass is also one of the key ingredients for the Foundation Establishment pill. The slip's account of the seven-colored grass concluded with this information, followed by details regarding the Yin family. The Yin family, a foundational clan affiliated with the corpse demon sect, has long been stationed in the toxic marshes. Due to the perpetual miasma that envelopes this region and the Yin family's diligent efforts, ordinary cultivators find it nearly impossible to enter, rendering the marshland effectively a private domain for the Yin family. The clan's patriarch is a formidable Foundation Establishment cultivator, yet he is aged and rarely seen in recent years, with rumors circulating that he may have passed. However, the Yin family has withheld this information to maintain their standing and protect their interests. The Yin family boasts 13 late-stage qi practitioners, among whom the clan leader, Yin Jingping, stands at the pinnacle of the qi training realm. Yet, at over 60 years old, it seems unlikely he will achieve Foundation Establishment. Additionally, Yin Jingping's younger brother, Yin Gao, is a 9th-level qi practitioner. One individual, however, caught Song Wen's attention, Yin Yuan, who, at just 18, has already advanced to the late stage of qi training. Such talent is exceedingly rare, even within the corpse demon sect. The following day, at the hour of Chun, the alchemy chamber, situated at the northwestern foot of Corpse Demon Mountain, is said to have been chosen for its natural underground fire, which aids alchemists in their craft. The chamber, a vital stronghold of the corpse demon sect, is heavily guarded, with numerous disciples stationed around. Arriving 15 minutes early, Song Wen waited outside the alchemy chamber, which would not open until the hour of Chun. When the doors finally swung open, he entered with the task token in hand. The alchemy chamber sprawled over an expanse exceeding 100 acres. Under the guidance of the guards, he arrived at Elder Shun's courtyard. However, the elder did not seem inclined to allow him immediate entry, leaving Song Wen waiting outside while the guard departed. A few minutes later, a handsome young man, accompanied by a guard, arrived at the courtyard. This young man exuded an air of integrity, a curious contrast to the typical demeanor of disciples from the corpse demon sect, who often appear sinister or brutish due to their cultivation practices. Indeed, Song Wen himself was no exception, shrouded in corpse energy and carrying an ominous presence. Yet, this young man's demeanor and striking looks made a favorable first impression, particularly on the female disciples nearby. "Are you here for the mission regarding the toxic marsh?" The young man inquired first, addressing Song Wen. Nodding respectfully, Song Wen replied, "Indeed, I am Ji-in. May I ask your name, senior brother?" The young man radiated a profound aura, with Song Wen's comparable spiritual power at the 7th level of qi training. He surmised that this man was likely also at that level. It was clear that this individual would be his companion on the mission, and given his evident superiority in strength, cultivating a harmonious relationship was prudent. "Ah, Ji-in, you may call me Guishi Xiang," the young man responded with a smile. Song Wen clasped his hands together, bowing slightly. "I have met Guishi Xiang. My strength is lacking, so I hope for your guidance on this journey." Guitao appeared pleased with Song Wen's respectful demeanor, nodding in acknowledgement. Just as he was about to speak further, a voice boomed from within the courtyard. "Are you two the ones tasked with inventorying the seven-colored grass at the Yin family this year?" Before the words could settle, a coldly expressioned, middle-aged man abruptly appeared before them. This man was none other than Elder Shun of the Alchemy Chamber. Upon his arrival, both Song Wen and Guitao promptly turned, bowing respectfully. Disciples Guitao and Ji-in, greeting Elder Shun. "Present your task and disciple tokens for my inspection," Elder Shun commanded. Song Wen and Guitao complied, handing over their tokens. After verifying their identities and tasks, Elder Shun produced 2 jade slips and handed one to each of them. "This contains the details of your mission. I must once again emphasize the importance of diligence during the inventory of the seven-colored grass. Any negligence is unacceptable. Under no circumstances should you conspire with the Yin family to misappropriate sect resources. Should discrepancies arise in your inventory, the consequences will be dire. Punishments that include dismemberment and soul extraction await. In response to Elder Shun's stern warning, both Song Wen and Guo immediately assured, "We will give our utmost effort." Elder Shun nodded in satisfaction, gesturing with a sweep of his hand. "You may depart promptly." With that, his figure ascended gracefully, vanishing into the inner sanctum of the courtyard. As Elder Shun departed, Song Wen and Guo exchanged glances, preparing to leave. Suddenly, the image of Elder Shun resonated in Song Wen's mind. "Young man, remember your task is to monitor Guo. Should he overstep any boundaries, you must promptly report back to me after the mission. Do not presume this task is merely a formality. Any misstep will render you to a fate worse than death." Faced with Elder Shun's abrupt warning, Song Wen's expression shifted slightly, yet he quickly masked his reaction, pretending he had heard nothing. Elder Shun's words were conveyed through a secret transmission technique, clearly intended solely for him. He felt a twinge of astonishment. His cultivation was only at the third level of qi refinement. How could he possibly keep an eye on Guo, who was at the later stages? If Guo truly were to transgress, he might easily obliterate him, leaving no chance for Song Wen to return to the sect and file a report. However, it seemed that even Elder Shun had not discerned his concealed strength, which was indeed a silver lining. Chapter 53. The flying boat. Soon after, Song Wen and Guo exited the alchemy chamber. As they walked, Song Wen pondered the best route to the poisonous marsh. Although the marsh lay merely over 2,000 miles from the corpse demon sect, this distance was direct. The terrain was fraught with towering mountains and steep cliffs. Given that those at the qi refinement stage could not fly, traversing this expanse of rugged peaks proved to be quite a challenge, especially with the potential dangers that lurked along the way. Initially, Song Wen had anticipated that the sect would provide special mounts to facilitate their journey to the marsh. To his surprise, Elder Shun had not mentioned any travel arrangements at all. While deep in thought, Guo suddenly patted his waist pouch. A palm-sized wooden boat emerged, which immediately expanded to 2 meters in length, hovering gracefully in the air. Song Wen stared in disbelief at the flying boat before him, recalling the impressive vessel that Shou had used to bring him to the corpse demon sect. That ship had been far grander than this simple wooden boat. Yet, he was still astonished that Guo, merely an inner sect disciple, possessed such a craft. It was evident that Guo's family background was formidable. Otherwise, a cultivator at the 7th level of qi refinement could not possibly afford a boat worth thousands of spirit stones. The flying boat was not only expensive, but its flight array also consumed significant amounts of spirit stones, making travel by boat a costly endeavor. "Junior brother, why are you standing there in a daze? Come aboard." Guo floated onto the boat, looking back at the astonished Song Wen with a tone of smugness. "Brother Guo, you actually own your own flying boat?" Song Wen exclaimed, his voice tinged with envy, akin to a fresh graduate lamenting over a modest job offer upon discovering a classmate's family fortune. Guo replied nonchalantly, "It's just a flying boat, nothing remarkable." As Song Wen hopped aboard, he ran his fingers over the boat's array, his gaze reflecting the wonder of one encountering a rare treasure. Guo's grin nearly reached his ears, clearly reveling in his companion's admiration. "Junior brother, settle in. We're setting off now." The boat soared skyward, racing toward the distant mountains. With Guo's vessel, they would likely reach the poisonous marsh in just a few hours. "With this flying boat, we shall arrive at the marsh in no time," Song Wen continued to flatter. "My strength is weak, and I've only been initiated for a year, knowing little of the cultivation world. I shall rely heavily on you, Brother Guo," he added. Guo appeared somewhat flattered by Song Wen's praise, thumping his chest proudly. "Do not worry, junior brother. This task is rather simple. It's just a formality. You can treat it as a leisurely outing, and perhaps we might even gain some benefits from the Yin family." "Benefits?" Song Wen feigned innocence, his curiosity piqued. "Will the Yin family provide us with benefits?" "Of course," Guo replied matter-of-factly. "We represent the sect. If the Yin family wishes to complete their inventory smoothly, they must treat us well and provide us with some perks upon our departure. Once we arrive at the Yin residence, just leave everything to me. You can simply wait for your rewards." Song Wen clasped his hands together and said, "Then I shall leave everything to you, brother. I will follow your lead." While outwardly compliant, Song Wen found Guo's overly cordial demeanor somewhat peculiar. It seemed too solicitous for a fellow disciple. In the corpse demon sect, where coldness and treachery were the norm, a warm-hearted senior brother was a rarity, unless there was something of value for them to gain. Amid Song Wen's flattery, their relationship quickly grew closer. As the flying boat traversed the skies, effortlessly crossing the mountain ranges, they arrived at the poisonous marsh before sunset. From above, the water appeared shallow, at roughly the height of a person, interspersed with deep pools and small islands. Even in the evening, a ghastly green mist enveloped the marsh, the source of its ominous name, an ever-present miasma. Guo Tao did not recklessly plunge into the noxious vapors, instead opting to circle the marsh's periphery for several miles before finally hovering over a small island. Upon their descent, 4 mid-level Qi refinement cultivators emerged from the woods. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Yin family's territory?" they demanded fiercely. With a smile, Guo Tao stepped forward. "Greetings, fellow disciples of the Yin family. We are disciples of the Corpse Demon sect, here to carry out a mission from our sect." As he spoke, Guo Tao displayed his disciple identity token. The leader scrutinized the token, confirming its authenticity, and then said, "Ah, so you are from the demon sect. Please follow me." Under the guidance of their new companion, Song Wen and Guo Tao swiftly crossed the small island, arriving at a long wooden pathway. The path wound gracefully, seemingly endless. Upon stepping onto the pathway, Song Wen soon noticed the absence of miasma around them, as if shielded by a formation. The trio traversed the pathway for over 20 miles before finally spotting a vast island. Numerous buildings dotted the landscape, with an impressive architectural complex at the center, presumably the core of the Yin family's residence. Upon reaching the island, they entered a grand hall. Seated at the head of the hall was a man with streaks of gray in his hair. Yin Ngping, the head of the Yin family. After some pleasantries, Guo Tao directly stated their purpose. Yin Ngping responded warmly, "My young friends, it is getting late. You may rest here at the Yin family tonight. And tomorrow morning, I shall send someone to take you to the spiritual fields to inventory the 7-colored grass." How does that sound? Guo Tao glanced at the sky, where the sun had fully set, leaving only a few lingering rays to illuminate the earth. He nodded, saying, "We shall defer to the Yin family head's arrangements. I have prepared excellent guest quarters. Allow me to escort you there," Yin Ngping said. As Guo Tao and Song Wen rose to follow the servant to their rooms, a melodious voice suddenly rang out from outside the hall. "Grandfather." A youthful figure appeared at the door, exuding vitality. The newcomer, with bright eyes and delicate brows, wore a light blue long dress, radiating the unique vibrancy of youth. Chapter 54. The talented young lady Yin Yuan. Upon seeing the unexpected young girl, Yin Ngping's face displayed a mix of affection and exasperation. "You, did I not instruct you to focus on your cultivation? Why have you come out again? It's too dull to just cultivate." "I've been at it all day and found it exceedingly tedious," the girl responded nonchalantly to her grandfather's admonition. Yin Ngping shook his head in resignation. Although his granddaughter possessed remarkable talent, her temperament left much to be desired, too impulsive and restless. He sighed, choosing not to pursue the girl's capriciousness further, and instead said, "Your arrival is timely. These two are esteemed disciples of our sect. As young individuals, it would be beneficial for you to engage in more dialogue and broaden your horizons, which will aid you in your future cultivation." After speaking, Yin Ngping briefly introduced the three of them. Although his description of the girl was rather vague, Song Wen understood that she was the talented individual mentioned in the intelligence reports from the Yin family. Curiosity piqued, he stole a few more glances at her. Even having encountered various beauties in both reality and online in his previous life, Song Wen could not deny that this girl was strikingly beautiful, a rarity in the world. The only flaw was the subtle air of arrogance she exuded, perhaps a common trait among prodigies. While Song Wen was assessing the girl, she was also appraising him. Logically, Guo Tao's appearance was more handsome and virtuous, likely to attract female attention. Yet, for some unknown reason, Yin Yuan's gaze skipped over Guo Tao and landed on the unremarkable Song Wen at the back. After scrutinizing him for a moment, Yin Yuan suddenly chuckled, a hint of disdain in her voice as she remarked, "Grandfather, he has merely reached the 3rd layer of Qi refining. What qualifies him as an esteemed disciple? He is nothing more than an ordinary outer disciple." Though Song Wen was adept at remaining unfazed by either praise or ridicule, he felt a surge of indignation and embarrassment at this blatant mockery of his cultivation level. Ahem. It was not only Song Wen who felt awkward. Yin Ngping was equally uncomfortable. He had not anticipated that his granddaughter would utter such disrespectful words in public. While the cultivation world indeed values strength above all, it also recognizes the importance of social decorum. Under normal circumstances, he would have dismissed an outer disciple like Song Wen without a second glance. However, at this moment, Song Wen was representing the sect as he was assigned to inventory the spiritual herbs of the Yin family, and thus a modicum of respect was warranted. With a face full of displeasure, Yin Zhengping addressed Yin Yuan, saying, "Yuan, mind your words." Quickly apologized to young friend Jiyin. Faced with her grandfather's anger, Yin Yuan, feeling aggrieved, retorted, "Why should I apologize? I spoke the truth. He is indeed an utterly ordinary outer disciple. Someone like him will likely never reach the later stages of qi refining. What is there to discuss between us?" After finishing her words, Yin Yuan swiftly exited the hall. Watching his granddaughter leave, Yin Zhengping turned to Song Wen with an apologetic expression. "Young friend Jiyin, I sincerely apologize. My granddaughter has been spoiled and lacks discretion. Her previous comments were indeed offensive, and I hope you can overlook them." Song Wen maintained a composed demeanor, as if he had not just been humiliated. "Clan leader Yin, you overstate the matter. Miss Yuan spoke nothing but the truth. There is no offense taken." Yin Zhengping flipped his palm, revealing a jade vial containing 10 qi gathering pills, saying, "This is a small token from my granddaughter to express her apologies." With a gentle push of his spiritual energy, the vial floated towards Song Wen. Surprised, Song Wen realized that 10 qi gathering pills were worth 25 spirit stones, a significant offering for someone at the third layer of qi refining. He adopted an expression of astonishment, tightly grasping the vial as he said, "Thank you, clan leader Yin, for your generosity." After bidding farewell to Yin Zhengping, Song Wen and Guotao were guided to their guest quarters by a servant. After instructing Song Wen not to wander outside at night, Guotao entered his own room. Song Wen then stepped into his room and closed the door. Once he settled down, Song Wen began to reflect on the events of the day. Overall, everything had gone smoothly, aside from Yin Yuan's sudden rudeness. However, he could not shake the feeling that her timing and the remarks she made were somewhat contrived, as if meticulously orchestrated. It was hard for him to believe that a seventh-layer qi refining cultivator would behave so thoughtlessly. Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts, he retrieved the jade slip given to him by Elder Shen and placed it against his forehead to examine its contents. The information recorded about the rainbow grass was largely consistent with what Chunyi had provided, though it included the quantity of rainbow grass cultivated by the Yin family. There were 113 specimens aged 100 years and 931 specimens aged 70 years or more. The slip also emphasized that the primary task of this inventory was to meticulously count the quantities of the 100-year and 70-year spiritual herbs, ensuring that the counts were only greater than or equal to the actual amounts. The quantities of other herbs did not need to be as precise. The absence of intelligence regarding the Yin family's strength on the slip made Song Wen feel that the 30 spirit stones spent on Chunyi's intelligence were still worthwhile. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Who is it? In this unfamiliar environment, Song Wen remained vigilant. The unexpected knocking heightened his alertness, and his hand instinctively moved to the corpse bag at his waist, ready to summon his puppet at a moment's notice. "Esteemed Taoist Jiyin, I am a servant of the Yin household, here to deliver your dinner," a female voice called from outside. Using his spiritual sense, Song Wen detected that only a young woman stood outside, devoid of any cultivation. Nevertheless, he remained on guard as he approached and opened the door. A young maid stood there, carrying a food tray. "Please come in," he said quietly after scanning the room for any anomalies. The maid entered, placed the tray on the table, and then took her leave. Observing the food laid out before him, spiritual rice, beast meat, all prepared with remarkable culinary skill and appealing to the senses, he murmured, "The Yin family truly spares no expense." Meanwhile, in a secret chamber of the Yin family, 5 individuals were gathered, speaking in hushed tones. If Song Wen were present, he would be utterly astonished. For among the 5 was someone he could never have imagined, Guotao, who was also assigned to this mission. Yin Zhengping spoke gravely, "Xiao Tao, what is your assessment of this Jiyin?" Guotao replied, reporting to the clan leader, "Jiyin is a newcomer with limited strength. He hails from a humble background with no connections, essentially a blank slate. Overall, he is just a naive youth, posing no cause for concern. In my view, he is quite easy to deceive. With minimal preparation, he will not detect any anomalies. Moreover, I have advised him repeatedly on the way here that he need not take the tasks seriously. He can simply follow in my footsteps to accomplish the mission and still reap some benefits." After a brief pause, Guotao continued, "Today, Yuan intentionally tested him and humiliated him publicly. Jiyin dared not express his anger. Instead, he was grateful for the qi gathering pills, indicating that he is timid and devoid of spirit, requiring no further worry." Upon hearing this, Yen Jinping's furrowed brow began to relax as he nodded in agreement. You have a point, but we must not be careless. Jiyin remained unperturbed in the face of Yuan's mockery, demonstrating commendable composure in his qi cultivation. At that moment, a burly man in the room spoke with a deep voice. Brother, you are worrying too much. In our Yin family's domain, does a mere third-layer qi, refining boy dare to explode in anger? If you are truly concerned, we could simply eliminate him. This way, there would be no risk of exposing the secrets of the rainbow grass. Yen Jinping shot a disapproving glare at his third brother, who, despite his considerable strength, seemed to lack intellect and common sense. Foolishness. Jiyin is still young and weak, making him easy to deceive. Killing him could attract the attention of the corpse demon sect, only increasing the risk of exposing the secrets of the rainbow grass. After admonishing his brother, Yen Jinping turned his gaze back to Guotao and spoke. Xiao Tao, for the advancement of our family, you have endured great hardships over the years. A few years ago, you concealed your identity and joined the corpse demon sect alone, achieving the status of an inner disciple solely through your innate talent and relentless effort. Without any assistance from the family, is no small feat at this crucial juncture. You have also undertaken a task that significantly contributes to our family. Should our family's scheme succeed, your diligent contributions shall not be forgotten, and you will certainly receive a foundational elixir in the future. Guotao, upon hearing this, displayed a hint of excitement and responded, I am a member of the Yin family, devoted to its cause, ready to face any peril. Yen Jinping added, although Xiao Tao is in charge of this inventory task, necessary arrangements must still be made. After all, there is the presence of Jiyin. It would be inappropriate for him not to have visited the spiritual fields at least once. We cannot afford to let our guard down around Jiyin. Xiao Tao, you must keep a close watch on him, and should you sense any suspicion, report it immediately. If absolutely necessary, you may eliminate him on the spot. Yes, Guotao replied. Yen Jinping then inquired of the others in the room. How many days will it take to set up the spiritual fields? Approximately 7 days, came the response. Expedite the arrangements. Yes, the others responded in unison. The following day, at dawn, Song Wen opened his door, intended to take a stroll nearby, to both observe his surroundings and stretch his body. Just then, the door to Guotao's room opened as well. Jiyin, you're up early. Where are you planning to go? Good morning, Guoxixiao. I'm still adjusting to this new environment and thought I might explore the area. Guotao's expression turned serious as he said, I just received a notice from the head of the Yin family. The toxic marsh has suddenly erupted with poisonous mists. The toxicity outside our residence has surged, making the entire marsh unsuitable for human activity. Even someone at the late stage of qi refinement like me can hardly withstand it for long. The inventory task is postponed for a few days, and we should remain in our rooms during this time. We are unfamiliar with this place, and if we accidentally wander into the poisonous areas, it could cost us our lives. A look of fear crossed Song Wen's youthful face. The poisonous mists have erupted. That's terrifying. It's safer to stay indoors. I'll head back. With that, he turned and stepped back into his room. Guotao watched as Song Wen's door closed, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Such an inexperienced youth, so easily deceived. Back in his room, Song Wen was filled with suspicion. Guotao's behavior was indeed odd. As soon as he stepped outside, Guotao opened his door, which felt too coincidental, as if he had been waiting for him. Moreover, Guotao mentioned the poisonous mists, which had also been referenced in the jade slip provided by Chun-Yi. The appearance of these mists was unpredictable, generally occurring every 2 to 3 years, accompanied by a vivid display of auroras in the sky. There had been speculation about treasures hidden within the toxic marsh, but after countless searches by generations of cultivators, nothing had ever been found, and eventually the topic was dropped. Earlier, while observing the array barrier outside, Song Wen noted that everything in the sky appeared normal, just as it always had, shrouded in a gray haze, without any signs of the aforementioned poisonous mists. Furthermore, since entering the Yin family, Guotao had repeatedly advised him not to wander, which seemed more like a veiled attempt to confine him. Additionally, Guotao's words contained inconsistencies. It was impossible for Song Wen, while casually strolling nearby, to inadvertently step outside the protective array of the Yin family. He could not believe that the poisonous mists would penetrate the array. If that were the case, the lower-tier disciples and the non-cultivating civilians would have perished long ago. Doubt began to creep into Song Wen's mind regarding Guotao. He suddenly realized that Elder Shen's warning before leaving was not without reason. However, he chose not to express any skepticism toward Guotao's words. If Guotao truly conspired with the Yin family, he would be fighting a solitary battle. For now, He could only allow events to unfold, hoping to preserve his life, while putting the sect's mission on hold. In the following days, Song Wen hardly opened his door. When he occasionally did, it was merely to let in some fresh air before retreating back inside. He sensed that something was amiss with the spiritual fields, and the Yin family was likely using this time for some sort of deception. As long as Guitao and the Yin family were colluding, deceiving him, a cultivator at the third level of Qi refinement, would allow them to successfully navigate this sect inventory. On the day of the inventory, Guitao suddenly knocked on Song Wen's door. Ji-in, the poisonous mists have receded. Today we shall proceed to inventory the seven-colored grass. Upon hearing this, Song Wen felt that the Yin family's ruse must be ready. He was left feeling uncertain, unsure how to face the upcoming inventory. If he continued to let the Yin family orchestrate everything, he might survive and leave. But should the issue with the spiritual fields remain unresolved, he would undoubtedly face repercussions. The sect would hold him accountable for any negligence. The thought of the terrifying punishments within the corpse demon sect sent chills down his spine. Was fleeing from the sect the only option? Before the corpse demon sect realized the issue with the spiritual fields, escaping might be his only chance at survival. But could he truly evade the relentless pursuit of the corpse demon sect? With myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, Song Wen approached the door and opened it. Guitao, who had been smiling, feigned concern upon seeing Song Wen's troubled demeanor. Jean, what troubles you? You seem rather downcast. Song Wen suddenly realized that he might be overthinking things, his anxiety betraying him, allowing Guitao to see through his facade. Amidst the challenges of cultivation, one must not lose hope. There is always a glimmer of possibility, even in dire situations, he reminded himself internally. Having come to this realization, a genuine smile appeared on Song Wen's face, not one of pretense, but a reflection of his belief that with careful steps forward, he would find an opportunity. It's nothing. I've just been struggling with my cultivation a bit, that's all. Cultivation is a long and arduous journey. One cannot rush it, Guitao responded. Thank you for your guidance, Guishi Xiang. I appreciate it, Song Wen replied. Guitao continued, once we complete the inventory of the seven-colored grass today, we can return to the sect. To Song Wen's surprise, Yin Jinping, as the head of the Yin family, personally participated in this inventory. Under his leadership, 3 late-stage Qi refinement cultivators, 13 mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators, along with Song Wen and Guitao, totaling 19 individuals, boarded a large vessel. This ship seemed specially crafted, inscribed with certain formations, allowing it to glide lightly on the water's surface, akin to a weightless leaf. The toxic marsh, though not deeply submerged, only reached about half a meter in shallow areas, making such a specially designed vessel essential for navigating through the marsh. Ordinary boats would likely run aground upon entering the water. Yin Jinping flipped his palm, revealing a jade vial. Everyone, please consume the poison miasma detoxifying pill. This detoxifying pill was a concoction unique to the Yin family, specifically designed to counteract the poison of the miasma, each pill capable of providing protection for approximately 4 hours. Song Wen took the pill without hesitation. Given the circumstances, the Yin family had no reason to harm him. Moreover, if they intended to kill him, poison would not be necessary. He also observed that among the 19 individuals, for late-stage Qi practitioners, including Yin Jinping, had not consumed any elixirs. This was attributed to the Yin family's inherited cultivation technique, which was a form of poison-based practice. During their training, they would refine various toxins within their bodies, endowing them with a significantly higher resistance to poison than ordinary individuals. These late-stage practitioners from the Yin family clearly possessed profound strength, and due to their prolonged practice amidst miasma, they were capable of resisting the toxicity of the swamp's noxious air with their physical forms alone. As the grand vessel meandered through the swamp's forested expanse, it finally came to a halt after approximately half an hour of navigation. Along the way, Song Wen quietly recorded the ship's route in his mind. Fortunately, the jade slip provided by Chun contained a general topographical map of the swamp, allowing Song Wen to ascertain his bearings with relative accuracy. He initially believed that the spirit field should be located in the heart of the swamp, but upon his calculations, he discovered that it was not in the central area, but rather situated more than 200 miles from the edge. This locale, rich in miasma, also brimmed with abundant spiritual energy, making it an ideal environment for the growth of the multicolored grass. However, there was no land surrounding the spirit field, only water, rendering it unsuitable for human habitation and procreation, which likely explained why the Yin family had no residence nearby. 2 young friends. Ahead lies the spirit field for cultivating multicolored grass, Yin Jinping informed Guitao and Song Wen. As they gazed ahead, the once densely wooded environment which scarcely allowed sunlight to penetrate, suddenly expanded. A vast expanse of water, spanning several miles, emerged devoid of any trees, which was quite peculiar. It was also possible that some trees had existed, but had been cleared by the Yin family. In the center of this open water, thick patches of turf floated upon the surface, resembling a lush green carpet laid across the water. This turf consisted of a type of grass, known as putting green grass. Its roots were exceptionally long, penetrating a meter into the muddy substratum beneath the water, while the stems and leaves flourished above the surface, forming a dense mat. The Yin family had trimmed the patches into strips 1 yard wide and several miles long, resulting in hundreds of these waterborne grass strips, each separated by approximately a yard. The sight of these orderly strips floating on the water was remarkably grand. Upon the grass surface, every 1 to 2 meters, vibrant 2-foot-tall spirit grasses, known as multicolored grass, could be seen. The multicolored grass resembled parasitic spirit plants, thriving by absorbing the spiritual energy from the putting green grass, which was quite extraordinary. Various ages of multicolored grass were distributed across the turf, ranging from single-colored specimens less than 10 years old to those over 70 years old, adorned with all 7 colors. In the heart of the spirit field, Song Wen also noted that many of the grass blades of the 7-colored spirit grass bore faint black stripes along their edges, indicating that they were likely medicinal herbs over 100 years old. Yin Jinping proudly gestured towards the grass strips ahead, saying, "Guitao Jiyin, my young friends. This is the specialized spirit field for cultivating multicolored grass, built through the tireless efforts and sacrifices of countless ancestors of the Yin family." On the left, these 50 strips primarily cultivate lower-aged spirit grasses. Although each individual herb holds little value, their abundance contributes significantly to annual profits. The 40 strips on the right mainly cultivate spirit herbs aged 70 years, which can be used for refining profound energy pills. The 30 strips in the center are dedicated to nurturing century-old herbs, but cultivating such aged herbs is exceedingly challenging. Many multicolored grasses wither midway, resulting in considerable losses. Additionally, every year, the sect routinely harvests some century-old herbs, leaving only 113 such herbs in the spirit field at present. Your inventory task primarily involves counting the 70-year and century-old spirit herbs. As for those below 70 years, their numbers are simply too vast to tally individually. Due to the size of the grand vessel and the narrow spacing of the grass strips, it was impossible for the ship to pass through. So we must transfer to a smaller boat to enter the spirit field, Yin Jinping explained to Song Wen and Guitao. Bring forth the small boat. 2 mid-stage Qi practitioners from the Yin family dragged a small craft from the main ship's hold. The small boat measured approximately 6 meters in length and 1 meter in width, and it was soon lowered into the water. Yin Jinping instructed board the small boat. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 late-stage Qi practitioners from the Yin family simultaneously leaped onto the small vessel. The boat, already limited in buoyancy, sank over a foot, with the water level perilously close to the edge, as if a mere ripple could inundate the small craft. Yin Jinping remarked, "This small boat can accommodate a maximum of 5 people. Guitao Jiyin, please decide who among you will board with us to inventory the spirit grasses. The other must remain aboard the grand vessel." Song Wen gazed at Yin Jinping in bewilderment. Having pondered countless times how the Yin family intended to conceal the existence of issues related to the spirit field, now he finally understood. The Yin family had never intended for him to enter the spirit field, merely allowing him to observe from a distance. Although Yin Jinping claimed that one of them would be chosen to enter, it was evident that Guitao, with his superior cultivation, would be the one to go in, as he was the principal overseer of this inventory task, while Song Wen was merely a lowly attendant. Guitao glanced at the somewhat dazed Song Wen and said, "Jiyin, you stay on the grand vessel, while I accompany the Yin family head into the spirit field." Song Wen's expression turned peculiar. The inconsistencies in the dialogue between Yin Jinping and Guitao were glaring. If the small boat could only carry 5 people, why couldn't the Yin family spare 1 member, allowing Song Wen to board? If the 4 late-stage Qi practitioners must accompany them, why not prepare an additional small boat? It was as if they were treating him like a fool. After a moment's contemplation, Song Wen spoke up, "Yin family head, Brother Guo. I too have received a task from the sect and must personally inventory the quantity of multicolored grass. Given that I cannot even enter the spirit field, it would be difficult to report back to the sect." Initially, Song Wen had prepared himself for any actions during his time with the Yin family to be dictated by them and Guitao. However, their current approach was overly brazen, treating him as if he were simple-minded. If he were to remain silent now, it would be quite abnormal. Yin Jinping laughed heartily. "It is my oversight for not having explained this to you, Jiyin. The waters in this swamp have been shrouded in toxic mists for years, rendering them poisonous and intensely corrosive. Ordinary wooden vessels would succumb to corrosion and sink within moments. The small boat beneath us is crafted from the precious spirit wood, Ba Ching Mu, capable of withstanding the swamp's toxic waters. Due to the rarity of Ba Ching Mu, acquiring enough to construct a vessel is no small feat thus. Even our Yin family possesses very few boats capable of navigating the swamp. We have only this one small boat for the inventory task, hence the necessity of limiting entry to one person. I hope you can understand. Despite the numerous flaws in Yin Jinping's explanation, Song Wen recognized that he could not press the matter further. Continuing to question could provoke anger, leading to dire consequences. He clasped his fists in gratitude towards Yin Jinping. Thank you for clarifying, Yin family head. He then turned to Guo. I appreciate your efforts, Brother Guo. Guo nodded and swiftly boarded the small boat. At that moment, Yin Jinping added, Do not worry, Jiyin. Although you cannot personally board the small vessel to enter the spirit field, I possess a magical artifact that will allow you to observe everything within the spirit field. A bronze mirror, roughly the size of a basin, suddenly appeared in Yin Jinping's hand, while he held a fist-sized stone in the other. This mirror is known as the Shadow Mirror, a mid-grade magical artifact. It works in tandem with the Shadow Stone. As long as one person holds the Shadow Stone and activates it with spiritual energy, while another holds the reflection mirror, they can see everything within the vicinity of the Shadow Stone as long as they are within 100 miles of each other. After speaking, Yin Jinping handed the bronze mirror to Song Wen and the Shadow Stone to Guo. He then requested Guo to activate the Shadow Stone, allowing Ji Yin to witness everything around him. Guo, astonished, expressed his surprise at the miraculous treasure possessed by the Yin family. With this, Ji Yin would be able to experience the spiritual field firsthand. The small boat gradually drifted away as the Yin family cultivators brought over a pre-prepared wooden frame for Song Wen to place the bronze mirror upon. Meanwhile, Guo activated the Shadow Stone, and the scene before him appeared vividly in the bronze mirror. As the small boat entered the realm of the spiritual field, Song Wen could clearly see everything within it. The boat first entered the area of the century-old spiritual field. Due to the immense spiritual energy required for the growth of century-old spiritual herbs, the distribution of the seven-colored grass was sparse, with each herb appearing several dozen meters apart. The image in the bronze mirror was remarkably clear, revealing the intricate leaves and patterns of the seven-colored grass. Song Wen focused intently on the image, not missing any detail. Each leaf of the century-old seven-colored grass displayed a spectrum of colors, and the edges of the leaves bore distinct black markings, perfectly aligning with the descriptions found in the jade slip. However, as the images were transmitted through the magical artifact, Song Wen could not examine them up close or perceive them with his spiritual awareness. The seven-colored grass invoked a sense of unreality within him, akin to watching a film in a cinema, where no matter how realistic the special effects were, an underlying feeling of artificiality lingered. After observing for a brief while, Song Wen was convinced that there were no apparent issues with the century-old seven-colored grass. It was also reasonable to consider that since the bronze mirror had been provided by the Yin family head, it would be foolish for them not to notice any discrepancies. How I wish I could examine them up close, Song Wen mused. He glanced around, noticing that the 10 or so Yin family cultivators, who had initially gathered around the bronze mirror out of curiosity, had now dispersed to various corners of the boat, engaged in conversation or meditation, no longer paying attention to him. After standing before the bronze mirror long enough to feel bored, Song Wen began to look around and then turned his gaze towards the distant spiritual field. After gazing for a while, he approached an unoccupied section of the boat's railing, resting his hands on it and peering into the distance. All of Song Wen's actions appeared natural, not drawing any particular attention from the Yin family cultivators aboard. Unbeknownst to them, a small gray insect crawled down from Song Wen's hand, which was resting on the railing, down the outer planks of the boat. This was an ordinary jiagu insect. After months of nurturing the insect, Song Wen had gleaned some insights. While the black-bellied beetle gu had greater combat prowess, its powerful aura made it easier to be detected. In contrast, the ordinary jiagu, though weaker, emitted a subtle aura that was nearly indistinguishable from that of common insects, making it harder to notice. With his current cultivation at the 7th layer of qi refinement, Song Wen's spiritual awareness could extend to over 100 meters, which was insufficient to perceive the spiritual field. However, by attaching his spiritual awareness to the jiagu, he could extend his perception range to over 400 meters, allowing him to sense parts of the spiritual field. He guided the jiagu to the nearest century-old seven-colored grass. Immediately, with the help of the insect, Song Wen enveloped his spiritual awareness around the herb to discern its nature. First and foremost, the spiritual energy was thin. The aura of this seven-colored grass felt exceptionally weak, more akin to a 10-year spiritual herb than a century-old one. This peculiarity puzzled Song Wen, prompting him to examine the seven-colored grass closely. Malevolent. He affirmed that this herb was indeed a mere 10-year-old specimen. The colors on its leaves and the black markings along the edges had evidently been artificially applied with dye, making it appear indistinguishable from a true century-old spiritual herb. To think I would encounter such deceitful merchants in the realm of cultivation, Song Wen lamented inwardly. The outermost spiritual herbs of the field had already been swapped by the Yin family, leading him to suspect that all the century-old herbs within the field had been taken, with even many of the 7-year-old herbs likely removed by the Yin family. They had disguised lower-aged herbs as higher-aged ones, thereby deceiving the corpse demon sect during their inventory assessment. Yet, Song Wen was left pondering who had given the Yin family such audacity to commit self-deception and pilfer herbs belonging to the corpse demon sect. He also found it perplexing why the Yin family continued to linger in the toxic marshes, seemingly unafraid of being discovered by the corpse demon sect, which could lead to their annihilation. Perhaps there were still some high-aged spiritual herbs yet to reach harvest maturity, compelling the Yin family to risk remaining in the toxic marshes to cultivate seven-colored grass. As he gazed into the distance at the spiritual field, Song Wen speculated quietly. The existence of century-old spiritual herbs does not necessarily indicate they have grown for a full century. Factors such as the spiritual energy of the land, climatic conditions, and the soil's spiritual power all influence the growth of spiritual herbs. For instance, in sparsely spiritual regions, the emergence of spiritual herbs is rare, and those exceeding a century in age are nearly impossible to find. Conversely, in secret realms abundant in spiritual energy, one might discover exceedingly rare, high-aged spiritual herbs. This illustrates the impact of environmental conditions on the growth of spiritual herbs. Having cultivated seven-colored grass for many years, the Yin family had naturally developed a set of optimal growing methods. With their superior cultivation techniques and the conducive environment of the toxic marshes, they significantly accelerated the growth rate of the seven-colored grass. Thus, Song Wen surmised that the Yin family was likely hastening the maturation of a batch of high-aged seven-colored grass. And once they succeeded, they would probably flee en masse. Deep in thought, Song Wen strolled back to the bronze mirror, feigning interest in the images displayed within. He had uncovered the Yin family's secret regarding the misappropriation of the seven-colored grass, fulfilling his sect's inventory task. Now, his priority was to return alive to the sect and report the Yin family's actions. Meanwhile, Yin Jingping, along with the Yin family members and Guitao, had spent nearly 2 hours casually touring the high-aged spiritual herb area before returning to the large boat. As soon as they boarded, Guitao beamed and addressed Song Wen. Jean, there are no issues with the spiritual herbs. I have just counted the high-aged spiritual herbs in the field, and their quantity is perfectly intact. I trust you also witnessed everything through the bronze mirror. Song Wen nodded in agreement. You are correct, Brother Gua. Our mission has been successfully accomplished. When shall we depart for the sect? A glimmer of delight flickered in the eyes of Guitao and the other high-ranking cultivators of the Yin family upon hearing this. Yin Jingping then said to Song Wen, Young friend Jean, why the rush? Once we return to the Yin family's residence, we would like to host a proper banquet for you both. You may leave afterward. Otherwise, if the sect colleagues learn of this, they might think the Yin family is being stingy and neglecting you. Song Wen hesitated, casting a glance at Guitao, awaiting his decision. He understood the importance of not appearing overly eager, as any slip could reveal their true intentions to the Yin family. Noticing Song Wen's gaze, Guitao, as the spokesperson of their party, offered Song Wen a reassuring smile before turning to Yin Jingping. We appreciate the Yin family head's generous hospitality, but we have sect responsibilities to attend to and cannot linger. Yin Jingping replied, Then let us host a banquet for you tonight, and you shall set off early tomorrow morning. Guitao responded, We will defer to the arrangements of the Yin family head. Song Wen silently observed the performance of the two individuals, unable to deny their expertise. Had he not already been aware of the underlying intrigue, he might have perceived Yin Jingping as a warm and hospitable elder and Guitao as a responsible peer. The grand vessel commenced its slow voyage towards the Yin family's residence when, unexpectedly, chaos erupted. A dozen figures clad in black attire surged forth from the depths of the marshy woods. As they emerged, they unleashed a barrage of premeditated spells and artifacts. Launching them at the ship, there were enormous fireballs glowing red-hot, dense blades of wind that were invisible to the eye, terrifying vengeful spirits shrouded in ominous energy, and weapons infused with lethal malice. The sudden ambush left the crew aboard the ship in a state of alarm. "This is bad. We are under attack. Raise the protective shield." Yan Jingping's voice was cold and commanding. No sooner had he spoken than a translucent barrier materialized, enveloping the entire vessel. Countless assaults crashed against the shield, accompanied by deafening explosions that reverberated through the air. The ship's formidable defensive array managed to repel the surprise attack from the black-clad assailants. Yet the force of the various strikes caused the vessel to sway violently, teetering perilously as if it might capsize at any moment. The vivid flames, the pitch-black malevolence, and the sickly green miasma created a cataclysmic spectacle around the ship, conjuring in Song Wen a surreal impression of being in a world on the brink of apocalypse. Chapter 59. The killing intent of Yan Jingping, sensing the terrifying energy outside the shield. Song Wen felt as if he were adrift on a fragile boat amidst monstrous ocean waves, poised to be swallowed by the surging tide and dragged into an abyss of despair. The prowess of these black-clad assailants was extraordinary. Each attack was beyond Song Wen's capacity to withstand. They were all advanced practitioners, with some reaching the 8th and 9th levels of chi cultivation. A sense of dread gripped Song Wen. Yet it was not surprising. Who would dare to intrude upon the Yin family in the treacherous swamp without sufficient strength? The members of the Yin family, including Guitao, were positioned across the ship under Yan Jingping's direction, each preparing their respective spells. Some summoned defensive artifacts, others activated talismans, while a few readied offensive spells. Only Song Wen seemed forgotten, as if he were invisible amidst the chaos. Aware that no one would likely protect him in this moment, he understood that the Yin family might even prefer his demise to divert the attention of the corpse demon sect from the inventory of the rainbow grass, redirecting it instead toward the black-clad attackers. Summoning a corpse puppet to shield him, Song Wen gripped a ghostly shield in his right hand, poised for action, while his left hand clutched a flying talisman, ready to spring into motion. The ship had now reached the edge of the forest, surrounded by towering trees. With a surge of strength, Song Wen leaped toward a nearby tree standing tens of meters tall. Using the flying talisman, he could vanish into the depths of the woods in an instant. The shield spell he had activated provided some measure of protection. As his spiritual strength deepened, so too did the shield's defensive capabilities. However, against the onslaught of these advanced practitioners, it was insufficient, yet better than nothing, offering him a semblance of safety. Amidst the throng of black-clad figures, a middle-aged practitioner, approximately in his 40s or 50s, emerged as the leader of the group, Gui San. Suspended in midair, he brandished a blood-red demon-slaying staff, intricately carved with grotesque figures, from which a torrent of malice emanated. I didn't expect the ship's shield to be so robust, akin to a turtle shell, capable of withstanding the assaults of over a dozen advanced practitioners. Yan Jingping, have you perhaps spent the Yin family's accumulated spirit stones constructing this fortress? Upon Gui San's arrival, a wave of fury washed over Yan Jingping's countenance. Gui San, many years ago, you fled in disgrace from the Yin family's pursuit, barely escaping with your life. Instead of living quietly, you dared to conspire with a band of rogues to challenge the Yin family's authority once more. Yan Jingping, your family slaughtered my entire clan, and today I shall reclaim every ounce of that bloodshed, Gui San bellowed, his voice filled with raw intensity. Yan Jingping surveyed the scene, noting that the ship's protective shield was beginning to falter under the relentless attacks from the black-clad practitioners. His expression grew increasingly frigid as he retorted, "A group of petty miscreants dares to threaten the Yin family? You are truly ignorant of your own insignificance. The Yin family is under the protection of our foundational ancestor and has the corpse demon sect backing us." Yan Jingping's tone dripped with disdain for the black-clad assailants. Yet his words betrayed a hint of insecurity. It was evident to any keen observer that the strength of the attackers far surpassed that of the Yin family. Currently, 12 black-clad practitioners had revealed themselves, all advanced in their cultivation, with 4 of them at the 9th level. In contrast, the Yin family had only 4 advanced practitioners, of whom merely 2 were at the 9th level. Furthermore, these black-clad figures appeared to be seasoned warriors who thrived on the edge of life and death, exuding an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Even through the protective barrier, Song Wen could feel the chilling malice radiating from them. However, Song Wen refused to believe that the Yin family, as a dominant force in the poisonous marshes for over a century, had no contingencies in place to avoid such a swift downfall. The foundational ancestor, the corpse demon sect. Ha ha! Gui San's laughter echoed, as if he had heard the greatest of jokes. Do you think my comrades and I would dare to attack your Yin family without any preparation? For years, I've been secretly gathering intelligence on your family. Your ancestor is well past his prime, likely nearing his end, and has not shown himself for over a decade. Even if he still lives, he is probably too weak to pose any real threat. You believe you have evaded detection, but you have been selling rainbow grass under the table, colluding with the Nine Palaces sect. If the corpse demon sect were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly turn the entire Yin family into soulless puppets. Amidst Gui San's raucous laughter, the demon-slaying staff before him erupted with formidable energy. He had been discreetly channeling its power while conversing with Yen Jingping, waiting for the opportune moment to deliver a devastating blow to the ship's defenses. The revelation of Gui San's secret sent shockwaves through the ship's occupants. The 13 mid-level practitioners of the Yin family wore expressions of disbelief, casting incredulous glances towards their patriarch. The Yin family had betrayed the corpse demon sect and allied with the Nine Palaces sect. The mid-level practitioners were completely unaware of this treachery. Although the Nine Palaces sect primarily practiced righteous methods, their conduct was somewhat reckless, embodying a blend of righteous and sinister traits. While they would not commit mass slaughter, like the corpse demon sect for resources, neither would they uphold the lofty moral standards of true righteous sections. However, the Nine Palaces sect would undoubtedly disapprove of the Yin family's practitioners, who specialize in poison, as no one desires to befriend someone capable of poisoning them at any moment. In many respects, poison practitioners are even less welcome than demonic cultivators. The 5 advanced practitioners, including Guitao, displayed clear signs of panic. Realizing that their dealings with the Nine Palaces sect had been compromised and exposed by Gui San. Now that Gui San had publicly revealed this information, the Yin family had no choice but to fight to the death, eliminating all non-Yin individuals present to delay the news of their betrayal, and subsequently relocate to the Nine Palaces sect for a slim chance of survival. This was a strategy they had previously devised with the Nine Palaces sect, but circumstances now demanded an expedited execution of their plan. Yen Jingping's icy gaze, laden with murderous intent, fixed upon Song Wen at the stern of the ship. Chapter 60, The Fierce Battle. The unmasked malice in Yen Jingping's eyes sent a chill through Song Wen's entire being. He would not foolishly believe that he could withstand the assault of a 9th-level Qi practitioner like Yen Jingping. Song Wen couldn't help but mentally berate Gui San, a lunatic, for harboring such a deep-seated grudge against the Yin family. Having seized a critical leverage over them, why not directly inform the corpse demon sect? They would handle the Yin family, sparing him the peril of personal vengeance. This led Song Wen to suspect that Gui San's gathering of desperate rogue cultivators was primarily motivated by the prospect of plundering the Yin family's wealth, with revenge a secondary concern. With the Yin family's foundational ancestor long absent, and their betrayal of the corpse demon sect leaving them without a formidable ally, Gui San believed he and his band of rogues now had the audacity to confront the Yin family head-on. At that moment, Gui San unleashed his fully charged attack, the demon-suppressing pestle slicing through the air with an ear-splitting swiftness, striking the protective barrier. Under the relentless assault from the rogue cultivators, the barrier, already on the brink of collapse, shattered into countless glimmering flecks, dissipating into the air. Although the power of the demon-suppressing pestle was somewhat diminished after breaching the barrier, it still bore a terrifying momentum, accompanied by a deafening wail as it surged towards Yen Jingping. Yen Jingping's gaze hardened. The pestle was shrouded in a malevolent aura, and he dared not underestimate it, summoning all his strength to respond. A green mist emanated from his body, soon enveloping him entirely, a phenomenon achievable only after mastering poison techniques to a certain degree. 10 half-foot-long steel needles materialized in his hands, their dark exteriors glowing in eerie green, clearly imbued with potent toxins. With a decisive flourish, he sent the 10 needles hurtling toward the demon-suppressing pestle. Clang, clang, clang. A series of sharp, resonant clashes echoed as the steel needles repeatedly struck the pestle. The needles were knocked aside, yet the pestle's might gradually waned. Yen Jingping and Gui San were evenly matched, but the others aboard the ship suffered immensely. The full force of 2 9th-level Qi practitioners unleashed a residual power not to be trifled with. The mid-stage Qi practitioners of the Yin family were shielded by their late-stage counterparts. As for Song Wen, the moment the pestle pierced the barrier, he activated the flying talisman in his left hand and, with a powerful thrust of his legs, leaped towards a nearby tree. The corpse puppet firmly adhered to Song Wen's back, shielding him from potential attacks from behind. As the residual force erupted, Song Wen was less than 10 meters from the nearest tree. The backlash struck the corpse puppet, shredding its robust musculature, akin to ancient tree roots. exposing its decayed innards and brittle bones. The corpse puppet, crafted from a vast array of resources, was nearly severed in half at its first unveiling. However, the wave of residual energy did not dissipate. It pierced through the puppet and struck Song Wen directly. While suspended in mid-air, Song Wen fully activated the corpse king blood refinement technique, enveloping himself in a dense aura of corpse energy, his blood surging. His skin turned a deep, ashen hue, appearing as if dehydrated and shriveled, with sinewy muscle fibers threatening to rupture the surface. His fingernails darkened to a sharp point, emanating a chilling glow. This transformation resulted from his advancement to the 4th level of Qi cultivation, significantly enhancing his physical strength, enabling him to withstand spells from opponents of the same rank. The power transmitted through the corpse puppet was no longer a threat to Song Wen. Instead, he harnessed the force to propel himself towards the tree. Climbing swiftly, he dared not linger, moving with the agility of a nimble monkey deeper into the dense forest. The assistance of the flying talisman allowed him to disregard the distances between the trees, seeking the most direct route to distance himself from the battlefield. Behind him, spells and magical artifacts collided, producing thunderous booms and splashing water, shattering towering trees. Song Wen had no time to divert his attention to the chaos behind him. His only chance of survival lay in fleeing as far as possible. The rogue cultivators clearly outmatched the Yin family's practitioners, who were struggling to defend themselves and could not spare anyone to pursue Song Wen. The rogues, seeing Song Wen as merely a 3rd-level Qi practitioner, dismissed him as an inconsequential low-tier member of the Yin family, allowing him to escape unpursued. With no one to hinder him, within mere breaths, Song Wen vanished into the forest, leaving no trace behind. The Yin family's cultivators, gathered under Yin Jinping's command, struggled to fend off the relentless assault from the rogue cultivators. With their top-tier combatants significantly outnumbered, the defense of the Yin family began to falter. Yin Jinping, usually composed, now appeared anxious, frequently scanning the surroundings as if awaiting reinforcements. His hopes were not in vain. From the distant marsh, a group of cultivators clad in Yin family attire glided across the water, riding what resembled surfboards. Moving with remarkable speed, the 7-colored spirit herb fields were the Yin family's most vital asset, so it was only natural that they had guards to protect it. These cultivators, hidden within the surrounding forests, were prepared to defend against beasts and rogue cultivators seeking to pilfer spiritual herbs. Upon seeing the reinforcements, the spirits of the Yin family members lifted. Yin Jinping bellowed, "Gui-san, today shall be your demise." Gui-san glanced at the 20 or so arriving Yin cultivators, noting that the highest among them barely reached the 8th level of Qi, with only 5 at the late stage. The rest were all mid-stage practitioners. Gui-san's expression turned serious but showed no signs of panic. Everything was still within his expectations. "Everyone," he proclaimed, "our conflict with the Yin family is now irreconcilable. We must annihilate them without hesitation. Unleash your most potent techniques to avoid prolonged strife." The Yin family has dominated the toxic marsh for over a century. Their treasury must be overflowing with riches. If we seize the Yin family, the treasures lost in battle will be repaid tenfold. The rogue cultivators exchanged glances, greed glinting in their eyes. Their qualifications were not exceptional, yet they had survived in the brutal cultivation world and reached the late stage of Qi through ruthlessness and unscrupulous means. The attacks from the rogues intensified, employing talismans, vengeful spirits, and other sinister methods. Chapter 61. The Yin Family Ancestor. Among the besieged Yin cultivators, casualties arose swiftly. A 5th-level Yin practitioner had his head bitten off by a vengeful spirit, while a 6th-level practitioner was torn in half by a fierce corpse. Witnessing the deaths of their kin, Yin Jinping's eyes blazed with fury. Although he seethed with rage, he felt helpless. As the highest combatant present, he was occupied with Gui-san and could not spare the strength to rescue his family members. In just over a minute, nearly 20 Yin cultivators had perished, predominantly mid-stage practitioners, with 3 late-stage practitioners also falling. The remaining Yin cultivators were mostly injured and severely drained of spiritual energy. Even Yin Jinping, while battling Gui-san, had been ambushed from behind and lost a portion of his leg. The remaining Yin cultivators appeared on the brink of collapse, as if the rogue cultivators could breach their defenses at any moment. "Everyone, lend your strength. Let us first deal with these late-stage practitioners, and the rest will be inconsequential," Gui-san declared, his confidence swelling at the prospect of imminent victory. Just then, from the distant marsh, a figure soared through the air on a sword, propelled by the wind. This was a Foundation establishment cultivator. The newcomer appeared aged and frail, resembling someone on the verge of death. At this moment, however, the old man exuded an overwhelming aura that seemed to disdain the heavens and the earth, a powerful presence enveloping the scattered cultivators below with a menacing fury. He was none other than Yin Tiangong, the ancestor of the Yin family. Without uttering a single word, 12 black poison needles, each the length of a ruler, shot forth with the swiftness of lightning, silent yet deadly, akin to venomous serpents lurking in the grass, suddenly launching an attack on their prey. Ruthless and rapid, the 12 needles struck simultaneously, targeting an individual among the scattered cultivators. As Yin Tiangong appeared above the battlefield, everyone present felt the weight of his formidable spirit. The scattered cultivators were instantly filled with dread. Emboldened by the misleading words of Gui San, they believed that the Yin ancestor was frail and long past his foundational strength, even entertaining rumors of his death. Otherwise, they would never have dared to entertain any treacherous thoughts against the Yin family. Yet, the sight before them belied Gui San's claims. Yin Tiangong appeared vigorous and red-faced, brimming with vitality. The scattered cultivators halted their attacks. Terror etched on their faces as they gazed up at the aged figure in the sky, each preparing their own defensive measures to withstand the impending strike. The speed of the poison needles was astonishing. By the time the cultivators noticed them, they were already but a few paces away. Perhaps Yin Tiangong truly had aged and suffered a significant decline in strength. Or perhaps the simultaneous assault on 12 late-stage Qi refinement cultivators strained even him, a foundational cultivator. His furious onslaught claimed the lives of merely 3 scattered cultivators, leaving 4 severely injured. The remaining 5 either sustained minor injuries or emerged unscathed from his attack. Notably, among the 4 severely injured late-stage Qi refinement cultivators, they were merely knocked back several paces, seemingly unscathed at first glance. However, one middle-aged female cultivator, upon receiving the attack of the poison needle, turned pale, blood surging within her, clearly suffering internal injuries. She summoned a shield to her defense, the very shield that had previously protected her from the needle's assault. Swiftly, she dashed into the dense forest, seeking to escape. The other surviving, scattered cultivators followed suit, fleeing like frightened birds, none daring to confront the foundational Yin Tiangong. The 4 severely injured cultivators, however, were slower to react, and the recovering Yin family cultivators swiftly dispatched them. The 12 poison needles circled in the air, regrouping for another assault. The sounds of piercing flesh echoed as the needles struck. 3 scattered cultivators, including the female cultivator, fell lifeless. Gui San exerted all his strength and barely managed to deflect one needle aimed at his head. Yet another needle shot from behind, targeting his heart. Realizing too late the danger from behind, he twisted his body in a desperate attempt to evade the needle. Although he narrowly avoided a fatal blow, the fleeting needle severed a portion of his forearm. Ah! Gui San cried out in pain, glancing down at his wounded arm, blood gushing forth. Not the vibrant red of life, but a foreboding black. He had been poisoned. The venomous needle had tainted his blood, turning the flesh around the severed limb black, and the corruption was spreading towards his shoulder. A fierce determination flashed in his eyes, and without hesitation, he struck his severed arm with a swift chop, causing it to fall away and releasing a torrent of crimson blood. Without lingering, he sped into the depths of the forest. Another late-stage Qi refinement cultivator was also struck by a poison needle, which pierced his abdomen. The toxin rapidly coursed through his body, and within moments, dark veins spread across half of him. He retrieved a medicinal pill, the nature of which was unknown, and upon consuming it, the black veins ceased their spread, showing signs of retreat. This cultivator, too, dashed into the forest. Observing the 2 retreating figures, Yen Zhengping's eyes gleamed with murderous intent, tinged with urgency. Ancestor, why do we not pursue? Shall we simply allow them to escape? Yin Tiangong shook his head, gradually descending to land upon the remains of the dismantled ship. His complexion suddenly paled, and his overwhelming presence waned dramatically. Ancestor, what is wrong? Yen Zhengping exclaimed in alarm. Yin Tiangong paid no heed to his panic. He was far too weak to respond. Witnessing this, Yen Zhengping's expression turned grave as he rushed to his ancestor's side. He produced several medicinal pills from his possession and placed them in Yin Tiangong's mouth, simultaneously channeling the remnants of his own spiritual energy into Yin Tiangong to assist in refining the pills. The ancestor is aged and has overexerted himself, making it difficult for his frail body to endure. The strong enemy has just retreated. We must remain vigilant. Yin Zhengping turned to his younger brother, Yin Gao, instructing, You lead a team to pursue Gui-san. He then addressed a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator from the Yin family, saying, Yin Wu, you take several late-stage cultivators to hunt down the other one. We must ensure their deaths. They know the secrets of our Yin family, and should they disclose them, our family may cease to exist. Yin Gao and Yin Wu led their clansmen in pursuit of the scattered cultivators, while Yin Zhengping organized defenses, remaining by Yin Tiangong's side. Initially, he intended to hunt down Gui-san himself, but having sustained a broken leg in the battle, he found himself unable to move freely, and with the ancestor gravely injured, he chose to stay behind. Just then, Guotao limped over, having also suffered significant injuries during the fierce battle, yet he had managed to survive. Head of the family, that rascal Jiyin seems to have escaped, he reported. Yin Zhengping's eyes widened in shock. He had almost forgotten about Jiyin. Frustration welled within him. The best course of action for the Yin family at this moment would be to swiftly relocate to the territory of the Nine Palaces sect. However, a hasty migration would surely attract the attention of the Corpse Demon sect. For now, they could only devise a way to conceal the Yin family's betrayal of the Corpse Demon sect, buying precious time for their escape. The hope of waiting for the final batch of high-grade, 7-colored grass to mature for greater profit was no longer within reach. He simply wished to preserve the lives of as many clan members as possible. Yin Zhengping scanned Guotao's condition with his spiritual sense. Guotao was gravely injured and unsuitable for pursuing Song Wen. His gaze swept across the remaining cultivators on the ship, finally resting on a young man of the 6th level of Qi refinement. Yin Feng, come here, he called. Yin Feng had been present during the morning's inventory of the 7-colored grass, recognized Song Wen, and possessed decent strength, making the pursuit of the only 3rd-level Qi refinement Song Wen a manageable task. Most of the Yin family's late-stage Qi refinement cultivators had already been taken by Yin Gao and Yin Wu, leaving Yin Feng as the only viable option for the task. Once Yin Feng approached, Yin Zhengping instructed, Yin Feng, pursue Jiyin and ensure his death before he escapes the marsh. Understood, head of the family, Yin Feng replied. But the marsh is so vast. Which direction should I pursue? Yin Zhengping, upon hearing this, found himself at a loss, having not noticed the direction in which Song Wen had fled. Guotao chimed in, during the battle, I paid attention to Jiyin. He likely headed southwest. Yin Zhengping was taken aback. Southwest? That direction was the closest route out of the marsh, merely 200 miles away. It seemed they had underestimated Jiyin. A hint of regret tinged Yin Zhengping's voice. By now, Song Wen had already escaped for over 15 minutes. Unless he had used flight talismans repeatedly, he would have likely covered over 100 miles by now. Yin Feng, take several clansmen and pursue immediately. Meanwhile, on Song Wen's side, after departing from the battlefield, he fled relentlessly towards the southwest. Thanks to the aid of a flight talisman, his speed was remarkable. With each leap and climb, he could cover distances of nearly 100 meters. Beyond that range, however, his forward momentum would noticeably diminish, ultimately hampering his overall speed of escape. A quarter of an hour later, the flight talisman expired. Without hesitation, Song Wen activated another talisman, for without it, his speed through the dense marshland would decrease by more than 50%. After half an hour, having consumed 4 flight talismans, he finally emerged from the swamp. Upon exiting, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure, Yin Yuan. Seeing her ahead, Song Wen felt a surge of anxiety. This woman possessed the strength of the 7th level of Qi refinement, and in direct confrontation, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Fortunately, when the news of the Yin family's collusion with the Nine Palaces sect was announced by Gui-san, Yin Yuan was not present, suggesting she was likely unaware that Song Wen had discovered the Yin family's betrayal of the Corpse Demon sect. Song Wen even speculated that she might not know of the Yin family's treachery against the Corpse Demon sect at all, considering her youth and immaturity. It was plausible that the higher-ups of the Yin family had withheld such secrets from her. With this thought in mind, Song Wen feigned calmness, his gaze fixed intently upon her, daring not to make any sudden moves. As Song Wen noticed Yin Yuan, she too observed his disheveled flight. Her eyes were filled with disdain. Just as Song Wen had surmised, she was oblivious to the Yin family's betrayal of the Corpse Demon sect and unaware that her kin were pursuing him. Earlier, while she was diligently cultivating within her clan, she received a message from her ancestor about assailants attacking the Yin family. At that moment, Yin Tiangong, having received an urgent transmission from Yin Zhengping through secret means, learned that Gui-san had gathered a group of formidable rogue cultivators. Aware of his own frailty due to age, he felt incapable of repelling them. To preserve the Yin family's lineage, he instructed the most talented individual in the clan, Yin Yuan, to flee alone. Should the Yin family face annihilation, this would at least ensure the survival of a remnant of their bloodline, allowing for a potential resurgence. Although reluctant and wishing to share in her family's fate, Yin Yuan ultimately succumbed to the authority of Yin Tiangong and chose to escape alone. After leaving the swamp, she concealed herself in a dense forest, only to unexpectedly encounter the fleeing Song Wen. Regarding Song Wen's disheveled state, Yin Yuan gave it little thought. In her estimation, he had likely been frightened by Gui San's faction, which had driven him to hastily retreat to the swamp's edge. With a contemptuous glance at Song Wen, she turned away, no longer concerning herself with him. In her mind, she held him in disdain, weak, cowardly, and a fitting example of a lowly, timid individual. However, she soon noticed that Song Wen's gaze remained fixed upon her. Accustomed to the attention of the opposite sex, due to her exceptional talents and striking appearance, she was neither offended nor displeased by such scrutiny. Rather, it fed her sense of pride, a testament to her allure. Yet today, preoccupied with the safety of her kin, she found Song Wen's gaze irritating. With a furrowed brow, she coldly admonished, "You there, if you dare to look again, I shall gouge out your eyes. Do not think that just because you are on a mission for your sect, I will refrain from dealing with you." Taken aback by Yin Yuan's sharp rebuke, Song Wen's initial shock soon gave way to a sense of triumph. This foolish woman truly knew nothing. Yet, what was with her air of disdain and inexplicable superiority? Did she believe he was enamored with her? Was this the demeanor of a celestial maiden in the realm of cultivation? Thoughts whirled in Song Wen's mind, but his countenance remained inscrutable as he adopted a timid demeanor. "I won't look again. I shall take my leave," he stammered. With that, Song Wen circumvented Yin Yuan and dashed towards a distant mountain, quickly vanishing into the thicket. It was only after he had departed for a short while that Yin Yuan suddenly realized, I should have inquired about the battle's outcome. However, considering his low cultivation, it was likely he had fled at the onset of the conflict and was unaware of the situation. Asking would be futile. Chapter 63. Relentless Pursuit. Once Song Wen ensured that Yin Yuan was not in pursuit, the tension in his heart eased somewhat. The swift leaps through the forest had taken a toll on his body, leaving him somewhat fatigued. Nonetheless, he understood that this was not the time for rest. He needed to distance himself as far as possible from the swamp and ideally return to the sects swiftly. He retrieved a swift movement talisman, applying it to himself as he hurried towards the sect's direction. He refrained from using another flight talisman, for outside the swamp, the towering trees were not as prevalent. Many areas were filled with low shrubs, making high flight more likely to expose his position. Additionally, he had a limited supply of flight talismans and needed to conserve them. The swift movement talisman, commonly used by chi refinement cultivators for travel, significantly enhanced his speed, nearly increasing it by 70 to 80%. Furthermore, it had a long duration, lasting an hour per talisman. Its only drawback was that it did not allow cultivators to leap over valleys or rivers as flight talismans did. After hastening through the forest for about an hour, he had covered over 200 miles of mountainous terrain. Just as the swift movement talisman was about to expire, he prepared to stop and search for a concealed cave to rest. However, his spiritual sense detected several presences rapidly approaching from behind. One of these presences felt familiar. It was likely a member of the Yin family he had encountered earlier on the boat in the morning. It appeared the Yin family had triumphed over Gui San's group and was now intent on pursuing him. Anxiety gripped Song Wen's heart. He quickly activated another swift movement talisman and began to burn his vital blood, employing the blood escape technique, which dramatically increased his speed. He swiftly distanced himself from his pursuers. The 6 individuals pursuing him were led by Yin Feng, who had encountered Yin Yuan at the edge of the swamp. From her, they learned the direction in which Song Wen had fled and thus began their chase. Among them, Yin Feng was at the 6th level of chi refinement, while the others were at the 5th level. They too employed swift movement talismans and were considerably faster than Song Wen, allowing them to catch up to him, who dared not pause for even a moment. Upon spotting Song Wen in the distance, Yin Feng's spirits lifted. "Brothers and sisters, Jean is just ahead. If we catch him and eliminate him, the clan head will surely reward us handsomely." The others felt invigorated by his words, their speed increasing further. However, they were soon taken aback as they witnessed a mist of blood emanating from Song Wen, followed by a sudden increase in his speed, causing him to quickly pull away from them. The sight left them bewildered, unable to comprehend the reason behind Song Wen's drastic acceleration. Yin Feng, more experienced, recognized it as the corpse demon sect's blood escape technique, which burned vital blood as a cost. Such speed was not sustainable for Song Wen. "Do not be alarmed, everyone. What he employs is the blood escape technique from the corpse demon sect, which will quickly deplete his vital blood. It is nothing to worry about. Nevertheless, as they saw Song Wen's figure receding further into the distance until it vanished altogether, Yin Feng felt a pang of panic. We cannot allow him to escape. If he eludes us, the Yin family will face a brutal slaughter from the corpse demon sect. He declared, I will pursue him first. You all follow my direction. With that, Yin Feng accelerated significantly, heading alone in the direction Song Wen had fled. Although his cultivation was only one level above the others, for some unknown reason, his speed was markedly superior, nearly comparable to that of a 7th-level Qi refinement cultivator. All right, we will follow closely, one of the Yin family cultivators replied. Under the relentless pursuit of Yin Feng, he was not significantly slower than Song Wen, managing to keep pace with him. Extreme, give up. You can never escape from the hands of the Yin family. Surrender, and I will grant you a swift end, Yin Feng shouted loudly. However, Song Wen paid no heed, continuing to press forward. In the blink of an eye, over a minute elapsed, and the 5 cultivators from the Yin family at the 5th level of Qi refinement had fallen far behind, completely out of sight. Gritting his teeth while watching Song Wen's elusive figure ahead, Yin Feng seethed, damn it. I wonder how much essence blood you have left to burn. The swift movement talisman on him had already expired, and reluctantly, he produced another one, slapping it onto himself. Another quarter of an hour passed, and Song Wen's speed showed no signs of diminishing, his aura still swirling with vitality, as if he possessed an inexhaustible supply of essence blood. Behind him, Yin Feng found it hard to believe. How could a cultivator at the 3rd level of Qi refinement have so much essence blood to burn? It was utterly illogical. Even a body-refining cultivator, brimming with essence blood, should have long since depleted their energy and perished. As the chase continued, Yin Feng grew increasingly astonished. It truly seemed as though Song Wen had endless essence blood, his speed unwavering. Thus, they pursued each other for over an hour, with the 5 Yin family cultivators long gone from sight. Realizing he could not shake Yin Feng off, Song Wen began to feel anxious. The prolonged journey had taken a toll on his spiritual power, leaving him with barely 20% remaining. If this continued, he would inevitably be caught by Yin Feng due to insufficient spiritual energy. He had to find a way to deal with this person. With his mental cultivation at the 7th level of Qi refinement, Song Wen was stronger than Yin Feng and could clearly perceive Yin Feng's condition. After an intense battle followed by this lengthy chase, Yin Feng's situation was not optimal. He had at most 30% of his spiritual energy remaining. Perhaps I have an opportunity to eliminate him, Song Wen thought to himself. Subsequently, a talisman silently appeared in the palm of his right hand, while his left hand gripped a black orb. He then began to retract the swirling essence blood around him, feigning a state of depletion. Upon witnessing this, Yin Feng felt a surge of joy. Initially, he had pursued Song Wen with the singular aim of eliminating a significant threat to his family. However, after witnessing the extraordinary amount of essence blood Song Wen possessed, he developed a personal agenda. He wanted to capture Song Wen alive to uncover the secrets he held. Extreme, surrender, and return with me to the Yin family. Perhaps the family head will spare your life, Yin Feng coaxed. He feared that if Song Wen fought back desperately, it would be easy for him to defeat him. But if Song Wen chose to seek death, he could not stop him. In that case, all the secret Song Wen possessed could vanish with his demise. Chapter 64. The Silver Serpent descends ahead. Song Wen remained silent, his aura beginning to drop dramatically, the deathly energy surrounding him gradually weakening. Was this a sign of his spiritual energy running low? Yin Feng felt a thrill of excitement. The more severely extreme Yin's power declined, the greater the chance of capturing him alive. However, before he could revel in this thought, he sensed something peculiar about the aura enveloping Song Wen. The once dense, deathly energy dissipated in an instant, replaced by a powerful righteous spirit. This sensation was exceedingly bizarre, akin to a fearsome butcher transforming into a compassionate monk. Instead of being alarmed, Yin Feng felt even more exhilarated. Extreme Yin indeed harbored great secrets. If he could subdue him, those secrets would belong to him. At that moment, a magnificent heavenly might radiated from Song Wen, sweeping away all impurities in the world. What is this? Yin Feng finally set aside his joy, a chill creeping up from his core. He hastily activated his poison technique, a green mist swirling around him, gradually coalescing into a green bronze bell that encased him. The bell thickened, as if it were transforming into a genuine bronze vessel. Before the transformation of the green bell could complete, a dazzling silver lightning bolt appeared in the sky. followed by a thunderous roar as a silver serpent sliced through the air, striking directly at Yin Feng. The impact of the silver serpent against the green bell produced a deafening crash, shaking the surrounding trees violently as if the earth itself trembled. In the center of the attack, Yin Feng was instantly enveloped in a blinding silver light, making it impossible to open his eyes. The lightning struck swiftly and departed just as quickly. Within a 10-meter radius of Yin Feng, every tree was obliterated, reduced to mere splinters. The ground beneath him was stripped away, revealing the earth below. The green bell had vanished, along with Yin Feng's entire left arm. Though severely injured, Yin Feng survived, his face contorted in rage and madness. Good. I never expected you could wield a lightning talisman, a technique only righteous cultivators can use. I must capture you, extract your soul, and slowly torture and refine it to uncover all your secrets. Song Wen paid no mind to Yin Feng's threats. Villains often meet their end through excessive chatter. Deep down, Song Wen was dissatisfied with the outcome of the heavenly lightning talisman's strike against Yin Feng. This was a top-quality first-tier talisman, a rare lightning talisman capable of severely injuring or even killing late-stage Qi refinement cultivators. Yet, it had merely left Yin Feng severely wounded. Could it be that Senior Su sold me a defective talisman? But the lightning just now didn't appear to be subpar. He was also shaken by the sheer ferocity and speed of that bolt of lightning. Such power was what a cultivator should wield. He envisioned a day when he too might command the power of lightning, one hand wielding thunder, the other controlling corpses. The thought of cultivating both righteousness and wickedness thrilled him. As these chaotic thoughts flitted through his mind, his actions remained swift. Before Yin Feng could finish speaking, he hurled the black orb from his left hand. Boom! The black orb exploded half a meter in front of Yin Feng. The sudden explosion tightened Yin Feng's chest. He feared Song Wen had unleashed another powerful lightning technique. However, it turned out to be a mere ruse. He felt several small metal shards embed themselves in his body, but their power was minimal, only breaking the skin without inflicting real harm. Had he not just been struck by the lightning talisman, those shards would have done nothing against his defenses. So it was merely a thunderbolt grenade, foolishly attempting to attack a 6th-level Qi refinement cultivator with mundane weaponry. Yin Feng sneered. In his view, Song Wen had exhausted all his options. With a sharp gaze, he locked onto Song Wen, preparing to unleash a thunderous strike to subdue him. At that moment, he suddenly felt a burning sensation emanating from the metal shards, which rapidly spread throughout his body. Within mere breaths, his entire being turned crimson, resembling a shrimp boiled in water. Yin Feng let out piercing screams, collapsing to the ground, his body curling up as uncontrollable tremors racked him. Extreme Yin, you despicable scoundrel. You dare to use poison? As a practitioner of poison techniques, Yin Feng was acutely aware that he had fallen victim to an exceedingly rare and vicious toxin, one that ordinary poisons could not affect him. Cultivators skilled in poison techniques possessed a significantly higher resistance to toxins compared to others. Seeing Yin Feng in such agony, blood seeping from his orifices, Song Wen finally relaxed his taut nerves a little. He understood that in a direct confrontation, he was certainly no match for Yin Feng. Thus, from the outset, he had intended to rely on the lightning talisman and poison to eliminate him. However, the power of the lightning talisman had not met his expectations. He had originally thought it would be sufficient to annihilate his foe, only to find it had merely left Yin Feng gravely wounded. Fortunately, he had prepared a backup plan, applying Fire Burn Heaven to the Thunderbolt grenade. The effects of the deadly fire exceeded expectations, even for Yin Feng, who practiced toxic arts. Of course, this was significantly related to the fact that Yin Feng was already severely injured when poisoned. Aware of the urgency of time, Song Wen could not afford to waste any on Yin Feng. With a swift motion, he conjured 2 fireball talismans, each the size of a human head. Go! The fireballs flew out simultaneously, crashing directly onto Yin Feng's head. Half of Yin Feng's skull was obliterated, and he ceased to breathe in an instant. Song Wen leapt forward, one hand reaching for Yin Feng's storage pouch while the other plunged into his chest. Having just utilized the blood escape technique, which drained considerable life force, he sought to replenish it. As soon as Song Wen grasped the storage pouch, his spiritual sense detected the approach of others, Yin Feng's clan members, who were all at the 5th level of Qi cultivation. How could they arrive so quickly? They were truly relentless. Reluctantly, Song Wen abandoned the idea of consuming Yin Feng's essence and turned to flee. However, as he pivoted, over 20 gray specks silently fell around Yin Feng's corpse. Soon, Song Wen's figure vanished into the dense forest. The 5 latecomers, upon hearing the earlier commotion from the battle, initially believed Yin Feng had triumphed. Yet, upon arrival, they found only his mangled remains. How could this be? Yin Feng was at the 6th level of Qi cultivation. How could he lose to someone at the 3rd level, known as Jin? Gathering around Yin Feng's body, disbelief filled their voices. What shall we do now? If Jin could slay Yin Feng, we 5 combined may not be able to capture him. One among them spoke. They fell into a brief silence. Chapter 65. The elusive goo worm. Each of them sensed the residual thunderous energy clinging to Yin Feng, while Jin evidently practiced demonic arts. It is well known that practitioners of demonic arts cannot harness the power of heavenly thunder. This implied that Ji Yin's method of defeating Yin Feng was not derived from his own strength, but rather from external means. It was likely that Ji Yin used some special magical artifact to unleash the thunder. Such artifacts were typically limited in usage. Otherwise, Ji Yin would not have been fleeing from them. Thus, if they resolved to attack Ji Yin at all costs, there existed a substantial chance of killing him, albeit at the cost of lives. Initially, they had thought pursuing Ji Yin would be a trivial endeavor, but the specter of death now loomed over them, instilling a sense of dread. Ji Yin must perish. Should he live to relay the betrayal of the Yin family to the corpse demon sect, there would be no survivors among them. After a moment of silence, one spoke up. The others awakened to the gravity of the situation. Indeed, Ji Yin must die. If he lives, the entire Yin family is doomed. Let us retrieve Yin Feng's body and continue the pursuit. Ji Yin has likely paid a hefty price for slaying Yin Feng. He should not have escaped far. Agreed. A man in gray crouched down, reaching for Yin Feng's corpse, preparing to place it within his storage pouch. Suddenly, several gray worms sprang from Yin Feng's body, launching themselves directly at his face. The distance was too short, and the worms moved with lightning speed. The man, caught completely off guard, had not anticipated any danger lurking within Yin Feng's remains. Before he could react, the worms landed on his face and swiftly burrowed into his nostrils, penetrating his brain. In a surge of instinctive terror, the man leapt up, shouting, "Not good! It's an ambush!" The situation unfolded too rapidly for the others to comprehend, prompting one to ask, "What is wrong, Fifth? Something is drilling into my brain," he exclaimed, terror etched across his face. He sensed 5 worms crawling through the openings in his brain, inching toward his cerebral matter. Yet he was at a loss for how to expel them without harming his brain. "What exactly are they?" one inquired, concerned. "Worms." "Worms?" Another replied, anxiously. "If they are merely worms, can't we expel them using spiritual energy?" "I can't." The gray-clad man shook his head, clearly having attempted to do so. The worms were formidable. Despite channeling all his spiritual energy to pressure them, he could only slow their advance, not completely restrain them, let alone force them out. Suddenly, he clutched his head, collapsing to the ground in excruciating agony. Hearing his anguished cries sent chills down the spines of the others. Just as one moved to check on him, another cried out in horror. Could it be goo worms? Upon hearing this, those who intended to assist recoiled, and all 4 took several steps back. Goo worms! They stared in disbelief at the writhing figure of their companion, incredulous that a mere outer disciple of the corpse demon sect at the 3rd level of Qi cultivation could cultivate such creatures. Could it be the work of some formidable master's disciple? As they pondered their next move, one suddenly felt a sharp pain in a vulnerable spot near his thigh, as if a steel nail had punctured his core. Instinctively, he raised a hand to strike, yet hesitated, recalling his own delicate state. Just then, he felt a piercing pain in his energy center as a goo worm burrowed in through his navel, targeting his abdomen. The others experienced similar assaults, each afflicted by the stealthy goo worms targeting their weak points. In moments, cries of agony filled the air. Though the black-bellied beetle goo worms were small, their cultivation level was indeed at the 4th level of Qi. Having already infiltrated the cultivators' bodies, their full strength proved overwhelming for the 5th level practitioners. Wherever the black-bellied beetle goo struck, it left flesh and blood in tatters. Even the toughest bones shattered under their assault. Moments later, the cacophony of cries fell silent. All 5 lay still. At that moment, Song Wen emerged slowly from the thicket. In truth, he had not ventured far, remaining concealed within the forest. Utilizing his spiritual awareness to monitor the 5 and control the black-bellied beetle goo to attack them. His spiritual power far surpassed theirs, allowing him to cover a much broader range, thus enabling him to observe them without being detected. Upon realizing their presence, he had planned to ambush them with the goo worms. He had concealed the black-bellied beetle goo within Yin Feng's corpse and the surrounding soil. masking their scent with the lingering, thunderous energy. Coupled with the natural stealth of the goo, the five remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger until it was too late. After employing the blood escape technique, Song Wen's speed exceeded that of the five, ensuring his invincibility. As he approached, the more than 20 black-bellied beetle goo were already feasting within the bodies of the five, consuming their essence. At that moment, the vital organs rich in spiritual energy, blood, marrow, and viscera were nearly depleted. Song Wen shook his head in resignation. He had initially intended to extract the essence from the five, but it now appeared their bodies held little value for such consumption. However, their souls remained, unsevered from their corporeal forms, making them excellent material for enhancing his spiritual power through the divine banishment technique. He could not let this opportunity slip away. After spending several moments, Song Wen absorbed the souls of the five, along with the essence from Yan Feng's corpse, and subsequently stored all 6 bodies within his pouch. Turning, he sped towards the direction of the corpse demon sect. Before long, a vast river obstructed his path. The river was exceedingly wide, stretching several miles, appearing boundless, with only the tumultuous yellow waters surging forth in view. Upon witnessing the grand river, Song Wen was assured that his direction was correct. This river was a necessary passage back to his sect. The sight of the river indicated that he had already traversed a significant portion of his journey. He raised his gaze to the sky, where the sun had already set, casting a dim light over the surroundings. The trees around him loomed indistinctly, shrouded in shadows. Song Wen produced a flight talisman and activated it, soaring into the air and drifting towards the opposite bank of the river. As he reached the center of the river, he discarded 6 corpses, which were swiftly engulfed by the turbulent waters, disappearing beneath the surface. Before the talisman lost its potency, Song Wen found a crevice in a cliff and concealed himself within. He had no intention of traveling at night. The obscured visibility posed significant risks in the unfamiliar dense forest. Moreover, after his hasty escape, his spiritual energy was nearly depleted, necessitating a period of meditation to recuperate. Chapter 66. The Descent of Gui. The night passed in silence. During this time, Song Wen refined 3 energy-restoring pills, replenishing his spiritual energy considerably. As dawn broke, he emerged from the cliff's crevice and ascended to the summit, setting his course towards the corpse demon sect. Within the dense forest, the undergrowth flourished wildly, and numerous vines intertwined. Without the aid of talismans, relying solely on his physical strength, Song Wen's speed was not particularly rapid. After over 2 hours of running, he had covered a mere 300 li of mountainous terrain. Suddenly, as he ran, he sensed a shadow in the sky above. Extending his mental probe, he discovered that it was a familiar figure, Gui-san. The state of Gui-san was dire. Upon Song Wen's notice, he plummeted from the sky, crashing several meters ahead of him. Gui-san shattered multiple large trees and tumbled several meters before being halted by a thick branch. Blood gushed from his mouth, mingled with fragments of his internal organs. Gui-san recognized Song Wen, though he was unaware of his identity. During the battle with the Yin family, Gui-san had never paid him any heed, deeming him too weak. "Fellow Taoist, save me. I will reward you handsomely," Gui-san gasped, expending his last bit of strength before collapsing into unconsciousness. Taken aback by this sudden turn of events, Song Wen scanned the area with his mental energy and found no signs of others, which somewhat eased his anxiety. However, he remained vigilant and did not rashly approach Gui-san. He activated a speed talisman and employed the blood escape technique, enveloped in a swirling mist of blood, dramatically increasing his speed as he darted into the forest, disappearing from sight. As for the promised benefits from Gui-san, Song Wen dismissed the thought. He believed that should he assist Gui-san, once the latter recovered, he would likely be the first to meet his demise. Gui-san, a notorious bandit, thrived on plundering other cultivators for resources. The notion that he might display benevolence and offer rewards was a naive fantasy. For a fleeting moment, the idea of killing Gui-san and seizing his resources crossed Song Wen's mind, but he swiftly rejected it. Gui-san, a cultivator accustomed to the brink of life and death, appeared as a lamb ready for slaughter. Yet one could never be certain of his hidden abilities. What if he was merely feigning unconsciousness? Approaching him could very well lead to Song Wen's own demise. As Song Wen turned away without hesitation, Gui-san, lying on the ground, twitched slightly at the corners of his mouth. He had narrowly escaped the relentless pursuit of the Yin family, but was severely wounded, and the toxic nature of their techniques had left him deeply poisoned. With no healing or antidote pills remaining, he had initially thought he was doomed, yet upon exhausting his last vestiges of spiritual energy to control his flying vessel, He had spotted a fellow cultivator traversing the forest below. He pinned his hopes for survival on this individual and attempted to descend. However, at that moment, the suppressed toxins erupted within him, causing him to lose control and plummet from the sky. He had intended to deceive the early-stage Qi cultivator, but the latter had simply fled. You truly are a coward. Do you not desire even a fragment of fortune? A gravely wounded cultivator falls before you, and yet you remain unmoved, Gui San lamented, loosening his grip on his magical artifact. His consciousness began to fade, and he succumbed to unconsciousness entirely. 2 hours later, the Yin family cultivators scoured the area for Gui San's whereabouts and finally located him. Yin Gao was the first to descend, and upon seeing the nearly lifeless Gui San, a sinister smile crept across his face. Dare to oppose the Yin family? You shall not die so easily. Bring him the antidote pill, then pierce his dantian and take him back to the family. I will extract his soul and forge a soul lamp, subjecting his spirit to the eternal torment of searing flames. This is the fate that befalls those who offend the Yin family. Following Yin Gao's orders, 3 cultivators began their tasks. Yin Gao was in good spirits. Another fleeing bandit had already been slain by a different team from the Yin family. With Gui San now in his grasp, it meant that all bandits who had attacked the Yin family had been eradicated. However, there were murmurs that the corpse demon sect disciple, Jiyin, who had come to oversee the assessment, was still unaccounted for, posing a significant threat. Yet, a minor Qi cultivator should not stir up much trouble. He would inevitably be found by the Yin family members. With no chance of returning alive to the corpse demon sect, a female cultivator from the Yin family, tasked with binding Gui San, scanned the surrounding trees and underbrush before speaking to Yin Gao. Third uncle, it seems there are traces of other activities here. Muscular and not particularly observant. Yin Gao looked perplexed. What do you mean? Xiao Qiu. The woman, known as Yin Xiu, was renowned in the Yin family for her keen insights. She pointed out several areas. Despite the chaos caused by Gui San's fall, it was not difficult to discern that someone else had been active in the vicinity. Third uncle, look at these spots. They bear signs of recent activity. The grass has been trampled. Yin Gao scrutinized the areas indicated by Yin Xiu for some time, but could not deduce anything. However, he recognized his own limitations. He had excellent physical prowess, but lacked intelligence. Since Yin Xiu had claimed there were signs of activity, he felt it warranted attention. What could this mean? Could it be Gui San's accomplices? Yin Gao inquired. Yin Xiu shook her head. I cannot say for certain, but if they were Gui San's allies, they would have no reason to abandon him here. Even if they could not save him, they would likely grant him a swift end. At that moment, a figure descended hastily from the sky. I have seen third uncle. The newcomer clasped his fists in greeting. Why such urgency? Yin Gao inquired. Yin Feng and the other 6 have been dispatched to pursue Jiyin, but they have yet to return. Recently, one of our kin discovered signs of a battle, and after thorough investigation, the family believes that Yin Feng and the others have been killed, and Jiyin has likely escaped. Jiyin has escaped. Yin Gao could hardly believe it. How could Jiyin defeat Yin Feng and the others? Yin Xiu wore a similarly incredulous expression. After a moment of shock, she remarked, Third uncle, could these traces belong to Jiyin? This location aligns with the path to the corpse demon sect. Chapter 67. The city of 3 corpses. This is impossible. We are over 1,000 miles from the swamp spiritual field. Jiyin is only a mid-stage Qi cultivator. How could he traverse such a distance in a single day? Yin Gao immediately dismissed the idea. Yin Xiu found it equally implausible, but then reconsidered. If Yin Feng and the 6 others had perished, it suggested Jiyin had concealed his cultivation level. If Jiyin possesses mid-stage Qi cultivation and has the aid of travel talismans, covering 1,000 miles in a day could be feasible. Yin Xiu voiced her speculations aloud. Upon hearing this, Yin Gao replied, What you say is not without merit. What should we do? Yin Xiu suggested, Our best course of action now is for you and me to continue pursuing Jiyin, while the others take Gui San back to the family and relay news about Jiyin. In case we fail to catch up with Jiyin, the family must have a contingency plan. Yin Gao, with his brawn and limited intellect, could not offer a better suggestion and nodded in agreement. Very well, let us proceed thus. With a wave of his hand, he produced a flying vessel and said, Xiao Qiu, come aboard. We shall pursue Jiyin in this vessel. The 2 boarded the flying craft, heading towards the direction of the corpse demon sect. Meanwhile, the others escorting Gui San also boarded a vessel to return to the Yin family residence. After distancing himself from Gui San, Song Wen did not dare to relent and continued his journey at full speed. He understood that since he had fortuitously encountered Gui San, he could easily be pursued by the Yin family. Now was not the time to be complacent. Thus, he activated his speed-enhancing talisman and employed the blood escape technique to hasten his pace. As the sun began to set, he spotted a small town ahead. This town, known as Sanshur City, was directly governed by the corpse demon sect. Sanshur City was abundant in mysterious iron ore, and its inhabitants were predominantly enslaved miners, laboring for generations under the yoke of the corpse demon sect with no hope of liberation. To ensure the perpetual continuation of the miner slaves, the corpse demon sect specifically bred humans, selecting naturally tall men to assault female miners, compelling them to bear offspring. For these miners, suffering was endless. Life and death alike were fraught with torment. Even in death, they were exploited, although they endured great suffering and could scarcely yield a drop of essence blood. Their remains could be utilized in the corpse refinement array to forge corpse energy, aiding disciples of the corpse demon sect in their cultivation. In other words, Song Wen himself shared in the karmic ties of these miners. His cultivation of the corpse king blood refinement technique demanded a far greater quantity of corpse energy than that of ordinary disciples, much of which was derived from the vertical shaft in the cave dwelling. The souls of the miners were also extracted to forge various toxic artifacts. Song Wen planned to spend the night in Sanshur City. He refrained from traveling at night, knowing that the Yin family would surely mobilize all their resources to search for him. Traveling at night, with fewer cultivators on the road, would only heighten the risk of exposure. Sanshur City lay a mere 200 miles from the corpse demon sect, with numerous disciples and wandering cultivators traveling between the two locations. Consequently, there were large transport vessels operating between them. Song Wen intended to take a ship back to the corpse demon sect the following day, confident that the Yin family's single foundation-building cultivator would not be able to influence the large merchant ships affiliated with the corpse demon sect. From a distance, Song Wen observed the city gates of Sanshur City, where not only city guards were stationed, but also several disciples from the Yin family. His heart skipped a beat, and he began to suspect that his movements had been exposed. He then glanced down at his chest, where he had concealed 6 storage bags taken from Yin Feng and his companions. In the realm of cultivation, practitioners could sever their spiritual energy and imprint it onto their disciples or objects, thereby creating a spiritual mark. This mark allowed them to sense the general location of their disciples. However, Song Wen was confident in his decision to keep the 6 storage bags on his person, as he was prepared for any eventuality. The spiritual energy of Qi refinement cultivators, and even the spiritual awareness possessed by foundation-building practitioners, was essentially a form of soul power. Any soul power could be devoured by Song Wen's physical body, nourishing his sea of consciousness. Upon first hearing of spiritual marks, he had formed this hypothesis. To test his theory, he conducted experiments with Chun Yi and senior brother Su. Unfailingly, the spiritual marks they left on objects were effortlessly consumed by him. When Song Wen grasped their marked possessions, he could distinctly perceive that their spiritual energy was being absorbed. Later, he confirmed with the two that they had indeed lost their connection to those items. Having steadied his mind and bolstered by his confidence in his unique ability, Song Wen dismissed the chaotic thoughts swirling in his head. The appearance of the Yin family disciples in Sanshur City likely indicated they had discovered traces of Yin Feng and his companion's demise and had roughly calculated his speed, prompting them to conduct a thorough search in the city. Prior to entering, Song Wen controlled his aura, first revealing his Qi refinement stage for cultivation, then masking his entire body as corpse energy. Using a mortal disguise technique, he transformed his appearance into that of a middle-aged cultivator. Thus, not only had his looks changed, but even his presence was entirely different. Even if Guotao, who had spent considerable time with him, were to come, he would find it difficult to recognize him. Song Wen did not present his disciple token from the corpse demon sect upon entering the city, as it was evident that the higher echelons of Sanshur City had been infiltrated by the Yin family. Displaying his outer sect disciple token would only serve to expose his identity. Instead, he entered Sanshur City as a rogue cultivator, paying a spirit stone for a modest room in a guest inn. Chapter 68. Reunion with Guotao. A night passed without incident. The next day, upon exiting the inn, Song Wen made his way to the location of the flying vessel. The previous night, he had inquired with the innkeeper about the departure time of the ship heading to the corpse demon sect, which was scheduled for the 3rd watch of the morning. As he traversed the streets of Sanshur City, he noticed numerous disciples of the Yin family repeatedly scanning passersby with their spiritual energy. In the cultivation world, casually probing others with spiritual energy was considered a provocation and a profound disrespect, as every cultivator harbored secrets they did not wish to have exposed. The brazen behavior of the Yin family disciples incited anger among several cultivators. Yet when they spotted the guards of Sinister City accompanying the Yin family disciples, they dared not voice their grievances. Maintaining an expression of indifference, Song Wen continued towards the direction of the flying vessel, ignoring the probing spiritual energy of the Yin family disciples. This marked the sixth encounter with members of the Yin family that morning. He held absolute confidence in his ability to control his aura. The Yin family disciples could not possibly recognize him solely by spiritual energy, as his presence had completely transformed. To identify Song Wen, those who had previously interacted with him would need to confront him and unveil his disguise for any possibility of recognition. However, this scenario was unrealistic. Given the multitude of cultivators traversing the city, the Yin family disciples could not possibly conduct a thorough search of each individual. Moreover, such actions would likely incite even greater outrage among the cultivators, potentially leading to chaos, which would pose significant problems for the city lord of Sinister City. Song Wen successfully reached the location of the flying vessel. The vessel spanned 20 meters in length and boasted 3 levels. Due to the relatively short distance between the corpse demon sect and Sinister City, the majority of cultivators boarding the vessel were at the initial stages of chi refinement, with only a few in the mid-stages. Cultivators of greater strength typically opted to travel to the corpse demon sect independently. Approximately 100 meters away from the vessel, several Yin family disciples were stationed, including Yin Gao and Yin Xiao. Their gazes and mental energies swept back and forth over the low-tier cultivators aboard the flying vessel. Upon identifying a suspicious individual, they would hastily conduct body searches, embodying a state of desperation and madness. At this moment, Song Wen's aura and appearance underwent yet another transformation. Since departing from the inn, he had disguised himself as a young, newly initiated Qi practitioner. In light of the deaths of Yin Feng and the other 6, the Yin family had focused their suspicions on mid-stage Qi practitioners, thus overlooking Song Wen, a mere first-layer cultivator. After paying 5 spirit stones, he smoothly boarded the flying ship and secured an independent room on the lower deck. The ship departed punctually at the 3rd quarter of the Qin hour. The large vessel's speed was not swift. It took an hour to reach the market at the foot of the Corpse Demon Mountain, a place Song Wen frequented, which was already within the territory of the Corpse Demon sect. The Yin family lacked the strength to extend their reach here. Upon disembarking, Song Wen found no members of the Yin family present in the market, which relieved him considerably. He headed straight for the alchemy chamber. Elder Shun, the alchemist in the chamber, was a late-stage Foundation establishment practitioner. Given his standing, power, and wealth within the Corpse Demon sect, it was highly improbable for the Yin family to corrupt him. If Song Wen could inform Elder Shun about the Yin family's betrayal of the Corpse Demon sect, colluding with the 9 Palaces sect to steal the 7-colored grass, the Yin family would undoubtedly face utter catastrophe. Only through the complete destruction of the Yin family could the threat they pose be entirely eliminated. Without delay, Song Wen dashed towards the alchemy chamber located in the northwest foothills. The chamber was still heavily patrolled by disciples, preventing any nefarious intrusions. As he approached the entrance, Song Wen shed his disguise, revealing an aura familiar to those present. Entry into the chamber required both a disciple's token and a mission token, each imbued with his essence. If his displayed aura did not match that of the tokens, he would be denied entry and might even be apprehended as a spy. As Song Wen stepped through the chamber's entrance, he was confronted by an unexpected figure, Guitao. Guitao stood quietly at the door, neither entering nor leaving. Song Wen realized he was waiting for him. Instantly, tension gripped Song Wen. He reminded himself to be exceedingly cautious. After traversing over 2,000 miles, he could not falter at this final juncture. He clearly recalled the sect's regulations stating that the cost for killing an outer sect disciple was merely 3,000 spirit stones. At this critical moment, if someone informed Guitao that eliminating Song Wen, a significant hidden threat, required only 3,000 spirit stones, Song Wen was certain that Guitao would not hesitate to procure the stones. The ghost head shield was clenched in his right hand, poised for action. The last flight talisman was affixed to his chest, ready to be activated to create distance from Guitao. Both the blood sacrifice technique and blood escape technique were primed for immediate use. Song Wen believed that employing both blood-burning secret techniques simultaneously would allow him to match the speed of Guitao, a 7th-layer Qi practitioner. Regrettably, his speed talisman had already been expended. Otherwise, his chances of a successful escape would have been significantly higher. The Thunder Talisman was unsuitable for use within the Corpse Demon sect, as he could not explain why a disciple of the demonic faction could harness righteous energies. Using it recklessly would likely unveil the secrets of his physical form, potentially leading to him being dissected and studied by the sect's ancestor. Simultaneously, Song Wen was prepared to shout out the Yin family's secrets should Guo make a move, opting for a mutual destruction strategy. With so many guards outside the chamber, if he could withstand Guotao's assault for just a moment, the guards would surely come to his rescue. Observing Song Wen's palpable tension, Guotao refrained from attacking. Instead, he offered a slight smile, striving to project a friendly demeanor. Although striking now could result in Song Wen's demise, the higher-ups of the corpse demon sect were not fools. If two disciples were sent out on a mission together, only one would return after a report was made, and should Guotao kill Song Wen without any explanation, it would inevitably raise suspicions of foul play. The higher-ups would undoubtedly investigate the Yin family, at which point their treachery would come to light. Guotao and the Yin family's leaders had devised strategies long ago. Should Song Wen truly return alive to the sect, Guotao would have no choice but to find a way to buy him off, buying the Yin family time to escape. Of course, the Yin family would not place all their hopes on successfully bribing Song Wen. They were covertly relocating their talented disciples to preserve a sliver of their bloodline. This included the most talented member of the current generation, Yin Yuan. Chapter 69. Colluding in desperation, seeing Song Wen, tense and poised to strike. The guards outside the alchemy chamber were momentarily taken aback. What was happening today? Did an outer sect disciple at the third layer of Qi dare to cause a ruckus outside the chamber? Were the new disciples now so emboldened? Did they truly believe the elite guards of the alchemy chamber were inconsequential? However, noticing Song Wen's wary gaze fixed on Guotao as he began to retreat, the guards quickly understood that this outer sect disciple was on guard against Guotao. Since it was not directed at the chamber, the matter was of no concern to them. The guards then adopted an expression of amusement, their eyes darting back and forth between Guotao and Song Wen, filled with anticipation, as if urging them to make their move. Guotao also noticed Song Wen's anxiety and the guard's mocking demeanor. He awkwardly smiled, attempting to adopt a gentle tone. "Junior brother Jean, do not be so tense. Rest assured, I will not act against you." Song Wen feigned ignorance to Guotao's displayed goodwill, continuing his cautious retreat. "The main hall of the alchemy chamber has prohibitive formations. Shall we discuss matters there?" Guotao proposed. Song Wen was aware of the restrictions within the main hall of the alchemy chamber, where cultivators below the golden core stage would be significantly weakened. For Qi practitioners, it was nearly impossible to channel their internal energies. Any techniques, talismans, or artifacts would be rendered useless, leaving them no stronger than a robust mortal. After a moment of contemplation, Song Wen replied, "Very well, as you say, senior brother, but you must enter the hall first before I can follow." "All right, please follow me." "Junior brother," Guotao said, presenting his disciples' token and mission token to the guards, smoothly gaining entry into the alchemy chamber's premises. The chamber was expansive. Song Wen stood at the entrance, watching Guotao truly enter the main hall before he presented his mission and disciple tokens to the guards. "Brothers, I am an outer sect disciple, Jean. I was previously ordered by Elder Shun to the poisonous marshes of the Yin family to inventory the seven-colored grass. I request that you inform them that Jean has completed the task and is here to report." With that, Song Wen proceeded into the main hall. Inside the hall, there were numerous disciples, both from the alchemy chamber and those seeking to purchase elixirs. Guotao stood alone in a corner, anxiously awaiting Song Wen. Upon seeing Song Wen enter, Guotao's anxious expression finally eased a bit. He knew that placing all hope on Song Wen was a tremendous gamble. Yet the current situation left the Yin family as vulnerable as fish on a chopping board, subject to slaughter. "Junior brother Jean, what Go-san said is entirely baseless. Do not fall for his lies. The Yin family is unwaveringly loyal to the sect and would never betray it," Guotao whispered, his voice low enough for only the two of them to hear. Song Wen raised an eyebrow, a smile crossing his face. "Oh, is that truly the case? It certainly does not appear so to me. I believe Go-san speaks the truth." Upon entering the main hall, Song Wen felt a heavy pressure envelop him, causing the flow of his internal energy to come to a halt. When he attempted to activate the Corpse King's blood refinement technique, he found it utterly unresponsive. He was acutely aware that within this hall, he could not utilize his powers, and with that realization, he no longer feared Guotao. Seeing Song Wen's calm demeanor, Guotao felt a twinge of frustration, recognizing that he was not easily deceived. He had no choice but to shift tactics, saying, "Junior brother, you must think carefully. Offending the Yin family brings no advantage to you." Song Wen smiled lightly, undeterred by Guotao's threats. "Indeed, it is of no benefit. On my way back to the sect, I was pursued by 6 cultivators from the Yin family. Guotao's heart sank, sensing trouble. The 6 Yin Feng and his companions had indeed perished at Song Wen's hands. They were truly incompetent. 6 mid-stage Shi refining cultivators unable to eliminate a single person from the extreme Yin sect. Guotao stammered, "It's a misunderstanding. They must have mistaken junior brother for a companion of Gui-san. Besides, look at you now, completely unscathed. Why not show some magnanimity and forgive the Yin family this once?" Song Wen chuckled, "Forgive the Yin family? I dare not. Had it not been for a life-saving treasure on me, I might not have survived that encounter." Guotao quickly offered, "Compensation. I can arrange for the Yin family to compensate you. How about 1,000 spirit stones? Is that unsatisfactory? Then 3,000, or perhaps 5,000. Seeing Song Wen remain silent, Guotao hastily increased his offer. Song Wen, however, appeared intrigued as he scrutinized Guotao, saying, "I find myself quite curious about the relationship between you and the Yin family. Why are you so eager to act on their behalf?" Guotao awkwardly laughed. "How could I possibly be connected to the Yin family? I merely aim to mediate the relationship between you and them. We all belong to the corpse demon sect. There is no need for enmity." He added, 5,000 spirit stones. Are you still not satisfied? With this amount, I believe it should be enough for you to cultivate to the peak of Qi refining. Noticing Guotao's urgency to settle everything, Song Wen replied leisurely, "If the sect were to find out, it would be a grave offense punishable by death. A mere 5,000 spirit stones." His meaning was clear. Raise the price. 10,000 spirit stones, no more, Guotao stated decisively. "Very well, it's a deal. When will you deliver the spirit stones?" Song Wen inquired. Guotao retrieved a storage bag and handed it to Song Wen, saying, "Here are 1,000 spirit stones. The remainder will be given to you later." Song Wen examined the bag with his spiritual sense. It contained precisely 1,000 spirit stones. He leisurely tucked it away, then remarked, "Just 1,000 spirit stones? I trust you won't be deceitful, Brother Guo." Guotao assured him, "Rest assured, I would never go back on my word." "That may not be the case. We practitioners of the demonic path have little credibility," Song Wen retorted. Guotao then produced another storage bag. "I have another 1,000 spirit stones here. Please accept them. I genuinely do not have more on hand, but I will ensure the rest is delivered later." Song Wen put the second storage bag away. Yet his expression was rife with greed, his gaze scanning Guotao. Guotao, witnessing Song Wen's avaricious demeanor, cursed inwardly, but felt utterly powerless. Clenching his teeth, he produced a small flying boat, which was his own. "This flying boat is a gift for you, junior brother. I have erased its residual spiritual energy, so you may safely refine it." "Then I shall not be rude," Song Wen said with satisfaction as he accepted the flying boat into his storage bag. Seeing the satisfaction finally appear on Song Wen's face, Guotao eagerly asked, "Junior brother, what about the Yin family matter?" Song Wen replied, "This task regarding the 7-colored grass has always been led by you, Brother Guo. Thus, we shall adhere to your words." "That is excellent, very excellent." Guotao felt a measure of relief wash over him, though he remained concerned that Song Wen might change his mind. He assured Song Wen, "Do not worry. I will definitely ensure you receive the remaining spirit stones." Of course. I would never doubt you, Brother Guo. I will need your guidance as I navigate the challenges of the sect, given my lowly status and lack of background. The path of cultivation is exceedingly arduous for me. Rest assured, you are like a younger brother to me now. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek me out. Then I thank you in advance, brother. Why still call me brother? If you do not mind, simply refer to me as elder brother. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I felt as though we had known each other for ages. Elder brother Guo, second brother, 2 scheming individuals, each filled with suspicion towards the other, nearly shed tears of joy like long-lost siblings. Guotao, extreme, why did you not report to my humble abode after completing the sect's mission? Why come to the Pill Hall instead? Elder Shen's voice suddenly echoed. As a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, although his cultivation was suppressed by the Pill Hall's restrictions, he still radiated a considerable aura. Upon seeing Elder Shen's arrival, Song Wen bowed deeply before Guotao could speak, declaring, "Disciple Extreme, Yin pays respects to Elder Shen." Reporting to Elder Shen, the Yin family has betrayed the sect, colluding with the 9 Palaces sect to steal the 7-colored grass. Guotao has conspired with the Yin family, providing them cover in an attempt to deceive disciples and mislead the sect. Extreme Inu. Guotao's face was a mask of shock and disbelief. He trembled as he pointed at Song Wen, unable to articulate a response. This was the same person who had just called him brother and nearly sworn a blood oath of allegiance. Extreme Yin, though still young and yet to reach maturity, had proven to possess a cunning mind. Having just received his favor, he had swiftly turned and sold him out without hesitation. Guitao, skilled in socializing and adept at navigating the complexities of the corpse demon sect, found himself outmaneuvered by this youth. Yet the root of Guitao's predicament lay in the Yin family's hold over him. With no retreat, he was compelled to gamble on the slightest of chances, hoping that Song Wen was indeed a greedy individual. However, Song Wen's willingness to relinquish 8,000 spirit stones was unexpected, a sum capable of enticing even a foundation establishment cultivator. Extreme is what you say true? Elder Shun's aura intensified, becoming sharp and lethal. The pressure emanating from him made Song Wen feel as though he stood before countless invisible daggers, poised to strike at any moment. Disciple speaks the truth. You may verify it personally. The Yin family has embezzled high-grade 7-colored grass, disguising low-grade spirit herbs as high-grade ones to deceive disciples. Guitao is in collusion with the Yin family, aiding them in suppressing the truth. Upon discovering the betrayal, the Yin family sent cultivators to hunt me down. I narrowly escaped with my life and managed to return to the sect. Elder Shun's gaze sharpened, the aura of death swirling around him, his clothes rustling as if stirred by an unseen wind. Guitao, how do you explain this? Despite the restrictions within the pill hall, the pressure he exerted was far beyond what a chi-refining cultivator could withstand. The malevolence bore down on Guitao, making it feel as though a mountain had settled atop him, suffocating him. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Please, Elder Shun, do not take Extreme Yin's words at face value. He has no evidence and is merely slandering both myself and the Yin family. Elder Shin replied coldly, Extreme Yin, are you making baseless accusations? Song Wen retorted, what I say is entirely factual. The Elder need only investigate. However, the Yin family is likely aware that their betrayal has been exposed and may attempt to flee. I urge Elder Shun to act swiftly. Elder Shin coldly scoffed, I do not require your guidance. In truth, Elder Shun had already come to believe much of what Song Wen claimed. As a low-ranking outer disciple, he had nothing to gain from falsely accusing a foundation establishment family and senior brothers. From beginning to end, Song Wen exuded an air of confidence, in stark contrast to the flustered and fearful demeanor of Guitao. The disparity between the two made it all too clear who was lying. Seize Guitao and bring him to the prison hall. The prison hall, situated underground at the foot of Corpse Demon Mountain, served as the confinement site for traitors and serious offenders of the Corpse Demon sect. Once one entered the prison hall, there was no possibility of escape, only the anticipation of endless inhumane torment. Those fortunate enough might, after enduring countless sufferings, find a chance for reincarnation. The unfortunate ones would have their souls extracted and their essences refined, doomed to never attain rebirth. As Elder Shun's words echoed, several guards advanced, ruthlessly shattering Guitao's dantian and forcibly escorting him away. No, Elder Shun, I beg you, do not send me to the prison hall. Yin, you are untrustworthy and will meet a wretched end. Guitao's voice faded into the distance until it was no longer audible. After Guitao's departure, Elder Shin ordered, bring Ji-in back to his cave dwelling. Until matters have been thoroughly investigated, Ji-in must not step outside even a single pace. Having said this, Elder Shin swiftly left the alchemy hall and proceeded to the sect's main hall. The Yin family was the only clan daring enough to betray the Corpse Demon sect in recent years, and Elder Shin deemed it necessary to set an example. Issuing a warning to the subordinate families of the Corpse Demon sect, Song Wen was brought back to his cave dwelling, where he did not feel resentment toward his confinement. Rather, he found it somewhat agreeable. After all, the Yin family had yet to be eradicated, leaving him in danger. Perhaps there were still spies from the Yin family lurking within the Corpse Demon sect. He considered it as having someone provide free protection for him. Once back in his cave, Song Wen assessed the gains and losses from this venture. His supply of talismans had been nearly depleted, but he had acquired 2,000 spirit stones from Guitao, which would soon replenish his talisman stock. The corpse puppet he had painstakingly refined was severely damaged in its first outing, but with some spirit stones to purchase materials, it could be restored quickly. The flying boat was an unexpected delight, and he needed to refine it as soon as possible for greater convenience in future travels. Among the 6 individuals from Yin Feng's group, their collective storage bags contained over 2,000 spirit stones, nearly 100 common talismans such as hastening and flying charms, although most of these were the less valuable fireball talismans. Chapter 71. The body of 10,000 poisons. There were also numerous medicinal pills, totaling 12 bottles. Perhaps due to the Yin family's long-standing residence in the poisonous marshes, where venomous insects and beasts were prevalent, half of these pills were detoxifying and healing elixirs. Among them were 2 bottles of qi gathering pills, totaling 20 pills, and 1 bottle of vitality restoration pills containing 10 pills. From one of the storage bags, Song Wen obtained a particularly unique pill called the poison refinement pill, which he had never heard of before and was uncertain of its purpose. Song Wen also acquired 2 sets of cultivation methods, one named mystical poison scripture, which was the Yin family's primary poison technique, a qi cultivation method. Though it only contained content for the qi refining stage, Song Wen had no intention of cultivating the mystical poison scripture. Although the Corpse King blood refinement technique given to him by Sure Shou might harbor certain risks, he did not plan to switch to another cultivation method. His physical body could devour essence blood, and a body refinement technique was more suited to his needs. As for the potential risks left behind by Sure Shou, Song Wen could not yet speculate what they might be, but some matters were unavoidable. Regardless of whether he cultivated the Corpse King blood refinement technique, Sure Shou would undoubtedly seek him out. Thus, it was better to seize every moment to cultivate. Only through strengthening his power could he confront the unknown dangers. The mystical poison scripture had a complete set of qi refining stage techniques, which Song Wen found unimpressive. Yet it would surely attract the attention of rogue cultivators in the market. He intended to sell it for spirit stones. The other cultivation method, body of 10,000 poisons, was not a qi cultivation method but rather a secret technique for body refinement. It was a method that utilized various toxic substances to strengthen the body. This body of 10,000 poisons intrigued Song Wen. According to its outline, the technique could not only significantly enhance a practitioner's physique, but also grant immunity to most poisons. Upon reaching a high level of mastery, one could achieve the legendary state of being immune to all toxins. However, Song Wen felt the claims were somewhat exaggerated. Given the vast array of poisons in the cultivation world, what truly captivated Song Wen was the technique's immunity to toxins. Once cultivated to a certain level, immunity to most poisons would be a significant boon. The poison refinement pill was a unique concoction of the Yin family, intended for the cultivation of body of 10,000 poisons. However, consuming the poison refinement pill was not a strict requirement for practicing body of 10,000 poisons. Other toxic substances could serve as substitutes. The body of 10,000 poisons and the poison refinement pill were discovered in the same storage bag, which also contained a jade slip recording insights on practicing the technique. At this moment, Song Wen finally understood why Yin Feng's speed was significantly faster than that of ordinary practitioners, and how he could withstand a strike from the Thunderbolt Talisman without dying. Yin Feng's innate talent for cultivation was mediocre, but his progress in body of 10,000 poisons was remarkably smooth, greatly enhancing his physique compared to ordinary cultivators, resulting in superior speed and defense. The green cauldron he had conjured before his demise was also an extraordinary manifestation of his successful practice of body of 10,000 poisons. In addition, the 6 storage bags yielded 9 magical artifacts, though these artifacts required the use of poison techniques to maximize their effectiveness. Song Wen selected a set of mid-tier mother and child poison needles, intending to sell the rest. This set of mother and child poison needles consisted of 6 mother needles, each about half a foot long. Each mother needle concealed 10 fine child needles, which could be controlled through mental energy to burst forth at any moment during combat. When launched from a close distance, the sudden release of the child needles was nearly impossible to defend against, making it an excellent weapon for covert attacks. As Song Wen had not cultivated poison techniques, to unleash the full lethality of the mother and child poison needles, he would need to apply highly toxic substances to the needles, the more poisonous the better. 3 days later, the Corpse Demon sect issued an announcement. The Yin family had colluded with the 9 Palaces sect, betraying the Corpse Demon sect. The entire clan, totaling 272 members, from newborns to elderly, was exterminated, including mortals without spiritual roots and the Yin family's foundational ancestors, such as the fully qi refining patriarch Yin Jingping. The news of the Yin family's annihilation shocked the various forces and countless cultivators throughout the entire Tuatsang mountain range. The astonishment stemmed not from the downfall of a mere foundational family, but from the audacity of the 9 Palaces sect to meddle in the affairs of the Corpse Demon sect. The 9 Palaces sect was a righteous sect, its influence extending beyond the Tuatsang mountain range. The Tuatsang mountain range was a haven for demonic and malevolent forces, and the 9 Palaces sect's overt involvement in the affairs of the Corpse Demon sect hinted at the possibility of igniting a righteous versus evil conflict. Corpse Demon Mountain, home to the Corpse Demon sect, was located on the periphery of the Tuatsang mountain range, in close proximity to various righteous sections. During past righteous-evil conflicts, this area often became the frontline battleground. The rumors of a righteous evil war stirred only mild reactions within the corpse demon sect, yet they spread fervently among rogue cultivators. Most rogue cultivators were not particularly powerful and constituted the lower strata of the cultivation world, often acting independently and finding it difficult to form a formidable fighting force. When a righteous evil war erupted, rogue cultivators either sought refuge in remote locations or were coerced by sects to become cannon fodder on the front lines. After the news of the Yin family's extermination spread, Song Wen's confinement was lifted, and he promptly sought out Elder Shun in the alchemy chamber. From Elder Shun, Song Wen learned that the Yin family had been nearly wiped out, for no one understood the principle of eradicating the roots better than the forces of darkness. However, there were still some who had escaped. The most talented member of the Yin family, Yin Yuan, had managed to flee. At this moment, she had likely joined the Nine Palaces sect and become an inner disciple. Upon hearing this news, Song Wen felt a deep sense of unease. The survival of Yin Yuan meant that a significant threat remained. The Yin family's betrayal of the corpse demon sect had been reported by Song Wen himself. If one day Yin Yuan succeeded in her cultivation and sought revenge for her family, the first target would undoubtedly be the corpse demon sect, followed closely by Song Wen himself. However, those were concerns for another day, as Yin Yuan currently posed no immediate threat to him. Not all news received from Elder Shun was unfavorable. A venerable ancestor of the corpse demon sect, using the blood essence of the elder Yin Tiangong of the Yin family as a catalyst, employed a secret blood technique to identify and eliminate all individuals within the corpse demon sect who bore the Yin bloodline. This was undoubtedly good news for Song Wen, for it meant he no longer had to worry about remnants of the Yin family stealthily ambushing him from within the sect. From Elder Shin, Song Wen also learned the reason behind the Yin family's reckless alliance with the Jiugong sect, despite the risk of extermination. With Yin Tiangong aging and the Yin family unable to produce a new foundation establishment powerhouse, they were compelled to take desperate measures, using the seven-colored grass as a bargaining chip to exchange for cultivation resources and foundation establishment pills from the Jiugong sect. Once the elder passed away, the Yin family, devoid of a foundation establishment expert, would inevitably lose their hold over the toxic marsh, eventually being supplanted by other foundation establishment families under the corpse demon sect. Furthermore, those who previously harbored grievances against the Yin family, as well as opportunists, would surely descend upon them. It was only a matter of time before the Yin family's downfall. As Elder Shin departed, he bestowed upon Song Wen 500 spirit stones as a reward for his contributions to the sect. After leaving Elder Shin, Song Wen took advantage of the remaining daylight to head to the market. He sold his surplus magical artifacts, the Xian Poison Classic, and 8 unnecessary storage bags to a shop, netting a total of 650 spirit stones. The 8 artifacts fetched 850 spirit stones. The 8 storage bags brought in 200 spirit stones, and the Xian Poison Classic was sold for 600 spirit stones. Additionally, Song Wen entered into a sole contract with the shop regarding the Xian Poison Classic, stipulating that he could not disseminate it except to his closest relatives or for personal cultivation. Although the shop's buyback price was modest, it spared Song Wen considerable hassle. At this juncture, he possessed over 6,000 spirit stones, a substantial fortune for a qi refinement practitioner. With such an ample sum, Song Wen naturally sought to procure various cultivation resources. After perusing the market, he acquired the necessary qi gathering pills and the essence of corpse energy. He also purchased silver bright stones, purple moon flowers, and green spirit grasses, essential for nurturing insect poisons. This outing proved highly beneficial for the insect poison, further solidifying Song Wen's resolve to cultivate it until he could one day create a sacred armor comparable to a foundation establishment practitioner, as longed for by the elderly woman. He also procured several toxic spiritual herbs. From the jade slips obtained from Yin Feng's storage bag, he learned that the 10,000 poisons mixed yuan body could be categorized into 4 realms: initiation, proficiency, minor success, and major success. Yin Feng had reached a proficient level, enabling him to directly ingest poisons to temper his body. As a novice still in the initial stage, Song Wen's best method of practicing the 10,000 poisons mixed yuan body was to soak in toxic herbal baths. He also purchased a black iron coffin for his medicinal baths. Initially, he intended to buy a bathing tub or a bronze furnace, but either the materials did not meet the required standards or the prices were exorbitant. Ultimately, he settled for the most commonplace coffin in the market, which was suitable for both corpse nurturing and cultivation, given that the corpse demon sect was a sect devoted to corpse arts. Song Wen had hoped to acquire emergency life-saving items, but he came away empty-handed. His previous luck in obtaining a thunder talisman had been exceptional. as such life-saving items were typically hoarded by every practitioner and seldom traded. After purchasing various materials for corpse cultivation, he returned to his cave abode, having spent over 600 spirit stones, sufficient for a period of cultivation. The severely damaged corpse puppet required reforging, and since its current power was somewhat inadequate for him, with ample spirit stones at his disposal, he aimed to enhance its strength. Upon returning to his abode, Song Wen placed the corpse puppet inside the large red coffin for nurturing. He then added yellow earth, nether grass, and corpse energy, among other refining materials, pouring in the blood essence stolen from the corpse cave, and began to employ the corpse refining technique to temper the puppet. Before long, the large red coffin was enveloped in a thick black corpse energy, which gradually intensified until it completely shrouded the puppet. As the broken body absorbed the corpse energy, it began to mend itself. An hour later, the physical body of the corpse puppet was restored, and Song Wen ceased his incantation. While the puppet's body had been repaired, its aura had yet to return to its peak state. The process of refining and cultivating a corpse, much like cultivation itself, could not be rushed. It required prolonged nurturing and repeated refinements. Song Wen closed the coffin lid, allowing the corpse puppet to recuperate within. Next, he retrieved the black iron coffin, filled it with clean water, and followed the formula from Yin Feng's jade slip, adding various toxic spiritual herbs. He excavated a hole in the ground beneath the black coffin, placed wood inside, lit a fire, and commenced the preparation of the medicinal bath. After a quarter of an hour, the concoction within the coffin began to boil vigorously, bubbles bursting in succession, releasing faintly toxic vapors that filled the cave. At this point, the medicinal brew was considered to be in its initial stages of preparation. Extinguishing the flames, Song Wen shed his garments and plunged into the black coffin. The scalding liquid caused him to gasp in shock. His previously pale skin turned crimson, as if he were being cooked alive. Gritting his teeth and taking a deep breath, he submerged himself fully in the coffin, the pale green liquid gradually engulfing him. The toxins within the liquid, combined with the high temperature, began to corrode his flesh, leaving tiny bloody openings across his skin as the toxins infiltrated his body. Enduring immense pain, Song Wen fought to maintain his consciousness, channeling his energy according to the 10,000 poisons mixed yuan body, allowing his energy to guide the invading toxins along the prescribed pathways within his body, gradually fortifying his physique. After several minutes of excruciating torment, Song Wen could no longer hold himself back and emerged gasping for air, letting out a pained cry. Yet, he did not relent. After catching his breath, he submerged himself once more into the medicinal liquid. Half an hour later, the pale green liquid in the black coffin had cleared, the temperature having cooled. Emerging from the coffin, his body was marred by countless thin wounds, reminiscent of someone who had just undergone a brutal execution, an alarming sight indeed. He glanced at the residual liquid in the coffin, now devoid of its medicinal properties, and felt a shiver of trepidation. No wonder body-refining practitioners were so scarce in the cultivation world. The process was excessively painful, bordering on self-mutilation. Previously, while practicing the Corpse King blood refinement technique, he had already found it torturous, but when compared to the 10,000 poisons mixed yuan body, the former's pain seemed trivial. The most agonizing aspect of body cultivation was the ingestion of rare materials or external blood essences, absorbing their essence to temper one's internal organs and marrow, thereby augmenting one's vitality. In contrast, Song Wen consumed others' blood essence to directly enhance his vitality, thereby benefiting his physical form, which naturally entailed significantly less suffering. Having just undergone such excruciating pain, he resolved that he could not practice the 10,000 poisons mixed yuan body again that day. Balance is essential in the path of cultivation. Should he disregard his physical limits and continue refining the 10,000 poisons mixed yuan body, he risked potential bodily collapse. Simultaneously, he reflected on the fact that not everyone possessed the means to endure such body cultivation. The herbs consumed during his medicinal bath had cost a total of 8 spirit stones, equivalent to the monthly stipend of some outer disciples. After taking a healing pill, Song Wen began to circulate the Corpse King blood refinement technique to recuperate, adjusting his state while expediting the healing of his wounds. The night passed swiftly in cultivation. By the next morning, at the hour of the dragon, Song Wen arrived punctually at the corpse dissection cave. With the sex task completed and his confinement lifted, he needed to return to the cave to undertake his daily dissection duties. Upon seeing Song Wen, who had been absent for several days, Yuan Chung did not inquire further, but simply handed him over 100 corpses before turning away. Chapter 73. The cost of practicing Corpse King blood refinement time slipped by unnoticed, and in the blink of an eye, a year and a half had passed. Although Song Wen was no longer the slowest among the corpse dissectors, he still retained the habit of arriving early at the dissection cave. Today, he dissected his first corpse, that of a young female cultivator in the Qi refinement stage. As he peeled away her garments, revealing her long, delicate body, an overwhelming bloodlust surged within him, akin to a beast tearing into its prey. His skin gradually darkened to a shade reminiscent of iron gray, his fingernails elongated into sharp talons, and two fangs began to emerge from the corners of his mouth. The dense, heavy aura of death permeated his senses. In an instant, Song Wen transformed into an embodiment of a century-old corpse. His eyes began to roll back, devoid of human reason, replaced only by the madness of primal instincts. Suddenly, he bent down and bit into the female corpse. His unusual behavior drew the attention of other dissectors, who turned to observe him with indifference, pity, or a flicker of curiosity. Perhaps sensing their gaze, the deranged Song Wen raised his head and let out a roar towards the heavens. His actions resembled a beast guarding its kill. Among the onlookers, one particularly rotund and grotesque female dissector's eyes sparkled with excitement. She murmured to herself, astonished that the usually meek and submissive Ji-in could exhibit such wild and aggressive behavior, evoking an involuntary thrill within her. This female dissector, as ugly as a sow, suddenly flushed with excitement, her expression transforming into one of fervor as she bared her yellowed teeth and shouted, "Ji-in, continue." "Oh!" Her voice resonated like thunder in Song Wen's ears, the force of it nearly causing him pain. Like an enraged beast, his breathing turned heavy, as if he might lash out at any moment. Just as the other dissectors braced themselves for a spectacle, Song Wen's eyes suddenly regained clarity, his senses returning as the phenomenon of corpse transformation receded. Many dissectors shook their heads in disappointment, realizing the show was over. The work of dissecting corpses was monotonous and oppressive, and the occasional madness exhibited by dissectors was a rare source of entertainment. However, they speculated that Song Wen would not last long. Should he fall into madness again, he might not regain his senses a second time. As he observed the departing dissectors, he noticed the distinct figure of the rotund female dissector, who threw him a sultry glance that was more terrifying than alluring. Startled, Song Wen shuddered and turned away, resuming his task with a mind preoccupied not with the dissection, but with the looming issue of his own corporeal transformation. All present, including Yuan Cheng, believed he had succumbed to the madness caused by the tainted atmosphere of the dissection chamber. Yet, Song Wen understood the truth. His plight stemmed not from the chamber itself, but from the cultivation techniques he practiced. The recent episode was a consequence of the Corpse King blood refinement technique, not merely the result of mental corruption. Long-term exposure to the overwhelming aura of death had enhanced his physical form, but had also led to excessive corpse-like transformation, a price to be paid for practicing dark arts. This was not the first time he had experienced such a transformation, but in previous instances, he had managed to regain control thanks to his formidable mental fortitude. However, this time, influenced by the female corpse, his bloodlust had spiraled out of control. The side effects of such techniques were a common trait of dark cultivation, presenting bizarre symptoms alongside rapid enhancement of one's abilities. The repercussions of the Corpse King blood refinement technique seemed to manifest far too early. Facing corporeal transformation before even reaching the later stages of Qi refinement was a daunting prospect, casting doubt on the wisdom of pursuing such a path. Song Wen pondered the intentions of Shi Shou, who had imparted this technique to him, suspecting ulterior motives. Though he harbored resentment, he recognized that he had no alternatives and thus felt no regret. His immediate goal was to find a solution to the issue of his transformation. He surmised that the Corpse King blood refinement technique had likely been altered, omitting crucial methods to counteract the transformation. From the first signs of his transformation, Song Wen sought ways to remedy it. The root cause lay in his excessive absorption of the aura of death while practicing the technique. To resolve this, he needed to harmonize the deathly energies within him. Through extensive inquiries and considerable expenditure of spiritual stones, he learned from Chun Yi, via Zhang Xiaofan's Golden Core Stage Master, that a rare herb known as empty cicada wood could harmonize the aura of death. However, this remedy would only address the symptoms, not the underlying issue, which necessitated a re-evaluation of the technique itself. Given Song Wen's current abilities, seeking a complete version of the Corpse King blood refinement technique from Shi Shou seemed unrealistic. Thus, he resolved to first procure the empty cicada wood to tackle the immediate dilemma, leaving the pursuit of the complete technique for a later time. This rare herb grew merely an inch every 100 years, and with his current condition, he required a specimen aged over 300 years. Song Wen scoured the marketplace, but found no trace of the empty cicada wood. He recalled having seen it at an auction hosted by the corpse demon sect several months prior, where a specimen aged 400 years had been sold for a staggering 2,300 spiritual stones. After much deliberation, he ultimately lacked the courage to contest a foundational elder for the prized herb. He knew that even if he succeeded in bidding, he would be unable to retain it. Once outside the auction house, even in the marketplace where violence was prohibited, a foundational cultivator could easily eliminate him without anyone noticing. 3 hours later, Song Wen completed the dissection. His ability to continue despite his mental turmoil stemmed from the knowledge that the transformation had already consumed part of the deathly energy within him. A subsequent transformation would require time for his energy to recover, which would take approximately half a month if he refrained from actively refining the aura of death. Chapter 74. The ancient battlefield of justice and evil today marked the day for monthly salaries, and after handing over the disassembled corpse to Yuan Sheng, Song Wen received his 30 spiritual stones. Over the past year and a half, he had not dared to relax in his cultivation. 2 months prior, he had successfully advanced to the 6th layer of qi refinement. Since then, his corporeal transformation had intensified. After reaching this new level, he had managed to suppress his external aura to that of the 4th layer, achieving mid-stage advancement in just over 2.5 years, a commendable feat among the outer disciples of the corpse demon sect. If fortune smiled upon him, he might break through to the later stages within 6 years and ascend to inner disciple status. With his advancement to mid-stage qi refinement, his monthly allowance increased by 10 spiritual stones. As he departed the dissection chamber, he requested a month's leave from Yuan Sheng, needing time to address the issue of his transformation. Yuan Sheng readily granted his request, though internally, he doubted that Song Wen would return to the corpse demon cave alive after a month. In the past, those deranged corpse manipulators within the corpse dissection pit, when faced with the brink of mental collapse, often chose to venture out in search of opportunities. However, the number of those who returned alive and resolved their mental afflictions was exceedingly rare. Many perished amidst the myriad dangers encountered in their quest for fortune, while others succumbed entirely to madness, becoming mere shells of their former selves. Some were even slain by their closest kin or fellow disciples, becoming the stepping stones for others' fortunes. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Song Wen disguised himself and gathered a few belongings before heading straight to the market. On his way, he sought an isolated corner, where he removed the concealment of his cultivation aura, revealing his 6th layer qi refining presence. At that moment, he had transformed into a pale-faced young wanderer. After scrutinizing his appearance, he felt it still lacked security. He then donned a cloak to shroud himself completely and affixed a mask resembling a demon with red eyebrows and fangs, nodding in satisfaction. Upon reaching the marketplace, Song Wen entered an inn, traversed the bustling hall, and arrived at a thatched cottage in the inn's courtyard. After presenting a wooden token to the guard at the cottage's entrance, he was granted passage. Inside the cottage, he was met with a narrow staircase leading underground. Descending the stairs for several dozen meters, he finally emerged into a spacious underground hall, spanning several acres, with numerous small caves scattered around its periphery. Within the hall, many cultivators mingled, including both wanderers and disciples of the corpse demon sect. Most concealed their identities. Even with Song Wen's cloak and mask, he appeared entirely unremarkable in this setting. This was an underground ghost market established by a certain golden core ancestor of the corpse demon sect. Here, cultivators could trade for the resources they desired and acquire various pieces of information. However, the authenticity of goods and information in this direct trading market could not be guaranteed, leaving their validation entirely to the discretion of the cultivators. At the center of the hall, a circular counter housed several elderly men who managed the market, facilitating transactions and the exchange of information akin to brokers in the mundane world. As Song Wen approached one of the elders, he presented the wooden token once more. After the elder examined the carved numbers, he exited the counter and led Song Wen to one of the caves at the hall's edge. Over a month prior, through the introduction of the vendor Su Shixiao, Song Wen had gained entry to this underground ghost market. He had spent 100 spirit stones to purchase intelligence regarding the elusive Kongshan wood. According to the information, a cultivator had spotted traces of Kongshan wood in an underground cavern at the ancient battlefield of righteous and evil forces. Yet no one had succeeded in retrieving it due to the formidable vengeful spirits that guarded it. The ancient battlefield was said to be the site of a cataclysmic struggle between righteous and evil cultivators millennia ago, where the latter, in a desperate bid to turn the tide, sacrificed countless mortals in a bloody ritual, resulting in the slaughter of many righteous cultivators. Millennia later, the details of that conflict were shrouded in mystery, but the countless bones buried within the battlefield, the wandering souls, and the ever-present aura of death and malevolence attested to the ferocity of that battle. Though fraught with peril, the ancient battlefield concealed numerous treasures and secrets. Occasionally, cultivators unearthed fragments of powerful artifacts left behind from the battle or discovered lost cultivation techniques. The caverns within the ancient battlefield also housed unique spiritual herbs drawing many cultivators, primarily those in the chi refining stage, to seek their fortunes. However, the site had long been scoured by previous adventurers, and any truly powerful artifacts or techniques had likely been claimed long ago, leaving behind only those deemed undesirable. Song Wen's objective was to join an expedition to the cavern in pursuit of Conchan wood. This was the reason he fully revealed his cultivation level. His prowess was not particularly high, and concealing it could lead to underestimation by the ruthless individuals he would encounter, potentially inviting unnecessary trouble. The elder led Song Wen to the cave entrance before turning to leave. Alone, Song Wen stepped into the cavern. Inside, he found 3 men and 1 woman already present. Upon seeing Song Wen's arrival, a middle-aged man with a dense aura of ghostly energy spoke. "Are you the one with the flying boat?" Song Wen nodded in silence. Receiving confirmation, the middle-aged man continued. "Well then, everyone is here. Let us introduce ourselves." At that moment, a burly man fixated on Song Wen, speaking with a rather unfriendly tone. "Wait, I, Niu Ding, never travel with those who hide their identities. Such people are the most treacherous." Song Wen's lips twitched at this remark, silently acknowledging the accuracy of Niu Ding's judgment. He promptly removed his mask and cloak, revealing his pale visage. Seeing this cooperation, Niu Ding's displeasure dissipated, and he introduced himself. "I am Niu Ding, 7th layer of Qi refining." The middle-aged man then introduced himself. "Xian Yi, 7th layer of Qi refining." Song Wen stated, "Guitao, 6th layer of Qi refining." Without hesitation, he spoke the alias Guitao. Indeed, others might not be using their real names either. For how many demonic cultivators would reveal their true identities? At this moment, only 1 man and 1 woman had yet to introduce themselves. Unlike the others, who purposely kept their distance, these 2 stood close, evidently familiar and trusting of one another. The man had an ordinary appearance, easily lost in a crowd, while the woman was slender and striking, exuding an air of mature allure, yet her expression was cold, as though she rejected all approaches. The man glanced at the woman, noticing her silence, and spoke. "I am Lao Chun, 6th layer of Qi refining." He gestured towards the woman. "This is my senior sister, Z, 7th layer of Qi refining." Upon the completion of introductions, Xian Yi addressed the group. "Our journey to the ancient battlefield is fraught with danger. Before we depart, I hope everyone can be forthright about their objectives. If our goals do not conflict, that would be ideal. If they do, we may need to reorganize." Xian Yi implied that if none of the 5 had conflicting interests, they could journey together. However, if their sought-after treasures were the same and limited in quantity, conflict was inevitable. Clearly, Xian Yi possessed ample experience in forming expedition teams, proceeding with caution to minimize potential disputes. He continued, to demonstrate sincerity, "I will go first. My purpose in venturing into the ancient battlefield's caverns is to seek out the snake scale fruit. The snake scale fruit, resembling snake scales on its exterior, aids Qi refining cultivators in breaking through their bottlenecks upon first consumption, but subsequent uses yield no benefits." Xian Ye's willingness to delve into the ancient battlefield for this fruit indicated he was likely facing a long-standing cultivation bottleneck. Vuan Ye elaborated. "There are numerous snake scale fruits in the caverns. If any of you require them, we might collaborate to procure some and share the spoils." The ancient battlefield's caverns were a labyrinth of passages. This temporary team was not obligated to risk themselves for others' goals. Upon reaching the caverns, if objectives diverged, they could easily part ways. This was also why Song Wen sought companions. The myriad passageways and obscured paths within the caverns, devoid of any reference points, pose a significant risk of getting lost, especially without a knowledgeable guide. The area where the snake scale fruits grew would undoubtedly be guarded by numerous snake-like demonic beasts, making their collection a formidable task. Thus, Xian Yi hoped to have allies to share the risks in obtaining the fruits once they reached the caverns. The voice of Niu Ding resonated with a sense of urgency as he declared that his journey was solely to retrieve his elder brother's remains. According to the survivor who had accompanied his brother, he had perished not far from the serpent's cave. Xian Yi continued, "We can journey together when the time comes." Upon hearing this, Xian Ye's eyes sparkled with interest, responding affirmatively. Song Wen cast a curious glance at Niu Ding, pondering that if his words held any truth, he might be a worthy ally. The willingness to risk oneself for the retrieval of a brother's corpse suggested he was not a nefarious character. Yet, doubts lingered. Was his intent genuine, or was he after some treasure that lay with the corpse? My purpose is to acquire the empty cicada wood, Song Wen stated candidly, feeling no need to conceal his motive. The rumors of such wood existing within the subterranean caverns of the ancient battlefield were common knowledge. Xianyi took the cue, noting, "The empty cicada wood lies deep within the cave, where dangers abound. It may not be easily obtained." Song Wen nodded in acknowledgement, expressing gratitude for the warning. At that moment, Lao Chun interjected, "My senior sister and I seek a sprig of Forsythia suspensa. My master, who is also my sister's father, has been afflicted by a copper corpse poison and urgently requires Forsythia for its antidote." The copper corpse was a zombie of formidable strength, comparable to a foundation-building cultivator. Xianyi hesitated, acknowledging the perilous nature of the location where Forsythia grew, which was even deeper than that of the empty cicada wood. "Even if the five of us venture forth together, reaching it safely might be a challenge," he remarked, subtly implying that they should not expect aid from others to undertake such a dangerous endeavor. Z, who had remained silent thus far, coolly addressed the group, stating, "If any of you are willing to assist, I shall compensate each with 500 spirit stones, regardless of success. Should we succeed, an additional 500 shall be granted." This proposal garnered the attention of the others. Excluding Lao Chun, there were 3 individuals. If they all agreed to join, Z would need to part with 1,500 spirit stones. If they were to procure the Forsythia, the total would rise to 3,000 spirit stones, an amount sufficient to purchase a sprig outright. Understanding the curiosity of the 3, Z elaborated, "My father is gravely poisoned and requires Forsythia, which is currently unavailable in the market, compelling us to take this risk." The 3 nodded in agreement, particularly Song Wen, who found himself in a similar predicament. He lacked the spirit stones necessary to purchase the empty cicada wood, but given sufficient time, he could post a high-paying task in the black market. Yet, time was of the essence, and he had to choose the path of danger. Z's revelation of possessing a significant amount of spirit stones raised suspicions. Was she not concerned about potential treachery along the way? Or did she possess some form of assurance that rendered her fearless? Or perhaps she lacked sufficient spirit stones altogether and sought to lure others into peril. As their goals were distinct and non-conflicting, they resolved to hasten their departure. Z urged Song Wen to expedite their journey, as he was the only one among them capable of piloting a flying vessel. Given that Song Wen's cultivation was the weakest, his inclusion in their party was primarily due to his possession of the vessel, which could significantly reduce travel time and mitigate the risks of traversing the ancient battlefield. Prepared for this expedition for several days, Song Wen nodded in affirmation, stating, "I am ready to depart at any moment." Aware of the immense dangers lurking within the ancient battlefield, not only from the treacherous landscape, but also from potential thieves and bandits, Song Wen had spared no expense in acquiring protective items. After all, there is no greater tragedy than losing one's life before exhausting all spirit stones. He donned a high-grade soft armor, which cost him 1,800 spirit stones, a price that could have bought 2 or 3 equivalent offensive artifacts. Although his current magical prowess was insufficient for prolonged use of the armor, he could manage short bursts in times of crisis. Unlike the Ghost Head shield, which required spiritual energy to activate its defenses, the purple scale armor possessed inherent protective qualities, even without active energy. Additionally, he had procured 5 first-grade defensive talismans. The Diamond Talisman, alongside his training in the 10,000 Poisons fusion body and the formidable physique gained from Corpse King blood refinement, he felt confident that he could withstand a full-force strike from a 9th-layer Chi cultivator. For offensive capabilities, he had acquired a mid-grade artifact, the soul-piercing spike, and had coated his mother and child poison needles with the lethal fire-burning heaven toxin. Over the past 2 months of diligent nurturing, his population of black-bellied beetle goo had grown to over 60, consuming nearly 100 spirit stones daily to sustain them. Disappointingly, there had been no new mutations in over a year, but 9 of the beetles had matured to the 5th layer of Chi cultivation. As they approached the ancient battlefield, Song Wen was profoundly struck by the sight before him. The landscape stretched for miles, a vivid crimson hue reminiscent of blood spilled eons ago, seemingly refusing to fade. The ground bore no trace of greenery, only the decaying white bones littered about, gnarled trees jutting from the earth, and the remnants of human structures. A sense of desolation, decay, and a heavy atmosphere of ghostly and cadaverous energy enveloped the land, transforming it into a scene that felt more akin to a hellish realm than a place of the living. After a moment of stunned silence, Song Wen addressed Xianyi. How shall we proceed? Through their recent interactions, Song Wen had learned that Xianyi had previously visited the ancient battlefield 3 times, while Niu Ding had come once. Lao Chun and Zi, akin to Song Wen, were venturing into this ominous territory for the first time. Upon entering the unfamiliar and perilous territory, it is only prudent to heed the guidance of those well acquainted with the locale. Xianyi pointed to a specific area of the ancient battlefield and remarked, "The cavern we seek lies approximately 400 miles to the southwest. Traveling by flying vessel will take about an hour and a half. As the sun has already begun its descent, we are likely to arrive at the cavern near dusk. During the night, the spirits and ghouls that haunt this ancient battleground become increasingly active, heightening the dangers we face. Therefore, I propose we rest here and set forth at dawn." The group exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, though only Zi appeared somewhat displeased, casting a faintly resentful gaze toward Song Wen. She felt that had Song Wen chosen to fly a bit longer in the preceding days, they would have entered the cavern by now, thus avoiding the waste of a day. A night passed in silence. At the break of dawn, as the first light illuminated the sky, the group boarded their flying vessel and departed. Soaring above the desolate battlefield, even under the brilliant sunlight, the ground below revealed the occasional sight of wandering corpses and spectral beings. Although they shunned the righteous aura that sunlight brings, the morning rays seemed to have little effect on them, as they continued to roam the ancient and desolate earth, akin to famished beasts searching for sustenance. Fortunately, the altitude of the flying vessel went unnoticed by the entities below. The wandering corpses could not fly, and thus posed no threat, while the spectral beings, capable of floating, might entangle the group should they descend too low. After more than an hour of flight, the vessel arrived above the gaping mouth of a cavern, a vast and unfathomable abyss exuding a chilling wind. The cavern resembled a colossal beast lying in wait, its mouth agape as if to swallow any living creature daring enough to approach, instilling a sense of trepidation. "Let us proceed," Xianyi declared, leaping from the vessel, followed promptly by the others. Upon landing, Song Wen was immediately struck by the peculiar atmosphere of the ancient battlefield. The dense scent of decay seemed to invade his being, exacerbating the already present threat of his own corporeal transformation into a corpse. Moreover, the air was thick with lingering souls. Although their density paled in comparison to that of the decay cavern, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. In mere moments, several fragments of souls had been absorbed into Song Wen's physical form, enriching his consciousness. This was fortuitous for him, as it accelerated his mental recovery far beyond that of an ordinary individual. Xianyi activated his flight technique and leaped into the cavern, gracefully descending deeper within. The remaining 4 followed suit, entering the cavern. After descending for over 100 meters, they finally reached the cavern floor, where darkness enveloped them, devoid of any light. As cultivators, all 5 possessed the ability to utilize their mental faculties to navigate their surroundings. Thus, the darkness posed little hindrance, merely causing a discomforting adjustment. Suddenly, a fist-sized orb materialized in Xianyi's hand, emitting a soft white glow. The orb ascended, hovering about a meter above him, casting light over a radius of several dozen meters. This was a common illuminating stone used by cultivators, capable of radiating light for extended periods with minimal spiritual energy input. Let us proceed together along this path. As our goals may diverge later, we should support one another for now, Xianyi stated, leading the way deeper into the cavern. Song Wen followed closely, appreciating Xianyi's efforts to unify their makeshift team, as he was well-versed in the terrain, making it a wise choice to accompany him. Chapter 77. Xianyi's invitation. The cavern twisted and turned, strewn with jagged rocks, necessitating constant vigilance for potential threats lurking in the shadows. As they advanced, Song Wen suddenly felt a jolt in his chest and furrowed his brow. However, in the blink of an eye, he relaxed and continued forward, unnoticed by the others. His insect familiar, released earlier, had detected the presence of wandering corpses approximately 500 meters ahead. Fortunately, the information relayed indicated that only a dozen or so corpses awaited them, their strength comparable to that of cultivators at the mid-stage of qi refinement. While their corpse poison posed some trouble, it would have little effect on a practitioner of the corpse path like Song Wen. Upon entering the underground cavern, Song Wen found his insect familiar to be exceptionally effective here. Naturally adept at concealment, it thrived amidst the pervasive decay and ghostly energies, rendering it nearly undetectable. The dense atmosphere masked its presence, allowing it to navigate the darkness with ease. As the group advanced nearly 400 meters, Xianyi finally detected the corpses. "Be cautious. There are wandering corpses ahead," he warned. Yet, It was unnecessary as Niu Ding and Zi, both at the 7th level of Qi refinement, had also sensed the impending danger. Let us be swift and decisive, avoiding any large-scale spells that might draw the attention of other corpses or spirits, Xianyi advised. Without further ado, a fearsome ghost, akin to someone at the 6th level of Qi refinement, materialized before him, standing over 2 meters tall and clad in tattered armor, wielding a long blade as if it were a veteran of the battlefield. Lao Chun and Zi each brandished a broken blade, preparing for close combat. Niu Ding exhaled a couple of heavy breaths, his muscles visibly swelling as he advanced unarmed, clearly a rare practitioner of body cultivation like Song Wen. Song Wen discreetly positioned himself behind his corpse puppet, fully obscuring his form. For precautionary measures, he had summoned the puppet upon entering the cavern. The formidable ghost charged into the throng of wandering corpses, effortlessly cleaving one in two, dark ichor spilling forth. Niu Ding, relying on brute force, swiftly approached a corpse and struck its head with a tremendous blow, causing it to explode, leaving its lower half lifeless on the ground. Lao Chun and Zi, clearly trained in the same discipline, exhibited agility in their movements, darting into the fray like two sleek leopards, their daggers striking true at the most vulnerable points of the corpses. As Song Wen remained concealed behind the puppet, he noted that the majority of the corpses were swiftly dispatched. To avoid arousing suspicion among his companions, he directed the puppet to engage one of the few remaining corpses. The wandering corpse, stiff-limbed and significantly weaker than the puppet, posed no challenge. The puppet deftly evaded its grasp and struck, piercing through the corpse's chest. Despite the grievous wound, the corpse did not cease its struggle, clinging to the puppet's shoulders and attempting to bite its face. The puppet retaliated, sinking its teeth into the corpse's neck. This peculiar scene left Song Wen momentarily stunned. After all, they were of the same kind, so why would one corpse antagonize another? While his attention remained on the surrounding corpses to prevent ambushes, he noted that the others were dispatching their foes with remarkable speed. Just as he believed the threat was nearly eradicated, he felt the ground beneath him shift, as if something were about to emerge from the earth. To his astonishment, a wandering corpse burst forth from the soil, rising with a sudden ferocity. On the ground lay a motionless corpse, which Song Wen had previously noticed. He initially thought it to be an ordinary body, as half of it was buried in the earth. The cave was already infused with the foul air of death and decay, making it difficult to discern whether the figure was merely a corpse or a reanimated one. The four individuals who had finished dealing with other undead began to notice the unusual occurrence near Song Wen. Their reactions varied. Xinyi remained indifferent, standing aloof as if merely observing, while Niu Ding, with a warm-hearted intention, attempted to rush to the rescue but seemed somewhat sluggish. Lao Chun aimed to throw his dagger and strike the undead but was halted by Ziyi's icy gaze. In contrast, Song Wen faced the suddenly animated corpse with composure. He bent his knees and lowered his body to evade the creature's sharp-nailed hands, delivering a powerful punch to its jaw. The undead skull shattered like a fragile watermelon, splattering blood and gore everywhere. Aside from Z's disdainful smirk, the others displayed minimal emotional response to Song Wen's effortless dispatching of the creature. Let us move on, Xianyi urged, and they continued their journey. Subsequently, they encountered 2 more waves of the undead and a group of ghosts. Fortunately, the strength and numbers of these foes were manageable, and they dispatched them with ease. It is worth noting that the cave was riddled with numerous forks. Had it not been for Xianyi's guidance, Song Wen feared he might easily stray from the path, even with the rudimentary map he had acquired from the underground ghost market. As they proceeded, Xianyi suddenly approached Song Wen and said, "Brother Guitao, not far ahead is a fork in the path. Niu Ding and I will take the left passage towards the snake cave, while Kong Chan Mu and Lian Xiao Huang will head right." Song Wen regarded Xianyi in silence. Xianyi continued, "I would like to invite you, Brother Guitao, to accompany Niu Ding and me to retrieve the snake scale fruit first, after which I will accompany you to obtain the Kong Chan Mu." "Why me?" Song Wen inquired, puzzled. With his cultivation at the 6th level of Qi refinement, he presumed Xianyi would seek assistance from Zi and the others instead. "If I am not mistaken, Brother Guitao should be a body cultivator. I have made plans to procure the snake scale fruit, but I require the cooperation of a body cultivator. With Niu Ding's assistance, I had a 60% chance of success. With your presence, I would have 80%. Seeing that Song Wen did not immediately agree or refuse, Xianyi switched to a mental transmission, saying, "Brother Guitao, you must consider this carefully. If you insist on pursuing the Kong Chan Mu alone, you will have to go with Zi and the others." Implying a potential conflict between her and Song Wen. Given Song Wen's relatively lower cultivation level, he was left vulnerable without the protection of Niu Ding and Xian Yi, raising concerns that Ziyi might take advantage of the situation. Chapter 78. Diverging paths. Song Wen appeared contemplative. He did not take Ziyi's subtle hostility to heart. Confident that he could handle both her and Lao Chan. Even if he could not defeat them, he was certain he could escape using his blood escape technique. He pondered whether it would be safer to pursue the Kong Chan Mu alone or to have Xian Yi, familiar with the terrain, accompany him. After some deliberation, he decided, "Very well, I will accompany you to retrieve the snake scale fruit first, but you must promise to accompany me to obtain the Kong Chan Mu afterward." Xian Ye's face brightened as he replied, "Rest assured, once we have secured the snake scale fruit, I will accompany you." Song Wen nodded, accepting the promise, though he did not dwell on whether Xian Yi would keep his word. Should Xian Yi renege, Song Wen had his ways of ensuring compliance. Soon, the five arrived at the fort Xian Yi had mentioned. Upon hearing that Xian Yi, Niu Ding, and Song Wen would take the left path toward the snake cave, Ziyi promptly bid them farewell, stating that her father had been gravely poisoned and she needed to hasten toward Lien Xiaohuang. After Ziyi departed, Xian Yi led Song Wen and Niu Ding down the left passage. As they walked, he inquired, "Niu Ding, could you finally tell us where your brother's body is located?" Throughout their journey, Niu Ding had not disclosed the specific whereabouts of his brother's remains. According to survivors who traveled with my brother, they came to the underground cave to procure the snake scale fruit. However, before reaching the snake cave, they were ambushed by a horde of vengeful spirits, many of whom were comparable in strength to late-stage Qi refinement cultivators. My brother was surrounded and could not escape. Being attacked by vengeful spirits may provide a chance to recover the body, but the likelihood of finding it after an encounter with the undead is exceedingly low. Ghosts feed on souls and the essence of cultivators, while the undead feast on corpses and flesh. If killed by vengeful spirits, one may remain intact. If killed by the undead, there is little hope of a complete body. By the way, how long has it been since your brother's incident? Xian Yi inquired further. "A month," Niu Ding replied. "Has it truly been a full month?" Vuan Ye muset softly. He was not particularly concerned about recovering Niu Ding's brother's body. As long as he accompanied Niu Ding, he would have fulfilled his promise. The final outcome was beyond his control. Xian Yi was more interested in the intelligence revealed in Niu Ding's words. From their earlier discussions, he had learned that Niu Ding's brother possessed cultivation at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Such a formidable individual had fallen to vengeful spirits. If they encountered that group, their situation would likely be dire. A month had passed, and he hoped those wandering vengeful spirits had departed. The three navigated the winding passage for over an hour, and the originally 5-meter-wide passage suddenly expanded into a vast irregular chamber, approximately 100 meters wide, revealing itself before them. The walls of the cave were adorned with hundreds of nests of varying sizes. Niu Ding pointed to a spot 100 meters ahead and suddenly said, "This should be where my brother met his fate." Niu Ding's words caused Song Wen and Xian Yi to tense up, becoming exceedingly cautious, their steps involuntarily halting. The cave was eerily silent, so quiet that Song Wen could hear his own heartbeat and breath. "Let us refrain from speaking. Let us communicate through mental transmissions," Xian Yi suggested, his voice echoing in their minds. "Niu Ding, quickly search for your brother's body, but be cautious not to make too much noise. Those nests give me an unsettling feeling." With a Qi refinement 7th-level cultivator's mental strength, his range of perception typically extended around 100 meters. However, individual differences in innate talent could cause slight variations, unless one had specifically trained their mental capacity, which allowed them to exceed that range significantly. The trio was approximately 200 meters from the cave, well beyond Niu Ding and Xian Ye's mental exploration limits. They could only rely on the light from the luminous stones to vaguely discern the nests on the distant cave wall. Just as Niu Ding was about to cautiously enter the cave to search for his brother's body, Song Wen communicated, "No need to search. In the leftmost position, counting from the bottom up, the 8th nest contains a corpse. There are no other human remains in the other nests." Upon hearing Song Wen's transmission, both Niu Ding and Xian Yi wore expressions of disbelief. The nest was over 200 meters away, and Song Wen only had the cultivation of the 6th level of Qi refinement. Could it be that Song Wen was concealing his true cultivation? Was he a perfected Qi refinement cultivator? Do not overthink it. My mental strength is simply stronger than average, Song Wen explained, noticing their astonishment and wishing to avoid unnecessary complications. Upon hearing Song Wen's clarification, the two did not dwell on it. Niu Ding asked via mental transmission, "Brother Guitao, are you certain?" Song Wen nodded, affirming, "Yes, the corpse is located 10 meters inside the nest's entrance." It is a tall male body, around 7 feet in height, but it has since dehydrated into a desiccated corpse. Niu Ding's expression brightened with joy as he communicated telepathically, convinced that it must indeed be the remains of his elder brother. As he began to rush towards the direction of the lair, Song Wen cautioned him through their mental link. Dear friend Niu, it would be wise to exercise caution. The labyrinthine structure of the lair is intricate and unfathomably deep. Although I have sensed no presence of malevolent spirits, there is an unsettling feeling that haunts me. Retrieving your brother's remains may not be a simple task. Upon entering the cavern, Song Wen employed a beetle familiar to navigate the path ahead. The beetle had preliminarily scouted the periphery of the lair without encountering any spectral entities. Yet Song Wen refrained from sending it deeper into the recesses, fearing that if the malevolent spirits were indeed formidable, their discovery of the beetle could lead to irreparable losses. After all, it was Niu Ding who was risking the venture into the lair, not him. Locating the remains of Niu Ding's brother was already a significant contribution on his part. Hearing both Song Wen and Xian Yi express concerns about the dangers of the lair, Niu Ding, who had initially been eager, hesitated and sought their guidance. Xian Yi, what are your thoughts? Xian Yi replied telepathically, at present, we possess little knowledge of the internal conditions of the lair. To act recklessly could prove perilous. We must ascertain whether there are indeed spirits within, their numbers, and their strength. Niu Ding responded, according to my brother's companions, they encountered over 100 malevolent spirits here, among which no fewer than 20 were formidable vengeful ghosts. 20 vengeful ghosts comparable to late-stage qi refining practitioners. Song Wen gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. The sheer number of vengeful spirits, coupled with nearly 100 lesser entities, was a daunting prospect for any qi refining cultivator. What treasures could possibly justify Niu Ding's perilous quest for his brother's remains? Song Wen's faith in Niu Ding's intentions began to wane. It seemed implausible that he would risk so much for a mere corpse. Chapter 79. The allure of wealth. Xian Yi observed Song Wen's evident desire to withdraw and spoke into their shared mental link. Friend Niu, if you dare to venture here for your brother's remains, surely you have made some preparations. Please share your plans, if the risk is manageable. Both Guitao and I may lend our assistance. If the danger is too great, do not blame us for departing. After a moment of contemplation, Niu Ding confessed, I have indeed prepared some measures, though I lack confidence in their efficacy. I am aware that you, Xian Yi, are a practitioner of ghostly arts, and I hope you can utilize the spirits you raise to draw out the specters and vengeful ghosts from the lair, allowing me to retrieve my brother's remains. Xian Yi immediately declined. That is not feasible. I cannot hope to restrain over 20 vengeful spirits. With his cultivation at the 7th level of qi refining, he recognized the insurmountable odds against such a formidable adversary. Their acquaintance was fleeting. He could not justify risking his life for Niu Ding. Sensing that without some form of incentive, Xian Yi would not acquiesce, Niu Ding produced a stack of talismans from his storage pouch. I possess 10 ghost-slaying talismans and 4 evil exorcising talismans, which I can share with both of you. With these talismans, combined with your abilities, we should be able to retreat unscathed. The evil exorcising talismans were high-quality first-tier talismans, designed specifically for dispatching spirits, and Song Wen was aware that they were quite valuable. These 4 talismans alone could be worth around 400 spirit stones. However, Niu Ding's offering of only 4 talismans seemed insufficient. Had he presented 20, Song Wen might have considered the risk. After all, distributing 1 talisman to each vengeful spirit would not aim to vanquish them, but merely to buy him time to escape. Noticing that neither Song Wen nor Xian Yi responded, Niu Ding continued, I do not require you both to fight to the death on my behalf. Merely luring out the majority of the vengeful spirits will suffice. After that, you may choose to fight or flee as you see fit. Additionally, I have 1,000 spirit stones as compensation for your assistance. Xian Yi furrowed his brow, feeling tempted. Consider this carefully. If you become trapped within the lair, your chances of survival will be slim. Yet, if Niu Ding's account is accurate, merely drawing out the vengeful spirits may not be excessively hazardous. Among the spirits I command, there is one with a goat's head, possessing a degree of intellect and autonomy. If need be, I can allow it to act on its own while I keep my distance. At worst, I would only lose 1 spirit. The value of the talismans and spirit stones far outweighed that of the goat-headed spirit. Niu Ding reassured him, there is no need for concern. Fate is inescapable, and I will bear the consequences regardless of the outcome. Xian Yi nodded and accepted the talismans and spirit stones from Niu Ding. He then handed 5 ghost-slaying talismans and 1 evil exorcising talisman to Song Wen. Song Wen shook his head in refusal, stating, The techniques and artifacts I wield are not suited for combating spirits. I cannot contribute to this endeavor. It would be best if you kept these talismans for yourself. Voigne. His stance was clear. Without a personal stake in the venture, he saw no reason to engage in such peril. The 5 ghost-slaying talismans and 1 evil exorcising talisman were only worth a little over 200 spirit stones, a sum too trivial to justify the risk. Xinyi, likewise, had no intention of parting with too many resources for Song Wen's benefit. Without further discussion, Xinyi stowed the talismans and spirit stones away. Malevolent. He summoned a towering spirit with a goat's head, which surged towards the lair's entrance. With a sudden roar, the goat-headed spirit's voice reverberated, causing the very air around it to surge and swirl. Instantly, the cavern, spanning 100 meters, was engulfed in a tempest of howling winds and echoing sounds. The tremendous roar pierced through the air, reaching the innermost depths of the lair, awakening what seemed like slumbering demons. The once quiet lair became a maelstrom of malevolent energy as spirits emerged from the walls, many of them formidable, vengeful ghosts. Xinye's heart raced. Although he had prepared himself mentally, the sight of so many spectral beings was nonetheless unnerving. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee, with the goat-headed spirit trailing closely behind. Instead of retracing his steps, Xinye directed his escape towards the direction of the snake-scale fruit. The spirits, upon catching sight of Xinye, glimmered with an eerie green light in their eyes, converging upon him in a frenzied rush. In the blink of an eye, both Xinye and the majority of the spirits vanished into the depths of the cavern. At that moment, a robust figure swiftly darted into the lair, heading directly for the ghostly nests embedded in the walls. Niu Ding quickly scaled the wall, entering the lair as described by Song Wen. After advancing 10 meters, he spotted the remains of his brother, a sight that filled his face with unrestrained ecstasy, devoid of any grief at the sight of his kin's lifeless body. Niu Ding lunged toward the corpse, tearing away the storage pouch from his brother's waist. However, after probing with his spiritual sense, disappointment washed over him. His hands hastily searched the body, but after a time of fruitless searching, frustration began to set in. He stood up and began to scour the ground around the corpse. Suddenly, Niu Ding's demeanor shifted to one of alarm as he swiftly retrieved a gray cloak from his storage pouch. Draping it over himself, he pressed his body against the stone wall, rendering his presence nearly undetectable. In that moment, he blended into the rocky surroundings, becoming almost indistinguishable to the naked eye. A vengeful spirit of the 8th level of Qi refining drifted into the lair, hovering above the corpse, scanning the area and sniffing the lingering scents in the air. It seemed puzzled, having detected the scent of the living, yet finding no trace of them. Could it be the residual essence of the deceased? The vengeful spirit, lacking in cunning, pondered for a moment without resolution before turning away and departing the lair. Unbeknownst to them, every event transpiring within the lair was being meticulously observed by Song Wen through the beetle familiar. Unwilling to wade through the murky waters of danger, Song Wen retreated to the cave passage he had traversed earlier. He found a crevice in the stone wall and concealed himself within it. By regulating his breath, he managed to completely mask his presence, achieving a level of concealment even superior to that of Niu Ding's cloak. Observing the unfolding events within the lair of the malevolent spirits, Song Wen mused that Niu Ding's bold venture into the ancient battlefield cavern was not merely in search of his elder brother's remains, but rather for a treasured artifact attached to the corpse. That cloak must be an exceedingly rare item, capable of suppressing one's aura and cloaking one's form. This was the true source of Niu Ding's audacity to delve into the heart of the ghostly den. Indeed, individuals in the realm of cultivation are not to be easily trusted. No one reveals their true trump cards. It remains a mystery at what tier this cloak belongs. But the fact that it could deceive a spirit at the 8th level of Qi refinement suggests it is at least a high-grade magical tool. Chapter 80. The Ghost Infant. Once the vengeful spirit departed, Niu Ding lifted the cloak that had shrouded him and approached the corpse on the ground once more. Having been startled by the ghost, Niu Ding found himself oddly calm, methodically probing the corpse with his hands. Upon reaching the abdomen, his expression shifted. With a slight application of force, he pierced the corpse's belly, revealing a blood-red stone the size of an egg. Niu Ding eagerly grasped the bloodstone, his face alight with joy. However, before he could secure the stone, the corpse's abdomen suddenly burst open, and a ghostly entity, the size of a bowl, erupted forth, lunging directly at his face. Before Niu Ding could react, the ghostly being had leaped onto him. It was then he discerned its appearance, a ghost infant, its body eerily corporeal. as if a deceased infant had transformed into a spirit. The ghost infant was entirely naked, its skin a vivid crimson. It wore a maniacal grin. Its mouth stretched grotesquely from ear to ear, filled with countless sharp, jagged teeth. The mouth gaped wide, as if it might split apart entirely, and in an instant, it attempted to engulf Niu Ding's head whole. Yet Niu Ding, a practitioner of the body refinement stage, possessed formidable physical strength. The ghost infant's scheme to crush his skull failed. He felt the innumerable sharp teeth gnawing at his head, a long, barbed tongue raking across his face, swiftly stripping away flesh and revealing his stark white skull beneath. In agony, Niu Ding, enduring the excruciating pain, unleashed an exorcism talisman upon the ghost infant. The talisman erupted with blinding light, unleashing a torrent of terrifying spiritual energy. The ghost infant's form melted away as if butter meeting boiling water, letting out a chilling wail as it bore the full brunt of the talisman's power. In a heartbeat, most of its body vanished, reduced to a tattered semblance resembling a rag doll. The ghost infant fell from Niu Ding's head, hopping on one leg, retreating deeper into the lair. Niu Ding, having narrowly escaped, gasped for breath. In that brief encounter, the ghost infant had devoured much of the flesh from his head, leaving him a ghastly sight. One side of his face was stripped bare, revealing his skull, while the other side was a gruesome mess, blood and flesh mangled beyond recognition. He appeared even more horrifying than the specters themselves. Without a moment's delay, Niu Ding sprinted towards the lair's exit. Just as he reached the cave's mouth, the ghost infant returned, followed by 6 vengeful spirits and numerous ordinary ghostly entities. Niu Ding was struck with terror, his one remaining eye wide with fear as the portent of death loomed. He quickened his pace, determined to leap from the lair. Yet, as he vaulted into the air, dozens of spirits ensnared him, dragging him back into the lair despite his desperate struggles. With a flurry of exorcism talismans unleashed, several vengeful spirits were grievously wounded, and many ordinary ghosts obliterated. Nevertheless, Niu Ding ultimately could not escape the cave's mouth. Moments later, silence enveloped the lair, save for the sound of the ghost infant devouring the remains of Niu Ding. The half-bodied ghost infant chewed slowly, taking a full quarter of an hour to consume Niu Ding's bones completely. At that moment, the spirits and vengeful ghosts that had pursued Xian Yi also returned to the lair. It remained uncertain whether they had succeeded in slaying Xian Yi. If he had perished, the absence of his guidance would render Song Wen's search for the empty cicada would significantly more arduous. Song Wen silently observed the events transpiring within the ghostly lair, contemplating. When he witnessed the ghost infant finish devouring Niu Ding's remains and retreat deeper into the lair, while the other spirits had vanished, the entire lair fell silent once more. His gaze fell upon 2 storage bags, the hidden cloak, and the bloodstone on the ground, stirring a sense of ambition within him. The beetle spirit emerged from the soil, burrowing forth. It first crawled to the hidden cloak, assessing the size disparity before decisively departing. This was not due to the beetle spirit's inability to move the cloak. Although it was merely an ordinary beetle spirit with only the first level of chi refinement, it could still manage to shift a magical cloak. However, doing so would undoubtedly create a commotion. Having just witnessed the might of the spirits, Song Wen dared not disturb the deeper recesses of the lair. The beetle spirit approached the bloodstone, an item for which Niu Ding had fought desperately. Song Wen could discern no peculiarities about it, yet its origins must be extraordinary. The beetle spirit pressed against the bloodstone, and with a concerted effort of its 6 legs, it began to roll the stone toward the lair's entrance. Soon, the bloodstone reached the edge of the cave's mouth. With a final push, it tumbled down, landing heavily on the ground with a dull thud. The beetle spirit did not act immediately. It lay still for a while, sensing no movement from deeper within the lair before finally taking flight toward the ground below. The beetle spirit clung to the bloodstone, its 6 legs gripping tightly as it took to the air. The stone proved heavier than Song Wen had anticipated, and the beetle spirit struggled, yet it managed to drag the stone along the ground. Instead of flying directly toward Song Wen, it veered off in the direction of the cave passage, pursuing Xian Yi. After flying a distance of over a mile, the beetle spirit found a crevice and deposited the bloodstone within. Song Wen waited patiently for half an hour, observing that the ghostly lair remained undisturbed. He then emerged from his hiding place and moved in the direction of Xian Yi, cautiously navigating past the cave where the spirits resided. Song Wen activated the blood escape technique and surged forward. After securing the bloodstone, he traveled for over 10 miles before finally locating Xian Yi, who had taken refuge in a small cave. Xian Yi appeared to be in good spirits, Song Wen could not detect any signs of a recent battle. It seemed he had easily evaded the vengeful spirits, which explained his willingness to agree to Niu Ding's plan. Brother Guitao, it is truly a pleasure to see you again. Have you seen Daoist Niu? Vuan Ye Inhuidet. Song Wen shook his head, fearing that Niu Ding had not emerged from the lair and that his fate was likely grim. With a soft sigh, Xian Yi lamented, "What a pity. I had hoped to enlist Daoist Niu's assistance in obtaining the serpent scales, but alas." Song Wen replied, "Daoist, what shall we do now?" Xian Yi lowered his head, calculating the time. "It is late now. Night has fallen outside, though the subterranean cavern descends deep underground, shrouded in darkness. The spirits and walking corpses still prefer to rest by day and emerge at night. They will be more active during the night. It would be prudent for us to wait until morning to proceed." Song Wen nodded. "Very well. As you say, we shall act tomorrow." Xian Yi spent the entire night in his small cave, while Song Wen found another nearby cave to conceal himself. There was little trust between them, and parting ways allowed for a more secure rest. Chapter 81. The Black Viper. The next day, at the hour of Chun, the ancient battlefield's underground cavern lay in utter darkness. Having calculated the time, Song Wen and Xian Yi were fully prepared for their expedition. Once again, Xian Yi led the way. The subterranean passage they traversed was rife with numerous forks, and only Xian Yi knew which path to take. After walking for over 2 hours, Song Wen suddenly halted and inquired, "Xian Yi, are we nearing the serpent cave?" Xian Yi, puzzled, retorted, "What makes you say that, Guitao? Have you been here before and know the route to the serpent cave?" Indeed, they were not far from the serpent cave, merely a few miles away. Song Wen shook his head and replied, "I have never visited the ancient battlefield, but about 300 meters ahead, there is a group of serpents dragging 6 corpses along." Earlier, Song Wen had demonstrated his formidable spiritual power, and Xian Yi had no doubt regarding the veracity of his claims. He continued, "What kind of serpents are they?" "They are entirely jet black, varying in size. The smallest are as thick as a thumb, while the largest are as thick as an arm," Song Wen answered. Xian Yi nodded, concluding that they were indeed the black vipers of the serpent cave, engaged in a hunt. "Hunting?" Song Wen exclaimed, surprised. It was the first time he had heard of such peculiar creatures preying on corpses. Xian Yi nodded and explained, "Food is scarce in the subterranean realm, so it is not unusual for beasts and corpses to prey upon one another." "What should we do now?" Song Wen asked. "Let us not disturb the black vipers ahead. We should allow them to transport their prey back to the serpent cave." Xian Yi paused before adding, "As for the plan to harvest the serpent scales, we will need your assistance, Guitao." Song Wen nodded. "No problem. This was already agreed upon. But shouldn't you elaborate on the plan for collecting the serpent scales?" Xian Yi had previously mentioned that his scheme required the aid of physical cultivators, which was why he invited Song Wen and Niu Ding to accompany him. Yet he had not divulged any detailed plans. Xian Yi explained, "The black vipers have long thrived underground in the ancient battlefield and feed on corpses, making them naturally inclined to darkness and fearful of fire and the yang energy of the world. To successfully obtain the serpent scales, I have prepared extensively. I have invested heavily to have a set of wildfire array crafted. This array consists of 8 flags. Once they are positioned correctly and I activate the array, it will transform the area into a sea of flames. The temperature within this array is exceedingly high and infused with a hint of yang energy. If we set up this array on the ground of the serpent cave, the black vipers, due to their nature, will be compelled to retreat deep into their lairs. Afterward, acquiring the serpent scales will surely be much easier." Upon hearing this, Song Wen furrowed his brow. Although Xian Yi's strategy sounded feasible, implementation would undoubtedly prove more challenging than he suggested. For instance, how to successfully place the 8 flags was a significant concern. The black vipers would not simply watch a human cultivator move about their domain without reacting. Nonetheless, Song Wen did not voice his doubts directly, but rather proposed, "Let us first observe the situation at the serpent cave before deciding how to proceed." "That sounds excellent," Xian Yi agreed. As they continued onward, they waited, noting that the black vipers were not swift in transporting the corpses, taking a full quarter of an hour to traverse just a few miles. Xian Yi and Song Wen concealed themselves in the shadows around a bend, roughly 300 meters from the serpent cave. To avoid alarming the vipers, Xian Yi had already stowed away the luminescent stones, enveloping their surroundings in darkness. Using his beetle goo, Song Wen was able to glimpse the general layout of the serpent cave. The cavern housing the serpent cave reached several dozen meters in height, with a sloping stone incline extending from the ground to the ceiling. Countless small openings dotted the incline, some as large as 2 inches, others no bigger than a thumb. Hundreds of black vipers slithered along the slope, while many more lay coiled within the serpent holes, exposing only the tips of their tails. The size of these vipers varied greatly. Some were as thick as a bowl, while others were only as thick as chopsticks. Midway up the slope stood a solitary tree, about 2 meters tall. Perhaps due to its lack of sunlight, the tree appeared grayish-white, including its leaves. Atop the tree hung 3 bright red fruits, the size of a fist, exuding a rich spiritual aura and a fragrant aroma that attracted numerous small serpents, who slithered beneath the tree. Their eyes fixed on the 3 serpent-scale fruits, yet none dared to ascend the tree to seize them. Observing the surrounding darkness, Song Wen inquired, "Xian Yi, what are our next steps?" Xian Yi replied, "During our actions, I will send a ghost to distract the serpent swarm while simultaneously unleashing a fireball technique. Guitao, your task will be to utilize the light from the fireball to swiftly place the 8 flags in their designated positions." As he spoke, Xian Yi produced one of the flags. The flag was approximately 2 feet long, crimson in hue, with a black pole. The end of the pole was sharply pointed, specifically designed for easy insertion into the rock. Both the flag and the pole were adorned with intricate cloud patterns, with flames seemingly swirling within the designs, exuding an otherworldly aura. This flag weighs about 100 pounds. You will need to use your brute strength to accurately throw it into position. Surely you can manage that? With Xian Yi at the 7th level of Qi refinement, his spiritual reach extended only about 100 meters. Beyond that range, he would lose control over the magical artifact, which would only move in a straight line due to inertia, rendering precise placement impossible. Thus, Xian Yi needed to seek alternative methods. He thought of enlisting physical cultivators to assist in acquiring the serpent scales. Physical cultivators possess tremendous physical strength, allowing them to accurately throw the flags into place from a distance. Song Wen accepted the flag, gauging its weight, and said, "While that is manageable, relying solely on brute force to throw each flag is rather cumbersome, and it would take too long, making it easy for the black vipers to detect us, thus jeopardizing the array's setup." Xian Yi raised an eyebrow. "Oh, do you have a better idea?" Song Wen replied, "My spiritual power can barely cover the area of the serpent cave. If you allow me to initially refine the flags, I could simultaneously control all 8 flags with my spiritual energy, placing them into position." After more than 2 years of nurturing, Song Wen had begun to explore new applications of the beetle goo. In addition to extending his spiritual power, it also allowed him to exert simple control over magical artifacts within that range. Although he could not wield the artifacts to attack enemies, controlling the 8 flags to insert them into position was still within his abilities. Xian Yi looked at Song Wen with a mix of astonishment and admiration, murmuring, "Guitao, indeed, possesses extraordinary talent with such formidable spiritual power." Ignoring Xian Ye's words of envy, Song Wen continued, "However, this method requires me to refine the flags, and I wonder if it will affect your operation of the array." Xian Yi shook his head, producing a disc the size of a basin, and said, "That will not pose a problem. You need only refine the flags to a basic level. Once the flags are positioned, the true control of the array lies with this disc in my hand. As long as you do not interfere with my operation of the array by moving the flags with your spiritual energy, it will not affect the array's function." "That sounds excellent," Song Wen agreed. Xian Yi instructed Guitao, "Please follow me. I will impart the diagram of the wildfire array to you to facilitate your setup." Song Wen nodded in assent. "Very well, I shall heed your guidance." The next day, having prepared everything, the two began their mission. A ghostly figure suddenly appeared at the edge of the serpent cave, throwing its head back and letting out a piercing shriek. The sound was sharp and jarring, akin to a demonic resonance echoing in their ears. The abrupt disturbance sent the black vipers, so accustomed to the dark and quiet environment, into a frenzy. The smaller black vipers began to dart about erratically, while the more astute ones slithered into nearby burrows. The larger black vipers opened their jaws wide, revealing their elongated, sharp fangs, their crimson tongues flickering in the air as they swung back and forth in agitation. The great serpents coiled their tails, and then, like arrows released from a bow, they lunged towards the goat-headed specter, intent on scattering this intruder that had dared to invade their domain. More larger snakes emerged from the depths of the burrow. At that moment, banners descended from above, drawing the attention of the black vipers towards the goat-headed specter. Before they could react, the banners were firmly planted in every corner of the snake den. The formation was activated. Xian Ye's expression turned grave as he rapidly formed hand seals, causing a formation plate to hover before him, radiating vibrant colors and shimmering brilliance. 8 spirit stones, each the size of an infant's fist, erupted with potent spiritual energy, continuously merging into the formation plate, amplifying its glow. Beside him, Song Wen's eyes widened in astonishment. 8 medium-grade spirit stones. Xian Yi had truly invested heavily to procure the snake scale fruit. Not only had he sought out someone to craft the costly formation, but he was also utilizing 8 medium-grade spirit stones to power it, equivalent to 800 low-grade spirit stones. Song Wen observed that those who had accompanied him to the ancient battlefield's subterranean caves all seemed to possess extraordinary backgrounds, each carrying an excess of spirit stones. Yet, like him, they were compelled to delve deep into the cavern, risking their lives for their own reasons. It seemed that they too had exhausted their resources and were making a desperate gamble. Suddenly, a crimson translucent dome enveloped the snake den. Countless flames erupted violently from the ground, causing the temperature within the formation to soar dramatically. The black vipers scattered in panic, with some of the weaker ones incinerated into charred remains. The blazing inferno formation trapped the black vipers on the ground, while those underground sensed the terrifying heat and, driven by their innate fear of fire and light, fled deeper into the cave. Only a few thick-bodied vipers could withstand the searing heat, though they suffered grievously. Shedding numerous scales, these larger snakes lunged at the edges of the formation, crashing against the protective barrier, which shimmered ominously as though it might shatter at any moment. Each impact exacerbated the injuries of the black vipers, with the points of collision turning charred and blackened. The inferno not only scorched the black vipers, but also the snake scale fruit tree and the goat-headed specter. The once solid form of the specter now appeared somewhat ethereal. Having been sprayed with venom by the black vipers, its dark energy had diminished considerably, but fortunately, the formation activated in time, allowing it to evade disaster. As the formation activated, rather than retreating, the specter charged directly towards the central fruit tree. The temperature within the formation was dangerously high, and prolonged exposure could destroy the medicinal properties of the snake scale fruit. Upon reaching the tree, the leaves had already turned to scorched yellow, with those nearest to the ground beginning to ignite. However, the 3 snake scale fruits at the top remained largely unaffected. The goat-headed specter struck the tree in half with a powerful blow, sending the severed trunk soaring into the air. Witnessing the destruction of the precious snake scale fruit tree, the remaining black vipers became frenzied. Ignoring their injuries, they sprang from the ground, racing towards the airborne specter. As the specter reached the top of the formation, a gap suddenly opened in the protective dome, allowing it to escape. The opening closed instantaneously, barring the pursuing black vipers from following. This maneuver to create an escape route for the specter took a toll on Xian Yi, whose face paled significantly as beads of sweat poured from his forehead, revealing the strain of excessive mental exertion. Meanwhile, Song Wen remained vigilant. One particularly large black viper, comparable in strength to a 7th-layer Qi practitioner, had evaded capture within the formation and was now barreling towards them. Song Wen glanced at Xian Yi, who was fully occupied with controlling the formation, and suppressed the urge to flee, recognizing that he still needed Xian Yi as a guide. He tapped his waist pouch, releasing his corpse puppet, which strode forward to confront the giant serpent. The black viper, seeing the corpse puppet charge with menace, hesitated, coiling its tail before striking out. The puppet was sent flying, but its tough skin absorbed the blow without significant damage. Just as the puppet was knocked away, a long iron spike shot towards the viper's left eye. The serpent narrowly evaded the attack, but then its head slammed into the spike. The sound of metal clashing echoed as the soul-piercing spike was sent hurtling back. A section of scales shattered upon impact, exposing the bloodied flesh beneath. At that moment, the corpse puppet re-engaged, seizing the viper's tail. Muscles taut as it attempted to throw the serpent. The viper, unwilling to be subdued, coiled its body and ensnared the puppet's waist. With a gaping maw, it unleashed a torrent of venom. The toxic spray sizzled upon contact with the puppet's head, causing rapid decay and rendering its already grotesque visage even more horrific. In a wild frenzy, the puppet bit into the viper's most vulnerable underbelly, blood erupting forth. The serpent writhed in agony, managing to shake off the puppet. Yet it was left with a gaping wound from which blood gushed. As the puppet swallowed the flesh, it seemed poised to attack once more, but suddenly ceased its assault and retreated. The goat-headed specter had returned with the snake scale fruit. Chapter 83. Traces of the empty cicada, which Xian Yi declared, Dao is Gua, I must dismantle the formation. With that, he executed several hand seals directed at the formation plate, causing the crimson dome over the snake den to suddenly dissipate. Song Wen waved his hand, and the banners soared upward before shooting back to him. He activated a speed talisman and turned to flee. Overwhelmed by mental fatigue, Xian Yi summoned one of his ghostly storage pouches, releasing 5 small, white-skinned spirits clad in colorful garb. They lifted him, conjuring gusts of ominous wind, and followed closely behind Song Wen. The 5 spirits moved with remarkable speed, quickly surpassing Song Wen. As they escaped from the increasingly close and numerous black vipers, Song Wen felt a surge of blood mist enveloping him, enhancing his speed to the point that he soon outpaced Xian Yi. An hour later, having evaded the black vipers, Song Wen and Xian Yi found a small cave to rest. Daoist Gua, we have a total of 3 snake scale fruits. How shall we divide them? At some point, Xian Yi had ceased calling Song Wen Brother Guitao and instead referred to him as Daoist Gua. The snake scale fruit was a precious herb capable of aiding Qi practitioners in breaking through their limits, and it was quite rare in the market, often only exchanged for other rare spiritual materials. For Song Wen, the snake scale fruit was not urgently needed, as he had consistently broken through his cultivation bottlenecks without prolonged difficulty. However, having acquired the fruits, he could not simply forego them. Just one will suffice for me. The fruit was only effective upon first consumption, and given Xian Yi's greater exertion during this endeavor, he was entitled to a larger share. Vuan Yinol did, placing one of the snake scale fruits into a prepared jade box and handing it to Song Wen. I am grateful for your assistance in this venture, Taoist. Song Wen replied, our collaboration is mutually beneficial. No need for thanks. But do not forget your promise to accompany me to procure the empty cicada wood. Of course. After I rest, we shall set off tomorrow. The following day, Song Wen and Xian Yi returned to the cave where they had previously parted ways with the 2 individuals in purple attire, continuing along the passageway deeper into the cave. After traversing several dozen miles, Song Wen was astonished to discover an abundance of plants within the cave. Most of these flora thrived in damp corners, with some even emitting a faint glow, a truly wondrous sight. Were it not for the absence of any spiritual aura surrounding these plants, Song Wen might have suspected they were some form of extraordinary elixir. Once again, he marveled at the wonders of nature within the realm of cultivation. Perhaps this is one of the meanings of cultivation, always allowing one to witness extraordinary phenomena beyond the imagination of ordinary people. As Song Wen continued on his path, he suddenly halted, exclaiming that hidden within a nearby small cave was a pair of individuals. Having grown accustomed to Song Wen's extraordinary mental acuity, Xian Yi no longer expressed surprise and inquired about the nature of the individuals. Song Wen's expression turned peculiar as he replied, a man and a woman, both of low cultivation. One is at the 4th layer of Qi refinement, and the other at the 3rd. The man is also injured. The audacity of a 4th layer Qi refinement practitioner and a 3rd layer practitioner daring to venture into an ancient battlefield's underground cave was indeed unexpected for Song Wen. Xian Yi, however, appeared unfazed and remarked, they must have been captured to serve as scouts. The mental detection range of late-stage Qi refinement practitioners is merely a couple of 100 meters, which is often insufficient in the dark and treacherous terrain of underground caves. Thus, some cultivators resorted to using living individuals as scouts. As long as they could mark these individuals and control their lives and deaths, these unfortunate captives had no chance of resistance. Let us proceed and investigate, Xian Yi suggested. Encountering living individuals of such low power within the cave piqued Xian Yi's interest in gathering information from them. The 2 soon reached the small cave where the man and woman were hiding. Upon their sudden appearance, the man displayed a look of panic as he shielded the woman behind him. He appeared to be in his 40s, dressed like a wandering cultivator, with a significant portion of flesh torn from his waist, indicating that his injury had occurred some time ago, though it had been bandaged and the bleeding had ceased. The woman, in her 20s, bore an ordinary appearance. Who are you? How did you come to this underground cave? Xian Yi asked coldly, disregarding the couple's evident fear. The middle-aged man, seemingly anxious to avoid inciting the displeasure of Xian Yi and Song Wen, hurriedly replied, we are father and daughter, wandering cultivators from Tianyuan Fengshe. We were captured by 3 late-stage Qi refinement practitioners who used my daughter's life as leverage to compel me to delve deeper into the cave and scout for them. Tianyuan Fengshe was a small market established by wandering cultivators, situated not far from the ancient battlefield. How did you manage to escape? Xian Yi continued his inquiries. I was scouting when I stumbled upon a towering pile of bones, and atop it grew 2 spirit trees, completely jade-like in appearance, with the taller one exceeding 3 feet in height. Just as I was about to relay this discovery to the 3 behind me, 2 vengeful spirits surged forth from the bone pile. Their immense power sent me flying into the wall, and I lost consciousness. When I awoke about 15 minutes later, the vengeful spirits had vanished. Fearing for my daughter's safety, I hurried back, only to find that my daughter and the 3 practitioners who should have been merely 200 meters away, had disappeared, leaving behind only traces of a struggle. Not finding my daughter's body, I clung to the hope of locating her and ultimately found her in this small cave. It turns out, amidst the battle with the vengeful spirits, my daughter had seized the opportunity to flee and miraculously survived. Unbeknownst to the middle-aged man, Song Wen and Xian Yi exchanged knowing glances when he mentioned the bone pile and the jade-like spirit trees. The jade-like spirit trees were precisely the objective of Song Wen's journey, the coconut tree. Through the man's narrative, Song Wen also learned that the father and daughter were surnamed Lu, with the father's name being Lu Qiao and the daughter's Lu Mu. Moreover, from his words, Song Wen could ascertain that the three practitioners who had confronted the vengeful spirits had likely suffered defeat, for if they had triumphed, they would surely have taken the coconut tree with them. Song Wen scrutinized the father and daughter, finding nothing particularly remarkable about them. Their fortune seemed excessively favorable. They had encountered powerful vengeful spirits, yet inexplicably survived. At that moment, one of the scouting beetles relayed another message. More individuals are approaching, Song Wen announced. Since entering the underground cave, he had encountered no one, only to be surprised by yet another group today. Who are they? There are 3 in total. 2 are Zi and Lao Chun, accompanied by a male practitioner at the 8th layer of Qi refinement who appears to be in a poor state. The male practitioner's face was marred by fresh blood that had yet to dry, and his features twisted in agony as he seemed to endure immense suffering during his escape. Lao Chun was affixed with a speed talisman, and a red ribbon was wrapped around his waist, the other end held by Zi, who was supporting him as they fled. However, due to the poor condition of the male practitioner, he lagged behind the other 2. As Song Wen spoke, he added, "They are fleeing. 2 vengeful spirits are pursuing them. This is bad. They are turning towards us. Run!" Song Wen exclaimed, immediately dashing deeper into the cave, with Xian Yi following closely behind. The vengeful spirits pursuing the trio were evidently formidable. Otherwise, the 3 would not have been in such a desperate flight. As they fled, Lu Qiao and Lu Mu were gripped by terror, disregarding the credibility of Song Wen's warning and hastily following them out of the small cave. The cave where they had hidden was only a few meters deep. If the vengeful spirits were to notice them, they could easily be obliterated without a place to hide. The commotion caused by the fleeing individuals ahead quickly caught the attention of the 3 behind. Fellow cultivators ahead, could you pause for a moment and join us in resisting the vengeful spirits? Fleeing is not a solution, called the Qi refinement 8th layer practitioner. Xian Yi and Song Wen remained unmoved. Only a fool would choose to confront the vengeful spirits alongside them. At such a time, it was likely that they would be left to fend for themselves the moment they engaged the spirits. To struggle desperately, only to end up as a mere pawn for others, was a grim fate. Unfortunately for the Lu family, their strength was far too feeble, particularly Lu Mu, who was merely at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. Even with the speed talisman, she severely hindered her father's escape. Within mere moments, the 2 were caught up by the trio behind them. Zi and Lao Chun swiftly overtook Lu Qiao and Lu Mu, while the male practitioner at the 8th layer of Qi refinement regarded them with disdain. Damn it, what bad luck! To finally encounter 2 living beings. I thought they could serve as sacrificial pawns to momentarily stall the vengeful spirits, only to find they are you too. With your pitiful strength, you can't even hold them off for a moment. This male practitioner was one of the 3 who had previously captured the Lu family. After proceeding several dozen meters, he noticed that Xian Yi and Song Wen, who had been leading the way, suddenly came to a halt. "Do not run any further. Ahead is a dead end," Song Wen called out to everyone in the cave. Before them, approximately 100 meters away, the passage abruptly terminated, blocked by a thick rock wall. Although reluctant, Song Wen had employed the beetle's scouting abilities and confirmed that there truly was no escape route. At that moment, he felt a sense of frustration. They had been following the map and had only deviated into this fork after discovering the Lu family, never anticipating they would be trapped here. "Prepare to defend yourselves if you wish to survive," he declared. Zi and Lao Chun approached Song Wen, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. The Qi refinement 8th layer practitioner, however, let out a bizarre cackle. "Ha ha ha! Heaven has not forsaken me. Yin Gu. In this moment of crisis, I have encountered 4 fellow cultivators. It seems my life is not destined to end today." Originally, Zi and Lao Chun encountered Yin Gu, who was fleeing for his life. After parting ways with Song Wen and the others, the 2 quickly became lost in the labyrinthine caverns. Relying solely on a rudimentary map without the guidance of the familiar terrain expert, Xian Yi, it took them considerable time to regain their bearings, and as they ventured forth, they unfortunately crossed paths with Yin Gu. Believing himself to be doomed, Yin Gu, upon seeing Zi and Lao Chun, devised a plan to divert the impending danger towards them, thus dragging them into the fray. There is no need for excessive concern. The two vengeful spirits had their energy significantly depleted by myself and two fellow Taoists, rendering them less than 50% of their peak strength. Together, we still have a chance to vanquish them. However, no one paid Yengu any mind. Everyone was busy preparing their defenses. The soul-breaking spike hovered before Song Wen, its malevolent energy swirling ominously. True to its name, the soul-breaking spike is a talisman specifically designed to combat spirits, making it perfectly suited for this encounter with the two vengeful entities. Xian Yi summoned the goat-headed ghost and the general ghost, who floated on either side of him. Zi and Lao Chun each unleashed their own corpse puppets, revealing themselves to be corpse cultivators, much like Song Wen. Yengu's talisman was particularly peculiar. He wore a necklace made of 18 human skulls and held a wooden fish, also crafted from skulls. Yengu was indeed a rare and malevolent Buddhist practitioner. Meanwhile, Lu and his daughter, who arrived last, cowered in a corner of the rocky wall, lacking the courage to participate, and were ignored by the others. At this juncture, the two vengeful spirits drew near, allowing the group to discern their forms. One spirit was large, over 10 feet tall, resembling a slender green-faced female ghost with a cultivation level of the 7th layer of chi refinement, while the other was a diminutive figure, less than a meter tall, with short limbs, akin to a dwarf, a white-faced male ghost at the 8th layer of chi refinement. The green-faced female ghost moved swiftly on all fours, propelled by an eerie wind, while the dwarf ghost sat upon her back, wearing a bizarre grin and occasionally emitting a low moan. Song Wen was the first to strike, launching the soul-breaking spike like an arrow aimed for the dwarf ghost's head. The dwarf ghost's sinister smile remained unfazed as he thrust a short arm towards the incoming spike, sending it flying off course just half a meter away. The two vengeful spirits, along with the two corpse puppets summoned by Zi and Lao Chun, charged forward. The general ghost swung his long blade at the prostrate green-faced female ghost, while the goat-headed ghost clawed at the dwarf ghost. Suddenly, the dwarf ghost let out a piercing howl, summoning a fierce wind that sent debris swirling through the cavern. The combined attacks of the two spirits and the two puppets were all thwarted by the howling wind, which forcefully repelled them. This violent gust seemed to demand considerable energy, as the dwarf ghost quickly ceased its spellcasting. At that moment, Yengu unleashed his own assault. He tossed the wooden fish into the air and grasped the necklace of skulls, spinning it rapidly. The two items functioned as a set of talismans. Simultaneously, he recited complex incantations. The wooden fish hovered midair, radiating white light that enveloped the two vengeful spirits below. The white light appeared to suppress the spirits, causing their ghostly energy to dissipate rapidly. Within mere breaths, their forms seemed to dissolve slightly. However, Yengu's condition appeared dire. The light from the wooden fish fluctuated erratically, indicating his unstable state. The dwarf ghost, glaring with resentment at the wooden fish, seemed to have suffered significantly from it before. With a sudden leap from the green-faced female ghost's back, the dwarf ghost charged towards the wooden fish, seemingly willing to risk injury to destroy it. Just as the dwarf ghost leaped, a dark light shot down towards the green-faced female ghost. Weaker in comparison, the green-faced ghost was clearly distressed by the white light and attempted to flee the oncoming wind, only to be struck by the returning soul-breaking spike, which pierced her from behind. The potent malevolence of the spike surged forth, akin to a sharp blade, driving deep into her form. The green-faced female ghost emitted a heart-wrenching cry. At that instant, a talisman in Xian Ye's grasp crumbled into powder, materializing into an immense sword of condensed spiritual energy above the female ghost, poised to strike down upon her. In a moment of desperation, the green-faced female ghost summoned all her ghostly energy to create a shield above her head. With a resounding crash, the giant sword collided with the shield. The hastily formed barrier was insufficient to withstand the blow, shattering almost immediately. The sword descended upon her head, releasing a powerful surge of spiritual energy that obliterated the ghostly essence around her, rendering her form increasingly transparent, as though she might vanish entirely at any moment. In midair, the dwarf ghost, poised to grasp the wooden fish, halted upon witnessing the injury inflicted upon the green-faced female ghost, his eyes ablaze with fury. Suddenly, 5 shadowy figures erupted from within him, surging towards Song Wen and his companions. The dwarf ghost then turned to the green-faced female ghost, frantically channeling his ghostly energy into her. The 5 shadowy figures, upon leaving the dwarf ghost's body, swiftly transformed into 5 transparent blades that hurtled towards the 5 companions. Song Wen sensed no energy fluctuations, be it spiritual, ghostly, or een, but the blades exuded an overwhelming sense of danger. What manner of attack is this? Panic surged within him. Unable to comprehend the situation, he resorted to his most potent defensive measures, activating the 10,000 poisons mixed origin body while simultaneously channeling the protective purple scale armor. A golden purple shield enveloped him entirely, encased within a massive green vessel. Yet, the anticipated violent impact never arrived. The vessel and the purple shield offered no resistance to the transparent blades, which pierced through effortlessly, leaving the vessel and shield unscathed. This is a mental attack. The ghost had mastered a technique exceedingly rare in the realm of cultivation. How could such a mere spirit acquire such power? As this thought flickered through Song Wen's mind, the transparent blade struck his brow, causing excruciating pain to erupt within his consciousness, as if the blade intended to rend his very soul asunder. The sea of consciousness is the most vulnerable and critical part of any cultivator. Song Wen could not afford any missteps, yet his options were limited. He could only muster his mental energy to form a barrier in a desperate bid to deflect the blade. Given his mental strength, comparable to the 8th layer of chi refinement, he believed he could withstand the blade's assault. After all, the dwarf ghost was dividing its mental energy to strike at 5 individuals simultaneously. At that moment, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. A black hole materialized within his consciousness, swallowing the lethal transparent blade in an instant, rendering it non-existent. Song Wen was momentarily taken aback as he sensed the unfolding events within his consciousness. The black hole appeared and vanished swiftly, dissipating after consuming the blade. Where did this black hole originate? Could my ability to devour souls be linked to this phenomenon in my consciousness? A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. To the outside observer, Song Wen appeared completely unscathed, having successfully endured the mental assault. Likewise, Lao Chun remained unharmed, not due to any protective artifact, but rather through sheer luck and audacity. Standing in close proximity to Lu and his daughter, he was well aware of the looming danger. Unlike Song Wen, who had immersed himself in solitary cultivation with little guidance, Lao Chun and the others recognized the nature of the transparent blades as a mental attack. He swiftly pulled Lu Qiao in front of him, allowing the transparent blade to pierce directly into Lu Qiao's brow. In an instant, Lu Qiao's 7 orifices bled profusely, and he soon drew his last breath, his soul shattered by a mental blade. At this moment, Lu Mu cradled her father's lifeless body, weeping bitterly. They were once mere wandering cultivators outside Tianyuan Square, their cultivation resources scarce, leading to a slow progression in their abilities. Yet with the strength of a cultivator, they managed to live without worry, far better than the mortals who toiled for a meager meal. This father-daughter duo understood the perils of the cultivation world. Thus, they sought not profound powers or lofty realms, but merely a peaceful existence together. Lu Mu found contentment in this simple life, occasionally marveling at the wondrous and potent spells she encountered. However, the sudden arrival of Yen Gu and his companions shattered their tranquil existence, forcibly abducting them into the treacherous depths of a cave. Such is the cruelty of the cultivation realm. Regardless of one's ambitions, the moment one steps in, the prospect of a quiet, ordinary life vanishes, and calamity could strike at any time. Lao Chun cast a glance at the grieving Lu Mu and unleashed a wave of malevolence. Lu Mu collapsed, convulsing on the ground, her eyes bulging as immense pain enveloped her, emitting incoherent gasps. A few breaths later, she joined her father in the afterlife. Xian Yi and Zi Yi managed to somewhat withstand the mental blade, but their consciousnesses were shaken, blood oozing from their orifices, their minds dulled, and their brains throbbing with pain. Yen Gu fared the worst. His consciousness was already severely injured by the gnome ghost, and this latest blow from the enraged creature dealt a devastating blow, leaving him unconscious on the ground. Song Wen had no time to concern himself with others' injuries. After confirming his consciousness was intact, he extended his mental energy to guard against another assault from the gnome ghost. To his surprise, the gnome ghost fled, taking the gravely injured green-faced female ghost with him, presumably in search of a remedy for her wounds. Song Wen surveyed the surroundings. Zi and Xian Yi were hastily recuperating. Lao Chun alternated between watching the motionless Yen Gu and glancing at the beautiful senior sister, lost in thought. Xian Yi, I must take my leave, Song Wen declared. The green-faced female ghost was critically injured, and the gnome ghost had sustained significant losses, making it the prime opportunity to seize the hollow cicada wood. He still possessed a heavenly thunder talisman, granting him immunity to the gnome ghost's mental attacks. Thus he felt confident in his chances of obtaining the wood. The distance to the pile of bones, where the hollow cicada wood was located, was not far, and without Xian Yi's guidance, Song Wen could still navigate there successfully. I will accompany you. Xian Yi suddenly stood up. Why? Song Wen asked. This place is unsafe. The bond between those two ghosts is profound. Having injured the green-faced ghost, the gnome ghost has no reason to let us go easily. Whether the female ghost recovers or dissipates, the gnome ghost will seek vengeance upon us. Being by your side offers me some comfort, Xian Yi replied, casting a glance at Song Wen. After witnessing Song Wen withstand the gnome ghost's mental assault unscathed, and recalling Song Wen's extraordinary range of mental probing, Xian Yi lowered his head, lost in contemplation. Chapter 86. Deep affection between senior and junior. Song Wen kept his head down, hesitating to respond to Xian Yi. Their previous collaboration had been pleasant, but it was built on mutual exploitation. Xian Yi needed Song Wen's assistance to procure snake-scale fruit, while Song Wen required Xian Yi as a guide. Now, however, both parties had lost their value to one another, and continuing to journey together was not a judicious choice. Song Wen felt a sense of wariness regarding Xian Yi's proposal to jointly acquire the hollow cicada wood. Before Song Wen could answer, Ziyi spoke first. She rose to her feet and said, Junior brother, we must leave. This place is indeed too perilous. Sister, but your injuries? Lao Chan expressed his concern. It is of no consequence. My father's body cannot afford delay, and we must act swiftly. Moreover, as Xian Yi mentioned, this location is not safe, Ziyi replied. What about him? Lao Chan pointed at the unconscious Yen Gu, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Earlier, Yen Gu had led them into calamity, causing great suffering to both him and his sister. Xian Yi glanced at Yen Gu and said, his soul has suffered severe damage. Without a soul-repairing elixir, he is unlikely to awaken. Then let us end his suffering, Lao Chun declared, leaping forward to crush Yen Gu's skull. He then seized Yen Gu's magical artifacts and storage pouch, turning to Xian Yi, friend, let us divide the spoils fairly. Song Wen was not inclined to waste time with them. Before Lao Chun could act, he activated the blood escape technique and swiftly departed, seizing the opportunity to distance himself from Xian Yi. Xian Yi watched Song Wen leave, then turned to Lao Chun, who was clutching Yen Gu's storage pouch and magical artifacts, ultimately deciding to stay behind. After all, Yen Gu was an 8th-layer Qi cultivator, and his possessions were considerable. Moments later, they completed their division of spoils and made their way outside. However, they had scarcely gone far when they saw Song Wen returning with a dark expression. What is the matter? Vuan Ye invited. Song Wen replied, the exit is swarming with hundreds of bone worms, advancing towards us. Bone worms? The four were taken aback upon hearing this name. How could they appear in this passageway? Xian Yi furrowed his brow. They must have been dispatched by the gnome ghost. While we were being pursued, a horde of bone worms followed closely behind, likely raised by the gnome ghost. They must have lagged behind due to their inferior strength. Damn it, Xian Yi cursed, then asked Song Wen, friend, what is the strength of those bone worms? The weakest are 1st-layer Qi cultivators, and the strongest are 6th layer. At least half are in the mid-stage of Qi cultivation, Song Wen responded. Upon hearing this, everyone frowned in silence. The sheer number of bone worms posed a significant threat. The adage many ants can kill an elephant rang true, and breaking through would not be an easy feat, everyone. We must act swiftly and work together to fight our way out. The gnome ghost has yet to return. If he does, our escape will become even more difficult, Song Wen urged. The others understood the gravity of the situation and offered no objections. Z even patted a storage pouch at her waist, summoning a corpse puppet comparable to a 9th-layer Qi cultivator. As the puppet emerged, both Song Wen and Xian Yi instinctively stepped back, widening the distance between themselves and Ziyi. Feeling the overwhelming aura of the corpse puppet, Song Wen inwardly marveled. This was likely the true reason Ziyi and her companion dared to venture deep into the cave in search of the elusive yellow honeysuckle. Let us go. Ziyi charged ahead towards the exit. Sister, wait. I have something to say, Lao Chun exclaimed, summoning all his courage to stop her, his eyes filled with affection. Sister, I fear if I do not speak now, I may never have another chance. My feelings for you have remained unchanged for 20 years. From the moment I first laid eyes on you at 15, I fell in love with you. Yet, you favored senior brother, leaving me without the courage to express my admiration. Afterward, you and senior brother became partners and had a daughter. I could only watch from afar, silently wishing you well. When senior brother passed away a few years ago, I finally dared to reveal my feelings, but you have always kept your distance from me. This time, when our master was poisoned, and the other 5 disciples feared for their lives and refused to enter the cave, I came, risking my life, to express my unwavering love for you. Faced with Lao Chun's sudden confession, Ziyi was momentarily taken aback before her demeanor reverted to its usual coldness. Perhaps it was her father's precarious state that made her seek support. Perhaps it was the warmth of her junior brother's companionship. Perhaps it was the depth of her junior brother's affection that touched her heart. Sister, I promise you, if we both survive this ordeal, I will marry you, Ziyi declared. Lao Chun was instantly overjoyed, tears of excitement glistening in his eyes. Really, sister? Ziyi nodded. The sudden display of deep affection between the senior and junior siblings left both Song Wen and Xian Yi momentarily speechless. Song Wen cast a glance at Lao Chun, secretly thinking to himself, I didn't expect this fellow to be such a devoted admirer. I fear that in the end, you may end up with nothing. The 4 of them employed various tactics, plunging into the swarm of bone worms. The bone worms varied in size, some as small as a fist and others as large as grinding discs, possessing 8 legs and resembling spiders to some extent. Their bodies were a grim gray-white, resembling a thick, hard shell of bone armor, greatly enhancing their defensive capabilities. Song Wen positioned the corpse puppet before him, wielding a bone knife, relentlessly slashing at the bone worms that sprang from all directions. Occasionally, he would incant a fireball talisman, with the bone worms swarming everywhere. The fireball talisman exhibited its power to the fullest. The weaker bone worms were instantly obliterated, while the slightly stronger ones were largely repelled. The corpse puppet controlled by Ziyi, at the 9th level of Qi training, displayed a terrifying lethality. The bone worms stood little chance against it. With each strike, they either perished or were grievously wounded. This was somewhat due to Ziyi's cultivation being at the 7th level of Qi training, which made it somewhat challenging to fully harness the corpse puppet's true power. Initially, the 4 of them had intended to unite their strength to break through. However, the overwhelming number of bone worms, along with perhaps a lack of harmony among them, gradually led to their separation. Ziyi and Lao Chun, aided by the 9th level corpse puppet, surged ahead. Xian Yi, commanding 2 fierce spirits and 5 lesser spirits, followed closely behind, untroubled. Song Wen found himself lagging behind, his corpse puppet only at the 6th level of Qi training, offering limited lethality against the bone worms. The bone knife he wielded was merely a low-grade magical tool. Aside from being reasonably sturdy and sharp, it lacked other capabilities and struggled to inflict widespread damage on the bone worms. However, the pressure on Song Wen was the least. He glanced ahead at the others. The closest to him was Xian Yi, already over 200 meters away, while Ziyi and Lao Chun were nearly breaking through the encirclement of bone worms, facing the greatest number and bearing the heaviest burden. It was time to unveil his true capabilities. If they managed to escape first, his concealed strength might ultimately lead to his own downfall. Chapter 87. The battle with bone worm. Song Wen opened his mouth, and a chilling sight unfolded. A multitude of gray little worms, flapping their wings, erupted from his mouth. Dense and terrifying. The sudden appearance of over 60 black-bellied beetle larvae drastically reduced the pressure on him, as the surrounding bone worms began to dwindle rapidly. Though the bone worms were not particularly large, they were significantly bigger than the larvae. The larvae, with their diminutive size, held a considerable advantage against bone worms that relied solely on physical attacks without any magical abilities. The small size and agile flight of the larvae made it exceedingly difficult for the bone worms to strike them. While the larvae lacked magical capabilities, their tiny bodies allowed them to easily exploit the weak spots on the underbellies of the bone worms to launch their attacks. To prevent excessive mental fatigue, after issuing the attack command to the black-bellied larvae, Song Wen ceased to attend to them and focused on the stronger bone worms. The strength of the larvae was still somewhat lacking, making it challenging to eliminate the bone worms at the 6th level of Qi training. A surge of blood mist enveloped Song Wen. Blood-burning secret art, blood sacrifice technique. This was the first time he employed the blood sacrifice technique in battle. His aura instantly surged, swiftly breaking through to the 7th level of Qi training, and he felt a vague semblance of reaching the 8th level. The bone knife, shrouded in blood-red mist, cleaved towards a 6th level bone worm. Bang! The bone worm was sent flying, a crack appearing on its hard, bony exterior, as the powerful force penetrated its body, shredding its innards. The bone knife itself also suffered a significant chip, causing Song Wen a pang of regret. This knife had accompanied him for over 2 years, proving quite handy during corpse dissection, and he never expected it to meet its end here. He stowed the bone knife in his storage pouch, intending to see if it could be repaired upon his return. At that moment, he noticed that his corpse puppet was in dire straits, its body tattered and torn by the bone worms, appearing as though it could collapse at any moment. He had no choice but to retrieve the corpse puppet into the nurturing pouch. The sudden surge of blood energy emanating from Song Wen attracted the nearby bone worms. Harnessing the powerful aura from the blood sacrifice technique, along with the formidable physique cultivated from corpse king blood refining technique and 10,000 poisons mixed origin body, he engaged in close combat with the bone worms, using his sharp fingernails as weapons. In a matter of minutes, Song Wen had dispatched the majority of the surrounding bone worms. The remaining bone worms encircling him could no longer constrain his movements, providing him an opportunity to escape. During the fray, he also observed a peculiar phenomenon. After killing the bone worms, the black-bellied larvae would burrow into their remains and consume a transparent crystal the size of a grain of rice from within. Noticing the larvae voluntarily consuming this crystal, Song Wen surmised it must be beneficial for their evolution, and he collected several bone worm carcasses for future cultivation of the larvae. Though he was unaware of the nature of this transparent crystal, he was certain it was not a demon beast core. There was no way the larvae, being at the Qi training level, could have condensed a core that only third-level demon beasts possessed. After the fierce battle, not a single black-bellied larvae was unscathed. Over a dozen had succumbed to the bone worms' relentless bites. Suddenly, 2 6th-level bone worms leaped high and lunged at Song Wen. With his hands clawed, he summoned all his strength and grasped at the 2 bone worms. 5 gaping holes were torn into their bodies, killing them instantly. Song Wen's hands trembled, his fingers aching, as the immense force from the 2 bone worms sent him staggering backward. Just then, another 6th-level bone worm charged at his chest. With no time to retract his hands for defense, Song Wen could only activate the ghost head shield to block the bone worm's assault. Although the shield successfully deflected the attack, the force transmitted through it propelled Song Wen back even further. Remarkably, rather than sustaining injury, he seized the opportunity to leap out of the encirclement formed by the bone worms. His blood energy surged once more. Blood-burning secret art, blood escape technique. If any other disciples of the corpse demon sect were to learn that someone was simultaneously practicing both the blood sacrifice technique and the blood escape technique, and using them in tandem, they would undoubtedly call him a fool or a madman. Such recklessness was truly reckless. How much blood essence could one afford to burn? He might find himself depleted of energy within mere breaths. Song Wen felt his blood essence waning. Employing the blood sacrifice technique in full force led to an unexpectedly rapid consumption of his essence. He retrieved a jade bottle from his storage pouch and drained its contents. The bottle contained the blood essence he had pilfered from the corpse dissection cave. He had prepared 10 bottles for this outing. After consuming 3 bottles consecutively, his blood essence was replenished. He commanded the larvae to hold off the bone worms while he sought an opening to activate the blood escape technique, directly traversing the swarming insects and summoning the larvae back. Beyond the swarm lay a scattered array of bone worms. At this moment, Song Wen continued to invoke the blood sacrifice technique, reaching near the peak of the 7th level of Qi training, operating the blood escape technique at a speed more than double that of using it alone. To maximize his speed, he also applied a swift movement talisman to himself. With his rapid agility, Song Wen evaded the sporadic attacks from the scattered larvae without engaging them in combat. Soon he spotted Xianyi ahead, as well as Ziyi and Lao Chun, who were nearing the cave's junction. Both Xianyi and the duo of Ziyi and Lao Chun were still surrounded by a considerable number of bone worms. Sticking close to the cave wall, Song Wen unleashed his full speed, astonishing Xianyi and Ziyi, as he charged past with a velocity that rivaled that of the 9th level of Qi training. Occasionally, scattered bone worms would attack him, but he remained indifferent, relying on his formidable physique and the protective purple scale armor to withstand their onslaught. As Song Wen dashed out of the fork in the path, heading towards the location of the empty cicada wood, Ziyi felt a surge of panic. With one less person to share the burden of the bone worms, the onslaught against them would only intensify. They had to escape quickly, at least before the arrival of Xianyi. Ziyi exerted all her strength to control the corpse puppet, striving to unleash its maximum potential. However, given her cultivation level, managing a corpse puppet of the 9th layer of Qi refinement drained her spiritual energy at an alarming rate, leaving her with less than 30% remaining. "Senior sister, why don't you escape alone? I'll stay behind to hold off the bone worms," Lao Chun suddenly suggested. Ziyi shook her head resolutely, declaring no. "We must leave together." Feeling the concern from her senior sister, Lao Chun's spirit soared, invigorated as if by a shot of adrenaline. "All right, senior sister. Let us charge out together." Chapter 88. Lao Chun's last smile, with the help of the ninth-layer Qi refinement corpse puppet. Ze and Lao Chun finally carved a bloody path through their adversaries, breaking free. They fled with all their might, successfully emerging from the fork and pursuing the direction in which Song Wen had vanished. The location of the ramnus, which they sought, lay deeper within the cave, aligning with the direction of the empty cicada wood. Once they had completely evaded the bone worms, Ze abruptly halted. "Junior brother, let us find a hidden place to recuperate for a while." At that moment, she was in dire condition. Having been harmed by the mental assault of the gnome ghost, and then controlling the ninth-layer corpse puppet, her prolonged battle had drained her energy. Not only was her spiritual energy nearly depleted, but her mental fortitude was also severely compromised. "Understood, senior sister," Lao Chun replied. Just as Z heard his voice from behind, a sharp pain struck her chest. Looking down, she was met with the sight of a bloodied sword tip piercing through her body, glimmering coldly as it emerged from her back, soaked in her blood. She felt her strength dissipating rapidly, her life force draining away. Confusion gripped her. Why had her junior brother betrayed her? Just moments ago, he had professed his willingness to sacrifice everything for her, even his life. With great effort, she turned her head, disbelief etched on her face. Why? Lao Chun, witnessing the beautiful senior sister he had long admired, now on the brink of death, exhibited a twisted frenzy. Why? Tell me why. I have adored you for 20 years, yet you have never acknowledged me, ignoring all I have done for you. You chose to become a partner to senior brother, and I had nothing to say. But you shameless woman, you secretly entangled yourself with second brother while senior brother was still alive. After his death, you became even bolder, consorting with third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother, and seventh junior brother. Among our 7 brothers, you have shared their beds, yet you pretend to be aloof and pure before me, acting as if you are a goddess of untainted virtue. After a furious outburst, as if his emotions had subsided, Lao Chun began to calm down, albeit with a hint of distortion. Senior sister, you can rest assured. With this 9th-layer corpse puppet, I will become the true master of our sect. I will take good care of you and senior brother's daughter. Your remains, I will bring back and refine properly, ensuring that your beauty remains eternal. When I die, I will have our bodies buried together. Despair filled Z's eyes as she collapsed, her breath fading. Lao Chun gazed upon the corpse of the sister he had cherished for 2 decades, his twisted expression suddenly morphing into one of sorrow. Senior sister, do not blame me. You forced my hand. Why must you be so heartless? If you had not treated me so cruelly, I would not have resorted to such measures. Over 200 meters away, within a crevice of stone, Song Wen, who was refining a chi-replenishing pill, was taken aback by the scene unfolding before him. Previously, he had perceived Lao Chun as merely a lovesick fool, but now he realized he was a cunning and ruthless individual, with their master critically poisoned and in dire need of spiritual herbs. Lao Chun had stayed close to the weakened sister under the pretense of accompanying her to gather medicine, waiting for the opportune moment to strike and seize the strongest combat force within the sect, thus becoming its de facto ruler. His unrequited love of 20 years had twisted his nature into something grotesque, leading him to harbor desires for his sister's daughter. Moreover, he seemed determined not to let her corpse decay, even planning to be buried with her. This perverse transformation of love into hatred was bewildering and horrifying. One could not deny his meticulous schemes and ruthless demeanor. Yet, plans often falter in the face of reality, as evidenced by the current situation. Song Wen sensed it was time to replenish his life essence, as Lao Chun bent to retrieve the storage pouch and corpse-rearing bag from his sister's waist. He suddenly heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. Looking up, he was startled to see a crimson figure racing towards him. It was Guitao. Song Wen moved with unparalleled speed, leaving Lao Chun with little time to react. With a simultaneous motion, he struck his waist, releasing a 6th-layer corpse puppet while activating a fireball talisman. Facing the oncoming fireball, Song Wen remained unfazed, raising his hand to deliver a powerful strike. Bang! The fireball shattered, bursting into a shower of flames. Subsequently, Song Wen landed a punch, deflecting the corpse puppet's assault. The sudden obstruction from the puppet caused Song Wen's speed to drop dramatically, granting Lao Chun a precious moment. In his hand, a bell appeared as he prepared to activate the magical artifact, only to feel a sharp pain at the back of his head. In that instant, 2 tiny insects, unseen until now, crashed through his skull and burrowed into his brain. A singular thought flashed through his mind. His relentless frontal assault was merely a diversion, a ploy to distract him from the true lethal strike from behind. Lao Chun glanced down at his sister's corpse, then collapsed atop it, a faint smile gracing his lips as he closed his eyes. Though we cannot share life, let us share the grave. Despite the failure of his scheme, he found solace in dying alongside his sister as Song Wen approached the two lifeless bodies. He meticulously searched them for valuables before consuming their life essences and souls. The fresh corpses of a 7th layer and a 6th layer cultivator saturated Song Wen's already ample life essence, leaving him somewhat overindulged. Just as he finished dealing with the two corpses, he noticed Xian Yi rushing towards him in a disheveled state. Guidao Yu, how fortunate it is to encounter you, Xian Yi exclaimed, relief evident on his face. Song Wen was taken aback. Xian Yi truly was like a tenacious adhesive, impossible to shake off. Congratulations on your escape. Xian Yi, I am grateful for your guidance earlier. It is time for us to part ways. Xian Yi appeared momentarily stunned before quickly realizing that Song Wen had grown wary of him and no longer wished for his company. He nodded, replying, Then I wish you a safe journey. Until we meet again. Song Wen clasped his hands in farewell and turned to leave, swiftly disappearing into the pitch-black cave. After traveling for 2 miles, he paused, releasing a beetle goo to ensure Xian Yi had not followed him before continuing on his way. After a quarter of an hour, Song Wen finally arrived at the heap of bones where the empty cicada wood grew. The bone pile resided within a vast cavern, spanning approximately 2 to 3 acres. The cave was strewn with bones, and at its center, a pile rose dozens of meters high. Atop this mound, 2 jade-like spirit trees flourished, one over a foot tall and the other exceeding 3 feet. This was the empty cicada wood he sought. Song Wen did not rush forward recklessly. Instead, he released the beetle goo to scout the cave thoroughly, yet found no anomalies. The absence of danger was the greatest danger of all. As the lair of the gnome ghost and the green-faced female ghost, it was impossible for this place to harbor no threats whatsoever. After a thorough search, Song Wen could not find any trace of the dwarf ghost. He decided to stop waiting and released a somewhat damaged corpse puppet, heading straight for the 3-foot-tall cicada tree. Meanwhile, he activated both the blood escape technique and the blood sacrifice technique, preparing himself for any imminent crisis. As the corpse puppet approached the cicada tree, a distant pile of bones suddenly began to stir. Something was moving beneath the bones. It was incredibly swift, reaching the base of the corpse puppet in an instant, and then it erupted from the bone heap, scattering countless bones in its wake. It was none other than the dwarf ghost. It charged directly into the corpse puppet, sending it soaring into the air. Seizing the opportunity, the dwarf ghost slashed at the lower half of the corpse puppet with its claws, which were swirling with ghostly energy. The puppet's sturdy left leg was abruptly severed at the joint. Despite being a 6th-tier spirit, the corpse puppet was no match for the dwarf ghost. Just as the dwarf ghost prepared to dismember the puppet entirely, it suddenly halted. Emerging from the pile of bones, it revealed the cave where it had been hiding. Inside the cave lay a tall, green-faced female ghost, extremely weak. It was unclear how the dwarf ghost had managed to rescue the nearly dissipated spirit. A dozen beetle pests were flying around the female ghost, clawing at her as if ready to tear her spirit apart at any moment. Human, if you dare to harm her, I will ensure your soul is shattered. The dwarf ghost bellowed, its voice akin to a rusty bellows, filled with a cacophony of sound. Witnessing the dwarf ghost's reaction, Song Wen could not help but smile. To his surprise, the dwarf ghost had indeed chosen to forego attacking them in order to tend to the gravely injured female ghost. He had surmised that she was of great importance to the dwarf ghost, perhaps even that their bond was profoundly deep. Thus, upon discovering the green-faced female ghost, Song Wen resolved to use her frail state as leverage against the dwarf ghost. Hand over that 300-year-old cicada tree, and I shall leave without causing her the slightest harm, he declared. That is impossible, the dwarf ghost shouted defiantly. Oh, is it? Song Wen replied with a sly smile. The 16 black-bellied beetle pests surrounding the female ghost suddenly surged with spiritual energy. The already frail ghost trembled as the energy from the flapping wings of the beetles threatened to shatter her essence. Stop! You must cease this at once, the dwarf ghost pleaded in a panic. I will give you the cicada tree. The dwarf ghost floated toward the cicada tree, reaching out to uproot it. Brother Tian, no. Those 2 cicada trees were painstakingly found and transplanted by you. They're the key to your ascension as a 2nd-tier ghostly being, the weak female ghost suddenly interjected. Her voice was sharp and grating, like 2 iron plates scraping against one another. The dwarf ghost paused, its hand hovering over the cicada tree, its expression torn as it looked at the female ghost. But if I do not hand over the cicada tree, he will kill you. The cicada tree can be found again, but if your spirit dissipates, you will lose even the chance to reincarnate the dwarf ghost's voice, more grating than a broken gong, was tinged with sorrow. Seeing the cicada tree slipping away due to the ghost's words, Song Wen felt a surge of urgency. "Hurry! Give me the cicada tree, or I will act." The dwarf ghost's expression shifted dramatically. "Do not harm her," it shouted desperately. With that, it uprooted the cicada tree and tossed it towards Song Wen. As Song Wen watched the cicada tree descending towards him, his face lit up with joy, only to be replaced by panic. The green-faced female ghost, having uttered a final farewell, suddenly shattered into nothingness. "No!" The dwarf ghost's voice was filled with anguish, desperation, and a sense of lost purpose, as if it had suddenly lost the meaning of existence. Its ghostly energy surged violently, enveloping the entire cave in an eerie chill. In a flash, the dwarf ghost dashed into the cave, its energy pouring toward the dissipating spirit of the female ghost, desperately trying to keep her essence anchored in the mortal realm. Yet it was ultimately in vain. The ghost's essence disintegrated like a wisp of smoke, vanishing with the force of the dwarf ghost's energy. "No!" Another anguished cry burst forth, laced with fury. The overwhelming ghostly energy surged wildly, sweeping through the cave. The 16 black-bellied beetle pests, caught in the maelstrom, lost their vitality and were whisked away into the unknown. Having finally secured the cicada tree, Song Wen activated the blood escape technique and fled, sensing the demise of the beetle pests. Earlier, he had lost 15 in the battle against the skeletal insects, and now he had lost another 16, totaling 31. However, at that moment, Song Wen had no time to dwell on these losses. His sole desire was to escape. The rampaging dwarf ghost was far too terrifying, and he felt as though he had stepped into a trap. He had never anticipated the depth of emotion shared between these two spirits. The dwarf ghost was willing to forsake its opportunity for advancement for the sake of the female ghost, while she chose to disperse her spirit for the dwarf ghost. Such a poignant, unwavering love was almost unfathomable, especially between two specters. The willingness to sacrifice everything, even life itself, perhaps illustrated love at its most exquisite form. In stark contrast, the entanglements between Lao Chun and Ziyi were fraught with madness, illness, and manipulation. At times, the emotions between humans seemed less pure and sincere than those of the spirits. The ghostly energy surrounding the dwarf ghost enveloped the entire cave, as countless bones rose from the pile, swirling toward the dwarf ghost. Its power escalated rapidly, soon surpassing the 6th tier. In an instant, a towering entity, over 2 meters tall and clad in a skeletal armor, emerged. "Humidai!" The skeletal dwarf ghost roared, its voice shaking the cave and causing debris to fall. It pursued the direction in which Song Wen had fled, smashing through countless stones along the way. By this time, Song Wen had already covered 2 or 3 miles, but his blood-scented trail was conspicuous against the backdrop of surrounding corpse energy, allowing the dwarf ghost to follow him easily. The skeletal dwarf ghost's speed exceeded that of the exhausted Song Wen, gradually closing the distance between them. Bang! Song Wen collided with a blocking corpse, shattering it into pieces. The surrounding corpses, drawn by the rich scent of blood emanating from Song Wen, hurried toward him. Yet his speed outstripped theirs, and before they could approach, he vanished from sight. Moments later, the towering skeletal dwarf ghost barreled through, knocking the wandering corpses to the ground, many of which lost layers of decaying flesh, exposing their stark white bones. Frustrated at not catching up to the human, the skeletal dwarf ghost's rage flared. A transparent blade materialized before it, zipping through the air and aiming directly at Song Wen's neck. Song Wen wobbled slightly, but felt no significant impact on his speed, continuing to flee. The skeletal dwarf ghost was momentarily taken aback. It had never expected its formidable psychic attack to miss its mark. Not only did it fail to harm the detestable human, but it also hindered its own speed, widening the gap between them. Chapter 90. The good man Xin Yi was quite pleased with the trap he had set. He had concealed all 8 flags of the raging fire formation within the crevices of the stones, making them nearly impossible to detect without a meticulous mental scan. Song Wen's formidable mental prowess exceeded the investigative range of a perfected 6th-tier practitioner, allowing him to disregard the psychic assault of the dwarf ghost. Xian Yi speculated that Song Wen was likely in possession of a formidable psychic artifact, igniting a surge of greed within him. Resolute in his decision to take risks, he resolved to lay an ambush on Song Wen's anticipated path. As long as Song Wen stepped into the formation, regardless of his strength, he could be gradually worn down. However, the challenge lay in luring Song Wen into the trap unawares, a dilemma that troubled Xian Yi. especially after observing Song Wen's extreme caution over the past few days. Suddenly, Xian Ye's expression brightened. Here he comes. Wait, something seems amiss. It appears Guotao is fleeing. Xian Yi mused internally, caught in a moment of hesitation about whether to intercept Song Wen. He feared that the entity pursuing Song Wen was too powerful, potentially endangering himself as collateral damage. Just as Song Wen was about to cross into the formation's boundary, Xian Yi steeled his resolve. Fortune favors the bold. He activated the formation, and a fiery red barrier materialized, ensnaring Song Wen within the trap. In an instant, flames surged within the formation, the temperature soaring dramatically. When Xian Yi caught sight of Song Wen, he noted that Song Wen had also spotted him. Much like Xian Yi, Song Wen's face displayed delight. He had been grappling with how to shake off the dwarf skeleton ghost, and now Xian Yi presented himself as an unexpected opportunity. Understanding Xian Yi's ill intentions, Song Wen surmised that there must be traps ahead, lesser of two evils. Compared to the dwarf skeleton ghost, Xian Yi was but a soft target. Ha, Guotao, let us see where you can run now. Hand over that psychic artifact, and I shall grant you a swift end. Xian Yi proclaimed with a sense of smugness as Song Wen plunged into the formation. A golden shield flared to life around Song Wen, followed by a green copper bell, both protecting him within. With the dual protection of the Vajra talisman and the 10,000 poisons mixed body, Song Wen was able to withstand the intense heat within the formation. He gazed gratefully at the self-satisfied Xian Yi and thought, what a good person, a true friend in times of peril. A silver talisman appeared in Song Wen's hand, radiating a magnificent celestial aura, yet remaining uncast. The dwarf skeleton ghost approached with heavy steps, each footfall echoing ominously through the cavern. Xian Yi froze at the sight of the lurking creature. What on earth is that? The overwhelming aura of the dwarf skeleton ghost sent chills down his spine. This is bad. The creature pursuing Guotao is comparable to someone at the 9th level of Qi cultivation. The dwarf skeleton ghost, having noticed Xian Yi and the blazing fire formation, mistakenly assumed they were allies. After assessing Xian Yi's strength and the formation's might, it charged forward without hesitation, crashing into the protective shield of the blazing fire formation. Boom! The sound was earth-shattering. The ground trembled violently, and countless stones above were shattered and fell. The barrier of the blazing fire formation shattered under the ghost's ferocious impact. The formation was forcibly breached, and Xian Yi's array plate was instantly shattered, leaving him as if struck by lightning, blood gushing from his mouth. His aura diminished drastically. The dwarf skeleton ghost also staggered back, its own body suffering as the intense heat and a trace of celestial yang energy charred many of its bones to a crisp. Song Wen's eyes gleamed with opportunity. With a crack that echoed through the cavern, a silver bolt of lightning appeared, twisting and writhing like a monstrous serpent. Boom! The silver serpent struck the dwarf skeleton ghost, enveloping it in a layer of silver. The overwhelming celestial might purified all impurities from the world. The ghostly aura surrounding the dwarf skeleton ghost dissipated like spring snow, its numerous bones swiftly crumbling into dust, swept away by the gusts of wind. When the silver serpent retreated, not a single bone remained on the dwarf skeleton ghost, and its strength plummeted back to the 8th level of Qi cultivation. The injured dwarf ghost became unstable, both physically and spiritually. Indeed, the celestial thunder, imbued with righteous power, is most lethal against evil spirits. Unaware of the extent of the dwarf skeleton ghost's injuries, Song Wen vanished the moment the lightning struck, already 2 miles away. Realizing it was impossible to catch the cursed human, the gravely wounded dwarf skeleton ghost knew it could not kill him even if it did manage to chase him down. Its immediate concern was to heal its wounds quickly. Otherwise, it risked perishing in this perilous cavern, surrounded by countless corpses and vengeful spirits that would not be easy to contend with. Its gaze turned toward Xian Yi, who was severely injured and unable to escape due to the formation's destruction. Moments later, the dwarf skeleton ghost devoured Xian Yi's soul and life force. Watching Song Wen flee with a mix of murderous intent, sorrow, and helplessness, it understood that it might never again encounter this person in its lifetime, and the chance for vengeance would likely be lost forever. Oblivious to the situation behind him, Song Wen did not dare to pause, continuously employing the blood escape technique and blood sacrifice technique as he fled through the cavern. When his blood energy waned, he consumed a vial of essence blood. Upon finishing the last vial, he ceased the blood sacrifice technique, relying solely on the blood escape technique. In just 3 hours, he traversed a journey that had taken him 2 days to complete. The exit of the cavern was finally in sight. As he beheld the faint light at the exit, it felt remarkably radiant, Releasing his flying vessel, he utilized his remaining spirit energy to ascend into the sky. Having exited the ancient battlefield, Song Wen successfully emerged after more than an hour. He found a cave on a steep cliff several dozen miles away and concealed himself within. After a prolonged period of battle and escape, his spirit energy was nearly depleted, necessitating recovery to prevent unforeseen circumstances. However, contrary to his hopes, a quarter hour later, three figures appeared atop the cliff, one man and two women, the man at the 7th level of chi cultivation, one female cultivator at the 6th level, and the other at the 5th level. We clearly saw someone piloting a flying vessel over here. Why can't we detect their aura now? The 6th level female cultivator inquired. The male cultivator replied, they must possess a technique or artifact for concealing their aura. Elder brother, what should we do? The second sister asked. Sister 2, you and I will use flying talismans to investigate while Sister 3 remains atop the cliff, observing and preparing to assist, the elder brother instructed. The trio were siblings, rogues who roamed the periphery of the ancient battlefield. They typically refrained from attacking those entering the battlefield, instead opting to strike when the individuals emerged. Most freshly exited cultivators bore injuries or were drained of spirit energy, making them relatively easy targets. Furthermore, they selectively targeted those who were isolated and of lower cultivation. This cautious strategy had allowed them to ambush dozens of cultivators without suffering defeat. Before the three rogues reached the cliff's edge, the scattered Jiagu insects had already informed Song Wen of their presence. Disturbed, Song Wen wished only to remain hidden and recover his spirit energy. Yet he found himself confronted by these unwelcome cultivators attempting to rob him. It felt akin to the time a little beggar tried to snatch his bun, or when the sinister used him for drug testing, or when Shisho compelled him to practice flawed techniques. It seemed as though the entire world was perpetually shrouded in malevolence. Perhaps this is what they mean when they say, in the world of cultivators, one is never truly free. Song Wen could choose to escape. With his speed, even the 7th level male cultivator could not hope to pursue him. However, he had no intention of fleeing without consequence. He would ensure that the three would pay a price, a bloody price. It was also a perfect opportunity to replenish some essence blood. Elder brother, there's a cave here, the 6th level female cultivator remarked. The male cultivator blocked the eager second sister from charging in, saying, Sister 2, do not be reckless. If that person is hiding in the cave, they are bound to have set a trap. Ermio nodded, and a fireball materialized before her. Go! The fireball surged into the cave, which was shallow, merely a few meters deep, and soon collided with the stone wall. Flames erupted within the cave, illuminating the emptiness inside, revealing no signs of any formations, as if it were incapable of concealing anyone. It seemed they were not within this cave. The male cultivator suddenly heard a sound of something slicing through the air above. He looked up in astonishment to see his younger sister. At that moment, she had become nothing more than a lifeless corpse, with her essence, organs, and brain matter entirely missing, leaving only an empty shell behind. The shell appeared intact, as if something had burrowed into her body and hollowed her out from within. This was undoubtedly the result of the black-bellied beetle's curse. Sister. The male cultivator's eyes turned blood red, filled with sorrow and hatred. He soared upward, catching his sister's lifeless form. Sister. Ermio cried out in despair. Who could have done this? The male cultivator suppressed his grief and spoke through clenched teeth. They had been just below the cliff, hearing no unusual sounds, no signs of battle, nor any bursts of spiritual energy. Everything indicated that she had been ambushed and lost her life instantly, scarcely having the chance to resist. Let us go and investigate. He retrieved his sister's corpse and addressed Ermio. 100 meters away, in another cave, Song Wen peeked out, watching the departing figures with a shadowy gaze. The two searched through the thicket at the cliff's summit, but aside from a few drops of blood on the grass, they found nothing else, not even a footprint. It was as if the assailant had descended from the air, killed the younger sister, and departed without a trace. Who could accomplish such a silent and lethal act? Could it be a foundation-building cultivator? But why would a foundation-building cultivator choose to ambush 3 chi refining cultivators? The male cultivator scanned the area, finding nothing, and turned to Ermio. I'll check the skies. You be careful. With that, he executed a flying technique, soaring into the air. As he ascended, he shouted, to the cowardly vermin lurking in the shadows, who dared to harm my sister, I shall find you and tear you limb from limb. Before he could finish, he suddenly flew off into the distance, further and further away. Seeing her elder brother fly off, Ermio's face turned pale with realization, and she too took to the winds, wishing to escape. Just a few meters above the ground, she spotted 6 half-foot-long needles soaring from the nearby woods, elongated and swift. Like the wind itself, Ermio dared not be careless. She summoned a red silk ribbon, which swirled around her, ready to entangle the incoming needles. Suddenly, the front ends of the needles opened, launching dozens of hair-thin needles that glimmered with a poisonous blue light. Caught off guard by this abrupt turn of events, Ermio hastily conjured a protective shield, causing a layer of spiritual energy to envelop her. Yet fearing that the shield alone would not suffice against the swarm of tiny needles, she produced a talisman, which she activated. A fierce wind manifested before her, powerful enough to sweep the needles off course. Just as she thought she could breathe easier, her spiritual sense detected 2 cursed insects approaching from behind. She spun around, wielding the red silk to ensnare the insects. Suddenly, cursed insects swarmed from all directions. Outnumbered, the black-bellied beetle curse quickly closed in, breaching her spiritual shield. Then, a piercing pain struck her back, and she plummeted from the air, breathless. Song Wen emerged from the dense forest, casting a glance at the male cultivator who was nearly out of sight in the sky. Pocketing the golden talisman, he held with a sense of unspoken contempt. When it came to cowardice, this individual was unparalleled. At the first sign of danger, he fled, luring Ermio to take the fall in his stead. Song Wen approached Ermio, consuming her essence, removing her storage pouch, and incinerating her corpse with a fireball before descending the cliff. He now understood that there were likely many bandits in the vicinity. Traveling by flying boat would only expose him, so it was wiser to navigate through the dense forest stealthily. The cliff had been compromised. He could no longer linger there. After traveling several miles, he discovered a wild beast den on a slope and took refuge inside. The next day, with his spiritual energy mostly restored, Song Wen summoned the flying boat and headed toward the sect. He had come with 5 companions, but returned alone, no longer needing to guard against anyone, and flew directly at full speed toward the sect. In just a day and a night, he successfully arrived at the corpse demon sect. As he neared the entrance to his cave, he encountered an unexpected figure, Du Qiu, the inner sect disciple who had once guided Song Wen and the others into the corpse demon sect. Jiyin, you've returned alive. It seems you must have found some spirit herb to clear the mind, Du Qiu said, kneeling respectfully. Stone Qiu, surrounded by a dark aura, exuded a heavy and sinister presence as he inhaled deeply. Alive, you say? Excellent. It appears he possesses some skill, managing to regain his senses polluted by the stench of the decomposing cave. After a brief pause, Stone Qiu continued, what is his cultivation level? Qi refining 4th layer. Still only at the 4th layer? Stone Qiu murmured softly. Well, he has only been in the sect for 2.5 years. Reaching the 4th layer is not too slow. Go, and keep a close watch on Jiyin. Inform me immediately when his cultivation reaches the 6th layer. Understood, Elder Stone. Duki. Back in his cave, Song Wen began to assess the spoils from his recent venture. First and foremost was the purpose for which he had risked his life to enter the cave, the empty cicada wood. This tree, approximately 350 years old, was sufficient for Song Wen to harmonize the corpse energy within him. Moreover, he acquired a total of 4 storage bags, each belonging to Lao Chun, Zi, the second sister of the bandit cultivator, and the younger sister. Additionally, he obtained 3 corpse bags, 2 from Zi and 1 from Lao Chun. Within these corpse bags lay 3 corpse puppets, 2 at the 6th level of Qi refinement and 1 at the 9th level. The items within the storage bags were rather eclectic, comprising spirit stones, talismans, elixirs, magical artifacts, and more. The spirit stones found in the 4 storage bags were plentiful, amounting to nearly 4,000 in total. During their time in the underground cavern, Lao Chun, Zi, and Xianyi had shared the storage bag of Yengu, likely acquiring a substantial amount of spirit stones from it. As for the 2 female bandit cultivators, they may have killed other cultivators, thus accumulating a fair share of spirit stones in their bags as well. However, Yengu's set of sinister Buddhist artifacts was not among them, presumably claimed by Xianyi. Ultimately, Niuding risked his life to obtain the Bloodstone. Initially, Song Wen believed the Bloodstone to be a magical artifact or a treasure to enhance his cultivation, only to discover through his mental probing that it was, in fact, a legacy item containing a record of a secret technique, the substitute technique. This technique allows one to create a substitute puppet that can, in moments of peril, activate the secret art, permitting the substitute puppet to absorb fatal damage in place of the cultivator. Simultaneously, it would relocate the cultivator to another position, determined temporarily by the practitioner, but restricted to the range of the practitioner's mental energy. This is truly a remarkable escape technique, which explains why Niu Ding desperately sought it. Without hesitation, Song Wen began to examine the contents of the substitute technique closely. The process of crafting a substitute puppet can be broadly divided into 3 steps. The first step involves creating a puppet, which can take any form or material, but must be capable of bearing the soul tether of the cultivator. The second step is the most crucial and perilous, severing the soul. This entails detaching the soul tether from the cultivator's spirit. This requires the cultivator's mental energy, or soul, to be sufficiently robust. Otherwise, forcibly severing the soul could result in damage to the spirit. Mild cases leading to a fragmented soul and resulting in dementia, while severe cases could lead to the complete annihilation of the soul, leaving no remains. The third step is to implant the soul tether into the substitute puppet, merging the tether and the puppet into one entity. Consequently, the substitute puppet would embody the cultivator's soul essence, capable of taking their place in times of crisis. While the substitute technique is advantageous, it is not without its drawbacks. Repeatedly crafting substitute puppets will gradually weaken the cultivator's soul, potentially affecting their consciousness and future cultivation. However, this poses no threat to Song Wen. He possesses the ability to consume other souls to augment his own, and merely severing a soul tether presents no danger to him. Nonetheless, Song Wen found himself challenged in the first step, the crafting of the substitute puppet. The puppet must be able to sustain the soul tether, and the tether must not dissipate, which left Song Wen at a loss. Firstly, objects capable of bearing the tether are generally costly. Secondly, he lacked any knowledge of artifact crafting. Learning the method from scratch would consume a significant amount of his time, something he could ill afford, especially with the looming threat of sure show. Then he had an idea. While crafting a puppet may be difficult, corpse puppets are easier to practice with. A corpse puppet is created from an intact corpse and can sustain the soul tether without issue. Resolving to try, he realized he had 3 corpse puppets on hand. The one at the 9th level of chi refinement would undoubtedly be too precious for this purpose. Song Wen selected a male corpse puppet at the 6th level of chi refinement, which was intact and as solid as rock, sufficient to bear the soul tether. The next crucial step was to sever the tether. Following the method recorded in the substitute technique, he began his attempt. The process of severing the soul tether proved to be more agonizing and challenging than Song Wen had anticipated. Each time he attempted to forcibly detach the tether from his spirit, a voice in his subconscious warned him that the soul is the most vital part of the body and should not be trifled with. This made him hesitant and cautious in his attempts. The act of severing the tether was excruciating, akin to someone slicing deep within his sea of consciousness. The pain was so intense it compelled him to cease his magic. After several dozen attempts, he finally steeled himself, banishing all distractions and reluctance, and forcefully enacted the spell, ultimately succeeding in severing the soul tether. At that moment, his clothes were completely drenched, and the ground beneath him was soaked, as if he had just emerged from water. He then bore the agonizing pain radiating from his sea of consciousness and transferred the soul tether to the corpse puppet. This process, while not complicated, was extremely time-consuming. 2 days later, Song Wen slowly opened his eyes. The substitute puppet had finally been successfully crafted. The excruciating pain in his sea of consciousness had begun to subside, and he could distinctly sense his soul gradually recovering. If he could devour a few cultivator souls, his spirit would soon be restored. While it might be challenging to find cultivator souls elsewhere, they could be procured at the marketplace in the demonic realm. There, a plethora of freshly harvested cultivator souls awaited sale. Among them were primarily righteous cultivator souls, as the profound and majestic nature of righteous cultivation rendered their souls more gentle and pure, unlike those of demonic cultivators, which were often tainted by corruption. Coincidentally, Song Wen also needed to visit the marketplace to dispose of some unnecessary items in exchange for cultivation resources, preparing to refine and absorb the empty cicada wood and harmonize the corpse energy within him. He first visited various shops, selling off surplus magical artifacts, elixirs, talismans, spirit herbs, and other items in batches, ultimately earning 800 spirit stones. He then spent several hundred spirit stones to acquire a selection of cultivation resources, along with 3 cultivator souls. Chapter 93. Brother Su's request. As Song Wen traversed the bustling stalls of the marketplace, preparing to return to his cave dwelling, he suddenly heard Brother Su's voice. Extreme Junior Brother, wait a moment. Song Wen halted, a smile gracing his face. It was thanks to Brother Su's recommendation that he had gained entry into the underground ghost market, which in turn allowed him to successfully obtain the empty cicada wood, thus feeling a sense of gratitude towards him. Brother Su, is there something you need? Brother Su replied, Are you not purchasing corpse energy today? I happen to have 2 bottles of the finest quality. Would you care to take a look? Song Wen shook his head, explaining that he had yet to resolve his corpse-related issues and thus did not currently require corpse energy. Farewell, Brother Su. As he turned to leave, Brother Su stepped out from behind his stall, pressing 2 bottles of corpse energy into Song Wen's hands. Puzzled, Song Wen looked at him, asking Brother Su, "What is the meaning of this?" "These 2 bottles of corpse energy are a gift for you, junior brother," Brother Su stated. "One does not accept rewards without merit." Song Wen began to return the 2 jade bottles to the stall. "Extreme junior brother, wait a moment. I have a small favor to ask of you." Brother Su interjected hurriedly. Song Wen hesitated briefly before placing the jade bottles back on the stall, finally asking, "What is it? Please do tell. Since you introduced me to the ghost market, I owe you a debt of gratitude. If it is not too troublesome or dangerous, I would be more than willing to assist," Song Wen replied. Understanding Song Wen's intent, Brother Su smiled. "Rest assured, it is not a difficult task. I simply wish for you to make a trip to my hometown. Of course, there is no need for you to do so immediately. Just whenever you have some free time or happen to be passing through." Song Wen, intrigued, inquired, "What do you need me to do in the mundane world?" Brother Su's expression turned serious, and instead of speaking, he transmitted his thoughts. "Whatever happens, I hope you will keep what I am about to say confidential. I would like you to visit my hometown and check if my elderly parents are still well, and see how my younger sister, whom I left as a child, is faring now." Song Wen was even more perplexed and replied through thought, "If it is to visit your hometown, why not go yourself?" Brother Su's eyes reflected a hint of melancholy as he continued to communicate telepathically. "Since I have cultivated immortality and entered the demonic path, I must sever my earthly ties, for the benefit of both them and myself." In sending his junior to undertake this journey, it was merely to alleviate their long-standing concerns. Suddenly, Su, the senior brother, exuded a change in demeanor, his melancholy transforming into resolute determination. Moreover, he had matters of greater import at hand. This departure might very well lead to an eternal separation. Song Wen's expression stiffened as he recalled Su's previous revelation of having attained the 9th level of Qi training. Su's journey likely pertained to foundational cultivation. Hence, he entrusted Song Wen, a person with no vested interests or grievances against him, and to whom he owed a favor, to visit his hometown. His family consisted of ordinary mortals, devoid of any significant possessions, and he harbored no fears of Song Wen, unencumbered by animosity, seeking out his family. Malevolent. After accepting 2 vials of corpse energy, Song Wen departed from the market. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. Cultivators, especially those of the demonic path, indeed needed to be heartless. Once one enters the realm of immortality, there is a permanent farewell to the mortal world. Even familial ties must be severed. If one cannot cut off such emotional bonds, family may become an impediment on the path of cultivation, potentially leading to catastrophic consequences for them. Su's request for Song Wen to make this journey was merely a means to inform his family, who had not heard from him in years, that he was alive and faring well, alleviating mutual concerns. This illustrates the lack of sentimentality among practitioners of the demonic path. After 2 or 3 decades of cultivation within the corpse demon sect, Su, acquainted with hundreds or thousands of disciples, still sought assistance from Song Wen, a relatively unrelated individual. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Song Wen prepared to refine the empty cicada wood. After meditating for an hour to achieve a state of tranquility and focus, he finally retrieved the wood. Holding it in his hands, he closed his eyes and began to circulate his cultivation method. The unique emptiness of a cicada wood, under the guidance of his spiritual energy, flowed into his body, traversing his limbs and meridians, ultimately entering his dantian. According to his master, Zhang Xiaofan, the emptiness contained within had the ability to harmonize the chaotic energies of the world, extracting the essence while discarding the dross, capable of healing the symptoms of corpse transformation without impacting his cultivation. This process of cultivation lasted for 7 days. When he opened his eyes once more, he felt rejuvenated, the corpse energy within him having been harmonized, thus resolving the crisis of transformation. The cicada wood in his hands had transformed from its original jade-like hue to a dull gray. With a slight squeeze, it crumbled into fine dust. Just as Song Wen intended to rise and stretch, he sensed a peculiar movement within him. It was the beetle goo. Before refining the corpse energy, he had forgotten to release them, and these tiny creatures had become restless after being confined within him for several days, scuttling about in his abdomen. He opened his mouth and released all the beetle goo. 34 of them immediately took to the air within the cave. Suddenly, Song Wen recalled that within the cave, the beetle goo had consumed the tiny crystals from the skeletal insects. Initially, he believed those crystals would aid in enhancing the beetle goo's strength. However, it seemed that their energy had not notably increased. Could it be that he had misjudged? The crystals from the skeletal insects were merely sustenance for the beetle goo? This seemed unlikely. He had never lacked the spiritual items and blood essence for the beetle goo, and their instinctive consumption of the crystals must have had a reason. Was it perhaps that they had consumed too little? His gaze turned to the storage pouch at his waist. During his time in the cave, he had collected a considerable number of skeletal insect corpses, no less than 100. He extracted a crystal from one of the skeletal insect corpses and examined it closely. The aura surrounding the crystal was exceedingly complex, imbued with spiritual energy, demonic energy, corpse energy, and ghostly energy, resembling a conglomerate of chaotic energies. Unable to decipher its properties, Song Wen resolved to conduct a direct experiment using one of the beetle goo. He selected the strongest among them and fed it the crystal he held. The moment the black-bellied beetle goo saw the crystal, it became eager, yearning to devour it without delay. Despite its diminutive size, the beetle goo consumed the corn-sized crystal in just a few bites. After finishing, it remained unsatisfied, taking flight from Song Wen's hand, circling around him like a child seeking treats. Song Wen produced another crystal and offered it to the beetle goo. In this manner, the beetle goo consumed over 70 crystals. And just as Song Wen began to worry it might overindulge, it finally ceased. Sated, the beetle goo settled on Song Wen's hand, its tail releasing fine threads that began to wrap around it, encasing it in a cocoon. Song Wen's eyes sparkled. The beetle goo was entering its pupation stage. This would be its singular opportunity to cocoon, transitioning from larva to adult. And now, as it cocooned once more, it signified an impending evolution. Song Wen narrowed his eyes, fixated on the beetle goo's transformation, concerned that any misstep might result in a failure to evolve. Half an hour later, the beetle goo was enveloped in a layer of silk. Witnessing its smooth progression filled Song Wen with joy. A further evolution would yield a more formidable ally. However, upon glancing at the remaining 40 skeletal insect corpses in a storage pouch, he felt a twinge of concern. The remaining crystals were insufficient to facilitate another beetle goo's evolution. Yet for the recently evolved beetle goo to reproduce swiftly, it was ideal to possess both male and female. Perhaps he could attempt to procure skeletal insect crystals from the market. Many disciples of the corpse demon sect and nearby rogue cultivators ventured to the ancient battlefield in search of opportunities, and it was likely someone would return with skeletal insect remains. Resolute, he requested a month's leave from Yuan Sheng, with 10 days remaining for self-cultivation. After wandering the market and confirming that no shops or vendors sold skeletal insect crystals, he decided to set up a stall to acquire them. While scouting for a suitable location, he discovered that Su's former stall had been vacated, and he was nowhere to be found. However, he did spot another familiar figure. Chunyi, junior sister Chun. Song Wen approached her with a smile. Chun, he was the only person he knew well within the corpse demon sect, or in this world, for that matter. Although their friendship was not particularly deep and their mutual trust was not particularly strong either, they were among the few individuals in the sect with whom they could share a few genuine words. Ah, Extremine senior brother, you've returned. Did you manage to find the empty cicada what you were looking for? Chen Yi Huidit. Song Wen nodded earnestly. Indeed, I found it, and I owe my gratitude to junior sister Chun for this matter. I hope you can keep it confidential and refrain from discussing it. Chun Yi solemnly nodded. Rest assured. Senior brother, I understand the importance of discretion. Song Wen did not disclose how he acquired the empty cicada wood, nor did Chun Yi inquire further. They respected each other's secrets. Are you here today to purchase some spiritual herbs? Would you care to support my business? Chun Yi asked, her stall displaying a variety of over 10 types of spiritual herbs. Song Wen shook his head. I am not here to buy herbs today. I merely happened to pass by and saw you here, so I came to say hello. At that moment, it was afternoon, and the market was not bustling with many cultivators. Chun Yi's stall was relatively quiet, allowing Song Wen to engage in casual conversation with her. Chen Yi, possessing a 4th-grade spiritual root, earned a modest salary as a spiritual herb cultivator. Occasionally, she managed to acquire some spiritual stones through the produce from Zhang Xiaofan's spiritual fields, barely sustaining her cultivation. Currently, her cultivation was only at the 3rd level of qi training, rendering her chances of becoming an inner disciple nearly non-existent. Without the status of an inner disciple, it was almost impossible to obtain foundational pills from the sect. To achieve foundational cultivation, one must devise their own means. Much like Su. However, Chunyi evidently lacked Su's temperament and acumen, making it nearly impossible for her to acquire foundational pills on her own. In other words, Chunyi had all but closed off her path to foundational cultivation. Fortunately, she was not inclined towards conflict and did not seek immense power or longevity. She simply wished to live her life in peace. Thus, she chose to become a spiritual planter. With the care of Zhang Xiaofan, a direct disciple of the alchemy chamber, she faced no troubles, and her life in the corpse demon sect over the past 2.5 years had been relatively peaceful. From Chunyi's words, Song Wen could faintly perceive her weariness of the precarious life of cultivation within the sect. Zhang Xiaofan seemed no longer the simple village boy he once was. In receiving Zhang Xiaofan's care, Chunyi had also paid some insincere price. Her sole wish now was to one day escape the corpse demon sect and become a free individual, returning to her place of upbringing to seek a peaceful end. Gradually, the number of people in the market increased. Song Wen bid farewell to Chunyi and ventured outside the market. After a brief stroll, he returned, but this time, his aura and appearance had undergone a complete transformation, now donned in the attire of a wandering cultivator. He set up a stall beside Chunyi's, erecting a sign that read, "High prices paid for the crystal of the bone worm from the ancient battlefields of the righteous and the evil." As soon as Song Wen's stall was established, a market overseer approached to collect the stall fee. After paying 5 spirit stones, Song Wen received a sign and the overseer departed. Chunyi paid little attention to the middle-aged cultivator beside her stall, considering him an ordinary wandering cultivator, completely unaware that he was the same Song Wen with whom she had just conversed. Chunyi began her work, with a steady stream of cultivators arriving at her stall to inquire about prices. In stark contrast, Song Wen's stall remained devoid of visitors. Yet, he remained unperturbed, as he explicitly sought only the crystals from the bone worms. Naturally, those without such items would not come to disturb him. As the hour of the dog approached and the sky darkened, the first customer finally appeared at Song Wen's stall. "You are buying the crystals of the bone worm?" Song Wen's expression brightened. At last, someone had come. The customer, dressed in the outer sect garb of the corpse demon sect, possessed a cultivation level of the 6th layer of chi refinement, his square face suggesting he was in his 30s. Song Wen greeted him with a smile. "Greetings, senior brother. Indeed, I am purchasing the crystals from the bone worms." The square-faced man replied, "I happen to have some bone worm corpses, and the crystals within have yet to be extracted. I can offer them to you. But first, you must tell me, what is the use of these bone worm crystals?" Song Wen was taken aback. From the man's tone, it was clear that no one had yet discovered the utility of the bone worm crystals. At least this individual did not know. This indicated that in the eyes of most cultivators, the bone worm crystals remained worthless. Realizing the boldness of his public acquisition of the crystals, Song Wen's mind raced. After a moment, he replied, "I am uncertain of their purpose. I am merely acting on the orders of Elder Shushou from the sect to acquire the bone worm crystals." "Elder Shushou?" the square-faced man murmured, his gaze scanning Song Wen as he sought any signs of deceit. However, he discerned nothing amiss in Song Wen's demeanor, leaving him somewhat disheartened. "Since the crystals are needed by Elder Shushou, I have overstepped. I have 10 bone worm corpses to offer as an apology to you, junior brother." Song Wen accepted the bone worm corpses without reservation. "Elder Shushou has been pressing me. I have been quite troubled by this matter. I thank you, senior brother." With these 10 bone worm crystals, he could finally report back to Elder Shu. Upon concluding their exchange, Song Wen began to dismantle his stall, projecting an image of having acquired enough bone worm crystals and preparing to leave the market. Chapter 95. The Black Armor Goo. After tidying up his stall, Song Wen addressed the square-faced man, who had yet to depart. "Senior brother, I take my leave." He turned and walked toward the market's exit. The square-faced man fixed his gaze on Song Wen's departing figure, his expression dark and inscrutable, lost in thought. Moments later, he moved in the direction Song Wen had taken. Maintaining a distance of 200 to 300 meters, the square-faced man followed Song Wen until he observed him leaving the market and heading away from the sect. A glimmer of triumph flashed in his eyes. "Just as I suspected, this fellow has not been truthful. If he were reporting back to Elder Shushou, he would not venture outside the market." Suddenly, Song Wen accelerated, his speed markedly exceeding that of someone at the 4th layer of chi refinement. "He must be using the swift movement talisman. Has he discovered my pursuit?" The square-faced man quickened his pace, but did not close the distance directly. He maintained a cautious distance. This area was too close to the sect to engage openly. Abruptly, Song Wen erupted in a surge of blood energy, his speed increasing to nearly match that of a 7th layer chi refinement cultivator. The square-faced man felt a surge of excitement. "Blood escape technique. You think you are the only one who has practiced this technique?" Let us see whose mastery of the art is superior and whose blood is more potent. The more urgent Song Wen became in his attempt to flee, the more convinced the square-faced man grew that he was concealing something of great importance. After a moment, they arrived at a lakeside several dozen miles from the sect. To the square-faced man's astonishment, Song Wen's speed suddenly increased, vanishing into the shadows. In a few swift strides, he reached the spot where Song Wen had disappeared, furrowing his brow in confusion. How could he have vanished so suddenly? The square-faced man paced back and forth, scrutinizing the surroundings in search of clues. Suddenly, a dark iron needle, enveloped in a thick aura of death, shot toward him. A trivial trick. Though the dark iron needle was a mid-grade magical artifact, the assailant's strength was evidently lacking, rendering it unable to unleash its full potential. The square-faced man was convinced that the attacker was the same fourth-layer chi refinement cultivator who had just vanished. With a wave of his left hand, he released a corpse puppet of the fifth layer of chi refinement, sending it charging toward the soul-piercing needle. His gaze remained fixed on a thicket over 50 meters ahead, from which the needle had been launched. He surmised that the cultivator must be hiding there. A pitch-black short blade materialized before him, hurtling toward the thicket with blinding speed. Just as the square-faced man smiled, anticipating the sight of that cultivator gravely injured, several gray insects silently crawled up his pant leg. Sudden, excruciating pain radiated from his lower body, contorting his face in agony. At that moment, he realized that several small insects had climbed onto him, burrowing into his flesh and wreaking havoc within. Moments later, the square-faced man collapsed, breathless. Emerging from the thicket, Song Wen held the square-faced man's short blade in hand. With the square-faced man gravely injured and devoid of his master's spiritual energy to empower it, the blade's threat to Song Wen diminished significantly. The square-faced man's corpse puppet stood motionless, frozen in place. Song Wen approached the fallen square-faced man, inserting his right hand into the still-breathing man's chest. Although much of the man's flesh had been devoured by the goo insects, Song Wen could still consume his soul to prevent the possibility of someone employing ghostly techniques to capture the lingering spirit, thus gaining insight into the square-faced man's final moments. He retrieved the storage bag and corpse-raising pouch from the square-faced man, igniting a flame that swiftly engulfed the now desiccated body, reducing it to ashes. Then, using the wind technique, he scattered the ashes. Opening the storage bag, he collected over 400 spirit stones, cursing under his breath, penny pincher. Within the storage bag, he also found over 50 bone worm corpses, which he promptly took. The short blade was returned to the storage bag, and he left the other contents untouched. Using the square-faced man as corpse-raising pouch, he stowed away the corpse puppet. After ensuring he had not overlooked anything, Song Wen activated the blood escape technique and swiftly departed the area. After traversing more than 10 miles, he located a suitable spot to bury the square-faced man's storage bag and corpse-raising pouch. Each cultivator's corpse puppet and magical artifacts bore unique characteristics. He feared recognition when attempting to sell them, so he deemed it prudent to bury them for safety. Although the corpse puppet can be reforged, altering its aura and appearance, a corpse puppet at the 5th level of Qi training holds little significance for Song Wen at this moment. Rather than complicating matters, he decided to bury the corpse puppet entirely. After completing this task, Song Wen made his way back to the sect. In the ensuing 10 days, he remained secluded in his cave, devoted to his cultivation without stepping outside. He did not inquire about the sudden demise of the square-faced individual, whether it had attracted the sect's attention or if the law enforcement hall was investigating the cause of death, as if the demise bore no relevance to him whatsoever. During this time, Song Wen diligently focused on enhancing his cultivation while attempting to refine the corpse puppet at the 9th level of Qi training. The process proved challenging, primarily due to the significant disparity in strength between them, compelling him to proceed gradually. The black-bellied beetle that had cocooned remained silent, prompting Song Wen to refrain from feeding it with the bone worm crystal for the time being. He resolved to await the outcome of the cocooning before making further decisions. As 10 days swiftly passed, Song Wen's life reverted to the routine of dissection, cultivation, and nurturing of insects. Upon returning to the dissection cave after a month, he astonished Yuan Cheng and many others involved in the craft. Song Wen was among the few who had returned alive after experiencing a bout of madness. Yet, neither Yuan Cheng nor the others dared to inquire how he had resolved his mental turmoil. Only a robust female dissection expert approached him, eyeing him with keen interest before quietly speaking. "Junior brother Jean, my cave is number 74 in Area B. You're always welcome to visit." After speaking, the 2-meter 5 tall female dissection expert swayed her significantly more robust figure than Song Wen's and began to depart. Suddenly, she turned back, casting a charming smile. "Junior brother, remember, cave number 74 in Area B awaits your visit." As Song Wen gazed at her retreating figure, he was engulfed in profound self-doubt. With his slender limbs, would he possess the strength to crawl out after visiting her cave? On the 15th day post-cocooning, the beetle insect emerged from its chrysalis. The newly evolved beetle insect had not undergone substantial changes in size, yet its strength had ascended to the formidable 8th level of Qi training. This development filled Song Wen with delight, albeit tinged with a hint of disappointment. He had harbored hopes that the beetle insect would evolve directly into a sacred armor insect. Apart from its head, which remained gray, the body had turned a deep black. Perhaps when its head also transformed to black, it would truly become a sacred armor insect. He mused. To distinguish it from other beetle insects, Song Wen bestowed upon this one a new name, Black Armor Insect. Upon breaking free from its cocoon, the black armor insect promptly conveyed its hunger to Song Wen. He immediately retrieved a gleaming silver stone for it and extracted several drops of his essence blood. After consuming half of the silver stone and swallowing 8 drops of essence blood, the black armor insect finally felt satiated. Song Wen couldn't help but click his tongue in dismay. Such a meal, half a silver stone equating to 25 spirit stones, coupled with 8 drops of essence blood, was hardly sustainable. He could only hope that the black armor insect's voracious appetite was a consequence of its recent emergence and its initial feeding requirements for spiritual energy and vitality.